There's no way. And so young people, they assume a certain kind of freedom, I think, in terms of gender and sexuality that we just didn't have in the early 1980s. It didn't exist. We fought those battles, and a lot of the things that we assume today just to be kind of automatic are because people suffered for it. People fought those social battles. Women couldn't vote.
Right.
Black people were enslaved.
Right.
I mean, come on. There's all kinds of things that our ancestors did and assumed completely differently than we assume today.
Are you familiar with the John Marco Allegro?
I know.
Sacred Mushroom and the Cross.
Yeah, sure. I'm familiar with it.
Yeah, I guess his theory was that these ancient religions, I guess he spent decades deciphering the Dead Sea Scrolls, and he was a linguist, and he found that one of his conclusions was that these religions were basically fertility cults.
Yeah. I doubt it. I mean, there's a strong fertility element in the history of religions. I don't want to question that. But I think Allegro, I don't want to speak about Allegro because I just don't know enough about him, but he's very much part of this countercultural movement.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, I mean, he's probably writing...
Yeah, Brian Mareski talks about him.
Yeah, he's probably writing in the 60s and 70s, and
Traditional Christianity developed through a literal misinterpretation of symbolic narratives found in the scrolls by writers who did not understand the minds of the essence.
Again, I just don't know, Danny. I can't speak to that. The whole notion of fertility cults, so that's a common theory, by the way, in the 1800s. There were a lot of people who were making that argument about religion in general, that it goes back to ancient fertility cults. Again, I doubt it. I mean, that's part of the picture for sure. I mean, human beings are sexual beings for sure, and their religions have always integrated that or spoken to that. But is that the single source? No, I doubt it.
Yeah, and it's interesting though that some of these beings that people encounter in their recollection, they aren't sexual animals. They have no reproductive organs.
Well, sometimes they are, of course. I mean, this is one of the things that you get in the abduction narratives a lot. Is there's a lot of sex in them.
Really?
Oh yeah. I mean, human beings have sex with these alien entities.
Oh yes. You're familiar with David Huggins, right?
Well, Huggins is just one of, I'm sure there are thousands of these. I mean, I'm thinking of the very first abduction case we have on record is Antonio Villas-Boas, and it's sexual through and through.
Can you explain that one?
Yeah, from memory now.
Okay.
So yeah, there you go. Brazilian farmer. He's out in the farm. It's at night. He's farming at night because it's cooler at night. A ship comes down, and they rub a kind of goo over him, and a female alien has sex with him.
Really?
Yeah, and then kind of points to her belly and points to the stars, and then takes off in the spaceship. I mean, it's clearly a sexual abduction.
Go back up. When was this, Steve?
1950s.
Go back to the Wikipedia or whatever that describes the story. Yeah, there you go. Antonio Villas-Boas.
Yeah, this is the first case
from 1934 to died in 1991. Brazilian farmer.
See, October 15th is 1957. Yeah, plowing his fields. There you go. So yeah, a red star in the night sky. He's farming at night because it's cooler.
Right. He began descending and landing in the field, extending 3 legs as it did. He attempted to leave the scene on his tractor, but when the lights in the engine died, after traveling only a short distance, he decided to continue on foot. However, he was seized by a 5-foot-tall humanoid who was wearing gray coveralls and a helmet. His eyes were small and blue, and instead of speech, it made noises like barks and yelps. 3 similar beings then joined. First in subduing Boas, and they dragged him inside their craft. Once inside the craft, Boas said he was stripped of all his clothes, covered from head to toe with a strange gel. He was then led into a strange semicircular room through a doorway that had strange symbols written all over it. Whoa, the room of the beings took samples of Boaz's blood from his chin, and after he was then taken to a third room and left alone for around an hour and a half. During this time, some kind of gas was pumped into the room, which made Boaz become violently ill.
So,
I can't believe I've never heard of that.
well, there's a lot of cases like this. So, what I want to say, Danny, is that sexual intercourse is everywhere in the abduction accounts, and it has this long prehistory in the history of religions. This is what I was trying to say earlier. And I want to speak about the abduction cases and the sexual components of them in this larger historical context. And one of the reasons I think that abduction cases are so problematic is for religious reasons, frankly. I think to the extent they're heterosexual, they involve human males and female deities or female aliens, they don't fit in anywhere into the traditions.
Yeah, this is David Huggins, and he has these drawings. You've watched the documentary?
I'm in the documentary.
Are you really?
Yeah.
How did I miss that? I haven't watched a documentary in over a year.
There's a whole chapter on, and Brad comes to Houston and he interviews me about David.
You know Brad?
Yeah.
Wow, that's incredible. Of course you know Brad. He made the documentary.
Yeah, Brad. Oh, of course I know all about this.
Wow, it is such a fascinating story.
Well, there again, it definitely involves sexuality, and what do you do with that? Well, one of the things you do with that is you relate it to these earlier accounts of mystical encounter and sexuality.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to say. That there's this bigger story here, and people will look at Huggins or they'll look at Villas Boas or Streamer, by the way, is heavily sexualized as well.
Right.
They'll look at those cases and they'll say, well, this guy's just crazy. I'm like, no, he's not. It fits into this larger pattern that goes back actually thousands of years. So that's what I'm trying to do with these questions. And then
why are you watching this?
And this, of course, is what gets elided or erased in contemporary conversations about technology and propulsion systems and the military and nation states. All the abduction stuff just gets cut off.
It does.
Yeah. Well, this is why. What do you do with this?
This is too crazy, right? This is too weird and crazy.
But it happens. It happens.
And being molested by a female alien who takes your baby hybrid to outer space.
Well, so Elizabeth was in a garden and saw mountains and talked to God as a male. I mean, again, this is the nature of these kinds of experiences, Danny, and this is what I'm trying to say.
What did you make of David when you talked to him?
So I just spoke to David on the phone.
Did you really?
Yeah, I did. I didn't meet him. I just spoke to him on the phone.
Oh, I thought you meant you just recently talked to him. Okay. Right, you didn't meet him in person.
Yeah, I think David, again, is telling us the truth, and he's painting the truth as he remembers it. I think these people are being very honest, and in David's case, going out of his way to illustrate what he remembers happening. I think we need to use all of our tools, all of our disciplines, all of our histories to understand these things and not just dismiss them as hallucinatory or crazy. That's what I think.
So in the context of religious history, what were people saying specifically about these sexual encounters?
Well, they often interpret them demonically, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it was women who were having sex with the devil and becoming witches or magical practitioners. There were always ways to condemn the human being for these kinds of encounters. If a nun, for example, was mystically married to Christ, that's okay. That became part of the tradition, but only, again, under certain circumstances. They were still essentially harassed by the Inquisition. Teresa of Avila was very concerned about the Inquisition, by the way. And when she wrote her Vita, her life, they locked it away. They put it in a safe, essentially. And her confessors asked her to give the finger to the presence. Essentially, they call it giving the fig, but it was essentially giving the finger, because the idea was as if you were vulgar with the devil would go away.
Vulgar with the devil.
Yeah. So my point is not that leave the demonic interpretations, but that's what we have done historically, is we have demonized people who have these experiences. And I'm trying to say, please stop that. Please don't do that. Let's look at the sexual components as they are, as they're reported, whether it's David Huggins or Whitley Strieber or Antonio Villas-Boas or whoever it is. And remember, those are three men, by the way. And that's...
They're getting molested by women.
Yes.
Not men, not male aliens.
Yeah, that's correct. And
what do you think that was about? Why would they, it's gotta be...
Again, what was that about? I mean, that's the...
I don't know how to process it.
Well, good. That's the conversation, Danny.
Right.
That's what we should be talking about. And do I have an answer to that? No. Do I have...
But you've thought about it more than most people.
I've thought a lot about it. And I personally, one of the things I really think about these cases is that they're heretical or dismissed because they don't fit into our religious narratives, which are all about communing with a male deity, not a female deity.
I'm not following you there.
Well, we have a male deity in Western monotheism, so you can commune with a male deity. You can't commune with a female deity.
What do you mean by commune?
You become one with, or become very close to. And again, there are two images in the mystical literature that express this. One is sexuality, one is death. And those are the two means through which one becomes one with the divinity.
So you can commune with the deity through sexuality or death.
Or become the deity. Or, I mean, again, there's a whole conversation here in the history of religions. Becoming the deity is dangerous too, by the way, because then you're declared heretical and you're open to all kinds of accusations. Communing with a deity is safer because you're not claiming to be the deity. You're a human being who's sort of communing with the deity. But historically, you've done that through gendered and sexual language that is heterosexual only for women, not for men. Because God's a male in the Western imagination, but not here, not in these cases, not in these abduction cases. And I think that's one reason they're so problematic.
Wow. It's fascinating stuff.
It's a rabbit hole.
It is a rabbit hole. It really is.
And I don't have an answer for it, but I think that's what we should be talking about.
Now, is this stuff talked about in Ramakrishna?
It's framed, yeah, in some ways it is. It's framed in different ways. I really tried. Those
with Terrence McKenna and John Mack.
no, I haven't. I'd love to, though.
Fascinating that those guys got together.
Yeah, John is a dear. I don't know. I didn't know John Mack. I didn't know Terrence either, by the way. But our last donation to our Archives of the Impossible at Rice was the John Mack papers. And we have about 150 boxes, or about 450 linear feet of John Mack's files and correspondence. And so I'm very close to that material. But that John Mack died in 2004, and I was not into this world then. I wasn't into this UFO world. I think I remember him. I was at Harvard, actually. I was teaching at Harvard, and I went to a lecture on Hindu mysticism, and a very elegant gentleman stood up at the back of the room and asked about aliens. And that just had to be John Mack. I don't know who else would have done that, at that time.
What year was that?
2000.
2000.
Yeah. That might have been 2001. It was somewhere in there. So I think I was in the same room with him, but I never knew John Mack personally.
Well, thanks again, Jeff. I really appreciate you. This was a fascinating conversation. People can go find you at jeffreyjkripel.com. Is that right?
Right. And yeah, the other way too, if you really want to spend some time with me, I'm doing a retreat in Tuscany in July. It's something called the Pari Institute, P-A-R-I. It's called How to Think Impossibly. And that's by far the best way to interact with me if you want to come to that. But otherwise, the website is jeffreyjkripel.com.
Okay, perfect. I want to keep talking to you about some stuff that I don't want to put on YouTube. So we're talking for like a few more minutes, and that's going to be on Patreon for people that want to watch that.
Okay.
It's linked below. And that's it. Good night, everybody.
Driving around town going at a consistent pace on the freeway is one thing. Pushing the limits, redlining stuff, you're doing something at a lot of horsepower and you redline it, the stakes go up. You don't. It's like if you take a nice one stroke, big block, 50,
Hi, Louisa.
Hi, Danny.
without changing the rear ends. Everything falls apart. That's my thing. I can still do it. Like, I was fine with the shoots. I was fine with Tim to work out. I'm still lifting every day.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, it's nice to meet you too.
So you're a Greek Australian, is that right?
I am.
Wow, that's a unique combination.
Greek Cypriot, I should say. Living in Australia, born and raised in Australia, but I live in New York. I know, it's insane.
So you said you were born and raised in Australia?
Yeah, I was born and raised in Australia. My parents weren't, and all my grandparents were born in Cyprus.
How long did you live there? Or you moved to New York?
Well, I moved to New York in 2017.
Oh, wow. Australia's a crazy place.
People might hate me for saying this. I think it's the best country in the world.
I love Australia. I think like a huge percentage of our listeners are from Australia too.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, it's great.
I say best country because of A, healthcare, and B, education. But it's very hard to move forward in a population of 22 million as opposed to America.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they have also some of the best surf.
Yo, what up?
So?
What's up, Silky?
Go there all the time, multiple times a year to surf.
Yeah.
Kira and Snapper Rocks and all the cool places they have out there.
Yeah, I spent around a month or 2 months in doing an internship around Snapper. So
Oh,
I was
really?
there. That was back when I was very young.
Yeah, I gotta get out there. Well, Australia also was like one of the craziest places during COVID too. I saw some of the videos on social media of
Yeah.
like, people being like locked down in concentration camps and like getting their asses beat by cops and stuff.
I was one of those people.
Were you really?
Yeah, so what happened was I was on the plane coming back to Australia, and I was really excited. And it was while I was in the plane that the government decided, or the Prime Minister decided to say that's it, anybody who lands from here on out is going straight into lockdown. My phone wasn't working on the flight. We landed, and here I was thinking, great, I'm so excited, I'm going to be able to go and see my family. As soon as we landed, we had cops, we had everybody just
Excuse me
stopping
while
us.
I say,
thought
what
were in
the
trouble.
actual
We weren't
fuck?
allowed to talk, it was as if we had committed a crime. And we just got sent straight into a room, and we were locked in this room for 14 days.
That sounds terrifying.
It was terrible. There was I didn't have any air. I had no idea what was happening. I just got off a 24-hour flight. I was hungry. I was tired. I was scared. I had no idea what was happening.
So what did you do? What did you do for that? How did you stay Did you go quarantine in a hotel or something?
Well, that was the hotel.
Oh,
14 days in there, and then they set us free.
That's insane.
And now when you look back into it, and we're not going to get into the whole COVID politics, it's how insane. How insane is that?
It really is crazy. Yeah. I mean, we thought it was bad here. Florida wasn't bad. I mean, I guess relative to every other state, everyone says Florida had it best. I don't know. I didn't really travel that much out of Florida during those 2 years. But, yeah, man, some of the videos just really, really shocked me. And I mean, I don't know if it's because I know Australia, if I'm not wrong, they do the most of their imports come from China, and they're really tight with China, so maybe that had something to do with that. But yeah, I don't know. That was insane. And so you are a neurophysiologist.
Correct. Yeah.
When did you get into this kind of stuff?
First of all, let's define what it is. It's a subspecialty of neurology. So, a neurologist, you go and see a neurologist, maybe you have a headache, or maybe you're suspected of having some sort of trauma from the neck up, let's just say. A neurophysiologist is a subspecialist, so you go in to a neurophysiologist if you may have had suspected of having multiple sclerosis, for example. A neurophysiologist will hook you up to an EMG, an electromyography, maybe test your nerves, do a nerve conduction study, or better yet, test for epilepsy using an EEG scan. And I became fascinated with the EEG scans. So that's my primary modality. Those electroencephalograms, you put the cap on your head, you put all these leads coming out. What they do is they assess the functionality of your brain. So we've got different brain waves. You've heard of them, alpha, delta. So we've got these brain waves, and we can figure out what's happening in your head and how well your brain is functioning with an EEG. It's the first point of call if you've had a seizure. You go and see, a neurophysiologist, see what's going on in your brain, and so that's pretty much what a neurophysiologist is. And I got into this. I started off as a triathlete, actually. So I was racing for Australia. Loved it. My favorite. It was the best thing in the world. My parents told me, you may want to have a backup plan because this may not be what you want to do for the rest of your life. So I went and studied, I did exercise physiology, and then studied mathematics, and then I went and studied medicine.
Exercise physiology?
Yeah.
Huh. What is that?
Well, it's like the study of the science and physiology of movement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I remember I used to read, back in the day, I used to, hear these, this is 10 years ago, I used to read these Tony Robbins books, and he would talk about how, if you say yes and you throw your arms in the air, you can change your brain.
Yeah.
Your movement changes your brain. And, jumping up and down or doing jumping jacks and all this stuff will put you in a whole new brain state and make you change you from being depressed to super confident.
Yeah.
And that kind of stuff really works.
Yeah, I remember when he used to say that, changing your state.
Your state. That's what he used, yeah.
I mean, to an extent, it's if you're feeling down and you get up and you get a jolt of blood flow to the brain, you're going to feel a bit different, right? He had a way of saying it,
So, what is the main thing when you're studying this kind of stuff? What is, the lowest hanging fruit of issues people deal with that you can help them with?
So what I specifically look into is Alzheimer's disease. It's what I'm currently researching and publishing right now. And I fell in love with that because I did around 1,000 brain scans, and I was picking up on early onset Alzheimer's disease. And we can pick up on that, right? So we can pick up on a brain who, somebody may come into the clinic and say, look, I'm 50 years old, 48 years old, I'm having memory difficulties. My long-term memory is fine, but my short-term memory, I just can't remember sometimes people's names or the street I live on. I can't remember where my car keys are. Can you test me? And, we take them through a number of different tests. And one of these tests would be a neurocognitive test where we'll put the cap on and we'll take them through a series of cognitive drills, and we'll assess their brain function. And we're picking up on early onset Alzheimer's disease. So after around 1,000 of them, I started to question, why do we have so many people in the world who currently have Alzheimer's disease? Because I don't know if you know the stats, but 50 million people worldwide currently have Alzheimer's disease, or maybe it's about 55 million people. And that number is said to triple by the year 2050. If you really dig into the research, what you find is that out of that 50 million, only around 3 to 5% got there through genes. So the other 95%, why are they getting Alzheimer's disease? Why are we getting mild cognitive impairment if you don't possess the genes that are responsible for getting you there?
Why is that?
That's what we're going to talk about today. That was the birth of my, really what I do now.
Was there a disparity of people who suffer from Alzheimer's or early onset Alzheimer's, like a disparity between different countries?
Really great question, because we know that in Africa, there's a certain part of Africa where they ApoE4. Okay? You have one copy, you get one from mum, one from dad. Right? If you have one copy, we know that it raises your risk of getting Alzheimer's disease. If you've got two copies, we know it really increases your risk of getting Alzheimer's disease. We know that in these populations, in certain groups in Africa, they have two copies, but they never get Alzheimer's disease.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And that's all got to do with epigenetics, which is why here in America, or in other parts of the world as well, why people don't have these copies. Maybe they don't have the ApoE4 gene, but they're still getting Alzheimer's disease. Isn't that insane?
That's wild. And I assume that has a lot to do with like diet.
It's got a lot to do with many things, like risk factors such as sleep deprivation, diet, lack of exercise, lack of social connection, believe it or not, inflammation, neural inflammation, coming from the foods that we eat.
Yeah. That's wild. Yeah, that's something you don't really hear about a lot, especially around here. You never hear something. You hear people like complaining about being forgetful, and people talk about all kinds of things that you can do to improve your health, like exercise and diet. But no one really talks about how that connects to your brain or how that affects Alzheimer's. People don't really worry about that until they get older.
Yeah.
How young? What's the youngest person you could find that has this stuff?
Most people, you're right. Most people don't worry about it until they're, let's say, 70, then they go in and they're diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. But we have to remember that Alzheimer's disease and neurological conditions like this, or dementias, I should say, is not a one-time stamp or a one-time point in time. It is an accumulation of the previous 20 years. So you could be developing Alzheimer's disease in your 30s, in your 40s, and in your 50s. And because it takes a long time to actually come into fruition, by the time you get your first symptom, at around 65 or 70, you've already got it. It's already too late. It's like, I don't know too much about pancreatic cancer, but I've lost 2 people in my life from that. And it's the same thing. It's like they're fine. And then out of nowhere, oh, I have this pain. Oh, you've got stage 4 pancreatic cancer. You've got 2 weeks to live.
How does somebody keep track of their brain health like that? And I mean, other than getting basic blood work that checks like your lipids and all that kind of stuff, like how would you determine how far down that road you are?
Well, you said basic blood work, and so I have a practice right now. So my company is called Neuroathletics. I've got 10 people on my team, a combination of exercise physiologists and physicians, and we do comprehensive blood work. And this is because you will go to your doctor, and they'll order you just your routine blood work, right? And what they're detecting in a doctor's office, which they'll probably give you 15 minutes to really deconstruct it, they're just making sure that you're not dying today, right? They're not picking up on trends. And so we have to be mindful to pick up on trends. And a number of different biomarkers, from brain chemistry and different blood chemistry biomarkers that can be suggestive of where you're trending, right? We can look at lipids, we can look at cholesterol, we can look at B vitamins. But the first point of call, in my opinion, is to look at genes. You can do a DNA test. Okay?
From like 23andMe kind of stuff?
Correct. You can look and see if you actually have these genes. Okay? There's 3 genes that are, like, if you've got these genes, you're going to get familial Alzheimer's disease. Right? So these genes are presenilin 1, presenilin 2, and amyloid precursor protein. Right? But then you've got the ApoE4 genes, and you can test for all of these. And even if you have these ApoE4 genes, it does not mean that you are destined to get Alzheimer's disease. But I think we need to have a conversation around getting your genes tested, because I didn't know this, but there is a lot of people out there who are scared to actually get their genes tested. Did you know that?
No, but I imagine there's probably a big barrier to entry doing something like that, because I'm sure it's expensive, and it's not like
really.
No,
it's actually not. I mean, look, I haven't done it. I did my genes somewhere else. I didn't do it 23andMe, but I think it's under $100.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So it's actually not that dear. You can get this if you ask somebody who does it. We do it with everybody at our practice, and we're really testing for that. We're testing for a number of different things, but that's the main thing we're testing for. So that's the first point of call. Right? Then we have to go through figuring out lipids, and you can also go through and look at neurocognitive scans. You know, we do a brain scan on most of our clients as well.
I need to do a brain scan. I was feeling the waves would be very mild.
But here's the thing, I use the exact same hospital-grade EEG on a cognitive impairment patient as I would on an MBA, an all-star MBA player.
What would be the difference in the brain scan from like a super athlete compared to an average person?
Well, I'm picking up specifically on areas of dysfunction, first and foremost, and we'll go into what that is. But what I'm picking up on specifically, this brain scan looks at information processing speed and reaction time. So reaction time, we have to remember, things like your eyes, you don't see with your eyes, you see with your brain. You don't hear with your ears, you hear with your brain. So if you have a well-functioning brain, you're probably going to see faster and hear faster, right? But what if your brain is even better functioning, and we optimize that? You're probably going to see faster, right? And hear better. Therefore, reducing your reaction time. So we can measure reaction time. We have a stimulus that measures neuronal reaction time.
Really?
Yeah, so we can actually measure the speed at which so you have a stimulus that, there's a computer, so you've got this EEG scan on, there's a computer, maybe a ball, you have to click the button, okay? Measures reaction time over a 20-minute period, or a 10 to 20-minute period. So we can measure that. We can measure visual acuity, how well you are seeing the ball coming into the screen. So an MBA player, this could mean the difference between $1 or $50 million, right? Because we increase the reaction time, we increase their speed, and we decrease the reaction time and increase their information processing speed, meaning at what time do I know that is a ball in front of me? And touch your brain, 0.5 milliseconds. If we can get it to 0.3, we're going to be able to get the ball, pass it more accurately and in a faster way. Therefore, making more points in the game, more points in a season, therefore becoming an all-star.
So you're saying, is it possible to improve these types of things?
Oh, yeah, that's what we do. Yeah. Like right now, we were talking offline, and I brought some strobe goggles here.
Oh, did you really?
On you. Yeah, because you said you were really interested in visual acuity.
Yeah. I'm obsessed with it. I actually had a vision scientist doctor in here probably 6 months ago, and he was explaining. He wrote a bunch of books on this stuff, and he's done this research his whole life. But
what's his name?
His name is Dr. David Cook.
Okay.
He's based in Atlanta, and he has a bunch of exercises people can do to increase visual acuity, and to even like people who have poor vision, like say like 20/40, 20/50 vision. They can do things like there's a bunch of crazy exercises he has, but he's proven that doing these things for a long period of time, you can actually improve that stuff, and you get yourself out of glasses.
So if you can do that, then you can also improve even if you have great vision. The best vision I've seen is in baseball players. They've got like 20/8.
Yeah, that's crazy. And the information processing speed of hitting a fastball going at 100 miles an hour is insane.
And what people still think is, yes, you do have to have some level of skill. Yes, there is physiology involved. The trajectory of the bat, the velocity at which you hit. But what is telling you to swing the bat in that way? It's your brain.
Right.
And I realized this very early on. So in 2016, when I was still studying. I had a professor, and he's Australian, and at the time, he was actually the Red Bull. This was back 2016. Red Bull was completely different, but they had a high performance gym, if you will. I think they've still got one. It's in Malibu, or it was in LA. They were hosting an event, a high performance event. This is back when no one was really talking about high performance, and he actually said you should come to this event. It was 2016 in April. I'd never been to America. I said, what is this event? He said, you're going to love it. He said, and I want you to talk to people about reaction time. There's going to be elite athletes there. I went there. That's where I met a lot of these motocross drivers, Formula One drivers, and NBA players. I had no idea who they were. I gave this talk, and that's when everything started for me. There was an NBA player who said, can you help me with my reaction time? And I said to him, yeah, well, what are you doing in terms of, brain training? And he said, I'm not doing anything. I said, well, okay, then we can work together.
Yeah, I mentioned to you on the phone too. It's funny if you look at like some of the most famous, successful athletes, like even Michael Jordan or Tom Brady, even for that matter. If you look at like their photos of them, it looks like their eyes are almost pointed outwards. Especially their basketball players, because they're on this court and they have to have full court vision as well as maintain acuity on like a ball coming right at them. But they have to see what's going on way over here in the peripherals and all that stuff. And I was like, wow, I wonder if that's something that they have inherently, or if that's something that's developed from playing basketball for so long.
Yeah, peripheral vision is a really great field. So we can train it with these specific strobe goggles, right? Mm-hmm. So they're cut into 4 quadrants, and we can black out just the outer portions of it. Okay, so you can just see in this pathway, or we can black out the inner portions of it, so you can see on the outside.
Whoa.
Yeah, or we could just do 1 quadrant up here. So if we test you, okay, and we're doing all these different visual acuity, depth perception, all these different types of tests, and we figure out that, okay, in the top right quadrant of your right eye, you just don't seem to see the ball as well. So we're going to black out every other part of your left eye and every other quadrant of your right eye, and we're just going to keep the quadrant up here free, and we're just going to get you to throw the ball for an hour a day. So then you're strengthening that. Remember, it's just like you're strengthening your biceps. We're going to strengthen that specific part of your eye.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, and it's not what everyone should be doing, evidently.
Right.
But when millions or tens of millions of dollars is on the table.
Mm-hmm. No, like I was telling you about David Cook. He actually has a lot of, I don't know about basketball players, but I know there's a lot of baseball players that come in there and they do like visual therapy training, where there's like, he was saying like swing balls, and they wear like different colored glasses and they try to like see what's going on and read it while it's swinging. Yeah. All kinds of crazy stuff that you would never imagine those kind of guys do.
Yeah, so what I really love doing, and this is what we teach as well, I love doing things such as working on the prefrontal cortex of the brain, which is, we've got 4 lobes of the brain, and the frontal lobe houses the prefrontal cortex, right at the frontal part of the brain, and that's involved in all our executive functions: reaction time, focus, attention, inhibition. So if we can train that, we're probably also going to be a better athlete.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. You said you brought these goggles with you?
I brought them with me. They're somewhere in my
we gotta test them.
Later on, we're
test
going to test it.
Yeah, let's do it. So, what kind? You currently are working with athletes doing this kind of stuff?
Yeah. So I've got 20 clients on my roster, 8 of which are elite athletes in 3 sports: Major League Baseball, tennis, and NBA. They're all ball sports, right?
And it's working on mainly vision is what you're working on with them?
No, actually, it's working on human performance. So we do everything from blood. We do blood, urine, stool, sweat. We do all of that. We do brain scans, and then we have the exercise physiology component where we're doing VO2 max tests. Then we're doing the brain scans, and we're doing the complete vision, like visual acuity and everything. Yeah. Funnily enough, the rest of my clients, the other 12, are CEOs and high-level executives, and you would think,
what up,
I'm doing the
Midnight?
same thing. I'm doing the exact same thing with them.
How are you, Pimp?
When it comes to, is it true that the visual cortex is responsible for 90% of the neuron activity in your brain?
How you living, big dog?
what is the word? It is like the.
You're talking about the occipital lobe at the back of the brain?
Why not?
From what I heard, I think I heard Andrew Huberman say this, but he said that as far as like the energy that's produced, that it takes to run your brain, 90% of the energy it takes is taken up by the visual cortex.
Most likely. I mean, I'm not sure about that because I think about, I mean, if he said it, then that's probably true, and he's a vision scientist.
Yeah, he is, isn't he?
Yeah. School of I think, ophthalmology.
Right.
And he's published a lot of research in vision science. We know that you've got your eye, and the optic nerve goes into your brain, and then you process the visual information back here in the occipital cortex. It then goes into the frontal lobe. But the frontal lobe is the biggest and houses the most amount of neurons.
The frontal lobe, which is not associated with vision.
To an extent, it is, but most vision is in the back of the brain.
I think Andrew Huberman mentioned that he used to not be able to see in 3D, and he acquired 3D vision doing visual therapy and stuff like that, and that's why he got so interested in it.
Oh, really? That was it. Yeah, he was a skateboarder as well.
Yeah.
It's interesting because before he was big and famous, I had him on my podcast.
Did you really?
Yeah, very early in 2020, and he said...
Was he just as handsome as he is now?
Yeah. Yes, I think so. I didn't see him with his shirt off. I mean, I just posted a photo.
He never takes his shirt off. He always wears the long sleeves.
Yeah, but no, I had him on my podcast, and he was great, and we were chatting, and he said to me, there's going to be some big things coming my way soon, Louisa. And I was like, really? And then, next minute, he's on Rogan.
Yeah, that guy's a powerhouse. The amount of podcasts and videos that he puts out on his channel is insane. He's a workhorse.
Well, you know what he's done? He's actually gotten the world to be excited about neuroscience.
Yes.
And science and performance protocols and how to really improve performance. However, because of that, what I think is happening as well is people are becoming, I think, there's a lot of dumb things that are happening on the internet as it relates to human performance. Okay, we can talk about that. Just some things that are just false information, misinformation. But what's also happening is people take things to the extreme and become heroic. And we can see this with cold water immersion. People are jumping into these freezing cold ice baths. It's like that. That's really not what you have to do to get the effect. And you also don't have to get into an ice bath for 50 minutes.
50?
Well, people are getting in there for craziness to try and be this hero, to try and take away from, to be the best. I did the best. I did the coldest, and I did it for the longest. It's like, but that's not really in line with science.
No? That's funny, because I did mine, when I got my ice tub, I put it 35 degrees, and I was dying, and I texted Dom. And I was like, Dom, I'm not feeling too hot, man. My chest hurts. I've been doing this every day for the last 2 months. He's like, what temperature is it at? I'm like, 35 or 34, I forget what it was, something like that, mid-30s. He's like, yeah, that's way too fucking cold. He's like, all the studies are done between 48 and 58 or something like that. You got to up the temperature. Yeah,
and I usually say if you can get into a bath for 3 minutes minimum, 7 minutes maximum, and do it at between 45 to 50. That's all. Remember...
Wait, say that again?
45 degrees. Yep.
Got it. Okay.
Remember, what you're doing is you're trying to produce a stimulus like a hormetic stress. You're trying to stress your body to create these cold shock proteins, which do many different things, which we can talk about the science of that. But if you get accustomed to that, you're not going to get the same effects. If you get cold adapted, you're going to get into the cold, and your body's going to be like, oh, I know what this is like. So it's not going to produce the effects that you want it to produce.
So don't do it every day.
You can do it every day just be non-heroic. Just get in there, 45 degrees, get in for 3 minutes, get out.
Right.
Yeah.
And then when you want the big effects, then you can crank it down super low.
I always bring mine down by 1 degree every 4 weeks.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But then I travel, right? I've been in Miami, and I will be here. It's 5 days in total, I think. That means I haven't done an ice bath in that long, so when I go back, it's going to be a bit of a shock to me.
Right. Well, that's like with anything, right? You build tolerance to any kind of whatever, even if it's a supplement. But getting back to the vision stuff, do you guys do anything with red light therapy?
Not really, not in terms of vision. But I have a red light therapy like panel.
Yeah,
if you will.
I heard that literally can rebuild the neurons, or like in your eyes or in your vision, your visual cortex of your brain.
I'm not sure about that. However, I will tell you that adult neurogenesis doesn't exist. Neurogenesis is the creation of new neurons. And we can't really grow new neurons, despite what anybody thinks. Where you can grow them, though, is in deep within the temporal lobes. So the temporal lobes sit here. And deep within the temporal lobes behind your ears sits these little seahorse-shaped structures called the hippocampus. And that's where most of our memory consolidation happens. Memories are formed in there. And we've got neurons in there. And they can grow. They can grow. Yeah, we can grow new neurons in the hippocampus. Okay? So we can get better connectivity of neurons in the subregions of the hippocampus through exercise. Okay, making your brain be able to fire better. But we can't grow, you can't just go out and think that something is going to grow a new neuron in the prefrontal cortex, for example. Because I'll tell you why. Think about what happens in a stroke. Okay? A stroke is pretty much an embolism, right? You will get somewhere in an artery or a vessel, you will get a clot. Okay, that clot will stop oxygen from going through and delivering oxygen into that part of the brain. Essentially what happens is you kill off neurons. Those neurons don't grow back. Once you've had that infarct, it's an insult. Okay, you have to go to the emergency room, and they have to, get blood flow going back into the brain. You kill off neurons, you can't grow them back. What happens is the areas around that infarct will strengthen. So you don't grow new neurons.
Okay, so like the areas around it will try to compensate.
Correct, and they can strengthen.
Is there any kind of like cutting edge research or science being done to figure out how to grow new neurons in these parts of the brain?
Oh God, yeah. I mean, look, for example, let's talk about exercise. Do you want to go down the whole exercise field?
Sure.
Okay, because I love it.
This episode of the podcast was brought to you by Verso. The older I get, the more I'm prioritizing my health. The goal is to keep my mind sharp and my body strong. If you've watched this podcast before, you might know that I'm very much obsessed with health and longevity and the things you can do to hack your biology to improve performance. I exercise daily and take my nutrition very seriously, but that can only get you so far. Science has, or scientists like David Sinclair have now proven that we can reverse aging with interventions that go far beyond healthy habits. I like to keep up on all the latest science behind this stuff. That's why I keep up with my friend, nutritional scientist Dr. Don D'Agostino, and people send me products I like to test on myself to see what works and what doesn't work. That is why I use Cell Being by Verso. It has scientifically proven ingredients that combat the effects of aging by increasing your NAD+ levels. That's the stuff that quite literally powers every cell in your body. I personally have been taking Cell Being every single morning for years now, primarily because it enhances my mood, improves my energy levels, and I just feel like a younger version of me. Clinical trials have even shown it improves energy, endurance, cognition, fat loss, and better, more efficient sleep. Verso also publishes third-party testing on each batch produced, guaranteeing you get what you pay for. Head on over to ver.so and use the coupon code DANNY, it's spelled DANNY, to get 15% off your first order. Or just go to ver.so/DANNY. Okay, so we have 3 different types of exercise that I'm going to talk about. We've got aerobic, which is your long runs. Okay, it's around 60% of your maximum heart rate. Everyone should be doing this. By the way, we have so many studies that suggest that even walking can improve brain health. Isn't there like math you can do, like your age divided by something is like what your heart rate should be?
Yeah, it's a really easy way. It's 220 minus your age will be your maximum heart rate.
220 minus your age is your maximum heart rate.
So let's just say, argument's sake, you're 20 years old. That means your maximum heart rate should be 20. So it should be 200, yeah. Right. So then you can say, well, okay, great. Well, if I want to look at 65% of my maximum heart rate, you do 65% of 200. All right? But we're becoming more savvy now. We've got heart rate monitors. We've got ways of measuring our maximum heart rate, right? So your aerobic training is your running, your long running, your long cycling, your long swimming. This does amazing things. One, we have a lot of blood flow. Now, I think that's the key here. We have to remember what's good for the heart is good for the brain. So every time we are getting more blood flow to the brain, we're getting oxygen and nutrients. That's what we want for survival, right? And I have a theory that dementia is just a disease of the vascular system.
That makes sense.
Okay? Well, Alzheimer's disease is a disease of the vascular system. So we have, let's just take a bit of an anatomy course right now. We've got our heart, and we've got this big chamber called the aorta. From the aorta, we've got these two branches that go up into the brain. We've got the carotid arteries that sit right here, and we've got the vertebral arteries. Okay, they sit here. They go up. Obviously, we've got two, one on each side. They go up into the brain. Then we've got branching off of that. So they're the two main arteries that go into the brain. There's a lot of blood flow that happens that gets delivered in there. And then we've got these little capillaries as well. They're about a hairline thick, one cell thick. These arteries have these walls around them that are made of muscle, right? So it's important for them to stay healthy and strong to deliver more blood. When we are doing aerobic physical activity, we are strengthening the arteries through blood flow. We're strengthening the heart. We're getting something called cardiac remodeling. You can remodel your entire cardiac system through exercise. But what we are getting the most beneficial effect is we're getting the release of something called BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor. So it is a growth factor for the brain, and that is the specific growth factor that will grow new neurons in the hippocampus. So these studies all came out first using mice. So in around 1999, they did some of the first studies on mice that got them to wheel run. And they were determining what this does in terms of brain health. And they found, oh my gosh, these mice grow new neurons in the hippocampus of their brains through 20 minutes of wheel running per day. But what they also do is they grow new neurons in all of the areas in the brain.
Wow.
This was just on mice, right? We're not rodents. But that was 1999, so they thought, scientists were like, this is unbelievable, right? So then they fast-tracked. Then in the early 2000s, they wanted to replicate this in humans. So they replicated the exact same study. And what they found was that humans can't grow new neurons, only in the hippocampus. Okay? But they did find that they can get better connectivity in the hippocampal subregions. So just better connectivity of the neurons in the areas around the brain. I thought that was good. So this was all from aerobic training, right? Specifically around 65% of maximum heart rate. So that's when the 2000s were all about BDNF. Everyone was talking. I even remember back in the early 2000s, there was news articles coming out saying BDNF. Everyone loved it, right? And ever since then, this gets back to your question earlier, pharmaceutical companies are trying to replicate BDNF, to try and bottle it up, because if you go, right, if we go into a mouse and just inject BDNF into their brain, they're just going to grow a bigger brain, right? Likewise, if we can inject BDNF in a pharmaceutical grade agent into your hippocampus, you're going to have a bigger hippocampus. We can see that, because the more you exercise, the better your hippocampus.
But what would the downside be of just injecting it?
Well, we can't. Yeah, we can't. Well, we're never going to be able to do that, which is why exercise serves as medicine. Exercise is by far, and I want this to really go out there, it is by far the best therapeutic agent that can stave off neurodegenerative diseases and the aging process.
Now, what if you're somebody who has neglected this your whole life, and now you're in your mid-30s, mid-40s, whatever it might be? If you start doing this, is this something that you can reverse if you have some sort of...
There's no reversal, right? Okay, but we have to keep in mind, around 25 to 30, that's when your brain fully develops. Around 30, then, your brain begins to atrophy in small amounts. Now, atrophy is decrease in muscle cell size, right? Or decrease in cell size, if you will. So you start to kill off neurons at the age of 30. It's just due to the natural brain aging process. We can see, right, the MRI of a 25-year-old brain, and it's nice and thick near the skull, right? There's just a thin layer of fluid between the brain and the skull. And then you can see the brain of a 90-year-old, and then that space is really thick. between the skull and the brain because the brain atrophies, right? Exercise, along with other interventions, proper nutrition, proper hydration, and sleep, of course, can slow the progression of these age-related diseases. I'm not going to reverse it. You can't reverse Alzheimer's disease, unfortunately. But you can slow the progression and prevent Alzheimer's disease from occurring.
You would think with like the heart remodeling and getting those arteries that go up to your brain by like opening those up and making your heart stronger, that would, you would think that would help, no?
Yeah,
I mean, it would for the time being, but you would think that would sort of help like repair. But
not exactly.
That's not the case.
Because let me tell you something else that happens. These arteries, so we've got arteries, which are the big ones that have got the muscles. Then we've got veins, which are just one-directional pumps. Then we've got these little capillaries, or you say in America, capillaries. These little capillaries are the first things to go in any type of insult, right? Or they're the first things to go in hypertension. So if you've got blood pressure, high blood pressure, right? What happens is your high blood pressure over time ends up killing off these tiny little blood vessels, these tiny little capillaries. They end up dying. So what happens if you kill off the capillaries in the brain? Over time, you've got less oxygen and less nutrients going to the brain. You and I probably killed them off. I know, like,
Yeah, I didn't start paying attention to any kind of exercise or health. So, I mean, I worked out, went to the gym when I was in my teens and 20s, but I never paid attention. I ate shit and, like, never did cardio until, like, recently, honestly.
Well, cardio, like I said, is absolutely phenomenal. And back to this whole chamber of the heart, what you want is to be able to, you want to increase your stroke volume. So with each pump, right, let's just say your heart contracts and then it pumps blood. With each pump, you want to, with less efficacy, so you want to be able to have as much blood flow as possible, right? That's if you've got a strong chamber. If that chamber, which is the aorta and all of the other arteries, if they weaken, every time you do that one pump, maybe not enough blood will go up, right? So it's about efficacy as well. So the more you train that chamber of the heart, the stronger it gets. The walls of the artery become stronger, therefore it can push more blood more forcefully with each contraction. And that's what we want, because we want less heartbeats with greater volume of blood, right? So that's what aerobic activity does. And it's really devastating that 30% of Americans don't meet the necessary requirements of cardiovascular fitness, which is 150 minutes a week.
Yeah, no way. Not even
Sorry,
close.
I should say, no, that was only 30%. So 70% of the US population don't meet.
How many minutes per week?
150.
150. I'm going to do like 20 minutes every other day. So, like 80 minutes a day. I have just one of those assault bikes, you know. I would do that for like 20 minutes every other day. That's pretty short of the quota.
And by the way, an assault bike, you're probably actually getting out of the aerobic zone. It's hard.
No, I stay right at like 130, 135.
Okay,
my heart rate.
Depending on your.
I try to take it easy. If I go normal, like I'll get up to like in the 140s, but I try to keep it kind of low, like zone 2.
Well, for everyone listening, if you're thinking, okay, well, Louisa, I don't know what my thresholds are, right? The way to think about it is the best training zone for this aerobic zone is when you know that you're working out, right? You've got a bit of a sweat, but you can have a conversation with somebody. So your heart is pumping, you know you're working. It's like when you're working on an incline of a treadmill, right? You can feel it, but you can still have a conversation with somebody. Right. That's where you want to aim to, 20 minutes a day.
Yeah, that's interesting too. You know, I noticed that like when I'm doing something like walking or like riding the bike slow or doing anything else that requires some sort of physical exertion, I noticed like I'm quicker. My mind is quicker because I'm not thinking about what I'm gonna say. I'm not thinking about anything. I'm just like talking, but my part of my brain is occupied doing something else. It's a weird It's a weird thing. It's like the opposite of sitting here, not doing anything. I'm just sitting here talking to you. It's like all my energy is going into talking. But when I'm like only giving 30% of my energy to talking or having a conversation or talk, having whatever, it seems like it flows easier. There's more of a flow there.
Yeah, you're also activating your sympathetic nervous system, which is that fight or flight aspect of the nervous system, which is pretty much telling your body to really hone in and focus, okay, on something in front of you because you're under attack. Because, Danny, that's a really interesting field, this aerobic activity, right? I think it's actually more exciting. If we fast forward to 2012, there was a really great study that came out by Harold et al. Really great team who thought, you know what? What's the effects of resistance training on the brain? Because all of the studies have been done on aerobic physical activity. What are the effects on the other? All of the randomized control trials that have been done on resistance training. And what they found was that resistance training produces way more benefits than aerobic training, in my opinion.
Anaerobic training.
Yeah, well, not anaerobic, resistance, so weight training.
Okay.
Yeah.
Weight training.
Yeah.
Isn't that the same thing as anaerobic?
Depends on how fit you are. So anaerobic is when you're reaching that threshold of above 85%.
Got it.
Yeah, which you need that as well, and we can talk about that. So this is where my area is, and I'm about to publish a study, like the most up-to-date study that's done on the effects of resistance training on mild cognitive impairment patients. Right?
Interesting.
Yeah. So what happens is you will, if you contract your biceps, for example, you're doing a weight. Within the cells of your muscles, you have these little things called myokines. They're muscle-based proteins. So they're just tiny little proteins, and they only live in the cells of your muscle fibers. So when under tension, once you contract these muscles, what happens is these myokines spurt out. We've got around 500 of them. Right? 500 of these tiny little bad boys in your muscle, they get spurred.
500 myokines in your whole body?
Well, 500 that we know of.
Okay.
Hopefully I'll find another one and call it the Louisa. But, I would say 500, but we really only have studied around 50 of them, right? And they're really beneficial. What happens is once they you contract your muscle, they spurt out of the muscle and they go into the bloodstream. Once there, they go and lodge in different receptors. So you actually have receptors. Imagine a receptor just like this and a myokine coming and lodging like that. You've got receptors on your pancreas, on your heart, on your liver, on your spleen, and in your brain. And these receptors are absolutely phenomenal. What they do is once these myokines go into them and lodge into them, they have beneficial effects on the prefrontal cortex, on the occipital cortex. They basically help your brain function better, and it can change the structure of your brain. Yeah.
So jacked people are smarter.
I don't know about smarter. Our level of intelligence wasn't really measured. However, we know that these myokines are actually having an effect on helping with the proliferation of BDNF. So there's one specific myokine. I love it. It's called irisin, right? It was founded not long ago, and it was probably 2012 as well, but irisin they named it after the Greek god Iris. Iris was a messenger to the god. Irisin does this, so when it goes into the bloodstream, out of the muscle, it goes up, and remember BDNF? The growth factor, it actually helps BDNF express itself. So you create more BDNF in the presence of irisin, which then helps with the proliferation of new neurons in the hippocampus. But then you've got other ones. You've got cathepsin B, you've got lactate, and then you've got this really wonderful one, which was founded, by the way, by Bente Peterson. She's incredible in Copenhagen. IL-6. Have you heard of IL-6? It's a pro-inflammatory cytokine. So we used to be scared of IL-6. We didn't want it, right? When we got sick, if we secreted more IL-6, it would make us even more sick. Okay, it was a bad thing. We didn't want it. We didn't want to secrete more IL-6. What Bente Peterson found was that IL-6 is also living in the muscles, and when it's secreted, from the muscles, it acts as an anti-inflammatory cytokine. So instead of it creating more inflammation, it creates less inflammation. It helps dampen inflammation. So it becomes anti-inflammatory instead of pro-inflammatory.
And this is when it comes out of the muscles?
Yes, when it comes out of the muscle cell.
And why would it do that?
It's just what it does. And it lodges in nearby organs. And this is this new phenomenon called the brain-body crosstalk. They're now doing studies on myokines, and it's a great study. I put it up. I did a presentation yesterday, but it was published in Cell Press. They're showing that these myokines can inhibit tumor cell growth in the prostate.
Wow, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
So that last study you were telling me about, that came out when?
Not too long ago. It was around 5 years ago. Published in Cell Press journal. Cell is a very high stringent journal. And they're showing the effects of these myokines inhibiting these tumor cell growth in prostate cancer. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Which means that, sorry, I just have to say it one more time.
Yeah.
Exercise can serve as preventative medicine.
Do you notice any sort of, has anyone ever done any sort of like study or analysis of like an NBA player as far as like how healthy their brain is towards the end of their life compared to somebody else? Because as far as like aerobic exercise, I can't think of anybody else who puts themselves through that much, like 90 minutes of straight sprinting back and forth on a basketball court.
I don't know in terms of specific brain health. However, I mean, I would argue that at Tour de France, in that concept, do you know why? Because Tour de France had the highest recording VO2 maxes. We've got VO2 max scores of like 90 for these Tour de France guys.
What exactly? I mean, I see it like on my watch for my VO2 max, but what exactly does it mean?
It's a measure of cardiorespiratory fitness. Basically, how much oxygen you can uptake and utilize per kilogram. So, how old are you?
36.
36. I mean, I don't know the cutoffs. I had this graph up yesterday, but we can determine, your VO2 max. I wouldn't determine it using an Apple Watch. We can get more intelligent and sophisticated machines for that, which we do use. We have a VO2 max device that we use, and you put it on and you perform a 12-minute running test, if you will. It's horrible.
Really?
Yeah, you basically have to go until you gas out, which is go until you almost collapse.
So it has something to do with your respiratory rate and your heart rate, like the combination of the two?
And the amount of oxygen that you uptake.
How the hell do you
And that's exactly why I would tell you not to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically it's probably calibrating your, when you get to your highest heartbeat, I guess. So we've got aerobic training, we've got resistance training. We both know that they're beneficial. Caveat with resistance training, right? Because I have to tell my mother this every day. It doesn't work. You don't get the effects of these myokines unless you're really pushing heavy.
Really?
Yeah, so you have to be pushing 80% of your one repetition max.
80% of your one repetition max.
So if you can deadlift 100 kilos, right?
I don't know what kilo is.
Oh, okay, 100 pounds.
Okay.
Whatever. Okay.
We're in Florida.
Yeah, we're in Florida. If you can deadlift 100 pounds, you want to be doing 80 pounds.
Got it.
Right? When you're working out. You want to be generally doing resistance training 4 times a week. Again, going back to what the government says, their recommendations is 3 to 4 times a week of resistance training.
That's interesting. So you would say that the resistance training or the weightlifting is equally as, if not probably more important than the aerobic stuff?
I mean, both are important. However, I'm biased towards resistance training just because of the multitude of studies we have now showing its beneficial effects.
And I've heard that muscle retention or that like muscle mass has some sort of benefit as well. Like somebody who can like hold on to a lot of muscle versus somebody who does not.
Yeah.
Like for instance, for an example, like a female in their 30s who is like super skinny and like, the typical Vogue model fashion type girl, or compared to somebody who actually like lifts weights and like retains muscle, like what are the actual measurable health benefits between those two people?
Well, muscle mass is first and foremost, it's an endocrine organ. So muscle mass is a storage ground for glucose, right? So if these two girls, right, the skinny one and then the one with muscle, let's just say, argument's sake, they're both the same age, and we give them both a candy bar, okay, that's full of glucose. You will see, so what happens when you eat, you get a spike. Have you ever worn a glucose monitor? You get that spike, and then maybe, depending on how well you can tolerate that glucose, that spike may come down, your postprandial spike, it may come down, or it may just stay up there. The person who has more muscle, that muscle will uptake that glucose. It's basically, their muscle is like a sink. So it can take in all of this glucose, okay? And so their postprandial spike will come straight back down. Whereas the person who doesn't have any muscle, their glucose is just going to be floating around in their bloodstream because it's got nowhere to go. It's not getting uptaken.
And why is that then?
Well, we don't want excess glucose because that can lead to insulin resistance. Because what happens is insulin is a hormone, okay, and it's pretty much the only hormone that is there served to bring down glucose. We don't want glucose floating around in our bloodstream, right? What happens over time is if you keep having glucose and you keep, you've got your pancreas that just keeps shooting out this insulin, right? Over time, it becomes weak, okay? So over time, there's more glucose. Insulin has to, if it's doing it at a 1-to-1 ratio, like glucose to insulin, that's okay. Then it becomes a 2-to-1, so glucose is coming up, and it's like, okay, I'm more tolerated to insulin now, so insulin's like, okay, I'm going to double myself. So insulin's coming out and trying to dampen it down. Then it comes up even more, and it's like a 3-to-1, right? And that's when you become more resistant to insulin.
Got it.
And that leads to diabetes, type 2 diabetes, when you become insulin resistant.
Okay.
So to prevent this from happening, you don't want a lot of glucose in the bloodstream. So glucose, A, you either don't have the sugar, or B, you can have a lot of muscle mass, meaning that you don't necessarily go and eat all this candy, but if you did, it is a storage ground and a sink for all those glucose molecules to go in there. Therefore, insulin doesn't have to work as hard. So you starve off insulin resistance.
Now, why do some people, bodybuilders specifically, like to eat tons of glucose and carbs before workouts versus some of them, like Dom, they like to work out?
Lily, join Rabbi Discord right now. They're teaming up.
There's just so much research around that. Dom's a keto.
So funny.
Guy.
Shout out to Lily.
He's hardcore keto guy.
I'm gonna fuck you, girl.
I mean, look, he's done most of his studies on ketones. But mainly because it's the best place for when you are when you want to lift heavy and contract muscles and be able to lift high. You need the carbohydrates. Yeah.
You do need the carbohydrates.
Oh, I love you.
You don't need the carbohydrates, but I'm guessing that bodybuilders,
hey, you,
since that's
the biggest dick slinging pimp of all time, wants to speak with you on Discord right now to discuss futurology topics such as a transatlantic tunnel, floating cities, sea scrapers, Santa Claus machine, smell-o-vision,
I started eating just regular, the regular
digital sense technology, electric noses, 4D film, build sex spots, and more.
And I did that for about a year, and I just recently started really nuking the carbs and cutting them back a lot. And right now, I'm kind of going through the fatigue of my body adjusting to that, the quote-unquote keto flu or whatever you call it.
It's a keto flu, yeah.
Yeah, I'm suffering from that right now. And I was talking to Dom just yesterday about that, and I was telling him, look, I'm the only carbs I'm eating are before workouts. I'm only eating bananas and fruits and stuff before workouts. He's like, drop that. He's like, you don't need any of that. Cut out all that before the workout. Go in fasted. And he's like, you'll feel much better. You'll recover quicker. As well as this stuff, this keto start that he has, it's exogenous ketone supplement that you can drink that basically kicks your body into ketosis.
But he's using fat as fuel or ketones as fuel. Because remember, you have to use, the primary fuel source for the brain is glucose. But when glucose isn't present, it will use ketones.
Right, which is better, right?
Well, I mean, it's not better or worse. It's just depending on who you really speak to. It's if you want to use fat as your fuel, then you'll probably do a fasted workout because you've already got a storing of fat and ketones built up. But if you want to use carbohydrates as fuel, then you're not doing a ketogenic diet. Where I see that having a problem is if you're doing a keto diet and then you then go and ingest a bunch of carbs. Yeah.
Then you can have problems.
Yeah.
Then you can screw up your system.
You've got to be really strict. Like, I can't just, right now in my career,
why does he
today,
keep showing
I'm
up?
just traveling so much, I don't think I would ever do it. I've tried
Perhaps
it,
the greatest pimp
and
of
I
all
felt
time.
great.
Perhaps.
Yeah, I feel
We're
better
so
than that when I
gangster,
do it.
baby.
Especially like if I'm doing stuff like this, I want to be like able to talk and produce coherent vocabulary. It helps a lot. And even like drinking these exogenous ketones, it helps a lot too. But like I always thought that ketones, like when your body is running on ketones and using that for energy,
Look at this
I always
lettuce,
thought that
folks.
was the
Look at this
optimal
lettuce.
way
And the motherfucker's pants
to
falling down.
burn energy and for us to work and for our bodies to burn energy. Like if you even think of like animals, right? Like animals that have to go for days and weeks without eating, they're burning ketones, right? They're not burning fat, so they have to be like super quick, super reactive, like a cheetah.
I actually was starting to have exogenous ketones, right? When I was, during my, I did some exams for intraoperative neurophysiology, and during those, it was last year, and for a week I was just having these ketone shots. And what I found was that I was able to, it suppressed my appetite for starters. Second thing is I felt like I had brain fuel that lasted me all throughout the night. Whereas if I switched over and I was having, arguments, steak, some bread or sandwiches or something, my fuel would run out fast.
Yes.
And then I'd have to reload.
Yes.
Yeah.
Have you ever done like a long fast?
Yeah, the most I've done, long fast, the most I've done is 2 days.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I thought I was going to die.
I did 5 to 6 days once. I think like 5.5 days was the longest I ever did.
Only water?
Oh, well, I made this like lemonade. It was water and maple syrup and lemon juice, and I would drink like close to a gallon of it a day.
Why maple syrup? That sounds like the Beyonce drink.
No, it might be similar. What was the name of it? There was I heard this guy Kelly Slater talking about it, and he was explaining exactly what
Kelly would have gotten it from. I know Kelly. He would have gotten it.
You know him?
No, well, I mean he's a surfer.
Right,
I know Kelly Slater.
Right, you know of him there.
I've met him a few times though.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He probably would have gotten it from Beyonce.
So
was there a bit of pepper in it as well?
Yes, cayenne
pepper.
That's the Beyonce drink?
Yes.
Imagine that. Well, I drank the Beyonce drink for the whole week.
Wow.
And I felt better than I'd ever felt in my entire. On day 2, 3, I felt miserable, but on like 4, 5, and 6, I felt incredible. Like it was indescribable how good I felt. I was even able to go to the gym. I could play like an hour of full court basketball without getting cramps. I could do like 3 times the amount of pull-ups I normally did. I had like insane energy. It was.
You'd think that that's weird because of maple syrup. Isn't that just pure sugar?
Right. What was the point of having the maple syrup?
It's because it was Beyonce's.
No, there was some sort of science behind it. Like, because your body's not getting any kind of sugar, that you need some sort of sugar to help maintain energy or something. I don't know.
I don't know, but I think that's going to be a really great thing to look up. I'm going to definitely look that up.
This episode of the podcast is brought to you by BetterHelp. What are some of the things you want to keep the same about yourself or your life in 2024? What part of your life are you already grateful for, or what is something that you're already proud of? Around New Year's, we all get obsessed with how to change ourselves instead of just expanding on things that we're already doing great. Therapy helps you find your strengths so you can ditch those extreme resolutions and focus on minor changes that can really stick. For me, it's helpful to focus on wins or positive experiences that I'm already grateful for. And this isn't just for people who have experienced trauma or PTSD. It's for everyone. This is a daily ritual I like to use to keep my mind healthy and free of negative influences. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online and designed to be convenient and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a questionnaire to get connected to a licensed therapist, and you can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/Danny Jones to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP/Danny Jones. It's links below. Now back to the show. And Kelly was talking about that there's this plaque that develops inside, like people that just never fast, like over your lifetime. There's this plaque that builds up inside of your gut and like inside of your intestinal tract. And then when you fast for a certain amount of time, like 4 or 5 days at minimum, that stuff starts to like come out of your body. Because when you have this plaque lining the inside of your digestive tract, when you're eating normal foods, you're not getting all the nutrients you need from those foods.
Yeah.
So by expelling that from your body doing a 5-day fast, now after you come back to eating, you're going to ingest some more of the nutrients and vitamins that you get from your normal diet.
Yeah, that's not unlike what David Sinclair, the longevity scientist who's also Australian, says a lot, even though in the past few months he's been widely discredited. But, when he does speak about this, we know, and Peter Attia does this as well, when you fast, it basically clears out all of the dead cells that accumulate over the time. We've got programmed cell death, apoptosis. It just happens. The cells die, right?
Right.
It just happens, and they just sit there. And by going in and fasting, you're inducing autophagy, basically going in and cleaning up all of those dead cells.
Right.
But let me tell you, I think I do, this is not my area. Fasting is not my area. However, I do think that it works even in a small period of time. Like even if you're doing a 12-hour fast overnight, 18 hours, I generally stop eating at around 8:30 p.m. I'm not eating until 11, 12 the next day. I'm not a morning eater.
It's called intermittent fasting?
Call it what you will. I don't call it anything. It's just when I just naturally eat.
Right.
Yes. What I know for females, though, who are trying to optimize for performance, I know that females actually work better in a fed state when they exercise. It's got to do with like hormones, and you basically, because we also have something very different to men, which is a menstrual cycle, we do have to cater for that. And in the absence of, food, and if your body believes it's starving, it goes into this fight or flight mode, and you may not ovulate for a month, or you may not, menstruate. And I think that that's depending on where you are, and if you're optimizing for kids or not, you have to be cautious of fasting.
Right. And I know like one thing with people who indulge in the ketogenic or carnivore diet where they're reducing carbs, like one of the things that they have to deal with is high cholesterol too. And that's something that happened to me when I did it. Was I got my blood work done, and my cholesterol, like my general practitioner saw my cholesterol. He was like, "Bro, you need to do something. You're like stage 10 heart disease. Like you're gonna die."
Yeah.
And I talked to Dom and I was showing it to him, and what Dom was basically saying was like, yeah, you can get really high cholesterol from this, but like it all boils down to like the plaque in your arteries. Like if you have high cholesterol, LDL or whatever, it's not necessarily a bad thing. And he said there's a lot of athletes, like a lot of very like high performance athletes that have very high cholesterol.
So you keep using the word cholesterol, right? We have to understand that we've got total cholesterol, we've got LDL, then we've got the HDL.
I'm talking about LDL.
Yeah. And that's another thing that's wrong with general practitioners, where they don't give you the full story, right? So this is what we know. If you've got what you want is ratios. Again, like I said to you, at my practice, we're focusing on ratios and trends. I basically want to say to you, this is where you are right now, but in 10 years, you're trending towards cardiovascular disease. I don't want to say that, but that's what we're trying to pick up on. Whereas a doctor would just tell you, you're fine now, and then you'll eventually go back in 10 years, they'll be like, okay, great, statin, right? It's like they're optimizing for a statin. When it comes to LDL, right, think of LDL, right, you have saturated fat, which is present in animal-based products and, dairy products as well. So you have your saturated fat and you don't end up getting rid of it. Okay, when it breaks down, it eventually leaves these little breadcrumbs, if you will. These breadcrumbs are your LDL, right? Your HDL is basically the janitor. Okay, so your HDL comes in and sweeps up all of the LDLs and you get rid of it. That's why we have our HDL. That's the difference between LDL. So if LDL ends up building up, right, and there's not enough HDL, that means that all of these little breadcrumbs are everywhere. And there's not enough janitors to go in and clean it up. Now, if you have a really high LDL, right, but you've got an even higher HDL in the ratio of 2:1, that's still okay.
I think my HDL is like 40, which is like the low end of normal.
Yeah. And so, I mean, again, if that is 40 but your LDL is 150, right, then that's a problem. Even we can
From
even
like the
see
200s LDL.
No.
Yeah.
All right. So that's where the problem is, right?
Yeah.
Because, and you also want to look at ApoB, right?
Yes.
A-lipoprotein B, which is, we really want to look at that. But let's just say you're even at a 1:1. That's even not sufficient enough, right? It's so funny because the guidelines, when you go to a doctor, the guidelines actually for LDL are it just has to be less than 100. Whereas if you really want to be optimized, it should be less than, in my books, 80, right? And you want to be sitting at a 2:1 with your HDL. Right?
Your LDL should be about double what your HDL is.
Yes. Or even another measure is getting total triglycerides to HDL ratio.
Yes.
Which should be a 3:1. So it's all about ratio. So if you have, do you understand?
Triglyceride should be triple what your HDL is?
Yeah.
No more?
No more.
Okay.
So just think, right, you said you've got a 200, right? If I said to you, okay, great, but then if you had a 400 HDL, okay, it's high, but it still means that you're at the correct ratios, right? However, this is where things get tricky. We now have like hundreds of studies that show that a HDL over 80 is a risk factor for cancer.
Really?
Yeah. So you want to be really maintaining that. And then when it comes to arterial
I like
health,
the ad
once again,
that buy the little can
if
so
we
your
are
hand
building
looks
up
like
plaque within
Andre
the
the
walls
Giant.
of the artery, what are you doing?
Look at this
really?
bitch.
You're narrowing the artery. So what does that do?
Make my fingers touch.
Blood
Well, I
flow?
can.
It gets it there slower.
Do it without breaking the
So we
fucking
don't
can.
want that. And then eventually what happens if it just keeps lodging in the same place, that's what that happens, and then it stops the blood flow, and that's an infarct
What's
or an
line?
embolism. You know how you've got an embolism in your heart? We just call it a heart attack. Embolism in your brain, it is called
Stroke.
a stroke. Embolism in your lung,
Well, fuck yourself.
same thing.
Yeah.
This shit sucks.
That's weird. Yeah, cholesterol is something I just really never understood.
But cholesterol is good because the reason why I wanted to just get the nomenclature right is because we hear so much cholesterol is bad. It's like we've been around for how many millions of years, and cholesterol is we need it. We actually need it to synthesize testosterone, right? You actually need it for the synthesis
Are you seeing
of
this
hormones.
athleticism?
So cholesterol is not bad. However, it becomes bad and troublesome when your LDL is at a certain place, and we really want to clean those arteries out.
Do you?
And exercise and like aerobic exercise increases HDL.
Probably some in the Harry Potter bomb Sonic 10.
But there's it doesn't exercise increase HDL.
It increases HDL,
right. But it doesn't necessarily decrease LDL.
Correct. That's why I was like, I didn't know where you're going with that. So yeah, unfortunately, but you know what it does do? There is a really great relationship.
Look at this athleticism, folks.
With better arterial health from exercise, there are studies that showing the relationship
Mauritius is like as big as the western United States.
LDL better.
And
yeah, and that's actually probably
one in
my
a thousand
next task
Americans
after I put this myokine research out there. I'm probably going to look at the relationship between LDL and exercise, because
I knew it as
for
Swaziland.
me, I don't eat terribly. I used to, when I was a triathlete, I was 40 pounds
I don't know,
lighter
but
than
their
what I am
fucking
now.
flag looks like it's got a football on it.
25 hours a week.
It's a shield.
I have a great relationship with, I've got a great relationship with LDL, and I think it's because I've spent most of my life exercising.
Look at this athleticism.
And I still
I've never
spend a
known a
lot of my
motherfucker
time
to do more.
doing something.
What do you call these things?
There's people that take like injectable LDL. I know Peter Attia mentioned that he takes some sort of like crazy injection that like reduces your ApoB. Or like people take it like once you take a couple shots a year or whatever, and it's supposed to like it's the one thing that can actually suppress and downregulate the ApoB.
He's taking an injectable form of that?
Yeah.
I thought he was taking a statin.
No, he was saying that I forget the name of the drug, but I looked it up and it was like $15,000 for a year's worth of it, and it was injectable.
Okay. Look, great.
Hey,
Because we actually want, if you could,
heavy
people
setting.
watch that ApoB. If you can get it to 0.
It's the one thing that's useless, right? Like we use LDL, but ApoB we don't have any use for. So the one thing our body produces that just hurts us.
If you bring down LDL, it'll bring down ApoB, right? The thing that's scary is the LP(a).
Yes.
The lipoprotein.
I have a great LP(a).
Yeah, me too, which is great because you only have to test that once in your life.
And it never changes?
And it never changes.
Oh,
and
okay.
You've got, it's great because that's great for you and I. But you know when you used to hear like 5, 6 years ago, even 10 years ago, you'd hear about a Tour de France, 35-year-old cyclist, healthy as just dropping dead from a heart attack. People never knew why. We now know that it could plausibly be because of LP(a).
Really?
Yeah. Do you remember like 10? I remember back when, I say 10 years ago, but it was around then. Oh, I did my last race in 2013. I know that there were so many athletes who were so fit. I was like, why on earth are they dying? They're so healthy.
Yeah, there's so many of them. Like, there's not really so many of them. Like recently, even like LeBron James' kid had like a lifting weights had like a.
But what was that from?
Some sort of a heart attack. I don't know. It's scary.
Well, that's an extreme. Like, I don't know whether that was drug induced by any way. I don't know. Nothing was released. But that's a bit scary. But I think he's 19, right?
Yeah, he's super young. And then there was last year that guy that played he played on defense for the Buffalo Bills. He just literally dropped dead in the middle of the field and had to cancel the game. Yeah. He's still playing right now. It's crazy. He's able to come back.
Yeah. His heart just like stopped beating for a while.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
I don't think that was an LDL. I don't think that was a cholesterol problem, though.
A cholesterol problem?
I don't think that was a cholesterol problem, though.
No, people say it's... But, you never know. They don't... He never came out and, like, talked about it. I think there was an interview where they asked him, like, what his diagnosis was. He's like, I don't want to talk about it.
You know what I want to know? Why do you think, if all of this education is out there, right? Don puts education out, I do, you've got great guests on here, put great education out. Why do you think we still have an obesity epidemic or a Alzheimer's disease epidemic?
That's a good question.
If we now know.
And like people like Huberman, too, becoming more and more popular and getting millions of views on 3-hour YouTube videos about vision or cholesterol.
I know.
It's hard to believe that they're really, I don't see a lot of people in like my daily circles like that are obese or overweight. I could probably think of maybe like 3 people I know that are like really overweight, but yeah, I don't know the answer.
Super important as well. It's like there's something that we spend a third of our lives doing, right? And we know that sleep deprivation can increase your risk of all-cause mortality, and yet a lot of us are still sleep deprived. Why? I think that's really interesting.
That is very interesting.
Do you measure your sleep?
I do measure my sleep. I have one of your Oura rings.
Yeah.
I only wear it when I sleep, though.
Rookie error.
But I don't know, there's a weird placebo effect with my Oura ring. Sometimes I'll wake up and it like tells me I slept like shit and I feel great all day.
Yeah.
And then sometimes it tells me I slept great, best sleep I've ever gotten, and I just feel like dead all day.
Yeah, and there's an actual phenomenon for that. People who are getting stressed out over their devices.
Yes, I suffer from that.
Yeah, I've got clients who ring me. They're like, "Oh my god, the reason my HRV is this. Like, what do I do?" It's like, just listen to your body.
What is HRV and why is that important?
Heart rate variability. So basically, let's look at it at the nervous system, right? The nervous system comprises of 2 branches. You've got the central nervous system, which is just the brain and the spinal cord. That is the hardware. Then you've got the peripheral nervous system. Peripheral nervous system is all of the nerves that come off of the spinal cord, right? They come off the spinal cord and then they go into our muscles and all of our organs, right? And these relay messages from the brain to the body, and then also relay, the other way, which is we get messages that come up into, from the body up into the brain. So as part of this peripheral nervous system branch, we've got an autonomic branch, and within that sits the sympathetic and the parasympathetic branch of your nervous system. You've probably heard of it. Sympathetic is the fight or flight, and the parasympathetic is the rest and digest. Right? So at any given time, this is where we are. It's like a seesaw. right? Is that what you call it in America, seesaw?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're trying to maintain homeostasis, equilibrium, right? If we get a bit stressed, right, we've activated the parasympathetic nervous system, the sympathetic nervous system. So we're in this fight or flight. Your body, remember, stress means you've got to run away from danger. Your nervous system is still evolutionarily, it's there to fight off danger. That's what it was there for. So if there was a tiger coming, right, or a lion, you'd have to activate the sympathetic nervous system, which means we're going to shut down blood flow that goes to in places where it's not needed. And I want you to dilate your pupils, and I want you to run fast and run away from danger. That's what you're telling your brain every time you get stressed. So you activate the sympathetic nervous system when you're stressed. So you're in this, you're not balanced, right? That's when, and you're activating this when you're even exercising, because your heart rate is pounding. So we're like this. Then what we want to do is we basically want to breathe a lot to bring us back down into equilibrium. That's what we're always trying to do 24/7. We're trying to, if we're asleep, right, we're like this. The parasympathetic nervous system is activated. We wake up because cortisol gets released, which is our stress hormone, which wakes us up. So we know that we've got these two branches. To maintain a healthy HRV, what heart rate variability is, it's basically measuring the variation between these two branches. Okay, so if you exercise, heart rate, we know that our heart rate has gone up, but then if we also sleep, our heart rate has gone down. But then if you come up, basically HRV, so the more variation that you have between these two branches, the better. Therefore, the higher the HRV. If it doesn't have a lot of variation, HRV is low. Yeah, so it does not want you to be 24 hours a day. It does not want you to be in the parasympathetic zone, right? It does not want you to be in the sympathetic zone. It wants you to be in both, and it also wants you to be able to get into sympathetic and then get out of sympathetic. It doesn't want you to stay in sympathetic for 10 hours straight. Okay, so the reason why it's a good predictor of recovery and also health is because it knows that you have a smart nervous system. You know how to get into sympathetic, and then when you're in sympathetic, you know how to get out of that sympathetic zone and activate the parasympathetic zone. That makes sense?
So it's basically, well, I think the way it's measured, right, is like the gap between heartbeats, right? So if you don't want the same amount of time between each heartbeat, you want a little bit of a different time between heartbeats.
Yeah.
So like if you have a low HRV, what would be the best way to improve it? But just by exercising and sleeping well, can you actually improve it, or do you have some sort of genetic ceiling?
No, you can look. Everybody is individual. Okay, so my average HRV is about 180. That's my average.
For real?
Yeah.
Jesus.
I got a high HRV, but now I've been traveling. This morning, my HRV was 98, which is like me. That's like dead zone for me. That means it's like I'm critical. I remember I got really sick. I got the flu. I think about 6 weeks ago. My HRV went down to like 52, and I thought, okay, well, this is my last. I'm on my last leg today.
Oh my God! I don't want to tell you what my HRV is.
But it's everybody. It's your HRV is for you, and mine is for me. However, you can increase it. You can increase it by 10 points, like to your average. What's your average?
My average is like 45.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. If I get drunk at dinner and I go to sleep, and then wake up the next morning, my HRV will be
completely plummets. Yeah. Oh, especially if you have wine.
Yes.
Yeah, wine is terrible.
The best HRV I've ever had is like in the 60s, sleeping.
You can do this. What I've seen, because we do this with our clients, you've got to be on a good streak. You've got to raise it. You can't just have a good HRV for 4 days and then just plummet it, right? You can raise your HRV by becoming better, like becoming fitter, cardiovascular-wise. So remember that cardiac remodeling, so you can get stronger ventricles. But also, I know that sleep really increases HRV because it's a measure of recovery, right? If you get your resting heart rate down, which should generally be below 50, resting heart rate should be below 50. you'll be on the track to getting a better HRV.
What's yours?
Mainly, so if I'm not sick, but mainly it's around 48, 47, yeah.
Is that bad? Like, so people in their 30s or 40s, if they have a resting heart rate of 60, is that necessarily always bad to have a kind of a raised resting heart rate?
Yes.
It's always bad.
It's not always bad, but if it's constantly that way, we want to look at measures of bringing it down, which is, again, it's basically saying that at rest, your heart has to work really hard to pump the blood out. That's what it's just saying. So the reason why when you're rested, your heart shouldn't have to work that hard to pump blood. It shouldn't have to work that hard. If it is working hard, at a rest, because you're not using it, you're not running, so you don't need the excess. You're just at rest. Your brain isn't really. Your brain's working, but it's shut down. Your senses are shut down. You're not looking at anything, so you don't need that much blood flow. But therefore, your heart rate shouldn't be at rest. Shouldn't be high. We want to bring it down. We want to try and have it below 50.
Below 50, no matter what. And then if you see some sort of like intermittent spike up in the 60s, like what would you estimate the cause of that would be?
Stress.
Like if it goes up to like 10 beats per minute, say.
Yeah, and it's happening at night, it definitely like stressed or sick. Mine does. Even if I go to bed, so my favorite hours for my body to sleep is 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. So if I sleep at midnight, my resting heart rate's going to be shot.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
And you can test this with different types of supplements as well, like to calm down your mind. You may want to take gamma aminobutyric acid.
I started taking magnesium L-threonate a couple months ago.
Love, but also, I love it. I take it too, and I feel like it really helps me get into deep sleep. However, the research still isn't there on the absolute effectiveness of L-threonate and sleep. Even though we still don't know if it can truly penetrate the central nervous system, which is what the big selling point is of that.
Blood-brain barrier.
Yeah, how it can get into the blood-brain barrier and help calm you down and put you into more of a deep sleep zone. Yeah. It's still very early. We've just got minor studies there.
When it comes to supplements that you like to research, or when you are working with athletes and stuff, like what are some of the main supplements that these people are using to enhance their brain or their processing power?
Well, first of all, if we do a blood test, right, and we see that they are deficient in something, remember, everything has a chemical pathway. If they're vitamin D deficient, we need to investigate that, right? Let's just say we have plugged the holes and they're not deficient in anything, which has never happened, right? Zinc, everything. Where to from there? Well, I think that every single person, I don't care what age you are, I really don't. I don't care what pathology you have. I think everyone should be taking creatine.
Really?
Creatine monohydrate is the most widely studied supplement. It is the cheapest and most safe supplement on the market. I've interviewed some of the best people that are world-renowned for creatine, who've done their PhDs in creatine. They all say that you can get creatine from dietary sources such as meat, liver, eggs. We know that. But we also know that it's not as bioavailable because of just the way we're living, right? So we should be supplementing with it and starting at 5 grams per day of creatine monohydrate.
That's one of the big things Dom got me into as well. Is taking creatine monohydrate every day.
Without a doubt, I've got my parents on it. Okay, kids can have it.
Really?
Women, the PhD. Darren told me that there's no cutoff with kids. If you are over the age of 45, you should be having it. My parents are in their late 60s. Oh, my dad is 72 and my mum is 69. Like, I've got them having it. I had to convince them. They thought it was drugs to start with. I said, it's not drugs.
Why is it the cheapest stuff is always the best for you?
Because it just is. It's the most widely studied.
So what specifically does it do? How does it help?
So first of all, it's a naturally occurring molecule. Okay, we already have it in our body, but we don't produce enough of it. It helps with ATP regeneration. Okay, so ATP is the fuel source, the source of energy production in all of our cells. We have it in the brain. So we need ATP to create energy, to produce anything, just to even be awake, right? So when we take creatine, it can help produce ATP. It helps with cell energy metabolism, right? So it can actually help with so many disorders as well. If you're anxious, it can help you with that. If you want to produce more neuronal energy, it can help you with that. My father, he had a stroke a few years ago, and I've got him taking it just to help with better neuron energy in his brain. It can actually help be neuroprotective against concussions. It can help be neuroprotective against Parkinson's disease. There's so much research happening now in the neurodegenerative phase. And just today, actually, I put up on my story on Instagram a really great study that came out to show the effectiveness of creatine monohydrate on Alzheimer's disease patients. Because Alzheimer's disease patients can't produce energy in certain areas of their brain.
Really?
Of course, because their brain now is full of, plaques and tangles and these tau proteins, and they've built up and they're blocking, certain areas of the brain. So you can give them, creatine, 5 grams a day.
5? How much is that? Like a spoonful?
Yeah, generally they're coming in as but
and you just drink it in water?
Yeah, you can have it however you want. You can have it in yogurt if it's got no taste. And you can go up from there and have 10 grams if you will.
Really?
Yeah.
You can't overdo it.
You can't, and you don't want to have 100 grams. There is no science or evidence that shows that it can actually cause hair loss, which I know people are really scared about that, or that it can cause kidney damage.
Why would people think it causes hair loss?
Oh, so many, just because of the DHT pathway. People think that, yeah.
Androgens?
Yeah. So people think...
because it increases testosterone, doesn't it?
Yeah. So there is no hair loss. There's no kidney damage. There's been so many studies. There was actually one great study on bone density in women, and they tracked them for 2 years, and they got them taking, I think, 7.5 grams of creatine every single day for 2 years. There was no stopping. There was no cycling. There was no loading. They increased bone density, right? But they also said in the study there was no heart defects, there was no kidney damage, there was no liver damage, there was no hair loss. These are women taking it for 2 years. So these are just myths that are out there. So
that's fascinating.
Creatine, that's the first one. Second one is EPA DHA, which is omega-3 fatty acids.
Say that again, slower.
Omega-3 fatty acids.
Okay, EPA DHA?
Yeah.
Okay.
So omega-3 fatty acids that come from fatty fish like salmon and mackerel, they contain 3 parts. There's ALA, there's EPA, and then there's DHA. The brain is fat and water. It's around 60% fat, and 40% water. That's what your brain is made of. In that fat zone, in the 60% fat zone, around 30%, 20 to 30% is DHA. Yeah, so brain tissue is abundant in DHA fat.
I can imagine a lot of people are addicted to that.
Yeah, so you can actually, there's great all-cause mortality risk factors paper. They brought it out like 3 years ago, and basically they listed the new list of risk factors that lead to death. Hypertension, right? Chronically high blood pressure. Smoking is a risk factor. They then put in EPA, low omega-3 index. So we now have if you've got a low omega-3 index, which is a measure of omega-3s in the red blood cell, a low omega-3 index of 4% or less, which is what the majority of the US population has, is a risk factor for all-cause mortality. So you want to be on that scale, you want to be on 8% or more.
I don't think I've ever had that specific, like my EPA or DHA measured in a blood test before.
You can do it. It's called the omega-3 index.
So like looking at how abysmal my cholesterol is, I eat a ton of fish, by the way, and I also take EPA. I take fish oil supplements.
Yeah, and you may very well be up there. Even though you're eating a ton of fish, we are in America. You know, so it's not sometimes the best source of getting EPA DHA.
American fish?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, farmed fish. Most of it's farmed, that's why.
Oh, well, I live in Florida. Most of my fish is caught right off the beach here.
Are you sure about
In the
that?
Gulf. Yeah.
You're doing it?
No, but all my friends do.
Oh, well, then that's great.
Yeah.
Okay. Some of us who live in New York, we're going to Whole Foods.
Like, what about like canned fish? That's not as good. Like people who get like, I know Dom eats a lot of canned. I know something like Dom. Or maybe eats a lot of canned mackerel and canned sardines.
No, you can get a lot of your EPA DHA from there too. Yeah. Then you got to worry about the mercury content, but that's fine.
Right. Well, that's the mercury's in like the big fish, the big pelagic fish, like tuna and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
correct. So you want to be making sure that you're getting a really great dose of EPA DHA. We also know that we're now getting studies again to Alzheimer's disease. So amyloid beta, which is the hallmark of Alzheimer's disease, these amyloid beta causes these plaques to build up and basically clump together like this. We are now getting early studies in humans to show that omega-3 fatty acids, EPA DHA, at around 5 grams a day can go through and ameliorate these plaques. So we're now even seeing the effectiveness of EPA DHA on the brain of Alzheimer's.
Amyloid plaques?
Yeah.
Can reverse it?
No, not reverse it. Basically ameliorate some of the plaques and break them down better.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like metabolizing better.
Yeah, correct.
That's fascinating.
And you've got to think, we've got, our cells need to be moving around. We've got trillions of cells in the body. We've got around 87 billion neurons in the brain. And you want them to be able to be fluid and move around. And that's what EPA DHA does as well. It helps with cell membrane fluidity. The outer shell of the cells to be more fluid. And, it's just, I think I'll go to my grave telling people to take creatine and EPA DHA.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What about nicotine? So let me give you a background on this. I had this guy in here who is he's a brain scientist who he does like these studies on like psychoactive drugs in the brain. He's based in the UK. He came in here and he had these little nicotine pouches he was putting in his lip. I'm like, what is that? And he's like, I have the Japanese writing on it. He's like, it's nicotine pouches. I'm like, really? I'm like, you do that and you're a brain doctor or scientist? And he's like, yeah, it's neuroprotective. He's like, it fights against Alzheimer's and all this stuff. And he's like, makes you more sharp when you're talking and all this stuff. And then I started buying it. I got these little Zyn cans.
Oh,
and
wow.
now I'm like addicted to them. So I'm like worried.
Wow.
I'm like, is there any downside to this?
Apart from addiction?
Addiction.
I know it increases focus.
I have good I can control myself. I have discipline, so I only do like a couple of them a day. But I know like a lot of people do like a lot of that, like a ton of it, and they mix it with vaping and stuff like that. But are there any downsides to nicotine without the inhalation of like vape, like people chewing gum or using the pouches or anything like that?
Downsides, it's not my field. I've actually never personally taken it, but there's so many people taking it. I know that even Andrew has spoken about this, and I think Peter Attia has spoken about this as well, about taking nicotine to help with focus and vigilance throughout the day.
Yeah, I heard there was a guy who won like a Nobel Prize, and he was when he was like studying for his research, he would chew nicotine gum all the time.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I mean,
some guy at Stanford.
Yeah, I think what I think it's doing. I think it's, again, right? There is no point in doing any of these things unless you've got the 3 pillars of health down pat, unless you're sleeping well, restorative sleep, unless you're exercising appropriately, and unless you are getting the right macronutrients and micronutrients. There's just no point in taking any of these things. You've got to get your things in order first, and everything else is an accessory. That's what I call it, cold water immersion. Albeit I've got a plunge in my apartment. It is just an accessory. I can't cold plunge my way out of bad dieting.
Right. Is there any neuroprotective things that you're aware of when it comes to nicotine?
No, but that's just me not being there.
Okay.
Because it's not my line. There could be early research on neuroprotection using nicotine. I would need a lot of evidence to show that is neuroprotective.
And is it do you know about any sort of effects with nicotine on like the heart and the arteries?
No.
I heard it's vasoconstrictor.
Well, why would that be a good thing?
No, it wouldn't be a good thing.
Yeah, exactly.
It definitely wouldn't be a good thing. But I wonder if it's like, does it only do that when you are taking it, or does that go? Is there like does it fade away?
Or does
does it stay there forever?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it would stay there forever, because there'd be vasodilation in after that. However, I think if it is causing that, then what's the point? Like, why are you having it?
Why am I taking it?
Yeah.
Just because someone said that it's great, I like it, and I tried it once. I'm like, this is nice. I feel great. I'm energized.
And then you sound like the rest of the population on Instagram who are like, oh, this person said this works, so I'm going to take this, and it ends up being detrimental to their health.
Yeah, there's lots of Instagram people too who make funny videos about taking Zins, and they'll pack their lips full of them, and it's become this trend.
Wow, you can just buy that?
Huh?
You can just buy that off the counter?
Yeah,
where?
As long as you're 18, any gas station.
Sense.
Do you ever heard of a guy called Freezer Tarps?
No.
Oh my God, you got to look him up. He's on Instagram. He actually lives in Tampa. He's a what do you call him? He's a nicotine.
Yo, dog, what's going on, Pip? What up, baby? What up, baby? What up, baby?
So now they're doing this. I think this is probably better than inhaling all those vape chemicals. But it's wild to see it take off, and all the young people are obsessed with it right now.
I think when it comes to having anything exogenous, it's where are you getting your information from first and foremost? And do you know?
Yo, dog.
These compounds and molecules, right? It takes a lot of time to study this and what it actually does in the human body. I wouldn't take somebody on Instagram and just think it's good for you. Let's, for example, for argument's sake, let's just talk about vitamin D. Okay, 40%.
By the way, Steve, find a video of Freezer Tarps so you can show her.
Vitamin D. Most of the U.S. population is, I think 40% is vitamin D deficient. Right. Mm-hmm. It could be more. Vitamin D is it's a hormone, right? It's both a vitamin and a hormone. But what happens is, because I just was looking at blood work before I came here of one of our clients. Low vitamin D, right? I was looking at his report. He had a really low vitamin D, which is around 20 nanograms per deciliter, right? And we want it to be up at around 50 or 60. What happens is most people get a vitamin D score and they'll be like, okay, I want to go through and I want to take 5,000 IUs of vitamin D. My doctor told me I had low vitamin D, so I've got to go and take vitamin D tablets. Or most people just take it without knowing their true measurements, right? But what we don't realize is that in the body, you have to ask your body, every time you get any type of score, you have to ask your body, why did my body think it was a good idea to lower vitamin D, right? And if you look at what happens in the body, if you know your cellular biology, we know that vitamin D actually gets lowered in the presence of lead or in heavy metal. So if you've got heavy metal or lead in your system, vitamin D binds to lead, right? But we don't want, the body's smart. It's we don't want this lead, so let's lower vitamin D in the body.
I stream my life 24/7, 365, bitch.
So what happens is, if you've got low vitamin D and you have lead in your system but you don't know about that, you go and take a bolus of the sun, pretty much. You go and take 5,000 IUs of vitamin D. So you're bringing up your vitamin D levels in your body. You're also bringing up the lead. So you have to be really careful with just taking supplements. Just because they're over the counter, they are there for a reason. They are present, they are micronutrients in the body. They are hormones that you are ingesting, and you don't know what it's doing unless you have a really, really smart practitioner.
And you're not supposed to take vitamin D without K2, right?
I mean, it's not supposed to. It just helps with the absorption. But yeah, I mean, I take a vitamin D supplement every day. I don't have high lead, but I do have low vitamin D. I swear it's because I live in New York.
I thought, because when I got my blood work done, I had off the charts vitamin D.
What was it?
I can pull it up. It was but so I was just taking vitamin D supplements every day because I thought it was good.
Just because you thought,
yeah, just because I didn't want to get sick, and I have 2 kids that are always like getting cold from school and bringing it home, and I was just trying to like keep myself from catching anything. And I was like, oh, everyone says vitamin D is great. I should supplement it with that every day. And so I was taking vitamin D with K2, and I got my blood work done. My vitamin D was like through the roof. Like, what are you doing? But I don't think it was ever low. So like, do you think there's?
I mean, if it was, I mean, look, it's fine. It probably wouldn't be like, I mean, if it was over 100, maybe it's like crazy.
Do you think there's any negative effect of having too high vitamin D?
Probably. I mean, I know there's no cutoff limits to my knowledge, but I don't think that it's like, I don't think it'd be necessarily good to have something like maybe over 200.
Right. I can't find it right now. It took me forever to go through it. But no, yeah, it was like, it showed the reference range, and mine was like in like above, like in the red.
Okay, for too high, and you stopped taking it?
I started taking it. I take it like now. I take it like every couple days instead of every day.
Okay, good. And blood work's really easy. You can check that we have a turnover of red blood cells every 120 days. You like basically get a new batch of red blood cells, so you can check it.
And every time I get my blood work, there's like at least one marker that's like way off. That's like either my liver or my kidney or
look at this guy.
my
I'll give you
white
any
blood cell
banana you
count.
want,
Always
girl.
something that's off.
Yeah.
You on the video of freezer tarps?
White blood cell count could also be
there he
in the
is.
presence of an infection.
That's the guy right there, short right there. Yeah.
So let's see what we get here.
Go down below that where he's like has the hat on and the crazy face.
When coach makes the fellas condition.
So yeah, he makes these like goofy videos like golfing and like working out and stuff like that, and he's just like joking about the nicotine. He's funny. He loves like my young cousins and like friends I know. They're a ton of them are on those vapes. Like the Juuls or little vape stick things that people have.
That's so freaking scary.
But that stuff's that gotta be really bad for you.
Yeah.
But like the fact that this stuff is becoming popular, there's gotta be a correlation there.
I mean, I don't know. It's I'm just seeing like the craziest shit on Instagram, going viral for no reason. Things that don't even matter. I actually just put up I just debunked some guy on Instagram. He's now part of the health crew, and he's saying like, he's selling this protocol which says, I can increase your life expectancy if you buy my $150,000 protocol. Within this protocol sits a PEMF mat, which is these electromagnetic pulses that just you can sleep on, and it just basically mimics you being out on the grass. It's a red light therapy bed, like just the most ridiculous thing. And what upsets me is that so many people follow him, and so many people are buying these things, and it's vulnerable people who believe that they're going to increase their life expectancy or increase their lifespan by doing these heroic things, by just instead of doing the basic things. And I question humanity and psychology. It's like, why not just exercise?
Right.
Exercise will far outweigh any PEMF mat, if that's what it's called.
Money from exercise. You gotta sell something. You gotta sell supplements. You know Liver King, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he became like the most popular thing on the internet when it comes to like in like the health community for a long time. And he was saying that, I get these muscles from walking outside barefoot, getting the sunlight,
eating testicles,
eating liver and testicles, right?
Yeah.
And then everyone found out that he was on steroids. And that he was taking like crazy amounts of steroids and peptides and HGH. Like he was spending $30,000 a month on all this stuff he was taking.
Yeah, I saw a video of him a week ago actually, and he had he was wearing these little patches that stimulate your muscles, right? We used to use them in training triathlon if like we're on a long haul flight, or if we had broken our ankle or something like that, just so we wouldn't lose any muscle mass. And he had it on his chest. Let me tell you, he looked so bad. It was as if he was dying.
Really?
Yeah, it was. I've got to send it to you. He looked so bad. I thought
maybe you can find that, Steve. Liver King's his name.
All right.
Yeah, he looked like this video of him. It looked like okay, and somebody actually shared it saying he's not going to be with us for much longer, guys.
Yeah. He looks odd. He's like super red looking. Like he's got this like there he is. Oh, there's
That's it. There's the video. The
fourth one to the right.
Yeah, that's it.
The Daily Mail.
Yeah. Yeah. He looks like he's dying. Can you play the video?
Yeah, it's got to be on this.
After his health is being questioned.
That's just an ad.
But look, there it is.
Very unnatural looking.
He looks like he's dying, right?
Yeah, he doesn't look healthy. Oh, after this.
But how many people are following him? Didn't he make $100 million? From selling his ancestral diet?
Yeah, he sells the liver supplements, which like
look at his face.
Yeah, he looks rough.
I don't know what he's talking about.
His veins are like garden hoses in his arms.
I'm also looking at his face.
Yeah, his face looks weathered. But like that, that's the thing with this kind of stuff. Like this he's clearly a charlatan that's, promoting some sort of supplement he's using to make money. And he's not telling the truth on how he gets that physique or how he gets those big muscles because he's injecting insane amounts of steroids. But at the same time, he's also talking about like the good stuff, like exercise, eat organ meats, which are good for you, get outside in the sunlight, do all this stuff. So he's promoting like a healthy lifestyle. But at the same time, he's also he's just throwing in this little white lie in there that's just misleading people, and people get really mad about that.
How many people are doing that?
What?
I mean, I think right now it's rampant on Instagram and social media. This whole notion of people selling products and not really knowing what they're doing. This, one particular man who I know works, I think he worked with Dana White. I don't know even if he's been to college or anything, but he's promoting this lifestyle that he just says the craziest things. Like he actually said that the brain is a non-metabolic organ.
Who is this?
Yeah, his name is Gary Brecker.
Gary Brecker.
Yeah, it's he was actually just on Joe Rogan this week, which is
what?
Yeah, it's upset a lot of people. And so he is so he helped Dana White, but he's actually got a business with
this dude.
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen this guy all over Instagram and YouTube.
Yeah.
So this is the guy.
Him.
Okay, so Dana White was really unhealthy for a long time, and then this guy apparently started working with Dana and changed his diet, gave him a bunch of stuff to take, and figured out something within his DNA. He talks about some sort of DNA
methylation,
test.
and it is so insane because it's like he put Dana White on a $150,000 protocol, and I'm telling you, you can put anyone on that damn protocol, and they will get benefits from it.
Uh-huh.
He's not doing anything outrageous. Like he didn't give him any type of magic pill or cure. And by the way, if you listen to what he says, he's been debunked by scientists, by physicians. It is the things that he says are so outrageous. That's the thing. You know how you can get some people that it's like, okay, maybe that was an honest mistake.
Can you find his website?
He says yeah, we can look at his protocol.
Let's see what the main thing he's saying is. There you go, GaryBrecker.com.
I don't like giving him any airtime. So he works with Grant Cardone. Okay.
Oh no! Yeah, stop it.
Grant actually pretty much
the grifter king.
So Grant and him own 10X Health, and that's how he's become famous.
Grant comes to this town every month because the Church of Scientology is right down the street from here.
He's a Scientologist?
Oh yeah.
What?
He's one of the biggest Scientologists.
No.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
It's funny because he's married to a Greek woman.
Is it really?
Yeah. Helena is Greek, and I would think that she would.
That's Grant's wife?
Yeah, I would think that she would get him to a Greek Orthodox church.
So scroll up to the top. What is it? Scroll down a little bit.
No.
Gary Brecker is a professional human biologist and co-founder.
It's not a thing.
10X Health? Holy shit.
Yeah.
As a human biologist and co-founder of 10X Health, Gary does more than just guide the company's global wellness vision and direction. With more than 20 years of biohacking and functional medicine experience, he is obsessed with the function and performance of the human body and finding innovative ways to help people achieve absolute. Wow.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
That's a major red flag. he works with, Grant Cardone. So what is he saying? Like, what is he doing that is so cutting edge?
No, it's nothing. He's not doing anything. He's doing a basic methylation test. So, for example, in order for you, once you ingest vitamins, okay, or ingest food, they get broken down, methylated, right? And then we're able to use them for different things. Now, if you have certain genes that don't allow you to methylate certain vitamins, it's going to be detrimental, right? So if you have this one gene, okay, and polymorphism in the gene called MTHFR, they call it a certain type of gene. Have you heard of it? They call it the motherfucker gene.
The motherfucker gene?
Yeah, okay. So if you have that, it means that you cannot methylate, break down certain types of B vitamins. Okay, we need B vitamins for brain health, for cardiovascular health, but what happens is if you can't break those down, what you'll see in your blood test is you'll see a high homocysteine, right? And high homocysteine is a risk factor for cardiovascular disease and for dementia. We don't want it. We want to bring homocysteine down. So if you have this MTHFR gene, it won't allow you to methylate B vitamins. And if you can't get B vitamins in your system, okay, you can't uptake these B vitamins, your homocysteine will rise, and a lot of other complications happen. So if you find that out, okay, that's great. A lot of people have that gene, right? So you can go through and give them methylated B vitamins. Right? We know how to do this. It's standard practice. So he's going out and selling this cure for disease, and this is his protocol.
$7,000 10x Pro Plunge.
But if you go down to get the whole thing, I think it ends up being like $150K. Yeah.
Scroll down, see what else he's got.
You have to go down. I think you have
he's
to
go. He's
go.
got red lights. He's got sauna, 10x sauna.
Yeah, you have to go on his actual 10x website. There. Go visit the partner web. Click on that. So yeah, come down. It'll give you there it is.
Holy crap! Was that a tanning bed or is that a red light bed?
That is a red light bed. Look at this. Human protocol is $102,936.
And he's got his own red lights. Superhuman protocol with red light panels. $15,000.
Absolute junk and ridiculous.
That's more
and
money than you.
He is selling dreams. He's selling dreams to vulnerable people and making so much money on that. I mean, the markup on that. Who needs a red light bed? Accessories. These are accessories. People in Africa who have 2 ApoE4 genes are living a long life. They don't have these beds. They're spending time out in nature, in sunlight. They're exercising. They're not eating demolished foods. And let me tell you guys, whoever is buying into him is just making him richer. He's got like this. It's just.
I mean, who the fuck's paying $132,000?
Oh, you'd be
for a red light
surprised.
bed?
Danny, you'd be
If you're spending that
surprised.
much money, it probably doesn't mean that much to you, honestly.
But this is what I mean. But if you have that much money to spend on that, anyone can push the needle for you in terms of health, right? It's just bogus. Like, this is just accessories. I can't say that word enough.
Yeah.
And he's selling a methylation test that is like, oh, whoop-de-doo. It's like any freaking practitioner can do, and most practitioners do methylation tests. It's not a, I mean, we do it in our practice. It's not a whole, like, it's not some sort of like, oh, wow, you know? It's nothing to write home about.
Yeah. Anybody who has like a crazy paywall to like learn all the secrets of, you have to be
There's no secrets.
very skeptical about it.
But I do know that if it wasn't for Grant Cardone, he probably wouldn't be where he is today.
Yeah. Grant Cardone's a whole nother rabbit hole we could dive down, but we don't have time to do that
let's
today.
stick to the health.
He's one of like the biggest Scientologists, and he's always here, like in Clearwater. He's always on his Instagram, like filming himself being like right down the street from here, going to the big church, with the gold-plated Church of Scientology, and he's a wild character.
Yeah. So stick to the basics, which is sleep, exercise, and nutrients. We actually didn't get into sleep.
We didn't?
Yeah. We didn't get into I think one of the best things to touch on is what happens during deep sleep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you track your sleep, you see slow wave increased. I was like, that's insane. And that's when I started. I didn't even know about the study. It can, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
I thought it was just specifically for testosterone.
So these guys who are getting at these, it's funny because you see like so many fertility problems, you know, which yeah, and it can be attributed to low testosterone as well.
Yeah, and the direct correlation between that and sperm count and like the population decline, like the growth in population, is crazy scary to think about. And like, how would you even go about reversing something like that in the world we live in, when everything's just about making stuff cheaper and making more profit off of consumer products?
I've got cousins who are still in Cyprus, right? I've got a lot of family who still live there. And Cyprus, I don't know if you've ever been, if you know too much about it, it's a little island of Greece.
No, I've never been. A while ago, I've heard great things.
Oh, it is absolutely gorgeous. Everything is fresh, right? Everything, they just catch it. No one over there. My cousins, I've got a cousin who is 43, turning 44, and she's pregnant, and it's, you know, so many women here in the US, it's like 43, 44, you wouldn't hear of them falling pregnant. They're just over there, you know, falling pregnant.
It's late to get pregnant, right?
I mean, yeah, apparently, yeah. So, but she just naturally just fell pregnant. There's no problems over there.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, because another thing that she mentioned in that book was, she said, I don't know if she correlated with other countries, but I think it was in America. She said that once a woman passes the age of 35, I think, that the percentage chance of her giving birth to someone with the chromosome, what is it, the Down syndrome chromosome or whatever, 21, yeah, it goes up by like 80% after the age of 35. Which is crazy. Yeah.
I'm not sure. I know a lot of people who are having like pretty healthy pregnancies.
Yeah, it's becoming a more popular thing to happen later, especially with like people focusing more on like. I mean, nowadays people, they're not getting pregnant as young as they used to. Generally, I think people are, especially women, have like, you know, careers and make more money than men. You know what I mean? Like in a relationship, so they're not going to be like, they don't want to be raising children or whatever until they get older. And they realize some of them that I know, they like their biological clock tells them like, oh, it's time to have a baby. But
I think I'm finding what I see is that so many women now are having children around 38, 39.
Really?
Yeah.
I
mean, I live in New York, so it's a different.
Yeah, New York's way different.
Yeah.
I know concussions are big in lots of sports, but do you deal with people like that?
Yeah, I
actually.
actually.
CTE, I know CTE is a crazy thing.
Yeah, which can't be diagnosed as, until I was going to use a nicer word. Concussions are huge. I think we're not. That's another thing that we're, you know, missing. I'm against the NFL. I stopped working with NFL players.
Really?
Yeah. Specifically because I was doing so many brain scans on them. That was actually my first sport, and I was just seeing so many dysfunctions. I'm like, listen, you need to stop. You need to stop. And they just couldn't. They're like, I can't. They're like, I feed my family. I feed, 10 people that I'm taking care of. I can't just stop. I'm like, well, it's just unethical of me to give you anything else other than telling me to stop. I know so many people who are just getting their head bashed in, okay, and then they're not properly recovering from it. To recover from a trauma like that, you need to heal your brain for a very long time. It doesn't take a week. And I know that these concussion protocols are just not in line with player health and safety.
I know that multiple concussions can really damage the endocrine system. And I know there's been studies that show like people like fighters and NFL players, their hormone levels crash after multiple concussions.
It can cause everything from depressive-like symptoms to early cognitive impairment, psychosis, even worse, chronic traumatic encephalopathy. How many players do you know that have actually committed suicide and you find out they cut their brains off? It's like, well, they actually had CTE, which is repeated hits to the head, which end up in neuronal death. And it mimics the brain of an Alzheimer's disease patient because you see these big clumps, and their brain is just... I just don't know why you would voluntarily put your kid, especially a kid whose brain is still forming, into a sport where you're actually hitting their heads with each other.
Yeah, it's a violent sport. Hasn't there been some stuff done on treatment of that with like hyperbaric oxygen chambers?
Yeah, so what HBOT does
Welcome.
is, 100% oxygen, it helps the healing process, which is great. It depends on when you actually got the trauma to your head, because once you get to trauma, right, you've got this 24-hour to 72-hour window to really make a difference. And there's been many people who are actually experimenting with ketones, post-traumatic insults, like within the first 72 hours, just feeding the brain ketones, so they can heal faster. They're getting them in hyperbaric oxygen chambers to get the most amount of oxygen to be delivered to the brain. They're doing things such as cooling the brain to cool it down from injury. So they're putting their heads in buckets of ice and putting a snorkel coming out of their head just to cool it down, putting ice on their neck to try and really cool down the brain and heal it and recover it faster. However, it's like, I understand the sport and I know it brings so much happiness to the lives of many. The Super Bowl was amazing, but yeah, you've got to think about player health and safety, which, by the way, on the topic of concussions and Dana White, he's introduced this sport called slap fighting.
Really?
You don't know
How
about
did I
it?
miss this?
Are you kidding me? He's
Oh,
you
you
formed a
mean where they
sport.
slap each other in the face?
Yeah, you know what it's
It's
called?
not like fighting, but they
Slap.
They
something.
stand there and they slap each other and see who can take the hardest slap. That's wild.
Which is, ending in edema all over people's faces, but not just that, concussions as well. Imagine getting slapped that hard. And I don't even think the prize money pool is that great to warrant something like this. It's just unbelievable. It's like, why is he doing this?
What's it called? Power slap. Top 5. Oh, knockouts. Jesus. Yeah, you just stand there defenseless.
Oh. See what I mean?
Oh. I mean, you have to be pretty desperate to get into something like
There's
this.
girls doing it.
Yeah. Oh my God. They're smacking the shit out of each other. Okay, this is number 3.
5, 6, 5, 6,
Oh,
6,
do you
7,
see his
8,
head?
That was
Yeah.
insane.
Like, how many...
8, 9, 8.
God, why did they powder them? Oh, so there's a stick probably.
10.
So,
He's
yeah.
out. Oh, at least they caught his head.
Yeah, but they've just concussed them, like...
Yeah, that is bizarre. Dana White's doing that?
Yeah, he's doing that.
1, 2, 3,
Wow.
Imagine being that rich that you think, let's see how people can just voluntarily give themselves brain damage.
People love violence. It is
Is that what it
encoded
is?
in our DNA.
Is that what it is? Because I
I think
don't.
violence is like the most compelling form of entertainment to watch. Like Roman gladiators fighting to the death was like the first form of entertainment, right? For
Yeah.
incitation, at least.
Yeah.
And it's like that's the highest stakes.
Yeah, I often think if you've been given the education, which, we should be educating players on, the health and safety of their brains and knowing that, hey, this knock to your head at this velocity, because you got to remember as well, a concussion, you don't just hit your head and then you concuss. A concussion, you have to, get it at the right place in the correct velocity. You could just get a hit to the head. It doesn't mean you're going to be concussed, right? So it determines, it comes down to velocity. But if players are aware of that, and they're also aware of the magnitude, they're also aware of how you just got hit in the head, this is what your brain is doing right now, this is what it's going to do in the next year. If they still know they're voluntarily going out there, then it's up to them. That's your... They can't tell me how to live my life. They're not going to say, you shouldn't do this. So,
yeah, well, I mean, who knows how aware they are of what actually happens before they get into the NFL. But like, a lot of them grow up with a dream of doing that, and like, getting into that and making that. Plus, you're making millions and millions of dollars. Not saying they shouldn't be paid more. They probably should be paid more. But, there's a trade-off. They're making a choice. And there's definitely lots of science and evidence and documentary proof of the brain damage that happens to people, and people going postal and committing suicide and killing the people and beating their spouses. And it's a laundry list of problems that happen from brain damage. But, yeah, I don't know. What about what I wanted to ask you? I wanted to ask you about one thing we talked about was sauna stuff.
Love it.
You love sauna?
Oh yeah. Where the amount of benefits.
Speaking of brain damage, can't you damage your brain in the sauna? Can't you cook your brain?
I mean, depending again how heroic you want to be. Yeah, I mean, what was it? What's her last name? Platt? Where she put her head in the oven.
Who?
The one who is it Sylvia Platt or something? She put her head in the oven and yeah. I mean, I don't know why I even brought that up, but it just reminded me of it.
Is there any evidence of like damaging brain tissue by being in the oven?
Oh, Sylvia Platt. What did she do? Did she do something regarding an?
Wow.
Did she do something regarding an oven and putting her head in the oven? I'm pretty sure she did. There we go.
Oh, wow.
They found her dead with her head in the oven.
Oh,
having sealed the room between her. So yeah, you don't want to Sylvia Platt yourself.
Having sealed the room between her and her sleeping children. I read about this in a book actually.
She's 30 years old.
Whoa, yeah, that's dark.
I don't know why. Was she evidently? She must have been depressed.
Yeah.
Oh look, it says up the top. Although Hughes does not know the name of the pills explicitly.
Whose book did I read about her in? I think it was like Malcolm Gladwell had a book about her. Yeah, he wrote a book about like mental health and like people who commit suicide and like some people don't really want to do it, or they do it to where they'll do something to where they know there's a chance of survival, but it's not a 100% chance they're going to die. Like swan dive off of a skyscraper, right? Then you know you're going to die. But then some people do stuff where it's like, I'm not really sure if I want to do this, but I'm in such a dark place right now that this is like spur of the moment. Maybe I'll live. I'm on the fence, but I'm going to try it. And that's when like people were like putting their heads in ovens. I think it was in England where that happened.
That's really sad.
Yeah, it's super sad.
Okay, so
I don't know where I was going with that. That was part of the book.
We got there, yeah. We got there because you said, can you cook your brain? More than likely, you could possibly, yeah. But we're not going to the extremes. Just the same way people actually can die from jumping into those really cold rivers. And your heart rate can slow down immediately. You can actually pass out. There's actually been, I think, maybe 13 deaths from cold water immersion because people jump into the ice cold lakes, and they get in and they're so cold that they pass out and they drown. So it's the drowning that actually that kills them. So yeah, again, we've got extremes. But no, let's talk about the beneficial effects of heat shock proteins. These heat shock proteins can go in and induce FOXO3, which is like a transcription factor it's like a longevity gene, if you will. And I've actually read research on these heat shock proteins going in and mimicking cardiovascular workouts. So these, the same benefits you get to your cardiovascular system from running and cycling for long periods of time, you can get from the sauna. The main reason I like it is for the excretion of some of these heavy metals as well.
Now, is there any other benefit? Like, because it's obviously like a vasodilation that's happening, right? It's dilating all of your arteries and everything. But then when people do that and they go into cold, that seems like it could be bad.
Yeah, actually, there's not that. I know that people like to do hot and cold. Going from hot and then going into cold, it's not a big thing, but stressing your system from doing hot and then cold and then hot and then cold and vasodilating and constricting, it's actually not really, there's no evidence to show you that's doing well. It could be just a placebo where you feel the effects of one thing and feel the shock of another thing.
Right. I think it was like a Swedish or Norwegian study that was done with the saunas, like a 20-year study on sauna. Was that only? Do you know if that was only the sauna, or was that there was no cold involved?
There was no cold involved in that. No.
It was like 20 something minutes or like an hour a week.
Actually, what they're doing now. There's a really great guy, a doctor named Dr. Charles Rozon. I had him on my podcast. He is a psychiatrist, and he works with like major depression. And what he's doing, and he's actually showing this, if you can what he did was he randomized, I think it was like 20 patients that he had who've got severe depression, who are on everything, SSRIs, everything, right? Near suicidal people. And he got one cohort to, be on drugs and just keep taking their SSRIs. And then he got another cohort where he gave them like a sugar pill, okay, just a fake drug, and pretended to give them an SSRI. And he got them in the sauna, and he showed that the people who weren't taking the real SSRIs, they actually mimicked the SSRIs and got them off having...
Was it a placebo?
Well, it wasn't a placebo because you're actually inducing the same effects, neurotransmitter release, from getting into the hot sauna. So he showed they can actually get people off taking medication in depressive patients through going into a sauna, albeit it was every day, and I think it was like a harsh amount, it was like 2 hours a day.
Whoa.
Yeah. So it was a long, I don't think he did it all at once, maybe he was doing it in like 40-minute increments, but he showed that the effects can actually help mimic an SSRI.
I've heard of that with cold water, but I haven't heard of that with sauna.
And cold water too. I think there's less evidence around cold water. I know with sauna there's a lot more evidence, and he's really working towards actually getting saunas into hospital settings.
So, as far as like sauna, like duration and temperature, like what do you think is optimal?
40. It depends. Have you got do you get into the red saunas or a dry sauna?
Regular sauna, the one that's not the infrared.
Not the infrared, yeah.
Traditional.
Yeah, traditional sauna. That's even hotter. So you can get the same effects if you get in there for around 30 minutes.
Is the infrared better?
It's not better or worse.
Okay.
I prefer the infrared. Okay, but it just takes longer. It takes you need to stay in there for around 45 minutes because it takes longer to heat up. Whereas if you're in the traditional saunas, you're already hot. You go in, you just put the water on, it's hot already.
I like the traditional because you just pour the water on the rocks with like a little sense of
Much
whatever,
life stream,
and
bitch.
it steams it up and it makes it smell nice.
What temperature are you getting to?
Like 160.
I was going to say, yeah. And these, the infrared, 160 is great. 170, and the infrareds are getting up to around 170 as well.
Some people do like 200. I don't know how you do that.
Again, why?
Yeah, just to impress everybody.
Exactly, it's heroic.
Is there a level of, or a temperature of diminishing returns that you know of?
Not diminishing returns, but there's no, I mean, unless you're doing it every single day and you're becoming adapted to the heat, then you can increase it a little bit, because remember, it comes down to your core body temperature, not the temperature of the ambient temperature. So the best way to actually do it is if you've got a thermometer and you're measuring your own core body temperature while you're in the sauna, get it to a specific temperature and then stay in there for 20 minutes. And you can release these heat shock proteins that are so beneficial for you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much.
Oh, thanks for having me, Danny. This was fun.
Doing this, I really appreciate it. This was fascinating. I haven't done a podcast like this in a long time, so this was refreshing. Tell people that are listening and watching where they can follow you and watch your videos or whatever you got online.
Yeah, I've got a podcast called The Neural Experience. I have a YouTube clip, albeit it's a small YouTube channel, Louisa Nicola, and I hang out on Instagram quite a bit, Louisa Nicola.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you did a podcast with Dom a while ago, right?
I did. I've had all the great scientists on.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thanks again.
Thanks,
I really
Danny.
enjoyed it. Goodbye, world.
Which is the narrow zone on Earth's surface that contains all the different landscapes and major systems that interact to create our dynamic planet. By breaking the Earth up into distinct systems, we can look for connections that help us understand complex problems like climate change or the loss of variety of life in different habitats. In physical geography, we think of there being 4 major Earth systems. First, there's the atmosphere, or the layers of air surrounding Earth that give us clouds, weather, the ozone layer, and the air we breathe. Then there's the hydrosphere, or all of the water on, below, or above the planet's surface. So all the water in the soils, under the ground, in oceans, lakes, ice caps, and streams, as well as in plants, animals, our bodies, and all the water molecules in the atmosphere. Next, we have the lithosphere, which is the rocky outermost layer of Earth. The rocks in the lithosphere form our continents and line the bottom of Earth's oceans. And make up the biosphere.
You can be very arrogant. Nobody touched you. Nobody interrogated you. So when I saw that actor as a comandante, I didn't come in interrogate. I like to talk to you. I admire you. You used to be head of a state in Cuba, and you're here because you believe in your ideas, even though I know they are mistaken. I said, can you untie me? And I said, sure. Just before that picture was taken, I put my hand around here and said, Comandante, mira el pajarito. You believe it was. We tell that in Cuba. Look at the bird, look at pajarito. So I got into the room, I stood in front of him, was sitting in the bench, look at me, and look at him. Said, Commander, I'm sorry. I tried my best. His orders from the high body went. That guy looked at me and he turned white like a piece of paper. I've never seen somebody whose face turned white. I mean, literally white. It's anything you want for your family. Tell Fidel that he will soon see a triumphant revolution in America. And then he said, and you can tell my wife to remarry and try to be happy.
There's a documentary out there. In that documentary, they accused you of being tied to the murder of the DEA agent. Kiki Camarena.
Through the Great Barrier Reef each year, bringing food, oxygen, and keeping temperatures moderate for all organisms.
Do you smoke cigars? You don't? Oh man, I brought you a couple. I brought a Cuban cigar for you. No. I was hoping that we could get a cigarette. You never ever smoked cigars?
No cigarette.
Really?
When I was 5 years old, my father made me smoke one cigarette.
Your dad made you smoke a cigarette when you were 5?
He offered me a cigarette. I didn't want it, and he forced it on me. So I got sick, I vomited, I hated it, so I never touched it.
Wow. That's a good strategy.
I don't know, he did it for that purpose, but he definitely accomplished that.
So, to preface this conversation, I wanted to give some context to how I found out about you. And that was through a guy named Rick Prado, who was on the podcast. He was a former CIA paramilitary guy who was based in Honduras. And another woman who was just on the podcast, Annie Jacobson, who wrote a book called Surprise, Kill, Vanish, all about the paramilitary teams and the assassination, the covert assassination operations that had gone on around the world since the beginning of the Cold War. And you have had a legendary career and life. So first of all, thank you for inviting me here to your beautiful museum packed with history. And for people that are listening who may not know about you, can you give me just like a brief background of your where you come from and your military career?
Yes, I come from a small town, Cuba, called Santi Espiritus, where I spent all my kids' life. I was born in 1941. I went to La Salle School in Santi Espiritus. Then in 1952, when Batista made a military coup, my uncle was made Secretary of Public Works. So he moved to Havana, and my mother accompanied him to be able to set up the home for him. So she took me along with her. So I spent the first years in La Salle School in Havana. Then for the second year, I was in the Havana Military Academy. And then I moved, I used to live in my uncle's home until the next year. Then they offered me to go to the United States. I went to come to school here. So in 1954, when I was about 13 years old, I moved to Perkiomen Preparatory School in Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. That was I started 7th and 8th grade. And then I continued through my 4 years of high school. Now, before I completed the 6 years of high school, it was in December 1959. My parents had gone to Mexico on vacation in late 58, so I went there to visit them, and I spent New Year's Eve with them, and that's when Castro took over. So I came back to school again. I was supposed to go to Havana, but because of the situation there, I didn't. Went back to school, and then went back in 1959 to visit my parents in Mexico. And at that time, there was a Captain Cortez from the Cuban Army who was actually recruiting people for the first operation against Castro that took place in the Dominican Republic. It was called the Anti-Communist Legion of the Caribbean. It was composed of about 100 Cubans, 150 Spaniards, 50 Yugoslavians, 50 Greek, and 50 mixed nationalities. So when I was actually recruited by these guys as a volunteer, My father didn't want to sign me the paper because I was 17 years old at the time. So I told him that I was going to fulfill his signature in front of him, and he agreed. He told me that he would not sign it because he might be signing my death sentence, because he respected my position and go ahead and do it. So in front of him, I did sign my name. I got the visa number 60 from the Dominican Republic, and actually on the 4th of July of 1959, I flew a plane from Miami to Dominican Republic, an airfield that was in the middle of the city called General Andrews, that no longer exists now. And there I was met by General Pedraza, who was the Cuban general, and taken to his home for a while, and spent a week in Caixmar-Tepozcola, the town Ciudad Trujillo. And from there we went to the naval base of Caldera, where we started training there. I was 18 years old by the time. And then we were training there until they were supposed to be the first attempt to overthrow Castro. A Cuban mayor, Eloy Gutiérrez claimed that he had taken over the city of Trinidad and invited the people from the Dominican Republic to support them with weapons and military personnel for training. So people in the Dominican Republic believed him. He was actually working for Castro. We didn't know that. So there was a plane who was supposed to go there with a lot of weapons.
For Castro? Mm-hmm. You said he was working for Castro?
The mayor said that he had this defect and he had taken over the city of Trinidad, was working for Castro.
Okay. Got it. Hey guys, I want to ask you a quick favor. Over the last few months, almost 70% of the viewers of this podcast are not subscribed to the channel. The most important common denominator that allows me to keep creating these podcasts every single week is you hitting that subscribe button below the videos. I want to thank every single one of you who watches and supports these podcasts. I would not be able to do it without you. Please hit that subscribe button if you enjoy it. Now back to the show.
And he double-crossed the people that we were in the Dominican Republic, so they were ready to send a plane with about 5 instructors and plenty of military equipment. I was supposed to go on that plane, so there was 5 of us to go on the plane. One was Mari Brown, who was a Spanish who was actually in the French Legion. The other 2 were Cuban Lieutenant Rivero and Lieutenant Rodriguez. And there was Roberto Martin Perez, who was the son of a Cuban lieutenant colonel in the police, and myself. We were ready to go in the helicopter to fly from there to San Isidro Air Force Base in the Dominican Republic. Roberto Martin Perez's father, who was very close to my family, came to the helicopter and said that I was like a son to him, and his son had much experience that I did, so his son will go, and I will go with him when he goes. And he got me out of the helicopter. I really didn't expect to him for about a week, and then the helicopter actually landed in San Isidro. They got that C-46 plane that did belong to Batista when Batista left Cuba, and when he landed in Trinidad, and actually was taken by Castro forces. All of them were arrested. The captain that took my place, I wasn't supposed to stay. My mission was to put gasoline in the plane, oil if needed, and come back to the Dominican Republic. What happened then is this guy put a defense on the plane, and he was the only one who was killed in the operation. The other people were captured, and my friend Roberto Martin Perez spent the next 28 years in a Cuban prison. Then after that, they moved our unit to continue training in Constanza, that's an area up in the mountain. When I arrived, there were already guerrillas in there that Cuba had sent with Delio Gómez Ochoa, the commanders. And there were Cuban and Dominican people. And of course, it was put down. Most of our people that fought them, the Cubans that were there, fought against that guerrilla along with the Dominican troops. And they were able to eliminate all of them eventually. So after that, the operation was eventually terminated. I contacted Hepatitis, and my parents went to Mexico, to Dominican Republic to pick me up. So I flew back to Miami in December of 1959. I recovered in Miami. I missed 1 semester in school. I went back to school. I recovered that semester, and then graduated in June of 1960 from high school. I did apply and was accepted at the University of Miami for engineering, civil engineering. That's what I really wanted to be all my life. Before that happened, we learned there was something going on somewhere in Latin America to liberate our homeland. So I decided that was more important. So I joined that. Later became the Bay of Peak Invasion. So we were flowing from Rio Palaca airports into Guatemala, and then we started training in Guatemala along with the Brigade 2506. At the time, we had no idea what the CIA was. We all thought they were rich Cuban people who had lost sugar mills in Cuba were putting up the money for these operations.
You had no idea what the CIA was.
We had no idea what the CIA was. We had no idea that the U.S. government was sponsoring our operation. It came later on when, everything.
Who did you think was sponsoring the operation when you decided to go?
Rich Cuban, a bunch of rich Cubans that had lost a lot of sugar mills and things in Cuba. They had enough money, and they were financing this. So that's what we all thought. Now we went in there, then the invasion became later a fiasco. A lot of people ask why was the invasion putting hand on the CIA and the Pentagon, because the CIA had no expertise in military land, and the Pentagon did. And the simple answer is it wasn't meant to be military land. When the Eisenhower administration received information in 1960 from their intelligence sources that the Soviets were planning to bring offensive missiles to the island, they decided to destabilize the Castro regime. Right? So they ordered the CIA to destabilize the Castro regime. And what the CIA did was they got a very experienced military guy in guerrilla warfare called what they call Napoleon Valeriano.
Is this when Nixon was vice president and Nixon thought he was going to win the election against Kennedy, or when Nixon first, I think Rockefeller dropped out of the race, and then Nixon realized he was going to be the primary candidate in the Republican Party?
Yeah, Nixon was the vice president at the time. Was Eisenhower. He was already the vice president.
Nixon, yeah, right. So what I was asking, like, Nixon was the vice president, and then Nixon wanted to establish a paramilitary team to go into Cuba to destabilize Cuba, right?
Well, I think that was the decision of President Eisenhower, not Nixon.
Okay.
Although he was vice president, by all means, we all know that he did win the election, and the election became fraudulent when the mayor of Chicago, Daley, was the one who committed fraud in that election, gave the election to President Kennedy. But actually, everybody knows that the election was won by the Vice President Nixon. If they had been honorable, Chicago would have gone for Nixon, and that was the state that gave the presidency to either one. So Daley committed fraud, and that's how Kennedy became president of the United States.
His campaign, the people who were running his presidential campaign, they covertly went to all the preachers, to all the churches in like 7 or 8 major swing states, and they turned them from Republican to Democratic and convinced them all to support Kennedy. So that there was these black preachers that were showing all these pamphlets in support of Kennedy in all the churches, and they were able to swing the black vote in like 7 states to Kennedy.
I don't know what happened. I knew that if Daley had not committed fraud, Nixon would have been president of the United States. The rest, I have no idea what's going on there. The thing is, then they contracted this guy who was a colonel, graduated from West Point from the Pentagon. His real name was Napoleon Valeriano. He used the name Rodolfo Vallejo, and he has been very effective in the war against the Hawk in the Philippines. And he started training us as a guerrilla warfare. Now there were guerrillas in the Escambray. So the idea of the Eisenhower administration was to reinforce that guerrilla to the point that they would be able to control a small territory and declare an independent territory, and then bring a provisional government from there, and you'd be recognized by the OAS and the United States. That was the end of Castro. So we formed what was called the infiltration team, or the Great Team, or a special force of the brigade, with 90 of us. Actually, about only 36 of us entered Cuba clandestinely before the invasion. And there were several purpose called Black Team, 25 men each, who were specialized in receiving weapons by air and by sea, and also military training. So the idea was that we would go into the country first, start bringing civilians into the Escambray Mountain. Once there were enough people in there, they would bring the Black Team to train them. And once there was a strong guerrilla that could liberate a small territory, then the rest of the brigade would come protecting a provisional civilian government in arms that was going to promote free and democratic elections within a year, and of course would be accepted by the OAS, Organization of American States, and 90% American troops, maybe a little percent of Latin American troops, and that was the end of Castro. That was the idea of the operation.
And Was this the same thing as Operation 40?
No, Operation 40 was a part of the operation of the Bay of People's intelligence people who were going to go in to work intelligence inside the operation itself. So that was the concept that prevailed. Now, when President Kennedy was elected president, then he got been extremely critical of Nixon, telling him that he was not doing enough to stop communism in Cuba. I had no idea that we were already in Guatemala being traded by the Eisenhower administration. So when he was confronted with the fact that they already had people in there, he decided to continue with the operation, but he didn't want an operation that was actually planned by Republicans. So he decided to continue, but with a different concept altogether. He disbanded the black team. This one was actually a reinforced battalion, not a brigade, even though they call it a brigade. They took our Filipino colonel out of the operational area. They brought a guy from the Pentagon. They kept us infiltration team. We went additional training after December, late part of December. We moved to Panama for additional special training. And from there in January, we started moving to Miami and infiltrating Cuba in different forms. There was a group that landed in Cuba by the airport, international airport, with their true name, and the cover story because they were coming back from American University to support the revolution. One team parachuted into the island, the Camagüey area, and 90% of the team entered through navally, through infiltration through post with reception team. And one individual entered through the Guantanamo naval base, helped by the base and approved by the chief operation of naval operation there. And that was the people that were inside Cuba. So I entered Cuba in late February of 1961 to work with internal resistance. Now, while we were operating inside Cuba, we were never told of the invasion coming in at all. We were not privy with that. When they decided to invade, we had no idea it was taking place. We had enough explosives. We had enough explosives inside the island and enough weapons to be able to blow breaches on the way to the Bay of Pigs and delay the troops coming in, but we were never advised. By the time we learned that the invasion had taken place and where, Fidel already had thousands of people being arrested. He got all his army going house by house in the main cities of Cuba, especially in Havana. They surrounded every building, and you were a male in age, of military age, and you were not assigned to a military unit, even though you had done nothing. Maybe you were even raised in the Communist Party. But if you were not assigned to a military unit, they would pick you up and they put up in temporary concentration camps, I could call. They had baseball fields with high fences. They were housing 250,000 Cubans from Havana. There was like Hotel Blanquita, called now Carlos Marek, who has capacity for 5,000 people. They were housing like 5,500 people in there. So it was really a disaster. They actually were able to disarticulate internal resistance because most of them were captured. Even though later on, after everything passed, all of them were liberated because they had no idea who they had. But at the same time, they were able to disarticulate internal resistance, so we could not help the invasion at all. So when it failed, a lot of our people were, like say, member of my infiltration team. 4 of them was executed by firing a squad. One of them was captured defending a safe house. He was also executed. Then they had 5 people from Castro, 26th of July, who landed. He had a personal grudge against them. They were actually being captured. They were executed by firing a squad. They were all who died drowned, or the other died in training. Like, for example, our 2506 member, Carlos Rodriguez Santana, he was the first casualty in Guatemala. He fell from a mountain, trying to locate a better place for training. And he was the first casualty, and his brigade number was 2506. That's why they call assault brigade 2506 in his honor. He's the first client who was killed. So, the brigade fought bravely. The 3 days that they could, they had weapons for only 24 hours. The boat that was sank because we did not control the air. We were promised the air support. There were 2 airstrikes that destroyed 90% of Castro Air Force. But there was a last strike that was supposed to take place with 16 planes that was canceled by Adlai Stevenson. And the situation was that Stevenson wasn't briefed on the operation. He was told that this operation, all the planes that were attacked, Cuban targets, were Cuban defector planes. And that's what he really believed. And when the first attack, they shot down one of our planes, and Cuban ambassador Raul Roth could present in the United Nations the picture of the B-26 that Cuba had, that had a plastic nose. And then the picture of the plane that were attacking us, because they had one down, they had the H-50 caliber machine gun in the nose, completely different planes. They had less people told the administration unless they put a stop to the airstrike, we resigned to the UN. So they put an stop to the final airstrike, was really going to eliminate all of Castro's Air Force to complete the Stevenson not to resign. And that was the turning point where we did not control the air. They sent the boat with all the ammunition, every supply that we had, and there was no contingency plan. So the brigade fought bravely for 24 hours. The ammunition we had extended to 72 hours, for 48 hours. When I got to 72 hours, they ran out of ammunition and they did not surrender. So they had to go into the swamp, and most of them were captured.
So during the invasion, right, when you guys were initiating the invasion for the first 24 hours during the Bay of Pigs, did you guys know there wasn't going to be any air support, or did you guys think that you had air support coming?
We were in Havana. We believed we were going to have air support. And it did take place the first two airstrikes before the invasion. Now the third one, who was the most important one, we have no idea, it had been cancelled because of the Adelaide Stevenson. And that was critical. That was the airstrike was going to take out the T-33 jet trainers and the 86 planes. When they didn't take out that, they were the one who controlled the air. On the first day when the invasion landed, they were able to sink the boat in Houston, would bring all the weapons and ammunition, everything. And there was not a contingency plan by the administration at all. So when people fought bravely for the first 48 hours, they took every single position on the first day that were assigned to them. For them, when they ran out of ammunition, they did not surrender, but they had to get into the jungle. And then weeks later, leader by leader, they actually captured over 95% of the brigade.
How many people total?
Oh, they were together land about 1,200 of them, less than 1,300. Over 1,100 were captured. They were also actually to die in combat was about 76, not more than that. And the rest of the people who we count like 100 and some people that died. The rest of people there were a boat called Celia who was able to leave with 22 brigade members on board. Now we had in front of the Bay of Pigs during the invasion Task Force Alpha from the Navy. We have the USS Carrier in front of us. Essex, by the name of the Essex, they have all the planes painted black. It was supposed to participate. We have several marine landing craft aboard. They have several destroyers. They have 2 submarines. The whole task force, but it was never authorized by the president to participate in it. So as soon as the invasion failed, they picked up a few people and they left. So this group, they were able to steal a larger boat, and 22 of the Cuban brigade members were able to get on it, and they actually drifted all the way through the south coast into the north coast, and they also were picked up 2 weeks later near New Orleans. By that time, 10 of them had died from thirst and lack of water. And 10 brigade members died during that situation, and 12 survived. Then there were also, like I said, the 5 people that were executed from the infiltration team, the 5 people that he executed from Fidel's personal unit. There were several of them who died in the hospital with lack of medical attention. There are others that died in training before they arrived in there. So the actual toll of the brigade was minimal compared to their losses. In the Bay of Pigs itself, they lost over 100 people. But then there was what we call la Carretera de la Muerte, the death road, where he was coming on the second day with 80,000 militia. And there were 3 of our B-26 planes that engaged them. Now every plane had 8 5-inch rockets each. It had 8 50 caliber machine gun in the nose, and had each one of them would carry a 500-pound bomb or napalm bomb. And they went over that column of Castro troops, and the result was between 4,000 to 5,000 casualties between dead and killed. Castro never talked about that. Now, we had a paramedic guy who eventually defected, came to the United States. He wrote a book about it and he made it available to us. He was at the other end receiving the wounded and the death. And he told us that the result was, well, he would say it was over 5,000 people that were wounded. And they had to send it to different hospitals out of the city. They had to use the basketball field to put the wounded and the dead in there because they had no way to be able to deal with so many wounded and dead people. Fidel never counts those people that could die during the Bay of Peace. He only commemorates 100 and some of them.
So, how long? You said it took about 24 hours until you ran out of ammunition.
48 hours.
48 hours. So, walk me through what was going. How old were you?
19.
So you're 19 years old. You just invaded Cuba, and it's been 48 hours. You run out of ammunition. You have no backup air support.
Remember, I was in Havana working with the resistance. I was not at the Bay of Peace.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're in it.
I entered in Cuba a month and a half before the invasion to work with the resistance inside.
Okay.
That's why I said they never advised us and never told us of the invasion. Otherwise, we had enough equipment to be able to grow bridges and the way to fly it on and quickly lay the troops running there. So when they told us, it was too late. Fidel was already picking up thousands of people in the cities, and there was no longer safe houses which give you safe passage.
So you were no longer safe?
No.
What did you do at that moment?
Well, I was lucky that the lady who was driving me around had contact with the Spanish embassy. So here come Alejandro Vergara with it was actually, his title was French and Propaganda for the Spanish embassy in Havana. But he was the intelligence officer for the Spanish government in there. He knew her, who was of Spanish origin, and he came to pick her up to save her at the apartment that we were. They were going to be checking in the next few minutes. So I went with them. So we got into his car, and we were pulling out. There was a truck with militia surrounding the building where we were. So we went to his apartment at the Edificio Somellán. Of course, he had diplomatic immunity, and there were already 8 people hiding in his apartment, sleeping in the floor. So that's where I stayed there for a while, and it was an amazing situation because his apartment was in 2B, and my grandparents were in 1A of the same building. So from his apartment, you see my grandfather and my grandmother on my father's side having breakfast downstairs. So I tried to contact different safe houses to move because they told me I couldn't stay there too long. And nobody will answer you. Everybody was afraid. Even if they answer you, they will not accept you. Before people had they knew, they thought we were going to win, so they didn't mind taking chances or being picked up because they knew we were going to be out soon after the invasion. But after the invasion failed, nobody would give us any support at all in Havana. So I was lucky then that this lady was friends with this guy Vergara, and I spent about a week in his apartment, and then eventually they took me to the Venezuelan embassy where I did seek political asylum. So his Venezuelan embassy where I lived, it was a big house from one of the rich people of Cuba, Mestre, who owned the CMQ television station in Cuba. And it was a huge house for a big family, but not to be able to lodge 120 people in there. So we were 120 people living in one home. I had a big yard, can you imagine? There were fights after a while. We had to make crews to cook and to clean the house. And, I slept in a room with 20-some people in the dining room on top of chairs. It was really not easy. And I had to spend there 5.5 months before they finally were able to seek political asylum papers to be able to leave the country.
Was this guy not concerned? Was he not worried at all about harboring you guys in his house?
No, there is a treaty that is signed by all Latin American countries in general, with the exception of the United States, Canada, and the Dominican Republic. So we never signed that treaty. If you are a national, you have to be a national from that country, specifically that you are asking for political asylum. If you are being persecuted politically and you can prove that, they will give you political asylum protection. And the government is compelled to give you a safe conduct out of the country in a reasonable time. Now, if you interpret a reasonable time any way they want, it's supposed to be a few days, maybe a week. In my case, they hold it for close to 5.5 months before they will allow me to leave. and I had to live there. Then eventually they give you a safe corner to leave the country. So on the 13th of September of 1961, that's when I left from the Venezuelan embassy in a plane with another 100 and some people to Caracas, Venezuela. And then I stayed in Caracas for about a week. I didn't have contact with the agency there. They provided the money for my ticket. My mother, while I was in the embassy, was able to send my Cuban passport who had a student visa on it. So I used that student passport, which was visa, to be able to get into the United States at the very end of the month of September. Now, the main thing is they contacted me again, and before the October month was over, I already was going back to Cuba. Only for Italian purposes. I made 7 trips to Cuba after the Bay of Pigs, bringing people, material in and out during that time.
And you were doing this by boat or plane?
By boat. No, it was all by boat.
This episode of the podcast is brought to you by Mudwater. Mudwater is a coffee alternative containing 4 adaptogenic mushrooms. With only a fraction of the caffeine as a cup of coffee, you get energy without the jitters or the crash of coffee. And each ingredient was added for a purpose. Cacao and chai for a hint of caffeine and hot chocolate-like flavor, lion's mane to support focus, cordyceps to help support physical performance, and both chaga and reishi to support your immune system. What I really love about Mudwater is that it tastes great, and they took their time to find all the perfect ingredients to develop a product that helps you feel better every single day. Mudwater donates monthly to psychedelic research and treatment, as they believe the country is in a mental health epidemic, and see psychedelics as useful tools for individuals with depression, PTSD, anxiety, and other mental health experiences. So get 15% off and a free frother by using my link below, mudwater.com/Danny, and use the code Danny at checkout to get 15% off. That's mudwtr.com/Danny, and use the promo code Danny at checkout to get 15% off. It's linked below. Now back to the show. So after you got into Caracas, after you escaped Cuba, did the CIA contact you at all? Did you contact them?
I found out a way to contact them. One guy who worked at the Maiquetía airport, who was contact with the agency. And I contacted and explained my situation. He was the one who provided the ticket and everything, arranged for everything for me to fly out of Caracas for Miami. So when we landed here, the normal procedure was they would pick us up and take us to Opalaca for debrief for about 3 or 4 days. Okay. It's sad because I lost they should have given back to me, but they kept my Cuban passport and never gave it back to me. Then after that, of course, the agency already knew that I was there, and they were part of the debriefing, so from there I continued to work with them back and forth. And I worked with the agency like that. I actually shook the hand of President Kennedy when he visited the Orange Bowl at the end of 1960.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's when the brigade gave him the flag. Allegedly, I was at the Bay of Pigs. Kennedy accepted the flag in custody, and he promised that day that he would soon return the flag in the free Havana. He meant it. I honestly believe that he meant it, and I believe that's why he was assassinated in Dallas. He darn well knew that if he didn't assassinate Castro, no, he didn't assassinate Kennedy. Kennedy was going to assassinate him. And it was true. The president was planning the assassination of Castro after that, for sure.
Wait, say that one more time?
Fidel Castro knew if he didn't assassinate Kennedy, Kennedy was going to assassinate him.
Oh, got it. Okay.
It was a matter of, he knew that. And that's why I'm convinced he was part of the assassination of the president in Dallas. And we know that there was a Cuban captain, Fabian Escalante, who was a perfect shooter and a sharpshooter. He spoke fluent English. We all knew that he was in Dallas that day. And he was the second shooter. And then he left for Mexico and from there to Cuba on private planes.
So you don't think it was Lee Harvey Oswald acting alone?
I think Harvey was one of the shooters, but I'm convinced that this guy, Fabian Escalante, was the second one. That the famous bullet that is impossible to be able to trace, because there was another shooter. Now, at that time, the Johnson administration knew, and they had information from the Bureau of the participation of the Cuban in the assassination of the president. But for national security consideration, they had to cover that up because they had to recognize at that point in time that the president of a foreign government, like Cuba, assassinated the president of the United States, they had to invade Cuba. And they knew there were already inside Cuba 4 offensive missiles. Cuba was able to sneak in 4 offensive nuclear missiles into the island. I guess that's why when Khrushchev we knew that they had been able to put in 4 offensive missiles, that's when he decided openly to bring those boats full of nuclear. That was the October crisis took place.
What did you think? What was your opinion of President Kennedy?
I thought there is a different opinion from brigade members. A friend of mine here, he believes the traitor, we hate him. In my opinion, I believe he was a young president, inexperienced and very ill-advised. And we had to pay the price, no question about it. And he was responsible for it, like he took full responsibility. Right. But then I believe he tried to amend it, and that cost his life. Actually, he and his brother wanted to eliminate Castro. It was something they could not help it.
That was one of the major things he ran on during his presidential campaign against Nixon.
No, he meant it. See, the fact that what he did after that, he opened the Armed Forces of the United States for the brigade officers. So there were 212 brigade officers, I was one of them, to join the U.S. Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines in Fort Benning, Georgia, for basic training. And then also opened the Armed Forces of the United States for regular soldiers, for Cubans to join the Army, not only in Fort Jackson and all the military. There were thousands of people who joined that. They were called Unidades Cubanas, Cuban units. We were training for, like saying, for Benning as second lieutenant, 212 of us. And then he started organizing the assassination of the president. We graduated after 8 months from the training they gave us was called a Special Officer Training Program. They had to call it that because we were already second lieutenant, but the block of training was based on the OCS, Officer Candidate School, that they give to sergeants, which are going to be promoted to second lieutenant. So they could not call it OCS because we were already officers. So they used the same block of training, but called it SOTP, a Special Officer Training Program. So when I graduated from that program in late, I think it was like October or November, before November, it was in September or October, we graduated from the program. I was supposed to go to Fort Harbor in Virginia to take intelligence training. But before that, our team came to visit me in Fort Benning, and they asked me to resign my commission and to join him in a special operation that was sponsored by President Kennedy to eliminate that. Right. And then he told me, this time we are going to be the one in charge. We are going to be commanding this special operation. Either we win or we lose on our own. They are going to give us everything that we need. All right. Last time we trusted the Americans. We did not participate in any planning of the operation. This one, we were to do all the planning. He wanted me to resign to be his head of communication. I told him, I said, Manolo, what guarantee do I have that President Kennedy is behind this? He said, what guarantee do you want? So what, you want me to leave the army and go to a motel and be trained by the CIA in communication? Tell your source of whoever it is with the administration, I want to be trained in Fort Benning in full uniform of the U.S. Army, being paid by the U.S. Army. If they do that, then I'll resign my commission and go with you. So he told me, fine, go and see your supervisor and ask him you want to take a special communication training. So here I go and see Major Angel Torres, who was a Puerto Rican in charge of our training of all the Cubans.
What was his name again?
Angel Torres. So I went to him and said, Major, Lieutenant Rodriguez, I'd like to change to a special communication training. So he looked at me in his office and said, look, Lieutenant, first of all, as far as I know, there is no such thing as special communication training. Second, if you were, it's too late to change. You are going to Fort Harbor in Virginia for intelligence training. And third, who told you? Sir, I cannot tell you. It was normal. So we left Fort Benning. We went to Miami for vacation before we went back to Fort Benning to pick up our things to continue on to intelligence training was supposed to go. When I received a call from ROTHSCHILD, which is the recruiting center in Corrugated, to ask me to call Major Torres immediately. So I called Major Torres in Fort Benning, and the first thing they told me is, Lieutenant Rodriguez, come to Fort Benning immediately. We have here Mr. Moose and Mr. Flanagan to give you your special communication training. So I enlisted two other members in the brigade, Luis Sierra and Jorge Giro, to go with me. We all went back to Fort Benning. We were given an empty building inside the military base, and they got these two guys, Musa and Mr. Flanagan, from the CIA in civilian clothes, who gave us a month and a half of communication training, and they assigned to us a sergeant from Puerto Rico origin, whose last name, by the way, was Castro, to do the translating. Because I did not speak English because I went to school here, but the other two did. So we got this guy Castro to do the translation for us. And after we finished the training, we did resign to our officer commission, and we went with our team to Central America. We had enlisted the president of Costa Rica and the president of Nicaragua. Bases in Nicaragua was a naval base, a commando base, and infiltration team base, and guerrilla base. Then in Costa Rica, we had a communication with both presidents, and we started training and operating of that operation. Then, unfortunately, President Kennedy was assassinated.
When you were down there.
Then, because of the respect that they still have for Bobby Kennedy was our direct contact.
What about when the gang comes? The gang!
Bobby Kennedy, and Bobby Kennedy was contact with CIA on our behalf. We received, for example, all the weapons we received down there came in a huge barge that was towed all the way from Hamburg, Germany. It was military base, army base. It was given to us in the ocean. We had M16. The M16 was experimental at that time. The U.S. Army was still using the M1 Garand. We were given the M16, the original one. We were the one who told the agency that this thing, whenever got stuck in mud, didn't work. It was a nosotros the AK was much better. They think got stuck whenever it got in mud. That's why they then added up that plunger on the right side that you push it in when that happened.
Oh, okay.
So getting mud, they would push it forward, and then it was the M16.
Oh, wow.
We had 20 caliber machine, and they were using the huge 200 and some boats, some other boats. We had two Swiss boats from being built in New Orleans. We had B-20 boats. We have whole camp armaments from 20 30 caliber machine, 50 caliber machine, and 20 millimeter machine. I mean, anything that we need, plenty of explosives and everything. We started an operation doing raids against Cuba during that time. Now in 1965, that was as far as Johnson stood up with us, and at that point in time, we completely terminated our operation. They sent an assistant to President Kennedy, who was his assistant. His name was Joseph B. Califano Jr. And he came to visit the people in the army, and they told them on behalf of the president that the promise of President Kennedy to liberate Cuba died with President Kennedy. And there was no longer a commitment from the United States president to liberate Cuba. If you wanted to stay and make a career in the armed forces, you are welcome to it. But be knowing there is no longer a compromise to liberate Cuba. So some of our people left. They went to civilian life, and some continued the military career. A lot of them became later on and retired as full colonel, lieutenant colonel. One of them, Oliver, was deputy commander of the brigade, rose to the rank of brigadier general in the Washington National Guard, and upon his retirement, he got his second star, so he retired as a major general from the U.S. Army. And most of our people, maybe 10 or 15 officers, retired full colonels, lieutenant colonels, majors, and some captains. We had 3 brigade members, captains, who died fighting in Vietnam. And we have the picture, honor the picture here, and the picture of all the people who participated in the armed forces at that time. So that was really a disaster, unfortunately. Then after that failure, I came back to Miami. I have met my wife in Cuba when I was 15 years old, and she was 18. First time I saw her, I told myself she's going to be my wife.
Really?
Yes. I was stunned when I saw my wife. And she was 3 years older than I was when I was 15. So when I infiltrated into Cuba, I exchanged letters with her when she was going to Virginia Intermountain College in the United States, maybe 3 or 4 letters. So when I infiltrated Cuba, I went to visit her at her home in Havana, but she wasn't home. She was in Cienfuegos, where she is from. So when she came back, it was in early 1962. I went to visit her, and within 6 months we were married. So we got married on May 25th. She's still my present wife. We still have, we are going to have already. We are going to our 63rd year of our marriage. We have 62 already. When I got married to her, I told her I was going to leave the agency and everything. I was going to make a civilian life with her, but I want her to understand if there was something serious about liberating Cuba that I will go.
What did she think about that?
Well, she made a mistake of accepting to. She agreed to it.
She did.
So this is what happened. Here we are. We got married 25th of August. I started working at a company called Ace Letter Service, $1 an hour. There was a company that did propaganda for the whole hotel in Miami Beach, which only opened about 4 months of the year during winter only. The rest of the year, the hotel in Miami Beach was closed. And then from there, my uncle was able to get me a better job in a company called Tobin Packaging Company that had to do with meats and ham and things like that. I was making, instead of $1, $1.35 an hour. Now, while I am working at Tobin Packaging Company, I received a call in October from Tom Klein, who was one of my case officers from the CIA, and he asked me, he wanted to meet me when I finished my work at the parking lot of the Howard and Johnson across from the University of Miami. So I arrived a little bit after 5 o'clock in the afternoon in my little car, and he had this big car in there. I sat in his car, and he looked at me very serious. He said, Felix, the Marines are going to land in Cuba, we need you. I looked at him and said, Tom, if the Marines are going to land in Cuba, what the hell do you need me for? Right. He said, well, you know how to operate a radio beacon. That's a signal you can set up somewhere to be able to direct plane to a specific location. They will get to that beacon, and then whatever attack, it will be very close to there, very easy for the plane to hit the base with precision. So they told me, allow you to parachute behind a Soviet missile base near Santa Clara area, and then set up this radio beacon at pre-located German position we will give you, so that our Air Force wants to keep this precision the airbase. Right. So I agree. I couldn't even call my wife. She waited for 3 hours in downtown for me to pick her up. We finally got a bus to our apartment. I was put in a safe house, and I asked the 2 other friends of mine who come to be 3 of us in the team. My only basic training was I could get shooting instructor in parachute, and what they did, they had different tables of different altitudes, which we jumped from those to the 3 point of contact, so we didn't break a leg. So we practiced that
high altitude, low.
Yeah, one table would be this low, and it would be much, much, much higher.
Oh, okay.
Close to that high in there. Okay, close to that thing is up there. Then you have to jump, and 2 to 3 point of contact, you don't break a leg. So we did practice that during the time that we were there.
How high do you jump? How high is the plane flying when you jump out?
It would probably be about 600 feet. You don't even carry an emergency parachute.
And you only deploy that high?
No. They want me to when you are coming down in the parachute, you're going real fast.
Right.
Okay, so when you jump on that altitude, it's about as fast as you're coming down with your parachute. So unless you are a professional, you can do like this, and then let it go, and you can, people that actually walk. That's for professionals.
Right.
When you're coming down with the parachute without doing that, you come at that speed. If you jump from there, it will be the same speed you were coming down with the parachute. So you have to be able to have the 3 point of contact. You don't break your legs. Okay. That's what we practicing there. But then Khrushchev left back down the day that the plane was coming to take off the parachute into Cuba. The operation terminated. So I was no longer working with the. I lost my job at Tobin Packaging Company. I continued to work with the agency, and then from thereafter we joined after the operation.
What do you continue to do for the agency, Philip? Like what?
No, after that, so that's when we went into the army.
The army. Okay.
Yeah, after I was out, then in '66 I went to mission system for the CIFA, Servicio Información Fuerzas Armadas, was an intelligence service from the Venezuelan in the jungle when they're in there. That's when Captain Ochoa, who later was executed as a colonel in Cuba, he was the one who was handling the guerrillas in Venezuela with Cubans and Venezuelans. Then I came back to the United States again. Then in 1968, they sent me at the beginning. They sent me to Peru. Excuse me. They sent me first to Ecuador. We trained an intelligence unit for the presidency of Ecuador. At that time, I had the rank of captain as a U.S. Army captain with another name attached to the U.S. embassy there. Then from there, they sent me into Peru. Was a paratrooper unit. Called the 48 Comandancia Guardia Civil. There's only two paratrooper units in police unit in the world. I think one is in Peru, los called Los Sinchis, and the other one is in Canada. The only police unit that have paratrooper capability. So I went there. The special forces already left when I arrived. They already trained them, to rig in the past, the parachute and everything. And I became an advisor to that unit. I recall when I first arrived, the commander of the unit, Danilo Agramonte, he asked me if I was a paratrooper. And out of embarrassment, I say, yes, sir. I say, how many jumps? I said, 100. I never jumped from a plane. So I was embarrassed to tell him what his advice when I did was not a paratrooper. To ask me if I would jump with them that afternoon, Sunday. I say, yes, of course. So I called a friend of mine, his name was Rabbi, there in Sanctions, and say, how the hell do you put this in on? I say, you have never jumped? I say, no. You're not. You're going to get killed. I say, bullshit. I practice already, the 3 pound of contact, they do that. So I went to my room, then we went to the dining room in my position there, and we practiced jumping from different altitudes. So I jumped with them 13 times. I got my wing from the Peruvian Air Force for the civilian. Now, I was supposed to be there 2 years, but within several months, there was the military coup of Velasco Alvarado against constitutional president Belaúnde Terry. And actually, our unit was not in agreement with the military coup. The commander of the unit called for us. He asked for a plane for training, and he gathered all of us. And the idea was that we were going to take over the plane with full military gear and ask the 40 pilots to drop us on top of the presidential palace to regain the control of the presidency for the constitutional president Belaúnde Terry. But the Army never released the Air Force plane that was assigned to us to do some training. At the end, about noontime, about 12 o'clock at night, the director of the police, General Barrios, he knew that they had consolidated the military coup, so he agreed, he went along with it. So the army that was surrounding us from the Peruvian army, they just went back. So when we came to this country for vacation, they terminated actually our participation there because Velasco Alvarado was buying all the equipment from the Soviet Union and went completely to the other side. So they stopped the military assistance to Peru. Then in late '69, I volunteered to go to Vietnam. They had me had a meeting with the civil stations from Venezuela who wanted me to go there, being advised to a 10,000 police unit. And then they called me and said, look, both people want you, for you to select. Don Polgar in Venezuela wants you to go there to be an advisor to this police unit, and Ted Chuck in Vietnam wants you to go to Vietnam. I say, well, if you believe I will do better in Venezuela, I will go there. But it's the same to you. I'd rather go to Vietnam because I've never been in that part of the world. So they were glad to give it to me. Not many people were volunteering to go to Vietnam at that time.
When did you meet Billy Law?
No, it was later on in training.
Much later, okay.
Yeah. Basically.
Oh, okay.
We never coincided in the team.
Oh, okay.
So, that's when I bought my home in late 1969 because I didn't want to leave my wife, in a rental place. That's when we bought a house. We still have between Miami Shore and North Miami. And then I went to Vietnam in early 1970. I spent in Vietnam from 1970, 71, and 72, 2.5 years. Now, the agency tour is a year and a half, which I consider then extended for another tour. When I first arrived, I was assigned to Military Region 3. Vietnam is divided in 4 military regions. The I-4 that they call Military Region 1, that's the Da Nang, that's close to the North Vietnamese border. The second one next to it is Nha Trang, second military region. And guess the most important one is the one that it was, the third military region, or 3/4, which is 11 provinces around Saigon. And then they call the fourth military region, which is where you have Canton, that you have the Delta, the Delta area with the swamps. And then they call Saigon Region 5. It's not a region. It's only a city. But they used to call it Saigon Region 5. It's not a region. So we were the ones who ran there responsible for Saigon with 11 military units around. The PRU was called the Provincial Reconnaissance Unit. It started with another name many years ago. And then they changed for Provincial Reconnaissance Unit. It was a military unit that it was totally paid and controlled by the CIA with our intelligence to conduct operations against the Viet Cong in the different areas that we were. We have PRU in all 4 military regions. Now I commanded the military region of Region 3 and the one from Region 4 from Canto in that area. We had to advise them. The biggest unit was the one in Taining, with about 180 PRU. The smallest one was one of the Wind Towers, it's about 40-some, 60 people. We have different units, different sites, which we paid, we advise, and we task them with intelligence besides the one that they generated themselves. Now, my main objective or really challenge was to stop, they asked me to stop the rocketing of Saigon and stop the rocketing of the boat coming into Saigon. At the time I arrived, every single week of the month, there was 1 or 2 122 round Soviet rockets will land in the Saigon area. They always try to point to the American embassy and to the presidential palace, but they hardly ever hit it. Right. But it was a psychological operation to be able to say that the United States with 500,000 troops in country could not stop the rocketing of Saigon. It was a challenge to do that. And also they were having boats coming through the river all the way to the city of Saigon, and they were always attacked on the side by units from the Viet Cong called sappers. Sappers are our special forces in the Viet Cong. And they could not stop it. They would have always an escort from Navy Sea gunships coming into the river, and they saw the explosion, they hit the hell out of the area, and they never got anybody. So that was one of my main ideas, my main target that it was given to me, challenge to be able to stop the rocketing of Saigon and the rocketing of the boat coming to Saigon. Besides other operations I conducted throughout the region.
So we riding around in helicopters looking for...
Yeah, what I did, I implemented, the Army had a concept called PT. What they did, they had a huge 500 helicopter flying at 3 top levels with no intelligence in general area where they knew the big Cong war. Whenever they took fire from the enemy, or they saw the enemy, they would drop a smoke grenade and they would be gunships shooting the hell out of the area. And then they continued to another area. What I did, I took that type of a concept and implemented. First of all, I went with intelligence. I didn't go like they did. When I was going to an area, I knew they were going to be there. And then I did the same thing. I went with the huge 500 feet top level and found them, or took fire from them, marked it, then the gunship would hit it, then I come back again, and then we bring troops. But they never did. We bring troops into the area to pick up the results, the dead people or weapons or whatever document, and we fix it. Well, we added that to the concept. It was called for Operación Relámpago, no, rayos.
Yeah.
Lighting operation.
For years, society has been shoving dumbass, bulky George Costanza wallets down our throats, carrying around old receipts and gift cards from 1999. Exter is known for inventing the first trackable wallet, and now they're on a mission to upgrade the rest of your carry essentials. Exter makes sleek, sexy, and sustainable wallets, bags, and accessories to help you get the most out of your day. I use the Exter Parliament wallet, which carries 12 cards plus my cash. Plus, it blocks wireless theft using FRID technology. Exter is simply the best when it comes to wallets because they're modern, slim, sleek, and they won't make you look like you're smuggling plums when you're walking down the street. And best of all, you can track your wallet at any time using GPS, meaning you have zero excuses to ever lose your wallet again. They have backpacks, cash clips, key cases, and much, much more. Use my code DJP when you go to partner.exter.com/Danny Jones for an additional 5% off their current 20% program for their anniversary sale for a total of 25% off your purchase today. That's partner.exter.com/Danny Jones. It's linked below. Now back to the show.
So we started operating in that. Now I was lucky as hell to be able to stop the rocketing of Saigon. The thing is, we never looked at the right things. There was an area where they were staying, and we never went there. Why? Because the water tide will come down like 15 feet high. Nobody will be able to be and live with 15 feet high of water coming up and down. So I was able to capture in the operation, I don't know what, that he was going out of that area. Chuck was the bodyguard of Two Tang. Two Tang was the commander of that specific unit that was attacking the Saigon. He was lieutenant colonel in the Viet Cong area. And then this guy, he was very pissed off at them because he was the only male in his family. What the North Vietnamese did when they were losing the Viet Cong in the south, they would replace them with North Vietnamese army soldiers. That's why it never ended, because if you lose 10 people here, there are thousands of people coming through the Ho Chi Minh Trail with different capacities, and they have contact to all Vietnam with different military units of Viet Cong inside. Hey, we need 10 guys, we need 5, we need 15, and they would be returning. So you kill 10, and in the next 10, 20 days, you have another 10 taking those people's place. It was a never-ending situation. So when I arrived, there were Viet Cong. When I left, there were Viet Cong. It was all North Vietnamese army in those Viet Cong positions. So this guy told us and said, look, I was the only, normally what they do, there are big families, Vietnamese families. They go to a home in North Vietnam, and if there are maybe 5 males, they take 4, and they always leave one to be able to attend to the family. This guy was the only son. There are my 5 sisters. And because they needed him, he was a paramedic in the halfback province around Hanoi. They took him. So he was mad because they left his mother and his sister with nobody to help them. He was not very happy with what he was doing. So he was extremely cooperative. And then through an interpreter, he told me, say, you are looking at the wrong place. This is the area where they are. I say, how come? 17 foot of water come over. I said, well, they have 55-gallon drum, one on top of the other, they sold it. High enough that the water won't get to them. When the water starts coming up, they go on top of that on the trees and they sit there. And then they leave there. Then when the water comes down all the way, they will run down. They take the 122mm rocket. They go over the river. They shoot into Saigon. They go right back and go up in this 5-gallon drum up there. And then he leave there. So imagine with that information, plus he gave us the general area where the areas were. We were with him in the helicopter. And of course, we waited until the tide went down all the way. And then we go in the helicopter, like a 3 top level. They were running around. And because it was mud, you can see the street going different. So it was very easy to find them. So we started eliminating them. And then on the 4th of December of 1970, we had a big combat with Two Tang himself and his main group near a small river in there. And we were able to kill like 17 of them, including Two Tang, including the commander. I recall because we went down there, we had people badly wounded. I went in with one of the helicopters, and I recommended the pilot, named Bruce Bomberger. He was a warrant officer from the army. For a decoration, he received a medal for that. Because that guy landed on a heavy fire, and he would not move until we bring his 3 bodies. I dropped 1 quarter of my Vietnamese to copy of 3. We brought all 3 into the helicopter, thinking they were wounded. By the time we realized we arrived to 34 evacuation helicopters, they were all dead. They were all dead. But we were able to disarticulate. From that day on, there was not a single rocket to hit Saigon until after I left. Wow. We had to continue because they continued to bring people. They didn't give up. They continued to bring rockets in personnel. We continued to eliminate them. And then I picked up a sapper. One of the special units was doing the rocketing of the boat in Saigon and going off to Saigon. When I found out that in his backpack he had a green electrical wire about 50 meters long. And then we interrogated the guy, and another thing, we had an advantage. A lot of our PRU were former Viet Cong, so we have recruited.
Oh, really?
And they were also compromised to the point that we trusted this guy more than the normal guy from the street, because he knew they were cross them and they knew he would never be able to go back. So most of them, even when we picked up somebody, some of them maybe knew him or worked with him because it was easy to work with those people in there.
Yeah, there was a guy that was like a double agent, right? That they took him out and they killed him, and there was a couple guys, army officers that were out there.
Yeah,
maybe there was
nothing to do with my operation.
That was like a big concern there. Was like people from the Viet Cong who were being spies.
Well, no, this guy was our people never would have defected on our people after we recruited them, the way we did. So this guy told us that he would set up a rocket on a platform pointing at the middle of a ball going by. Then they lined strength at the line 60 meters away with an electrical activator. And then they had a point of reference given to them. So they knew when the ball hit that point of reference, the rocket was right in front of the ball. And they activated. So what happened is there was a big explosion here when the rocket came out. The gunship would hit that area. They were not there. There was 60 meters on one side or the other. So what I did, I asked the commander of the unit, Commander Williams, was the commander of Naval Base, to bring the pilot of the gunship. They were received. World gunship was scoring this with a bunch of the pilots in one helicopter next to this area on the river. And instead of one of my PLU with a red smoke grenade in the middle, then we measured to that cable 60 meters and we put a red smoke grenade, a yellow smoke grenade, a yellow smoke grenade in the middle, and red smoke grenade on both sides. So they can visually see more or less the difference with the explosion where the people were. So from there on, whenever they saw the explosion here, they would shoot the shit out of the area on both sides, so you know what side they were. They were able to eliminate 8 teams, and they had no idea what was going on. And they stopped the rocketing of Saigon. That's what I got from the commander of the Vietnamese Navy. I got the Naval Medal of Honor from him. And for stopping the rocketing of Saigon, I got what they call it similar to our Medal of Honor for the Army, for it is the gold Cross of Gallantry with gold star. That's the highest that they give. Then I have one of that. I have 2 silver stars with them and 6 bronze stars during my whole time in Vietnam. In there. But it was extremely effective the way we run the operation with them in Vietnam. Now, during that time, there was an Argentinian general who visited Vietnam in late 1972. In late 1971, he visited the Chiva station. There was the Chiva station in Argentina. He was a very prominent general. Tomas Armando Sanchez Bustamante was the head of the First Army Corps in Buenos Aires, number 2 to the president. The president was a military one. Alejandro Agustín Lanusse was military president. So they asked me to translate for him, and not only that, they asked me to give him a tour of the military region, explain what we were doing there, which I did. So only one day I stayed with him. Then they called me, and the next day and said, look, General de Bustamante went to see Ambassador Bunker, and he asked me, he wanted you to be his advisor in Buenos Aires. We told him that you were still here, but if you really wanted to, we could request you later on from our embassy in Buenos Aires. So as time went by, I had several helicopter accidents. I shot down 5 times in Vietnam. My back was in real poor shape.
You got shot down 5 times?
Yeah, my back was in really bad shape. Well, I could hardly walk at one point in time, so they decided to evacuate me. In 1972, I didn't complete my 3 years in Vietnam, 2.5 left. And then I flew to Washington. I had doctors to see me and everything. And then they told me that the general had asked me by name to go to Buenos Aires to be his personal advisor of the First Army Corps. And they were interested in me to go because he was the highest. After the president, he was number 2 guy, and they didn't have anybody in that position. They created a slot for me. And they say, okay, we're going to give you a waiver for your back problem. You have to go to Panama for a checkup every 6 months. And you can take your family with you. That's the first time I will take my family with me. So my wife and I and my 2 kids, we all flew to Buenos Aires in the late 1972. And actually what they did, now before that, what happened, before Christmas time, when I went to Miami, I was called by Ted Shackler and told me not to fly into Miami because there was a Cuban intelligence officer who defected in Paris and told them that his body, having dreamed with him, told him that he was involved in an operation to hijack the plane of the Cuban involved in the assassination of Che Guevara. He had no idea who it was.
To hijack
the plane of the Cuban who was involved in the assassination of Che Guevara. So not to fly to Miami, go anywhere else, so not to Miami. So
why your plane?
Yeah, the commercial plane.
Right.
So what I did is they told me not to fly to Miami. So I flew to Atlanta, Georgia. I rented a car. I drove to Miami. From there, spent the 24th of December with my wife. I spent New Year's Eve with her. We called Las Vegas Mile on the 6th of December or the 5th beside the Santa Claus, and then on the 7th I drove back to Atlanta. I had a plane that leave Atlanta, Houston, San Francisco, and then I had to wait like 4 hours, 5 hours in San Francisco to get another plane to go to Hawaii, Vietnam, or Hong Kong, Hawaii, whatever. I had a cousin who lives like just in there. She's married to another people here there in Atlanta. So she came to say goodbye at the airport. So I found there was a plane that leave 1 hour later. So instead of taking 5 hours in San Francisco, I decided on the way forth, take 1 more hour here with my cousin. So I changed plane. Instead the plane that went from Atlanta to Houston, I got a plane in Atlanta, Dallas, San Francisco, 1 hour later. So I time with her. So when I got to Vietnam that day, nobody was waiting for me at the airport. So I took a Lambretta, I went to the Duke Hotel, the CIA hotel. I changed, and I got into the embassy, and the first guy looked at me and said, "What are you doing here?" I said, "Hey, I'm supposed to arrive today, and nobody was waiting for me." I said, No. Your plane that we had in regular had been hijacked to Cuba, and we were finding out what the hell we did to get you out of Cuba." We were very concerned. That's why when me and my wife went to Argentina, they took our passport, my wife and I, and they took it to the State Department. They had all details right, my name and everything, but then place of birth, they took Colorado instead of Cuba. So in case our plane was hijacked, they would claim me as U.S. citizen born in the United States. Wow. I still have a copy at home of the passport that said place of birth, Colorado.
That's insane.
Yeah, and then when I came back, of course, I tell people, say, I was a U.S. citizen born here for less than a year.
Born in Colorado.
Born in Colorado.
So what year was that train hijacked?
That was back in December from 1971 to 72.
And it was hijacked and it was flown to Cuba.
Yeah.
And whatever happened, they catch the person who hijacked it? Do you know what happened with that?
No, nothing. The person who hijacked it was probably a member of the Cuban intelligence. We had no problem.
And what about the passengers on board? Were they all fine?
They probably returned everybody. The interest was having getting it, and it wasn't that. That's why when I always travel, I mean, imagine this. What happened was the Cubans had access to the airline, to knowing what way I was going. If I had not done that, I would have left from Miami. They did not change plane. They would probably hijack the plane from Miami. Because if they were able to find out that I was flying from Atlanta, they would definitely find out that I was flying from Miami.
Right.
What saved me was that I went to Atlanta and I changed plane in Atlanta. Because they would say, otherwise I have no reason to change plane in Miami. I was leaving the same plane and they probably were taking me. So I was really lucky during that time.
Did that make you paranoid at all after that?
No, I believe in destiny.
You believe in destiny?
Oh, yes. Look, when I was in Vietnam, that's exactly my boss used to tell people that I had a death wish. Yeah, because the way I conducted myself in operations, believe me, I am not brave like that. It's not a death wish. God gave me the conviction that I wasn't going to be here. I was convinced. And no matter what I did, I knew that. Look, went down 5 times, helicopter. My helicopter was shot with bullets, rigged with bullets 40 times at least during time, especially at 300 nations in Vietnam. 40 times at least. I never touched it. I had a bullet. I have at home a fire extinguisher from a helicopter number 38. The bullet came through close to my leg. It hit inside all over the place in a helicopter. Everybody thought we were shut down. I was in El Salvador. And of course, we fly with no doors, so we took the stream out and the air come down. And I kept the fire extinguisher at my home with the bullet inside the fire extinguisher there. But I knew. I just knew it wasn't going to happen to me. And it did. It didn't.
That's super interesting. Do you think that was the same attitude that a lot of people you worked with have? Or did you...
I think that was unique. I really do believe that. There was a conviction that it's not something that is hard to explain. I knew, beyond doubt. That's why they shouldn't make it come out with body again mind. I know it wasn't going to hit me. I didn't. Ever. I don't have one bullet in my but I have people wounded next to me. But not the helicopter in different places, but I never got a bullet myself.
Is there?
But it's not bravery. It was the conviction. I knew it wasn't going to happen.
Were there any moments that you can think of in all of your tours, everything that you did, that you thought you might not make it? Like, what was the closest you ever came to death?
Not to death. Well, people say yes in Cuba. That time that I was supposed to leave, the day when they got the house and everybody was
Right.
Actually, we went to the and the boat wasn't coming that day. Didn't come that day. We had to return back. On the way back, there were 6 of us in the car. There was the driver, who later was the owner of the Erasmo Martinez. He was the owner of the Supermercado Presidente here in Miami. He had 3 members of the Cuban Instituto de Petróleo. Petroleum Institute in Cuba, who had just performed a sabotage and destroyed 15 oil trucks, fuel trucks. I mean, they were looking for them for execution, all 3 of them. 2 of them, I think they were drivers. One was driver, the other one was security for the area. They blew up. And then one guy came from the guerrilla from the left-hand right, called Diosdado. He's the only one in the group who has a revolver with 5 bullets. And he got one thing was missing. He was shot in combat. He got a typo. So we are coming back 1 o'clock in the morning in this car, and we make a turn. There is a stop for Castro troop, a checkpoint. Never was there before. 1 o'clock in the morning. We were coming like 120, 140 kilometers an hour. And the driver said, "Why do I say stop?" I just came to my mind. I had a big envelope with name written Clarence in black ink. It was for the CIA guy in Miami, so I put it here. We stopped beyond the checkpoint at the speed that we were. I said, I told the people, look, lower the window, take the safety out, and if they ask for our documentation, let's try to throw the door to them and try to take the weapon from them. That's the only thing we can do. But then on the way by, I put my head out and say, "Compañero, pasa algo." I'm really strong. And they look at me and say, "No, compañero, no pasa nada." And then they let us go. What does that mean? Yeah, they saw 6 men inside a vehicle. And the car was a Chevrolet from 1958, black, similar to the one that the G2, their intelligence service used. So the language that I use is the language that they use. So they saw 6 men inside. So I guess they probably saw 2 things. Maybe they are one of us. If they are not and they stop, maybe they are machine and they're going to kill us. Yeah. So they told us to continue. Now, when I came back on the following 2 days, which I finally leave, the 3 people from the petroleum thing, they declined to be taken out by boat. They all went to the different embassy. When I got to the Venezuelan embassy, one of them was in the Venezuelan embassy. They didn't want to go through something like this again. Wow. Let me tell you, if they had picked us up there, we would have been executed by foreign exile. Definitely. But there were 3 people from the Escambray, 1 people from the Escambray, 3 who blew all of this oil for the Cuban government, and it was me from the infiltration team. So, that was early on. That was tremendous.
That was when you were very young. You encountered. So
yeah, well, I was in Vietnam. I was in Bolivia. I was 26. I was less than 30 years old.
Right. So, with that experience early in Cuba, kind of like primed you for all the stuff that you did after. So you had experienced, you come close, you've had a lot of near-death experiences before that, early on in your life when you were very young, and you'd experienced lots of death early.
Yeah. Now, this after Vietnam, I came back from Vietnam, there was Argentina. So when I came back from Argentina, it was an adventure tour in the Caribbean. I was what they call island hopper. Now, Miami is the only CIA baseball station. The CIA, when they have people in cities, they don't call it a station. A station that oversees all of them. All is either call it base, like the New York base, the Chicago base, CIA people, San Francisco base, Los Angeles base, those are bases.
Why do they call Miami a station?
Because Miami is the only one who runs a station out of here. For example, there is no chief of station for the Caribbean. So they have one chief of station who operates out of Miami. They are different from the Bahamas. There are different people that we don't have enough people or intelligence to have a personnel in one embassy in those places. So they run our intelligence capabilities from the Miami area. So I took the responsibility of one of those. I had to take out Dominica, Port-au-France, all of those other islands. We had agents that I had to attend to. And it was really uneventful. You know, it was very boring doing. The only thing that later on I learned was kind of interesting was I was assigned to evaluate a lady in Dominica, in Rosso, the city of Rosso in Dominica. She was this British or something, and very bright, a very black young woman. I talked to her, invited her for dinner, and I gave her a very, very high report about her. When they invaded Grenada, I learned that she had become the Prime Minister of Dominica. She traveled. And she was the one who headed. She was the head of the coalition who attacked, even though the United States was behind the whole thing. But she was the head of the coalition who attacked Grenada. So we in charge from Dominica. I was the one who evaluated her for the agency.
And what did you do to evaluate her? Like, what did you?
No, I never even talked to her. I just learned that.
Oh, you just learned it?
Yeah. So I felt it. I was the one who gave good word about her to the agency. Apparently, she came through and they made her Prime Minister of Dominica.
So you weren't really into the spy stuff.
No.
You were more into the combat, the hand-to-hand, the guerrilla stuff.
In the paramilitary apparatus of the agency. For example, after that, I had my background in report shape in 70. I even today, I have lost. I can show you my driver's license. He said that I have 5 feet 11 inches height. If I have 5'6" now, I have lost so many. From the accident, the grinding from helicopter, I have missed this. I have one vertebra which is 50% embedded into the other one, and the nerve goes 90 degrees and goes down. The radiologist took a look at that and said, look, if I don't see you in front of me, I will leave you in a wheelchair. You should not be working. Now, I can sit, I can go in bed fine, I cannot stand or walk. It's tremendous pain in my back. That's what I have. I have an electric. When I get touring here, I have an electric car like that. Because for me to walk is torture.
Well, I mean, the body is one thing, but your mind is still sharp. You still got it together pretty well. But, you know.
So when I finished that, I did a couple of interesting things. The first time that saved my life was I was still with the agency in '75. I had just been operated from a hernia from the Hialeah hospital. I was in my home recovering. And I got a call from Washington and said, look, you have to come immediately. We want you to go to Lebanon. I said, look, Lebanon. I said, look, Don, I just been operated. You know, I just second day in the house. I don't care. Put in a faja, put something around, but you have to. And don't tell anything to our chief of station there. No, he's the boss, he's the wife. So the guy who was chief of station here, Dick, I told him, I said, look, you know, I was planning to retire, and I want to go to the chief to try to find a job. Okay, fine. So I flew to Washington. They instructed me to go to New York, meet this guy, and go with him to Lebanon. So happened the chief of intelligence of the Lebanese army wanted to set up some infiltration team, intelligence team to penetrate the Hezbollah. And since I was working in infiltration team, had experience and all of that, they wanted me to help me with that. And then they introduced me to this guy, which is well known. He died already. Sharkey Soganalian. He was an armed dealer. He represented at that time whole industry for Lebanon army. Really, he was the representative of them. So a lot of people call him the merchant of death. And he had his own private plane in Portugal, full with Soviet military equipment. It was for Christian guerrilla, but there was Soviet material that he bought in Poland. He just bought the plane from American Airlines. From Pakistan, American Airlines.
He's like Victor Boot.
So here we are. We had dinner with him, with his mother and brothers in New York. And the following day, we flew on TWA first class to Lisbon. Lisbon at that time was communist. Portugal was communist at the time. So when we landed there, he didn't even have a visa or anything like that in his passport. So he got a roll of $100 bills, a huge one. We started giving tips to the people at the airport. About 10 minutes later, we had the head of the airport with us. I don't know how much money he gave the guy. The guy drove off in his Jeep all the way to his plane. Now, his plane was painted Pan American, but it didn't have the name Pan American. So the tail yet. The tail was November 711 Papa Alpha, PH Pan American. That was the tail of the plane. He had an American captain, and he had a Cuban navigator called Garavito. That's name was Garavito. When we took off, and the plane was loaded with AK-47, RPGs, ammunition, all. But it was for the Christian elite. It was for the right people. The right people. So we were supposed to arrive and there about 8 o'clock at night. And the army was supposed to be waiting for us. These pilots flew over the GMT time, and we arrived an hour earlier. I remember landing in Beirut, a beautiful view of Beirut at night. I landed from the cockpit. I remember he calling the tower and saying he was a Middle East airline contracted plane by the military to go to the military ground. So they took us to the military ground. Now, when we arrived there, the authority from the airport, they didn't show a Middle East airline plane. They saw an Pan American airline there. So that's where I learned that the word Sharamuta meant SOB in Arabic. Because Sarki was hanging at the door inside the plane. The authorities were trying to open the door, and they were calling Sharamuta back and forth.
So what is this?
1 hour. I was sitting there, I looked at the bag and see all of that weapons and shit. I didn't tell my boss in Miami, I was thinking what's going to happen. Now, we waited for 1 hour. The army arrived. They threw all the Muslim out of the area. We didn't even go through customs. They unloaded the plane with military trucks, and then we went to the city. Well, I had a meeting with the head of intelligence. I tried to organize that, but then I spent about a month in Lebanon. The day that the war broke completely, they closed the airport. I left on the last plane was a Gulf Air plane from Lebanon to London.
Wow.
The last day in there. I never got to go back and follow up on that train. It was because the war already broke to the point that there was impossible to do that. So I came back and went back to Miami. Then in 1983, I tried to go to El Salvador because I knew that my helicopter concept would be helpful in El Salvador, knowing the guerrilla in El Salvador. I even went to El Salvador at the time, met with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Fidel Chavez Mena, through a close friend of his who was a millionaire. Nothing came through.
This episode of the podcast is brought to you by Verso. The older I get, the more I'm prioritizing my health. The goal is to keep my mind sharp and my body strong. If you've watched this podcast before, you might know that I'm very much obsessed with health and longevity and the things you can do to hack your biology to improve performance. I exercise daily and take my nutrition very seriously, but that can only get you so far. Science has, or scientists like David Sinclair have now proven that we can reverse aging with interventions that go far beyond healthy habits. I like to keep up on all the latest science behind this stuff. That's why I keep up with my friend, nutritional scientist, Dr. Dom D'Agostino. And people send me products I like to test on myself to see what works and what doesn't work. That is why I use Cell Being by Verso. It has scientifically proven ingredients that combat the effects of aging by increasing your NAD+ levels. That's the stuff that quite literally powers every cell in your body. I personally have been taking Cell Being every single morning for years now, primarily because it enhances my mood, improves my energy levels, and I just feel like a younger version of me. Clinical trials have even shown it improves energy, endurance, cognition, fat loss, and better, more efficient sleep. Verso also publishes third-party testing on each batch produced, guaranteeing you get what you pay for. Head on over to ver.so and use the coupon code DANNY, it's spelled DANNY, to get 15% off your first order. Or just go to ver.so/DANNY. It's linked below. Now back to the show.
Then at the end of 1964, I tried again to go to El Salvador. I had the luck that my boss from Vietnam, Don Gregg, was then the National Security Advisor to Vice President Bush.
Right.
And he knew darn well how effective was my operation in Vietnam. And explained to me what Don tried to do the same thing in El Salvador. So he helped me. From the Vice President office, he got me an appointment with Thomas Mulley, Secretary of State for Latin America. Mm-hmm. Let me tell you, I didn't realize it was so difficult when you volunteer, not charging a single penny to go to the place for yourself. It's almost impossible unless you have something like this behind you. It would not happen.
Right.
Why? Because the military commander was General Gorman, Paul Gorman, He is the one responsible for all the advice all over South America. He's not no interest of one guy from Cuban origin from the CIA, retired, to come to implement a concept that he had no idea if it worked or not. And he is the military commander and he has no control over me. So he will oppose that, definitely. Now, what we did is Tom Gregg got me in touch with Thomas Morley, the Secretary of State, to explain him my concept. I also put the picture with Shay that helped, the operation where I captured Shay.
Yeah.
So I briefed this guy. Then they got me a meeting with Nestor Sanji, who was Undersecretary of Defense for Latin America. We did the same thing with him. And at that point in time, then General Gorman asked the White House, the military assistant to the president, was Admiral Murphy. They asked him that he wanted to talk to me before I went to El Salvador. So I got a call from the White House and told me, call this guy, Captain Elder, who is the special assistant to General Gorman. The general wants to talk to you before you go to El Salvador. So I called this guy. We later became friends. He later became a colonel. He was a captain, a Major Elder. So I called him and said, look, he said, the general directed you come to Panama to see as soon as possible. I said, all right, 9 o'clock in the morning, can you pick me up at the airport at 7 o'clock? I said, you mean today? I said, hey, you say as soon as possible. Well, let me check. He checked with the general and said, well, can you come tomorrow? Because generally busy. I say, no problem. I like somebody to pick me up at the airport because I bring in some things I don't want the Panamanian to see. I say, no problem. Captain Santiago will be waiting for you at the airport. So I brought up my album, thing that I did in Vietnam, that showed them exactly the capability that I had implementing counterinsurgency operations. So we landed, they picked me up, they put me to a VIP general's room. On the following day, I went to Quarry High to the quarter of General Gorman. And I spent like 5 hours briefing personally. We were interrupted once because there was a two-star Peruvian general who arrived. He went to say hello and then he came back again. And then after I finished briefing exactly what and he liked the concept that I was going to bring. He said, look, I told him, I said, look, I think now that I am here, you can get me a meeting with Ambassador Pickering, the U.S. Ambassador in El Salvador, so I can brief him with that. He said, fine, but I want you to brief my middle group commander, Colonel Jim Steele, too. So I will send you my private plane. So he had a huge plane to travel to the United States. He had a smaller Indian plane called a C-12 plane. And he got his plane to fly me from there to El Salvador.
So for people that are listening that may not know, can you give the context? What was the U.S. doing in El Salvador?
So they had military assistant in El Salvador. They had a full colonel, so James Steele. They had Lieutenant Colonel, who was a friend of mine from the Bay of Pigs, Lieutenant Luis Rodriguez in there. They have a whole crew, and they were the ones who support with military equipment and training. They had a bunch of command sergeant majors advising the military unit. They had an advisor of the CIA had an advisor, for example, La Prada, who was the special forces of the Air Force, the special unit.
Who were we training and what were we training them for?
Oh, they were training for a special operation. La Prada would go in clandestinely to run into base camp. They did the same thing our special forces did.
Right, okay.
The special unit of the Air Force. The middle group support them with the weapons, ammunition, fuel, everything for the operation itself. For my concept was different. They were implementing my concept. They had no idea what my concept was.
Right.
Now, they were used to flying, for example, a helicopter at over 2,000 feet. They never go loud because they were afraid. But sometimes, if you fly lower, much lower than 2,000 feet, then you are really exposed. Either you fly to top level, you go high. You don't fly in between.
No in between. Because you're slow too.
But they don't know that. They didn't ever experience that before. So I got then the meeting with General Bustillo, the head of the Air Force. Finally, he's the one who will give us the final decision. And I explained to him the concept, and what he told me, say, fine, I have no problem in you doing that, but we have a problem. I said, ¿cuál es el problema, mi general? What's the problem? I said, well, I cannot pay you. I said, who is asking you for pay? I have no retirement for the CIA. The only thing that I need is a place to stay, give me some food, and that's it. You don't need to pay me a cent. He said, okay, fine. Then we'll accept you. Now, when I finally got there, he had me like a 10-foot pole. I don't know why. He rejected me. If I came this way, he went the other way. He would not even talk to me. I couldn't understand that. I said, look, here I come myself, and I'm risking my life for these people because I believe that I can help them. And this guy won't even talk to me. So let's go along. So I finally started trying to teach them how to fly the concept. It was hard. So finally I got in the helicopter with one of the other pilots, and I put a tree top level, you start trying to go up and up little by little, and that's dangerous. When you are at 500 feet, they can shoot you down very easy.
Right.
When you are in top of the tree, real touching the tree almost, when they hear the heli, they don't know from where you are coming, because the sound, the helicopter is diffused. So they don't know you're coming this way or that way when you're real close. By the time they see you, you're gone. So you're going over 50 miles an hour, you're gone. So they understand that. So we programmed the first operation. A friend of mine looked at me, who's the owner of a property near the Lempa River, whose mechanic, for both mechanic, was kidnapped by the guerrilla without their base camp to fix some sampan, some engine of the boat in there. So I got the guy, and he told me exactly what the camp. I flew him on the helicopter like I did in Vietnam. We took the picture of the area. He told me exactly with the camp where I had a full intelligence package. And I tried to do it commemorating the Bay of Pigs, April 17, 1985. I hit for that date. So I took all my intelligence package, go to the Estado Mayor. I presented the package. They looked at it. They knew what was good intelligence. They liked it. They told me, no, you cannot do it on the 17th. You have to do it on the 18th. They had a army battalion not far from that area. They didn't tell us anything. They told the battalion to come in to the basement. Okay. They didn't tell him that they were going in that day. What happened? These people had posts all around the perimeter. They saw the army coming. So when they arrived into the camp, it was empty camp. Brand new empty camp. They had just left the camp. Okay. So when we were going the next day, there was nobody there. Other people are still laughing at me that my intelligence was faulty. We didn't know that the army had gone the day before. So it got to a point that, they were making fun of me that I carried this little granadita de humo, they fired with a heavy weapon. So they were not used to use a smoke grenade, the color of smoke grenade to mark target in the ground. Never did that at 3 top level. So I had to borrow this. The Air Force didn't have any. We had to go to the paratrooper unit to borrow this smoke grenade from them to be able to use it in the operation. So when we came back, we didn't find anything. We found a camp, empty camp. I came back. They were making fun of me. I told Colonel C, I said, look, I am leaving. These people don't want any help. No. I told him, look, I have faith in your operation. Let me talk to the commander of the helicopter unit, what's Captain Trigueros. So he wanted to see Trigueros and say, look, you didn't do it. Because we didn't do it well either. I was supposed to fly in first 3 top level. My machine gun didn't work, and on the river they came back to fix the machine gun. The helicopter right before I did, it was all wrong. Even though they were not already there. But if it had been there, they would have probably been gone. So they told them, look, you have to do it the way Max, my name was Max Gomez. Max, tell them how to do it. So at that point in time, they arrived at intelligence from somewhere saying, hey, there's a guerrilla movement in Cerro de San Pedro. So Trigueros tell the colonel, we just received some information, some guerrilla in this area. We are going to try Max concept. And then you can rate us to see how good we did. You're making fun of us. Okay, making fun of us.
Right.
I didn't even want to say, look, try it. So, I got my grenade, I got into the goddamn helicopter, ready to go to Cerro de San Pedro. Well, it was a gold mine. They were all there. First of all, they are not used to helicopter flying at 3 top levels. Normally, what they tell the guerrilla is when you hear a helicopter, even if you are in the open, you hit the ground and don't move. And it's true. You're flying at 2,000 feet, for example, and you're looking at the ground. Any small movement is attracted to your eyes.
Right.
Even whatever it is, you get attracted to that little movement. If the guy is static, if he's not moving, even if it is in the open field, you cannot spot him. Impossible. You are looking at thousands of square miles in there. You cannot spot him. So what happened? I am flying on top of the trees. This guy here, the helicopter, they go down, they don't move. I slow down, I can shoot them, they're not shooting back. It's ridiculous. Because they were told to hit the ground and don't move. But they didn't tell him, no, with the helicopters on top of you. And I was on top of them. So I eliminated, I don't know, maybe 15 or 20 of them that way.
Wow.
Then continue to go. Then they come and say, hey, there are a bunch of people going on top of a ravine, going into a wooded area. Not much, on top of the mountain. Empty, no. So I went out with the helicopter. My other pilot, he emptied the minigun completely on them. There were about 8 of them. They killed like 7 of them. And there was one that survived, and another little kid that ran into the woods. Okay. And here are some huge backpacks. Especially there was a female gorilla. I got close to her. It wasn't even more than 15, 16 years old.
Wow.
And she had a blue, huge backpack in back of her. We know what it was. He was the commander in India Diaz, moving from one base camp to the other. So they have all the documentation from the PRTC, Partido Revolucionario de los Trabajadores Centroamericanos, the Workers' Party, Communist Party from El Salvador, from Central America. They were moving on. So I told my father, I said, look, ask Trigueros, Captain Trigueros, Sandro Trigueros to bring some troops. He called back, was Sunday. They didn't thought we were going to have anything. There was no troop in a standby to go to react to the operation. The guy said, no. The captain said that no, they don't have any troops to come. I said, okay, put me down. I am going to pick up those backpacks and I will bring them to the helicopter. I'll pick it up. All right. He started putting me down, and then right next to this guy was, I don't know, he maybe like a Cuban. He was bigger than the Salvadorian, dark hair, and he had a false. And he started moving the false toward me. So I already have him on a strap from the helicopter. I opened fire with the M16 and killed him. The helicopter on top listened machine gun fire, and they tell it my pilot. I wasn't even connected to communication. They tell him, you are taking fire, please. I almost, had to have myself in the helicopter before he just took off. And I said, look, if we weren't taking fire, I am firing at the guy. But the pilot didn't want to come down. So he convinced Trigueros to bring some troops finally. And then we see this gorilla moving behind a tree. Okay. We run out of ammunition with that. So I always carry my M16 with about 18 30 round magazine, 30 bullet each. I learned, which I tell them because they didn't know that a lot of times if you try to fire all 30 round one time, you get a gun. It's normal.
What'll happen?
If you pull the trigger with 30 rounds,
jam.
You let it go at one time, normally they get jammed.
Right.
And the only reason I learned Vietnam they don't get jammed, you put the bullet out, you get WD-40 oil, and you spray it like this, then you will live through it one by one. You don't have a misfire. All 30 will go straight. And when you fire a gorilla, you're flying, you don't fly tiro, all 30 rounds. You try to spread toward the target. So it's impossible to hit somebody when you're flying at a certain speed. So I started doing that with a fire like either. I didn't know it was her. I thought it was a he because she had his hair on side of a little. It was a little hat, camouflage hat.
You hit her?
Yeah. And she said 6 times. It was being in very important place because she survived. And then they come the helicopter and they pick her up. They pick a little kid. They carry, and one got allowed to go. We didn't shoot at him. There were 2 kids about 6, 7 years old. They kidnapped those kids to be able to send documents to the cities and pick up documents from the city because the kid, nobody bothered with them. So they bring to the city, go to this location, and pick up and have to, they'll be going in contact with the city. So we captured a little kid that was kidnapped in another place. So when I came back to the clinic where she was being treated, I went to get a souvenir, and there is everybody taking everything as a souvenir. Their uniform, everything. The only thing that was left was her panties and her brassiere. That's all left.
Wow.
Now the panties didn't smell good, so I took the brassiere with me as a souvenir. Okay. Which created a problem you would not believe. When I was coming home at that time, I always came home with an Air Force plane that came once a month to pick up PX for the PX. Okay, because I didn't have money to fly back and forth. So every single month, the plane would come for 3 days to pick up things for the PXs in Armed Forces PX in El Salvador. So I used to come in the plane and spend 3 days with my family and fly back on the plane. So I'm flying the plane here. I had the goddamn a brassiere inside my suitcase. I forgot to mention to my wife. So when she unpacked She saw the brassiere, and she could not believe it was a war trophy. She was convinced I was doing hanky-panky in El Salvador. I tried to tell her. Well, I was in the doghouse.
That's a hard sell.
I was in the doghouse close to 2 years. In 2 years, Nidia wrote a book after she was released. Because eventually she was released, she went to Cuba. Then she came back and became a congresswoman in the part of saying El Salvador. And she wrote in her memoirs, she wrote a book called Nunca Estuve Sola, I Was Never Alone. And she mentioned at the end there that I was the one who had that disrespectful because I took a personal thing of her as a souvenir. So I showed it to my wife. Then she apologized for the first time. She believed me after that. Before that, she didn't believe me.
What a story.
Now, while I was flying with the Salvador in '85, that's when I got involved. I went there to fly my helicopter concept. But in September of 1985, that's when Jorge Mascanosa asked me. First of all, he asked me to pick up Posada Carriles. Remember the guy? Posada Carriles had escaped from a Venezuelan prison. We had him in Aruba. So he asked me if I would go to Aruba and protect him in El Salvador. I said, look, I cannot fly to Aruba because I have a lot of operations. If you fly him to El Salvador, I will give him protection. That's what we did, So we started operating with another name, helping me in El Salvador during that time. Then, at one point in time, in 1986, I got a call from communication, a letter from Oliver Norris. What happened to him was there was a plane from Caleros, one of the head of the resistance brother, was bringing things for the contra from the United States. Now, the only thing at the time, because of the Boland Amendment, that you could bring from the United States legally was uniform, boots, sacks, backpack, communication equipment. That's it. You're going to bring a single bullet,
right,
or a knife or anything from there. Right. So they had this C-54 plane full with all of these things, civilian clothes. Okay. And then what they did, Mario, was the brother of the other Calero, he brought a television crew, I don't know if it was CBS or one of those crews. The plane landed at Palmelora military base, which is American and Honduran. When the Hondurans saw a crew of television, everybody knew they were helping, but not to the point where like so black and white on television. So when they saw that crew coming out of the plane, they said, go back. You're not authorized to land here. So they sent the plane back with everything that was on board. Okay? They couldn't do anything. By that time, Oliver North had a C-130 from Southern Air Transport in Portugal. They had bought a lot of weapons in there. Mm-hmm. They bought the K-47, they bought some hand grenades that were off, by the way, all kind of things.
They bought them from where?
Hand grenades from Portugal. The government of Portugal. The plane was already there, loading it up. The Honduran, because of what happened, say you are no longer allowed to bring any plane here to resolve this problem with your bosses.
Right.
So he couldn't fly the plane. The plane was costing him every day standing there doing nothing. So then he came to me. He said, look, Felix, and you are very well connected with the Salvadorian. They respect you. See, you can get authority from the Ministry of Defense for us to bring this plane down. And we can unload all of this, over 100,000 pounds military equipment, put it temporarily in a Salvadorian warehouse until we can solve the problem in Honduras. We can bring it back to Honduras.
Right.
Okay. So I went to see the head of the Air Force, General Bustillo. I explained to him what it was. Of course, they wanted to help the Nicaraguan resistance, but they knew most of the only weapon coming into El Salvador either came directly from Cuba by boat or through the Sandinistas from Nicaragua. So they very are ready to help the Nicaraguan resistance. So he told me, go and talk to Vides Casalón, the Minister of Defense, and tell him that I support it 100%. So they agreed. So the following day, I was waiting there. Here comes the C-130 from Southern Air. They unloaded the whole thing. We put it in a warehouse in El Salvador. And from there, they asked the Salvadorian if we could do maintenance of the aircraft in El Salvador. We will pay for the fuel. We will pay for the mechanics. We will have our own mechanic. We'll pay for every spare part. Oh, they agreed. That's how we got involved with the Salvador for the Nicaraguan resistance. Mm. That's how when shit hit the fence, the plane of Hassenfels went down. Nicaragua.
He named you, right?
He named me. Well, he didn't know my name.
Oh, I thought he actually gave your name.
He named Max Gomez.
Max Gomez. Okay.
Yes. Now Mike Wallace went to do the 60 minutes with him, with Hassenfors. He did later on in '89. Mike Wallace did a 60-minute on my life.
Did anybody know that you were Max Gomez? Who knew you were Max Gomez?
And Felix Rodriguez, the Cuban government. So the Cuban government is the one who gave the intelligence to the Sandinistas that I was Felix Rodriguez. So they gave the information to Mike Wallace. Hassenfors didn't say Felix Rodriguez, but he didn't know my name. He only told Max Gomez.
Got it.
And then Mike Wallace wanted to say, well, Max Gomez is Felix Rodriguez. The Cuban told him.
Got it. I see.
And that's how my name came involved in the Iran-Contra thing. That's why then they asked me to testify in Congress as a witness in May of 1987.
What was that like, going through that whole thing?
Let me tell you, it was, how can I put it? It was not, I would say, it was bothersome. I feel bad from the point of view that it is disturbing that I have to be involved in something that has nothing to do really with that thing, and see the political angle that they were going to bring. They all wanted to bring George Bush into that operation. Because of my friendship with Don Gray, they wanted to be able to say that George Bush, that's what they did, actually, that Felix Rodriguez went down there, sent by the vice president to violate the Boland Amendment. And the helicopter flying was a cover-up operation for his real operation was to be able to violate the Boland Amendment and help the Nicaraguan resistance, which was not the case. It was the other way around. It was by coincidence I got involved in that thing. So they asked me to testify 28th of May of 1987. And then, of course, I had to, when the plane went down, I had to leave El Salvador, went to Miami. I had to hide that the plane was, I had people in front of my house. It was a pain in the ass to move from there. I couldn't go anywhere. All the people were trying to ask you questions. It was a mess. Then I received a subpoena to testify in front of the Iran-Contra committee. I had to go several times. And the problem is that everybody wanted me to bring a lawyer. And I didn't want it. Well, no, first of all, I could not afford one.
Right.
But Jorge Mascanosa, the leader of the Cuban American Foundation, offered to pay a lawyer for me. And the White House offered to pay a lawyer for me. Mascanosa, because he didn't want to come out that he was the one who asked me to hide in there Posada Carriles. Even though I told him I would never mention that. But he wanted to make sure that he didn't talk about that, because he was the one who asked me to bring Posada Carriles into El Salvador. And then the White House was concerned about the vice president. And I told them that I told them at one point I was as a witness of the Senate. One time there is, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 depositions at different times with different people. One of them was at the top floor of the Senate, and they were mostly Democrats and maybe 3 or 4 Republicans.
Who was deposing you?
The Iran contracts from the Senate side.
Is that Danny Sheehan?
No. That had nothing to do with Iran.
Danny
Sheehan was a liar from the Christian Institute.
Oh, okay.
No, it had nothing to do with it.
Oh, okay.
No. He even had to pay, everything he was saying was BS.
Yeah.
Nothing was true.
Right.
No, he had nothing to do with it. It was really the U.S. government. So as I am waiting, the guy who came out before me was McFarland. They were deposing McFarland.
McFarland, yeah.
Yeah, I was next to McFarland. And I told them, I said, look, because they asked me, I said, look, people want me to bring lawyers. But I'll tell you what, if I have to bring a lawyer, what I have done, I am in the wrong country. And I don't believe I am in the wrong country. I don't need a lawyer. So you gotta look at them like I was nuts, all right? So thanks. Goodbye. The White House insisted again that they wanted me to bring a lawyer. They asked me to go to Washington and talk to Boyd Gray, who was the lawyer to the vice president, and later became lawyer to the president. And he told me, I said, look, Felix, we know the vice president didn't do anything wrong, but you don't know this Congress. They might trick you into saying a thing that might hurt the vice president. We like you to bring a lawyer. I said, I will not bring a lawyer. Well, at least talk to one. I said, okay, Brian, you talk to one. So I came back to Miami. Now, my son and my daughter heard the story that if I didn't bring a lawyer, I was going to go to prison. That's what people said, told me. No, they were kids. I didn't know that until maybe 6 months ago. But I always kept a contact with the FBI because the situation with Che Guevara, the advisor I was his advisor, Centeno Night was assassinated in Paris. I saw Commander Che Guevara. Mayor Quintanilla was the colonel was assassinated in Hamburg, Germany with the Commander Che Guevara. And at that time, we're talking in the 70s, I got a call in my house saying Felix Brown is the name that you Bolivia are going to be next. So I told the agency. So the agency at the time wanted me to change name, wanted another state, which I refused because it's hard. It was traumatic for my son and my daughter to change their name and lose all their friends, and then see our immediate family every 6 months in another state. It wasn't nice. It wasn't worth it. It was worse than being killed. So I refused that. So what they did, they came to my home. They put iron fences in my house. They built a garage so that my car would sleep inside the garage. They gave me a license to carry concealed weapon was very difficult to get one. Now everybody can get one, not at that time. And they gave me a telephone in my car. Now the telephone I waiting these days, they're not sold. They have the old one in the car that has the 6 line in the back, and they think that it was 10 years waiting period for a damn phone. So when I applied, I recall the guy called me from the company and said, Mr. Rodriguez, I'm still here, call me in 10 years. I called the agency and said, look, this is what I've been told. So they called me back and said, call the guy again. I said, look, he told me 10 years. Call the guy again. So I told Mr. Sonsoy, I'm sorry. I know you told me 10 years, but I didn't anything about my phone. His answer was, Mr. Rodriguez, I don't know who the hell you are. So your phone number is so will be connected day after tomorrow. And then they took my car. It was a 12-year-old Cadillac Seville. They took it to Landy and they bulletproof my car. And then I did sign a document for the CIA that if I got assassinated, connected to my service to the agency, my family could not reclaim anything from the agency. So they offered me what they considered was going to be real security of my life. So I did sign the paper, we never, I stay in Miami the whole time, my same house all this year.
And they provided security for your family?
No, I had contact with the FBI. If I ever felt I had any problem, because I am federal agency, I could not call the local police. I had to call the FBI. So I always had a contact with the Bureau of Officers. So when I was going to this thing to the Iran Contra thing, my contact was Carlos Iran from the Bureau, from the FBI.
Okay.
6 months or 8 months ago, my wife learned from his widow, so he died from cancer, that we didn't know that. My son, my daughter went to see Carlos. And they told Carlos, you are a very close friend of my dad. Everybody tell us that if he doesn't bring a lawyer, he's going to go to prison. And we know you are very close to him. Please convince him to take some lawyer with him. So I remember Carlos called me and said, look, I'd like to talk to you. I said, so fine. So we went to my first, all 2 of us alone. So what he told me, I said, look, Felix, I want you to listen very carefully. You are going to be testifying in front of Congress, and you're going to be under oath. You cannot lie. Believe me, I have experience. If you lie, they are going to have 15 different depositions, and they are going to ask the same question 15 different times. If you lie, it's going to come out, and you are going to go. You cannot lie to them. Now, if something you don't want to talk about it for whatever reason, you don't remember. They cannot do you anything if you don't remember. That was the best advice I ever got. I never lied.
Right.
I didn't remember very few times. And
well, you were also there following orders. Like you were. It's not like.
No, I was independent. Remember, I was flying on my own. Nobody was telling me. I had orders from nobody.
Independent. Okay.
Yeah. I went as a Salvador as a private citizen to help me.
Okay, I understand.
No, nobody.
That's why
government was concerned. Okay, that's why he wanted to talk to me. Because here's the guy who went to many military companies in my area, in Air Force, where I do have advisor. And when I went there, the government asked me, I want you to talk to my new Commander Ross. When I became very close to Gina Steele, he helped me a lot. I confided with him the operation. He loved the operation I was doing. At the time, he would fly with me after I learned how to fight. I am not a fighter. I was not a fighter. When I was in Vietnam, a pilot told me, I said, look, at least you need to fly this and land this thing. If I get badly wounded flying at D3 level, we both want to get killed. So he taught me how to fly the helicopter. And then in El Salvador, I perfected. I could take the helicopter by myself and start on. I could take a Huey or a UH-500 by myself and fly. I've got for many times.
So
But I never went to school.
What did you think when you found out about this whole Iran-Contra scandal blowing up and all these people making all this money with the weapons smuggling, smuggling the drugs back?
Because I knew that Seacorp was making a lot of money on this. And that's why my relationship with North broke when I told him. He didn't want to accept it. Seacorp was the one controlling the whole money. Okay. I have met Seacorp before one time. At one time, I was asked when I was after retiring from the agency to do an evaluation of the political advisor of Oman. So I spent living in Cairo more than 6 months with the political advisor of the Sultan of Oman, who was actually born in Libya. And I met Mubarak. I was in hosting Mubarak home when he was vice president, teaching him how to operate American 160 submachine guns that this Arab bought 10 of them. One for Mubarak, one for the president. For Sadat, he seeks for the intelligence service. So I have to teach them. It was the first submachine gun with laser. The laser was this big. It's a huge thing. With attaching and under the machine gun. So I went to Mubarak's home in Heliopolis with this Arab to teach him how to handle this, so he can tell also the president how to operate this kind of damn thing. Which they have drums with 154 bullets each. So I met Mubarak, became close friend of American military head of intelligence for Egypt. I have some very good friends in there. So I stayed there for a while and all of that. So I met a lot of people in different places there. So, but going back to this, I have to testify, like I said, in Congress, and I went by myself, finally, with no lawyers. It was, at the end I was tired. I could tell I was really tired on the second day. Now, the first day, when you go in there, no, I am the only one who go without immunity, without lawyer. And I made a point of not taking one drop of water. So I told when everybody was drinking water, the camera would be facing me. So I said, I'm not going to touch the water during the whole time. Perfect. Which I didn't. Because you can see my testimony, see a span. You go to see a span, and my whole testimony is there. 27 May, 28 May 1987. So the first day, it's the easiest day, really. The first day is the lawyer that was assigned to me was Paul Barbadoro. Kecker was assigned to, John Kecker was assigned to North. He was the prosecutor from North. Right. This guy, Paul Barbadoro, was assigned to me. I will not prosecute. I am as a witness, not prosecuted as a witness. So we had a good relationship. At one point in time, I bring a lot of things to his deposition, and he told me, I said, Felix, if you want us to see what you have in that don't bring it. We have the power to subpoena anything that you bring. But I said, look, I have nothing to worry. You can see everything I bring back. I don't have to worry about it. So the first day of the testimony was 27th of May. I was the second witness that day. They go all the way from the day that you were born. From the day you were born, they go all the way, all together, until Iran-Contra. Wow. They go minute by minute, hour by hour, they go in there, and in detail. When you go to Iran-Contra, then it goes into definite detail. Before that, it's when you were born, when you went to school, first year, everything, high school, everything that you did in your life, Now, when they hit the point that you started, not only the bigger people, when they started Iran-Contra, then they really go into it. That was the first day, only for that. The second day, they have the first hour is dedicated what they call the heaters, baseball heaters. The heaters were 4 people, 2 senators and 2 congressmen, 1 Republican, 1 Democrat, 1 Republican, 1 Democrat. Those people were supposed to be the ones who were assigned to read everything about me, all my depositions. So those 4 people will know more about me than anybody else. The rest of the committee can read whatever they want. But these people are obliged to read everything. In these 4 cases, with my hearers, they have to read everything about my life. So they know more about me than myself. Because then they start for 15 minutes and questions. I have to answer questions. Okay. One of them was Miss. He was actually the chairman of the Senate, the head of the Senate on the Democratic side. So you have to go through 15 minutes questions from both of them. That's 1 hour. Then they open up the whole thing for the whole people to ask. Then anybody in the committee can ask questions. I got questions from Peter Rabbi, I got questions from the Vice President Bush, his daughter is the one who became the political of Trump. Remember, the Congresswoman, Cheney. Dick Cheney. Cheney was the last one Vice President. So
Liz Cheney?
Yeah. So we go through the whole thing 2 days. So when I finish my testimony, if you are able to look at what CNN said, the lady from CNN said, after Mr. Rodriguez's testimony, nobody can touch the Vice President with a silk glove. That was her comment at the end of my testimony. So, and then I went back to El Salvador. I continued to fly with the Salvadorian Air Force. That's what I did. So I finished in 87. I continued to fly with the Salvadorian Air Force until December of 1988. I testified in May of 87. Wow. Now, when I am in El Salvador, my wife called me and she was very, very upset. Because there was my picture when I was in the Army, the second lieutenant, appeared in the front page of the Miami Herald. It was put out to the press by John Kerry that I had received $10 million from the Medellin cartel for the country.
$10 million.
That's an accusation of the accusation of Cubans being involved with the CIA in drugs. It came from Cuban intelligence.
Really?
Oh, yeah. It's amazing. And John Kerry Kerry found out that I had contact with one guy who was the head of the Medellin cartel finance. Cuban. Oh, yeah. Remember, Ramon Milian Rodriguez.
Okay.
In 1985, Raúl Diaz, who is well known in the police community, he was the head of the CENTAC, the Special Unit Against Narcotics, who persecuted this lady, Grisela. They have a movie about her.
Grisela Blanco?
Grisela Blanco. He was the head of the task force who actually got her. Raúl Diaz, a good friend of mine. Mm-hmm. He called me and said, look, I have a guy from the Medellin cartel who is the counter for that cartel, who told me that he can compromise the Nicaraguan resistance in narco-trafficking. He don't want to deal with the FBI or the DEA because he says they are penetrating. He want to deal with the CIA on somebody who has connection to the Vice President office, because at that time, George Bush was the czar and anti-drug czar.
Right.
So he thought, I'll bring you to your home. You don't bring the SOB to my house. I go to your office. I went to Raúl Diaz's office, and here's this guy, tall guy, thin guy. I didn't like him because he was kind of arrogant, and very,
you can take it if you need to.
Very arrogant. And then, sorry, I put this in. Yeah, I am putting green from the alarm. Alarm involved. So, this guy started telling me that he got a recording from an assistant of Daniel Ortega, who was then president of Nicaragua, who asked him to jump bail. He actually said he went from Nicaragua to Guatemala to call him in Miami. And this assistant of Daniel Ortega told me, Milian Rodriguez, look, we'd like you to run bail to be able to set up the money laundering operation for the Nicaraguan government in Panama. And we will pay whatever you lose in your bail. Okay. So he said he didn't want to go to prison because what he did, he told me he would probably have to go to prison for 5 years. He didn't want his son to see his father going. I didn't know whether he had his son or not, but that way he told me to go to prison. So I listened to his story. When I left, I mentioned the whole thing to Carlos Duran from the FBI. I didn't give it down to say he enjoyed the FBI. Who brought that? So I passed the whole information to Carlos Duran. Then when I went to Washington, I went to the CIA. I asked for the guy how to do narcotics for the agency. They brought me a small guy, bald, heavy, and he passed in the whole information to the guy. So he seems to be interested in what the guy had to say. Time went by, they never told me. Raul Diaz called me and said, hey, what happened? I said, look, Raul, if they didn't call you because they're not interested. Later on, I found out that this guy from the agency was interested. Before he did anything, he called Leon Kellner. Leon Kellner was the prosecutor for Ramon Milian Rodriguez case here in Miami. And Leon Kellner told him, don't bother to talk to you. This guy is a liar. That's bullshit. He never had anything to do with the Sandinista. He will do anything to get a lower sentence. That's why they never called him. Okay. Now, Perry, while I was testifying in Congress, one Republican senator asked me if I had any knowledge of Sandinista being involved in narco trafficking. So I remember this case. So I mentioned this case of Ramon Milian Rodriguez, who was the money laundering operation for the Sandinista. Kerry listened to that and he sent his assistant Jack Blunt to find out where the hell this guy is, Ramon Milian Rodriguez. Ramon Milian Rodriguez was at the time in a federal prison with 45 years. Not 5 like he told me, 45 years to do in jail. And Jack Blunt told him, if you can compromise the vice president through Phillips, now you cannot lie to us. You have to be true. But if you can compromise the vice president through Phillips, you're going to lower your sentence. What did the guy say? Now, you have to be true. Okay, what did the guy say? Oh yeah, Phillips is a patriot. He never touched a penny. He saw his first troops in the field, but didn't have any weapons, so he came to us and we gave him $10 million from the Medellin cartel to help the contract, and in turn, he was going to have the vice president to be not lenient with us. This is ridiculous. So Kerry put a subpoena on me because of that, accusing me of receiving $10 million from the Medellin cartel. Now, my wife is working at that time at Barry University, right next to our home. Imagine, front page of the Miami Herald that your husband has $50 million from the Medellin cartel. Of course she's upset. So she called me and I said, look, Ross, you know that's not true. I know that. Shit, I work at the university. You have to clear this. And these people looking at me like my husband is involved with $10 million from the Medellin cartel. So, by the way, you have to send out Kerry's committee here. So give me the number. So I called his office. I talked to Jack Blum. I said, look, you don't need a subpoena with me, but send me the ticket in Easter because I'm doing my dish. Send me a ticket in Easter and go. So send me a ticket in Easter. Go to Washington. They deposed me for 5 hours at Kerry's office. Now, Kerry wasn't there. It was Jack Blum, and the other one was Robbie Nett, who was the assistant of Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell was the minority at the time in Kerry's committee, so they could have the Senate at the time. So Kerry was the chairman, and Mitch McConnell was the At the end of my 5-hour deposition, Robbie Nett and myself from Mitch McConnell's office, I said, we wanted an open hearing. Oh, Jack Blum wanted closing. I said, but it's classified here. Look, I retired from the CIA for security consideration in 1976. This thing happened in 1985. What is classified about it? No, it has to be closed. He didn't want the truth to come out. He didn't want the truth that people believed that we were involved in narcotics. He knew it once from once that it wasn't true. He didn't want that to happen. So no, it had to be a close here. No choice. That's why I was so unhappy when I got in. The first thing that I told them, they were all the senators. Mitch McConnell and Kerry in the middle, and all the other senators from both sides of the aisle. And they asked me if I wanted to say something. I said, yes. I look at Kerry and say, Senator, this will be the hardest testimony of my life. Now, believe me, this is happening after my testimony in Congress. This is May 27th, way after that. And he said, what you said, Mr. Rodriguez? I said, Senator, it's very difficult to have to answer questions to somebody that you do not respect. I don't respect you what you're doing here. Mr. Rodriguez, because we disagree with you, we are not less patriotic as you are. Because, Senator, you did didn't even have the guts to throw your own medal when you were protesting the Vietnam War. Mr. Rodriguez, don't believe everything that you read. It's like, Senator, I know that the hell of a lot better than you do. You didn't have the courage to throw your own medal to the Vietnam War. Said that was a veteran who was made to throw his medal. It wasn't me. I said, bullshit. It was everybody's perception. It was your medal he was throwing through over the Vietnam, over the White House wall. Well, we didn't. It wasn't very unpleasant, the exchange. So we went through the whole testimony. Of course, he knew it wasn't true what he was doing. Right? Then we asked for an open hearing. My uncle, who is a lawyer graduated from Tulane, wrote a letter to his committee around 8 months asking for an open hearing. Never happened. 10 months later, I got a call from Robinette. Senator Mitch McConnell says you're willing to come to Washington to request an open hearing with him at the press conference at the Senate. Of course. So I prepared with my uncle a statement of 3 pages long, enumerating in detail my relationship with Ramon Villarreal, what happened, and how we came to talk to him, the whole thing in detail. And the end I wrote, and I'm sure that this would serve, I hope that this serves as for a true situation and not for Senator Kerry's political agenda. That came out in this, okay? And next month, he gave me an open hearing. Friday is the only day which is stipulated in the Senate that there is no cameras in the room. There are cameras in the room from Monday to Thursday, but that's on Friday. It was the only day of this week that don't have cameras in the room. Yeah. Monday to Thursday there is cameras, but they always reserve Friday. For some reason they don't want to be camera. He selected that day for me. There was no camera. I was the last witness to be put on, which meant that a lot of people already gone home by that time. There was very few press to cover that. In there, he told me that he apologized, that he believed me. So I said, at the same time, he asked me if I would take a lie detector. So I said, yes. But I want you to take one, so you're doing this politically. But I will not take one. It's fine. You don't take one, I will not take one. If you do it, I'll take it. So, on those terms, he told me you are not excused. I said, okay, fine. So, he finished testimony. He did a good thing. He called the best polygraph operator in the nation. Of the name was Dr. Rabbi from the University of Utah. Brought him to Washington, and he gave a lie detector test to Ramon Villarreal. First question: Mr. Rodriguez solicited for you $10 million from the Medellin cartel. Yes. He said he was lying. Second question: Mr. Rodriguez gave you carriers in Central America to channelize the $10 million from the Medellin cartel to the country. Yes. He said he was lying. Third question: did Mr. Rodriguez receive in any way or form any money from the Medellin cartel? Ramon Rodriguez refused to continue with the lie detector test. How did Kerry write that in the congressional record? First two, he had no choice. First question, well, he was lying. The second question, on the third question, whether Mr. Rodriguez received some money from the Medellin cartel, the operator could not determine the veracity of the question. Now, you read that, what do you think? Maybe some truth to it. Right. They don't tell you, they could not find out because the guy refused to continue with the lie detector test. Right. No, I have been saying that all around because I told the record at that time. Since then, they son of a bitch changed that. Now, really? Yeah, now it's saying there that's exactly what I said. Okay. At that time, he put that. Now, the second time, he said the guy refused to continue with the lie detector test. But on the first version they put out, they didn't say that. Well, you know, I've been saying that everywhere. Somehow, you know how the hell did that? We went there and corrected that. That's why I hate the SOB so much. Every time I speak, now when there was the Vietnam veteran for the troops, you know, you heard that the time. They had a big rally in the west wing of the capital, over 100,000 veterans against Kerry when he ran for president. You remember that? Check. Okay. There was a rally in the west wing of the capital. There were 8 speakers. I was one of them. I spoke to the people that was with Kerry in the boat. One night we gathered together. I was one of the 8 speakers, so we all got together in there. He was never ever wounded in Vietnam. He got 3 Purple Hearts.
Really?
He doesn't have a single hole in his body from a bullet. He would have scratched somewhere and say that was from a hand grenade or was from a mortar fire. So he got a skid lock, metal skid lock. The third time, the guy refused to give him the Purple Heart because he didn't deserve it. He has to wait for the officer to change to be able to get the third one. And you know why he did that? Because it was an unwritten law that if you got wounded 3 times in one tour, you could request to be taken away from the operation area.
And that's what he did.
No, it wasn't automatic. You request. Immediately that he requested to be done. He claimed that he got from Silver Star and convinced that he fabricated that with his friends in the Navy. That is not. He's a complete fraud. He didn't spend 1 second. He didn't spend more than 5 minutes in a hospital when he claimed he was wounded. He made a scratch, got a little blood come out of it, and said that was from a hand grenade during combat. If you get wounded by hand grenade, if you get wounded from a skill from a mortar, you are a recipient of the it doesn't have to be a bullet. You're a recipient of the Purple Heart. So he didn't. He got the 3 Purple Hearts that way, and immediately he left the service. And then he went with James Fonda, to call the people were assassinating people, kids, and all of that in Vietnam. That's why when I speak to the different military units that I go, I tell them how proud I feel today to see how the public treated the military coming from overseas. What's happening in plane, they applaud them, they buy drinks for them, they offer the first seat for them. At that time, they hide it. They hated going in uniform because they were the speaking youth. Because you were supposed to be more criminal, you were supposed to be, and that was due to carry and James Fonda's perception of the war. But that's why I don't like the guy at all.
Right. Let's talk about Che Guevara.
Oh, yes, right.
And when you,
I like that again.
yeah. That's
After Bolivia, that's when I went to Che.
That's an important story right here. Thank you for this photograph that you signed.
I actually went to Bolivia after being in I forgot about the more important one for you.
This is you right here?
Yeah. When I went to Bolivia, I was a 26-year-old. It was right after coming out before I went to Ecuador and Peru.
How long did you hunt Che for?
Very short. I think we arrived in Bolivia in June. Now, first of all, the way when there was an American pretty high guy in the Western Hemisphere of CIA by the name of Larry Stern. Larry was the one who answered to Mr. Sterling, Jack the State Ryan. He was the number 2 guy responsible in Great States for the Bay of Pigs, and Larry was working for him. Larry was pretty high in the agency. He came to Miami and interviewed 16 people to select 2 to go to Bolivia. So, they already had 3 Cubans in Bolivia at the level of La Paz, who were advised to the Minister of Interior, Argueda, and Mayor Roberto Quintanilla was the advisor to the Minister of Interior there. But then they wanted 2 guys to be able to accompany the military units in Bolivia that was supposedly be going against Che. The first combat in Bolivia were a complete total disaster because the Bolivians weren't trained.
Right.
Most of the front troops, the soldiers would never use military training. Barrientos used them in Corps of Engineers to build roads for the people. That's why we love Barrientos so much. And he had an agrarian reform before that a lot of farmers had a lot of land. That's another mistake for him. He went there telling them, I'm going to give you the land that Barrientos took from you, and Barrientos gave the land. So they looked at them like, what is the guy telling from me? He had an empty message. That's why during the whole time, which had never happened in any guerrilla in the world, there was a single guerrilla never recruited one single farmer because the year operation. Not one guy when we went. It was the Cuban that he brought with him 17 altogether with two Peruvians and one German, and the members from the Communist Party, the Raúl Quispe and the Paredo brothers brought from the Communist Party. That was all he had. Okay. Now, when Cuba sent him, terror was sent him to be killed. Che was pro-Chinese.
Right.
And the Soviets have no interest that he will succeed anywhere in the world because it will be a revolution that will turn over in favor of Mao Zedong in China. When he went to Africa in 1964-65, that he was in Africa, all the weapons that he received were from Red China. Benigno told me nothing. Who told him that? Benigno. Benigno and I became very close friends. Benigno was one Che's right-hand man in Bolivia. He was wounded once in Bolivia. He was a captain at the time. He was one of the three survivors of the guerrilla Che, where he was the only one of the three who defected to Paris later on and wrote a book about the Cuban Revolution. Against the Cuban Revolution. And I was in Bolivia after the whole thing. I was in Bolivia 3 times. First of all, with BBC of London to do a documentary. The second one was with Telemundo, Channel 51 here from Miami. And the third one was 6 from Portugal. So in Telemundo, I had to go through 2 times. One, that was Chico, Portugal. I went to Bolivia once. They did a documentary, my visit to Che. Then the second year of the anniversary, they wanted to do something about Che. So they already had run this first one. So they call it El Reencuentro, the re-encounter. So they put 2 enemies together that fought in Bolivia going against each other. The way they claim it, they have seen each other, will kill each other. Now they are together in Paris on the same side, fighting for the same cause. Because Benigno defected and he was against Castro in Paris, and was against Paris. So they flew me to Paris at that time, and we had the meeting at Indiana de la Guardia, the daughter of Tony de la Guardia, who got married to Massetti, that Argentinian, and her apartment, his apartment, which is in front of a restaurant called Amore Italiano. And they had a real encounter. They had Benigno waiting for me in his apartment with 1 camera behind him, then 1 camera followed me. And when I entered the room, it was the first time I see Joey, we shook hands, and we started talking. So they have a genuine gathering together, 2 people who know each other. Which was interesting. After that, we became very close friends. To the point that every year we go at least twice to Paris. He picked me up at the airport and I'll go to his home. I stay and sleep at his home in an extra room that they had. And his wife would cook for me the whole time. And I spent 3 days without going anywhere, only talking to him. The last day I used to tell him, if I don't see the Eiffel Tower and the Arc of Triumph, I haven't been in Paris. We come to his little car. We go to see the Eiffel Tower, the Arch of, and then we're going to see my daughter used to live there for 5 years near the Sena, her apartment, and then back to his home. We became very, very close friends. Then after everybody did the interview with him, he wanted to talk to me alone. And then we spoke. He told me at the time, he said, look, the guy who really hated you was Raúl Castro, not Fidel, for whatever reason. And he said we were close to you several times. He told me he never knew about it, that they sent Captain Jesus Bermudez Coutinho, who later became a general to Vietnam, to assassinate me. He had 2 Vietnamese, another 2 and 2 Vietnamese with him. 1 Vietnamese he claimed was working at the U.S. Embassy, who flew in English. And they said one time that they were trying to follow me in the car, and I was too fast. They could not keep up with my car. And second time,
I'll give you a solid man.
I don't recall it. Yes, when I drove very fast in my driving. That's true. And the only time that I could call that they might call I have bodyguards, which I didn't, we had an operation in south of Saigon. I was staying at the Duke Hotel in Saigon. The PRU will come to my hotel fully geared, and so will be, so will I will be in full uniform with everything and everything, and then we will go in several jeeps to the operational area. We were going to launch an operation. Yeah, so not because I was heavily guarded, because everybody was up to here with ammunition and hand grenades and everything, because we were going to an operation, not to guard me or anything like that. Right. And then they also, in your knowledge, when they tried to hijack the plane, And then they claim another time that they sent Rotterdam Melo to assassinate me in Miami. And it was lucky that I was in Miami at the time. I went to Beirut in 75. It coincided at the same time. And then this guy told the Cuban government that the CIA became aware of the life attendant in my life, and they took me out of Miami. We never learned anything. I just went out because they had this thing to go in Beirut. So it was lost also. So I asked him later on, why you selected me? Because all of us have basically the same training. I had a little bit more because I was in the Republican and becoming King of the Caribbean before, but that's it. The rest is the same. He told me, well, at the end of every interview, he would tell you, if I select you, when would you be ready to be mobilized? People would tell me a day, a week, whatever time they need. My answer to him was, okay, if we have time, I take my car, go to my home, say goodbye to my wife, to my 2 kids, pick up my clothes, I come and we go. If it's not time for that, I will call here to my wife and tell her I have to go. If it's not time for that, let's go, I'll give you her number and you call her and tell her I have to go. She said nobody has told me that. That was the reason, really basic why he selected me. So we went to Bolivia, and for some reason I was assigned to work directly with the head of the 8th Division headquarters, Colonel Centeno, and I was the commander of the region, military region where they was operating. My friend Gustavo Villolo stayed with the battalion that been trained at La Esperanza all through me. There was a special forces unit training that was called the 2nd Ranger Battalion of the Bolivian, about 600 to 800 men. With the maximum weapons, they were using the same Garand that the U.S. Army was using at the time, but they were not 16 at the time. They were using that. They were using carabines and tools for the officer. Everything that we had, everything. They were being really trained because the Bolivian troops were so terrible. The first combat was a disaster. The soldiers were captured. They were taking the uniform, their boots, and they were sent back with the underwear only and the weapon, everything. So they trained that special battalion. So when I was an advisor of the 8th Division headquarters with General Colonel Centeno Anaya, the head of intelligence, Fernando Salcedo, whenever they had capture some guerrilla, we go with him, or they capture them with him to do the exploitation or intelligence documentation. So we were lucky at one point in time when they had a prisoner called Paco Secretary Chavez. Now, before we went to Washington, we went through some reading in Washington about everything that had to do with the guerrillas, familiarized what we were facing when we got in there. In there were the transcript of the interrogation they had with Reyes Brigade and Ciro Bustos, one Argentinian and one Frenchman that were captured with the guerrilla. They spoke a lot of them. So I knew during those interrogatories that Paco was a communist from the Bolivian party who wanted to leave the guerrilla. He was a communist indeed, but he was offered to go to Cuba and Russia, and by the time he was ready to go, thinking he was going to go to this place, and he drove to this place thinking a plane would take him to Uruguay or Paraguay and then give him documentation to go to Cuba, and he was given a race, and he was not a guerrilla. And he was more of an intellectual, even though he didn't look like one. And he had a tremendous memory. He can tell you meetings that took place 6 months ago, the address of the building and the name of 15 people that were there. The guy was fantastic. So there is an encounter where they killed basically everybody in the guerrilla except two. Tania, the famous guerrilla intelligence officer from West Germany that was killed in that operation. She was the girlfriend of Che, and she was sent actually by the Soviets to keep tabs on Che. And there's two survivors, Ernesto Maimur and this guy Paco, Secretary Chavez. I was able to save the life of Paco. Now, Ernesto Maimur at that night, he didn't have even a bullet in his body. He became arrogant with the army that shot him before they brought him to Vallegrande. They brought Paco back. Paco had a couple of bullets, so nothing to be worried about. So I flew with the Major Salcedo, the head of intelligence, into Vallegrande in the Bolivian Air Force plane. I talked to the guy had a tremendous memory. Fantastic. So they were ready to kill him. When I went to the headquarters, the Colonel Celis was telling General David Lafuente that they already interrogated this guy. He could not contribute anymore. He didn't work. He already told the press he was bad anymore. So I interfered with him. I asked the general, who knew that I have documentation from the president and the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, General Orlando Candilla. So when we both arrived, once an American was waiting for the two of us to arrive in La Paz, they took us directly to the house of the president Barrientos. He gave us a big card. We gave all the support we requested. Then they took us to the Ministry of Defense, who gave us similar ID card that we could receive any support that we requested from any authority, civilian or military. And also they were giving ID card of captain in the Bolivian army. So the three of us, the American and the two of us. So here we are, we got Paco, who I flew him finally back to Santa Cruz, and we put him in a room, we got interrogated him. I helped him first of all, I got the nurse to come from the hospital, I paid her to treat him, so he wasn't allowed to go to the hospital. He had all kinds of warrants, thousands of warrants in there. So she told me that saved his life, so he would eat all of the things, otherwise he got gangrene. And then she got something put in there that they put to the pigs, and you know, there were thousands of these little things coming out maggots. Yeah, thousands, but there was nothing very small ones. Yeah, maggots. Yeah, but they finally got them out with that thing that they keep, you know, on big drinking, this purple color, a lot of that liquid. And then they injected him with antibiotics, and they saved his life, really. And I allowed him to communicate with his mother. And I wrote the newspaper. He was very, 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 very cooperative on that. He gave us exactly, and that's how we learned how to move around the area. Whenever he went from point A to point B, he would send, they had a group of what they call the vanguard, six guerrillas would go 1 kilometer ahead of him. He would be in the middle with the head of the guerrillas, and then 5 or 6 guerrillas in the back, 1 kilometer behind. In case there is an ambush, he would be protecting the middle. He could, he could maneuver out of the ambush. So in late September, last day of September of 1967, there was an encounter of a lieutenant, Eduardo Galindo Granchamp. He was a lieutenant from the army, regular army, regular troops, who had an encounter with Che, and they were able to kill 3 members of the vanguard. And they advised us in Santa Cruz, say, look, there is 3 bodies coming up to the city of Pucara, which is passing Valle Grande, so you can come pick up the bodies who they are. So Saucedo and I, the head of intelligence, we drove all the way to Pucara. We waited 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Here comes Lieutenant Galindo with 3 mules and 3 bodies in total, 3 mules. So when I look at the 3 bodies and took the documentation, one of them was Coco Pereiro, who was the leader of the guerrilla in the Bolivian side. The other was Juan Miguel, his real name was a Cuban captain, Hernandez Osorio, Manuel Hernandez Osorio, and the other one was another Bolivian who was a doctor. 3 of them. And when you look at the documentation that Paco was given them, 3 of them were the vanguard of them. And then when I talked to Lieutenant Galindo, said, Capitan, I saw the guerrilla in the distance. I stopped preparing my ambush, and the guerrilla surprised me. Okay. He did what? Surprised him. The other day was Mario Gutierrez Ardaya, who was a Cuban Bolivian doctor. The 3 dead. They were members of the vanguard. And he said, what he saw was Che Guevara's group in the distance. The vanguard was already coming up the hill. Right. That confirmed what Paco was told us. So that was Che there. So when I go back, I was the very end of September, I go back to see Colonel Centeno and said, Che's there, we forgot to move the battalion. And then was Felix Ramos said, Felix, you only have 2 weeks for graduation, you know. They already finished the training. There's going to be shooting to see who got the highest mark in shooting. The president is going to come to issue diplomas signed by the president to all of them. I said, mi coronel, we know that Che is there. And I explained them what Paco has told us and what this guy told me. Definitely Che was there. I said, mi coronel, now we know where he is. In 2 weeks, we have no idea where he is. So I convinced him. So he ordered the battalion to stand down the training immediately, to go to the area of operations. So they have 4 companies. One company stayed in Valle Grande, where I stayed with my friend. They are staying there to maintain the communication and the supply of weapons and food to the battalion operation. One company of like 200 men was commanded by Captain Raul Lopez Leighton. He was assigned along the Rio Grande, so the guerrilla could not move to the other side. We could operate anywhere in the country, but the other side represented the 4th Division headquarters with Colonel Terán. It's different from different area operation from us. And these people were already used to and they respected Colonel Centeno Anaya in 8th Division. So they didn't want to go to Requetarán in the 4th Division. They put a company there to make sure they didn't cross the river. The one company was put in reserve by Captain Celso Torrelli, who later became president of Bolivia. And this captain was in the last place where Che was being seen, was Higuera, to react and support the company was doing the search for the Gary Prado for more. They started basically at the first day of October, moving into the operational area. Here comes the first weekend. Okay. It is a Sunday was the 8th of October. On Saturday the 7th, we learned that later. On Saturday, which is the 7th, my friend had trained a special unit, a Bolivian unit in intelligence. Soldiers that spoke the different language, Quechua, Aymara, and Guarani. And those people were sent in civilian clothes with no weapons ahead of the battalion to talk to the civil population. It was easier for them to communicate in civilian clothes. They see a military sometimes, they resent it. So these people went ahead of the battalion to get the intelligence to the battalion. And they came back that evening on Saturday and said, look, a farmer had an hortaliza over here, had cultivated some tomatoes or whatever, and he said the guerrilla is right there. He gave the location in the map. All of them are located there right now. So that night, Gary Prado around with his 200 and some man, he's around like about 600 men completely. That was on Sunday morning, he started advancing, moving in later. That's when the firefight took place. And then all hell broke loose. I was, my friend had a girlfriend, I understand, in Santa Cruz. They wanted to go there, so we left for the weekend. I was the only one who stayed. And why it took the time was, I know there were 3 IT-60 combat aircraft that had the capability of firing 50 caliber machine gun and 2.75 rocket. But those planes didn't have any communication with the ground troops because they had PRC-10 radios that communicated on 55 megahertz. And the planes that the Bolivian have were working on VHF, 100 and some megahertz. They cannot talk to each other. Right. So I borrowed 3 PRC-10 radio from the Army and I started installing one next to every pilot. So one pilot in front, one in the back. So they'll be able to talk to the ground, be able to help them and get air to ground support. If they don't talk to each other, they cannot do it. Right. I had just been finished. That was Sunday. I was just been finished. I was working on the 3rd plane when Saucedo saying to the Capitan, you got work on the operational area. The Papa Cansado, that is style. We think that the head of the guerrilla is captured alive. The thing is wounded. But we don't know whether it's Che Guevara or it's Inti Pereira, Joseph brother, who is the head of the guerrilla on the Bolivian side. So I stood in the back of the 2nd plane, Major Serrato, the head of operation, in the back of the pilot of the 1st plane, we took off. We flew over the operational range, but with my radio, they called us Papa Cansado el extranjero, with the foreign, so we know what Che that was captured alive. So we came back, informed that to Colonel Centeno. He dispatched one small helicopter, shitty helicopter. It was one seat for 3 people, and the pilot was only one seat in the middle. Very small helicopter. He sent that helicopter with Lieutenant Colonel Andres Celis to go to the operational area and try to secure all of Che Guevara's documentation so the people will not take like souvenirs. Right. So the helicopter went dropping in the operational area, came back. The pilot was a major from the Bolivian Air Force called Jaime Niño de Guzman. Was the captain, the commander of the helicopter. Right, major. So that night I had a couple of bottles of scotch and I had no better time. Valentine was a teacher, one of the 2. I brought it up and we had a big brindis to drink and for the finish. the guerrillas in Bolivia. That's what Centeno told them, that finally peace is going to come to this country after he foresee that was the end of the guerrillas in there. And then I asked him if I could go with him. Everybody wanted to go with him. Now, because of the helicopter would carry 4 people all together, including the pilot. But because of the altitude of where we were, we only take the pilot and 2 more. Colonel Centeno and somebody else. There was a lieutenant colonel, all the others were majors, I was captain. So I had an excellent relationship with all of them. So I asked him if I could go with him. So Centeno spoke to all of his officers after we had a drink with all of them. He said, look, I know that all of you want to go, but I want to understand Captain Ramos. This guy has done a lot of harm to Captain Ramos' country. You don't mind taking it. Everybody agrees. So I am also ready to operate. I have an RS-48 little briefcase where I transmit in Telegram, in code. So that night I sent a message to Washington through an embassy nearby, telling them, say, look, Chase captured alive. You have told me to keep him alive. If you still want to keep him alive, move at the highest level because these people are not keeping any prisoners. And I asked for another contact, permanent contact with David. They give me a contact another day in the morning, about 10 o'clock in the morning or something like that. So, I guess I didn't sleep at all. It was 5 o'clock in the morning, I was ready. I went to the runway, waited for them. At 7 o'clock in the morning, we took off in the helicopter. Centeno and I sit in Centeno here, I was sitting on his right. The pilot, Jaime Nido Guzman, half an hour flying time. We landed right in front of the house of La Higuera, the schoolhouse. Now, what they present now, like the area where Che died, is not that displayed because the Bolivian army destroyed completely the old building where he was. Now, the Cuban government rebuilt that in concrete, which is not the original. It's the same area, it's completely a different building. Right. So we landed next to the original building. They were waiting for all the officers. Celis, who had all the documentation, chain and back. Ayero, the executive of the battalion, all the captains were waiting for him. So we went to the room. I accompanied the colonel and the other 3 or 4 other officers with him. We entered the room. The door is here, the wall is right here, and there's another door here for another room in there. And there is a little window on this side. The other room does not have any window in front, have a little window on the back side and the left. So we enter in here. The first thing that I see in front is the dead body of 2 Cubans. They had the 2 bodies, 2 of his friends, 2 captains that died in combat that day. They put him right inside the same room in the back of the wall. And Che was tied down under this little window here, hands and legs. So Centeno started his question, he looked at me and didn't say nothing. To a point that Colonel Centeno said, look, you invaded my country. The least you should have the courtesy of answering me. Nothing. So he was bad. He left the room with all of us. Then I asked him, Colonel, can you give me the documentation? I'd like to photograph it from my government. So he turned to Colonel Celis and told him, give Captain Ramos here your back. Now, he had already taken what I didn't find it. The passport, the colonel already put in his pocket. I didn't see the passport. But he had inside there a big book made in Germany. It was written like in January, February, and the number was in German numbers. So it was written in Spanish. A flat book that was type reading messages in Spanish, signed by Ariel, that message that he received from Cuba. Now, he could not transmit to Cuba. But to Cuba, I think purposely sent, the only transmitter they sent with him arrived broken. So he could not communicate to Cuba. He could only receive messages. He could not send any message to Cuba. Okay. And he had the code book. The code book had been given to him by Red China. The Chinese have their codes are in numbers, numeric codes. So they are little booklets like this. It looks like this high, 1.5 inches or 1.5 inches, and this high, and it's blue around. And it's numbers. A group of 4 numbers, 1 in red and 1 in black. 1 for ciphering, 1 for deciphering. There is more complicated. So you have to write a letter, then that letter corresponds to a number. It's almost impossible. It's impossible to do. The same hour is this letter. It's more simple, but the same thing. It's impossible to decipher. When it is letters are random, there is no computer that will decipher them. Okay. So he had that to tell me. There several, like 8 or 10 books like that in different colors. Then he also has some medicament for his asthma. Some picture of his family in there.
He had asthma.
Yeah, he had that. So no one when he was with me, he didn't have any asthma. But he got asthma, he had treatment, that's what he had. So I got all of this. I went to a room they call it telegraphy doesn't error. They have one telephone line. Later on, when I went back with BBC of London and the other people, there was nothing. Okay, they don't have any communication out of together. At that time, they had one telephone in the room that communicated with line all the way to the jungle to the Valle Grande, to this Frank thing. Lousy, but you can understand, more or less. Okay, to be able to one line like at the time. So I stayed in there. I put a table out in the middle where it was the sun. And I took my camera. I had my Pentax camera with a bunch of film. I used all my film, 35 millimeters. Fortunately, I had the Minox German camera, and the roll that I had 40 pictures each. I had a bunch of rolls, so I was able to photograph completely the diary, every single page of the diary. Wow. In the middle of that, I interrupted. I went back to the room where he was. So I stood in front of him and said, Che Guevara, I'd like to talk to you. He looked at me very arrogant. Nobody talked to me. Nobody interrogated me. So when I saw that attitude, I said, Comandante, I didn't come in to interrogate. I'd like to talk to you. I admire you. You used to be head of a state in Cuba, and you're here because you believe in your ideals, even though I know they are mistaken. I just came here to talk to you.
Did you really admire
him? To me for a while to see if I was making laugh of him, if I was laughing. When he saw that I was serious, he said, can you untie me? And I said, sure. Soldado, ¿quién capitán? Y que me quita las amarras, comandante Guevara. Que le quita las amarras, comandante Guevara. You know, untie Commander Guevara. So they untied him. I had a little chair and one little bench on the side. We got the bench and we helped him. So he would hardly move. And all of that time putting that. And he had a bullet in here. He had been a new gauge. White was very clean, but put on. So you could feel the blood coming out a little bit from the side. The only way. Nothing serious, really. So we sat in the bench, and then I started. Now, whenever I asked him anything that was of tactical interest to us, he would tell me and say, I cannot answer that. So I went along with it. We continue to talk about different things. At one point in time, he started telling me that the Cuban economy is in shambles because of the embargo, American embargo. I looked at him and said, Commander, that's ironic that you tell me that. He said, why? Said, because you were the Minister of Commerce in Cuba. You were the President of the Cuban National Bank. You are not even an economist. Said, do you know how I became President of the National Bank? He said, I have no idea. So I was sitting one time listening to Fidel. I was talking to Camilo Cienfuegos. I understood that Fidel was asking for a dedicated communist. I raised my hand. And he was asking for a dedicated economist. So in my opinion, that I thought he doesn't want to answer this. But then when I met the name on party, for me it was right. He said, Felix, I was with them. Because Benigno was also, he was at one point in time in the Sierra Maestra. He was working with Camilo Cienfuegos, and I was there. He said, he understood that Fidel was asking for a dedicated economy. And he was with them. Fidel was asking for a dedicated economy. And that's how he became President of the National Bank and Minister of Commerce and Industry.
He heard communist when he was asking for any communist.
Then we continued to talk at one point in time, and then I told him about when you were in Africa, you had the Africans, they told me were very poor soldiers. Oh, I want to talk about that. Well, you don't want to talk about it. Your own people have said that you had like 10,000 guerrillas. They were very poor soldiers. You're looking at the well, if I had 10,000 guerrillas, it would have been different. But you're right, they were very poor soldiers. And then I think the only time he admitted that. Then we talk about it. Say, why you selected Bolivia? He had the three criteria why he selected Bolivia. First of all, in his mind, imperialist the United States would not be that much interested in a very poor country like Bolivia. Bolivia had no real rich resources for the United States. If it was Venezuela with oil, yes, but Bolivia not even have port. They felt the United States would not be that much interested in putting so many things in a country that doesn't mean anything economically. Second, they knew the Bolivian army was very poorly trained. Absolutely right. That's why the beginning was a total disaster. A third, most important to him, Bolivia has boundary with 5 different countries. If you take Bolivia, it could export the revolution border to border with Brazil, with Argentina, with Paraguay, with Chile, and Peru. With all 5 different countries. That was more important. So we talk about, at one point in time, look at me and say, you are not Bolivian. You commander, who do you think I am? So, well, you can either be a Puerto Rican or you can be a Cuban. And but by the question you have been asking me, you are working for the United States Intelligence Service. I said, yes, I was a member of the Bay of Fish infiltration team. And what's your name? He was interested in my name because they had an infiltrator with the infiltration team where I was. His name was Benigno Pérez. He was a lieutenant in the Cuban army who allegedly had defected to us. And he was part of the infiltration team. His team, when landed, everybody was captured. And then people saw him, they promoted him to captain, in captain uniform, the rebel uniform, going to a different prison after the Bay of Fish to see if he could identify persons like me that were in prison. Because he knew our
What is
faces
this
and
about
he knew our
geography?
true
Can
name.
you be telling me about
But we
mountains
went
and
to
shit?
with fake names. So if we registered in a prison because we were captured, we were giving them the documentation which is not our true name. So they were using him to go through different prisons to identify people like Benigno Pérez. So they didn't know what's going to happen to him. So I say Felix, and Felix really didn't mean anything to him at all. So we started continuing to wait to see what happened. Now, when Centeno came, before that I got a phone call from a lady. No, Centeno was in the operation there. When the combat was going, you could hear the mortar fire and the shooting and all of that from where we were. Here comes a little lady and said, first of all came the landline. Capitan, there is a phone call for the highest ranking officer, which is you. We have 2 lieutenants here, you are the only captain. So I go to that, we call Telegrafía Diario, where I made the photograph diary. And then they say, I think it was ourselves, because a very poor communication, say 500, 600, alto, orden del alto mando, order from the high command, 500 and 600. We had a very simple call, 500 Che Guevara, 600 dead, 700 keep him alive. I asked twice, 500, 600, calling him killed. So when Centeno came before he left, I told him, I said, Coronel, please order from your high Bolivian command to demonize the prison. We received the order 500, 600 from your people. My instructions from my government is to try to keep him alive at all costs. It's very important for us. We have helicopter and plane to fly him to Panama for interrogation. You come and say, Felix, we have worked empirically, we're very grateful to you, but this is order from my president, my commander-in-chief. He looked at his watch and said, when I leave, the helicopter is going to come several times, bringing food and ammunition and taking our wounded and our dead. After 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it's going to come to pick up Che Guevara's dead body. You can justify him any way you want, because we know how much harm he has done to your country. So the Colonel tried to make them change their mind, because it's very important to us. But I give you my word of honor that if there is not a counter order, I will bring you the dead body of Che. And to me, I say, you can justify him any way you want. So you know how much harm has done to you. Yeah. And you left. Sure enough, the helicopter came. One time, that's what that picture was. But I never even thought about getting a picture with him. I was talking to him when here comes the pilot. I knew his mind said, Capitan, Major Salcedo wanted to picture with the Christian, and he got the 35mm camera from the head of himself. So I looked at the commander, do you mind? I said, no. So that's when we helped him. I wasn't going to help him, but I called him. He was limping a little bit because of the bullet he got in his leg. He went around the schoolhouse. We sat in there. This is right now. The door is in this way here. Or here. This is the little bit of wall that it's not even a building behind that. This is empty behind it. I gave my camera to the pilot. I enabled his man. He was the one who took the picture. Just before that picture was taken, I put my hand around Che and said, Comandante, mira el pajarito. This is the little bird. We tell that in Cuba. look at me the bird, look at Paris, to take a picture. And he was laughing.
He did just a smile.
No, he was laughing. He laughed. And I look at the camera. I thought, actually, when I sent this picture to the CIA, who was embedded in one of the roles that I couldn't have, I told the guy from the agency in La Paz, I said, look, here's a roll of picture of me with Che when Che's laughing. Because I thought I was laughing at the time the picture was taken. So he changed for that effect. Seconds before that, he was laughing like that.
What was the conversation like between you and Che after you got the order that he needed to be killed?
No, I didn't tell him anything.
You didn't tell him anything?
No. I started waiting to see what happened. I went by, we spoke several times on and off. Then, wasn't there a moment about, no, let me tell you, even I thought, myself, talking to myself, all right, they find him alive. How about if I call the landline, telephone line when the helicopter comes? And I told the pilot that my government convinced your government to keep, like, we just got a phone call, said to change order, that my government were able to convince your government to keep him alive. And if they tried to call it for the line, they could not communicate. Maybe yes, maybe not. Then I thought to myself, hey, remember what happened when Batista released Fidel that December, what happened to Cuba? And I told myself, you are here, actually you are here to advise, not to be the commander. And I told myself, if you do that and you are successful, and he's released, eventually, and he goes to another country, a lot of people get killed because of him, you are going to do it. And that's not your responsibility. It is the responsibility of the Bolivian. Let history run its course. So I didn't do anything else to save his life at all. And then I started waiting to see what happened. Then, the helicopter was gone. Here comes this lady. It was 12:40 in the afternoon. He's already, mi capitán, why are you going to kill him? I said, Senora, why did you say that? I said, look, we just saw you being photographed with him in front of the schoolhouse. Look, Israel already gave the news that he died from bad news. And he was still alive. So at that time, there's not going to be any control. If I got into the room, I stood in front of him, he was sitting in the bench, look at him. The commander, I'm sorry, I tried my best. He's ordered from the Bolivian command. The guy looked at me and he turned white like a piece of paper. I've never seen somebody whose face turned white, literally white, like the blood had drained out of his face. He didn't move him up, and then he said, it's better this way, and she had never been captured alive. And then he got the pipe and said, I like to give this pipe to a soldier because he treated me well. Now he got the pipe, and when I arrived, he wanted to smoke. He didn't have picadura from tobacco, so I asked the soldier to give me a couple of cigarettes. So he got the regular cigarette, he opened it up and put what was inside the cigarette inside the pipe, and then he smoked with me. I allowed him to smoke some cigarettes, so we didn't have pipe, smoke for the pipe. So I wanted to, then I said, at that point in time when he said that, Sergeant Terán, he knew what he wanted. Many people burst into his room. Yo quiero la pipa, mi capitán, yo quiero la pipa. Y él dijo, no, a ti no te la doy. Digo, salga de aquí. Yo quiero la pipa, mi capitán, salga de aquí. He had the pipe here, and he went out and said, I looked at him and said, Commander, if you give it to me. He stopped for a second and see a piece of it. And I got the pipe, I put it here. It's anything you want for your family. Then I said in a sarcastic way, he said, well, if you can't tell Fidel that he will soon see a triumphant revolution in America. And then he changed and said, and you can tell my wife to remarry and have it will happen. That was the last word. You're very emotional. And me especially because I have never ordered anybody who is in prison being killed. This was a very unique and very unusual circumstance. So it was emotional, tremendously for me, that moment in city. So we were told he came to where I was, we shook hands, looked at each other's face, he embraced me, I embraced him hard. Then he let go, he stood in attention, I looked at him, I went back, I took his hand again, I embraced him, and I left. And yeah, he was hard. And I never had to go to that again. And then I went out, it was Sergeant Terán was next to the other officers in there. And I told him, I said, Sargentos, do not, they're orders from high Bolivian command to eliminate the don't shoot from here up. Shoot from here down because these men supposed to die from combat. See me, Capitan, see me, Capitan. It was exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon because I looked at the watch when I left. I walked toward the area where I was photographing the diary. I sat in the bench taking some notes. At 1:15, I heard a short burst of machine gun fire. It was an M2 Carabine. He borrowed, because he solely had regular gun, he borrowed the automatic, full automatic M2 Carabine from Lieutenant Perez, who was next to him. Was a lieutenant, was very clear, very small. And was 1:15. I took note. Then I went in there, and I would say for a long time. Maybe 2-3 hours later, here from Gary Prado and Secretary already to captain. And then I joined them and going to the room. When we arrived into the room, this body was like this, sideways, this door was like this. His head looking at the ceiling. The two dead body was still there, and his face was covered with mud. Now the floor is there, it's mud in there, very humid. Okay, so the walls were made out of kind of clay or dirt, mixed it with a little stone and some things from the trees. That's the way they mix together. And it's very, very insulating, It really keeps the cold out, it keeps the heat out. It's very, very insulating. And then, of course, they have this trap on top of it. The wall itself has some short and small stone. For example, when it comes to the stone later on, we'll go back finally. And so the point is back home, before they destroy the house, the other side. So, here we are. I asked them, I could hear the helicopter coming. No, they don't know. They when they heard the helicopter coming, they left, both of them. All right. Now, when we came in, Celso Torrelli had a little stick and said, you son of a bitch, you have killed so many of my soldiers. And then we embraced on top of the body and Gary Cross and the Capitán. Hemos acabado con la guerrilla en América Latina. We have finished the guerrilla in Latin America. And so, in the Capitán, if we have not finished them, at least we have delayed them for a long time. They hear the helicopter, they took off immediately. So I asked the soldier who was there to give me a bucket of water. Because safe was covered with mud. So I got a bucket of water and I sat next to him. I got with my hand, I cleaned all his face. I completely all the blood out of his face. Completely the mud out of his face. I tried to close his jaw with my handkerchief, which I lost in the air of the helicopter. It was successfully closing in there, but then I lost and came back again. I tried unsuccessfully to close the eyes several times. Put it back in, went back out. I've been more than 2 hours. Is that normal? Yes. When you are so long, even you have to try to move an arm, you won't. They are there. At the beginning, yes, you can move it. If it was maybe a few minutes, you can keep it while and will stay there. When there are several hours, the reef is already frozen that way. You can bring it down. You let it go, it goes up again. So I couldn't close the eyes. This I could. But then with the air of the helicopter, I lose my handkerchief, and when you see the pictures, his jaw is down. So I got the body, the 2 captains left. He didn't want the helicopter to see or anybody to see him on the body. I took the head body on one side, 2 soldiers on the other side. We took it to the last right pontoon of the helicopter. While I was trying to tie it down, el mayor Niño Guzmán, the Capitán, moved him forward to balance a little bit the helicopter. Apparently, the best to do. So I put my hand under him, and it was una camilla, a stretcher under his plastic, and I pulled it out. When I got the hand out, I couldn't see it. Completely covered with blood. Apparently, one of the bullets hit the organ, and it was a big pool of blood. When this thing is black, it doesn't allow the liquid to go down and drain down. I didn't say a word, but I thought to myself, in my mind, they're a person that have a lot of blood in their hand, and have a hell of a lot of it. So I didn't say a word. I thought that it came to my mind. Then I cleaned the blood on the right side of my pants. I went down and continued to tie the helicopter, tie the thing around which I lost with the air of the helicopter. I jumped into the helicopter a little bit to the left and balanced the helicopter on the long stick. And at that point, a soldier came saying, Mayor, Father Chile wants to see him. So we stayed like 2-3 minutes with the engine running. Here come this breeze. Riding the mule all the way around. It was fairly close to being decapitated because we were a little bit lower ground than where he was coming from. But just this much from the plane, he came down from the mule, he went a little bit closer, and then twice. Which I took picture of with my Minnow camera. That's the only one that I have left. I thought to myself, this guy was an atheist. He didn't believe in God. Nevertheless, he received the last ritual from the Catholic Church. And then we took off. For. And let me tell you, there were times that we were talking, I wasn't paying any attention. Be honest with you. I don't know what he was saying. I was looking at this guy in front of me. The guy looked like a beggar. It's a guy who didn't have proper clothes. He had a jacket that was in rags, filthy. The hair was filthy. He didn't have any pair of boots. He had some couple of leather, very badly tied down to his foot, like shoes. They weren't shoes. Very, very. And you look to a point, you feel sorry for someone being like that. I feel sorry for the guy. And my mind, when he was talking, I wasn't even paying attention to what he was saying. My mind was, well, I never met him in person, but I remember him when he visited the Soviet Union, when he visited Mao Zedong in China. I remember that guy seems to me much taller than what he was right there now. With this big abrigo, his overcoat, with the leader of the Soviet Union and the leader of China, very arrogant talking. And looking at this guy, it couldn't be the same person. It's impossible. I mean, it strikes so different. So different what I was looking at and what I knew or remember from that. So it wasn't but it was probably one of the hardest moments of my life to go through with that decision. I knew I had to do it. There's no question about it. I hope I never have to do it again, and I never will. Hopefully.
Did you really respect him? Did you, in that moment, did you have some respect for him?
When a guy accepts his faith and he died like a man. Okay, for example, he took people in exile. He would say, oh, it takes a lot of pity for his life, he begged, he cried. Look, he didn't do that. Other people would say, Cuba would say, for example, he talked to me and say, I don't talk to strangers, and he is bitter at me. We both treat each other with mutual respect. All the time. All the time. Now, some of my friends will tell me and say, you know, if he had been the other way around, he wouldn't have treated you like that. So I know, but that's the difference in them and us. It's a hell of a difference. But we fight for what he fights.
What kind of person was he? How did he treat people? How did he treat prisoners?
Well, being captured, you take another personality. You are down. It's different when you are in power. Now, I had some experience that tell his real character, tell a lot of who he really was. For example, here in the museum about 5 years ago, came a lady, and she came in a wheelchair. She was the sister of a friend of mine who is a paratrooper during the day of Castaño. Their father was a captain in the Cuban police, the anti-communist police, called BRAC, Partido de Represión Anticomunista, the Batista. It was specifically against anti-communist unit. And Fidel and Che hated them. Now, he was lieutenant in that unit, very decent guy. Okay. They had him to be executed, but they allowed the family to visit him. So she was telling me here one day, she said, look, I went to visit my father on Saturday. I get up normally at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning to be at La Cabaña early, very early, because it would be alone, there would be hundreds of people to visit their family that were in prison. So I arrived one of the first. When I arrived, there were already people. I arrived at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, waiting in line. By 11 o'clock in the morning was a huge line. We were fairly in front. There was a lady in front of her. Che Guevara arrived about 11 o'clock in the morning. And this lady in front started yelling at Che Guevara. And everybody said, coño, cálmate. No. She was so perceived that Che Guevara noticed her, and she came in the jeep. Came down the jeep. Señora, ¿qué le pasa a usted? What happened to you? Then the lady told him, Commander, my son is 15 years old. He's been in prison for 2 weeks. He had done nothing. He was not condemned to death.
How old?
15. He was 15. He was not condemned to death penalty. He was just in prison for whatever he did. Okay. I haven't been able to sleep in 2 weeks. Please release him. You know, he's 15-year-old. He hasn't done nothing. What did you think of your son? Bring her son now. So he waited. The guy went. One of the brothers went. It took a little while. Came with the kid. The kid came. 15 years old. Right in front of her. The kid him on the face. Hijo de puta, por tu culpa tu madre lleva 2 semanas on because you are responsible for your mother not sleeping in 2 weeks. Put out his picture and shot him in the head in front of everybody. And everybody in the line started calling us hijo puta, asesino, comunista, son of a bitch, assassin, communist. That's the aim of the visit today. Everybody go home. There is no visit for prisoners today. So everybody has to leave. That was true Che Guevara. And when you read his letter to his father, the first time that he had killed people, he wrote to his father, it's a matter of the Cuban record, that he found out that he enjoyed killing people. Okay. When I talked to there was a guy who trained him, was a Cuban, which I met, but he came train him later on. He was with me, even though I didn't saw him at the time, the Dominican Republic in 1959. He was working with the Dominican Chief of Intelligence, Avis Garcia. He told me, he said, Felix, when he was the one who trained Che and Fidel and everybody in Mexico. They call him El Coreano, Korean, Miguel A. Sanchez. They call Coreano because he was in the Korean War with the U.S. Army. So Carlos Pio Solarás, who was the former president of Cuba, who Batista deposed, paid him. At the beginning, he was with Fidel before he went to Sierra Maestra, paid him to go and train Fidel in Mexico. Because this guy had experience, military experience from Korea. He was the one who trained all of them. Say, Felix, I knew all of them. Che Guevara was nothing. He was nobody in the training camp. And then he said, let me tell you one thing. Che will come to me because he knew that I was in Korea. He will ask me several times, you have been in combat, you have killed people. What does it feel like you shoot somebody when you shoot your enemy and you see the blood coming out? He has a fascination to find out what was your feeling when you do that. Back in training in Mexico for Korea. So he had that from inside all the time. And he loved to put the tag shot on the head to the people that he enjoyed it.
What is your answer to that? How does it feel to you when you murder?
At the time, look,
it's when you're in
at
war.
the time when I arrived, I had a lot of this happened later on. But I knew that he was an assassin. I know that he killed a lot of my people. But then it was a transformation. What I had in my mind is against him when I saw him. It's not what I said. I saw a poor guy, a beggar, a guy who was being, he lost, who was really, really down. You feel sorry as a human being, you feel sorry when you see somebody like that. And really, I forgot everything that he did against my people.
When you hear the guy who trained Che talk about Che's fascination with killing, with death, how does that compare to your experience with taking people's lives?
Well, I got taking people's lives in combat.
Right.
You're shooting at you and you're shooting at them.
It's not execution, but it's still
torture. I never torture anybody.
Yeah,
a lot of people said in Vietnam, no, our people never torture anybody in front of me. Okay? We got more being nice to them, like for example, the guy with me the position of Tuta, the guy who was fighting the rock and cycle. I was friendly with him. He started working with us, accompanying our unit. Okay? He really was pissed off at them because they took him being the only male in the family. Look, when I was in the helicopter and we put a strike on right on top, he was cheering, like, yeah, you hit the target. He's your friend. You were with them maybe 10 days ago. You were with them down there. It's amazing, the transformation of these people. He was happy that we were killing his friend down there. I couldn't understand that, really. It's amazing. I had some very interesting experience during my career with the agents in different forms. That was one of them. To see this guy who just came out with things, was supposed to be their brothers in there, and he would enjoy when, yes,
welcome, how are you?
You can see, honestly, he was feeling good about that. maybe he had such a big resentment that they made him do that he didn't want to do, that he expressed it that way.
Did it change you when you first started going into combat, and even in like Vietnam, some of the things you had to do, you know, in firefights, all the death, taking people's lives? How did that affect you personally? Did it become numb to it?
Let me tell you, to be honest with you, I didn't even talk about Che when I was in Vietnam. Che was nothing. It's amazing. People think that was the biggest thing in my career. That was the least thing in my career. I feel like I know. I did that in Bolivia. It was only 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 calls. I'm advising them. It was nothing. He was nobody at that time. So a lot of people ask me, what do you feel when you saw Che? Now, they are thinking in the shade that even created in your image after he died. He's in the shade that they created in mind of people of Superman, you know, that people admire, some people admire and love him, even though he was a criminal. That the Che that I met, when Che was there, was nobody. Nobody knew like him, like Che, nobody was using his t-shirt or anything like that at that time. He was nobody. He was really a very, very poor gorilla. He was the worst gorilla in the world when you look at it. People don't even record the single farmer. Benigno used to kiss with me and say, Philip, the only guy that we recruited was a dog. He left because he couldn't provide him with food. Nobody ever joined him. He went from whatever can ride with him, people got killed or people defected from the gorilla. That was it. But to me, when you look at my career, I always say, look, nobody talks what I really did in Vietnam. Everybody wants to talk about Che Guevara, and that's the least thing that I consider right now. It was a matter of circumstances to be there where we went through. The Bolivians were the ones who captured him. By circumstances, I was there. But it wasn't the highlight of my life, really, to be honest with you, at all. Right. The highlight of my life was Vietnam. When you look at it, really. When you could accomplish in El Salvador, when Captain Media be as the commander.
No, I mean, I guess like what I was getting at was like the amount of blood and the amount of death and suffering that you've seen in your life is more than most people on there. I mean, you're like, it's like how.
Look, let me tell you what I had at home. When I came back at home, my kid, for example, will have some fever. Okay, they had a cold and they had some high fever. And he asked them, and my wife, and you don't know them. I have been in hospital all the time. I see kids like them, right, with no eyes, with no legs, with no hands. You know, you're lucky that you have only a cold. You're lucky that you only have a little bit of fever. That's nothing. It's really a way insensitive. Sensitized you. You know, I wasn't that. She was very sensitive when my son had a fever, a high fever, a feel bad. I didn't. So I saw so many agony of this little kid, same like my kid, even younger or older. What they have gone through, and my kid only had a cold. You cannot, it's no comparison. So in a way, it didn't move me to see him with a cold. Yeah, I had a cold. Give him some medicine, he will get rid of it. It's nothing. Which is what really nothing. Right? Now, perhaps if I haven't gone through what I did, maybe I would be more worried about it. And she told me, you don't love me. I love them. For you to see the people that I saw in Vietnam, this is nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Is the legend true that you have Che's watch?
No, that's not the way it works. No, I had bought in Miami long before that a GMT watch. It's exactly the same to the one that they had. So when I arrived in Higuera, there was one soldier that had one of the watches. Now remember, there were about 7 or 8 GMTs in there. Every single queen of Fidel gave a GMT watch. Che and every one of them. Later on, I learned that when I got the guys from this guy, I said, look, I'm coming, Capitan. No, I want to see inside to see if they have any microfilm. So give to me, I'll give it back to you. My band was different from the original one, because my band, when the original one went bad, I got one which is not Rolex, which is stronger. So where did I exchange badges? I gave him my band with my wife and took this product with my band. He told me he took it from Che. Bullshit. He didn't take it from Che. Che had two GMT watches with him. His and the one kilo who had died, that he was keeping the other product to give it to the family. I got this story directly from that. And then Gary Prado cut both of them. So they brought Che to Gary Prado.
They cut his hands off, right?
Yeah, well, so what was later on? That was Gary Prado nothing to do with them. That was the day after when they were trying to prove that Fidel, indeed, they had what Che denied was he wanted to cut his head off. When he won't told you can do that, so why not say, you're the head of a state, you can show the head of a human being. Well, what do you suggest? They cut one finger, we had the fingerprints of the Argentinian federal police and they can be checked. So he ordered those hands to be cut. Okay, that was a different story from that. But the watch actually was Gary Prado had both of them, those watches. Now, they told me, and I believe for many, many years, that when they captured Che, they said, don't shoot, I work to be alive more than dead. That destroyed the belief in me. I wasn't there. And that destroyed that I gave before, because that's why I believe it happened, or what they told me. And that's why then Sergeant Terran told me that when he shot Che, he went into the room and Che knew he was going to be killed, what I told him. And I said, hey, Che que viene, Amada, you're not going to be killed. No, we are not going to kill you. You're worth you more alive than dead. So that I'm repeating what he had said before.
Years of independent research and disparate discoveries finally described the structure of the Earth's surface and led to a map of the world divided into moving plates and created
what he had said before.
tectonics.
I was not the case. I had about 10 days ago a newspaper guy that I respect that interviewed the 4 soldiers that actually captured Che. Because Gary Prado was not present when they captured Che. They brought him to him. And he gave me the picture of the guys and then I got all the documentation he gave me from these 4 guys. These guys were the one who captured Che. And they claimed that Che was with Simeon Cuba Sarabia. I know that because they both were captured alive. Simeon Cuba Sarabia was another guerrilla like this, very small. He had more hair and more beard than Che. Really, really tough. He's a lot of hair. And he was executed. As a matter of fact, I was photographing the direct when I hear some burst of fire. I run into the room and look at Jay, look at me. He goes to the next room and they had just shot Simeon Cuba Sarabia. He didn't have even a bullet in him. He had not been wounded at all. And what happened was these 2 guys said they were very close because, and they jumped on Che, all 4 of them. Che, the only thing Che said, no. My war is not against you, it's against your officer. That's all that Che said. He said, don't shoot, and he didn't say that at all. The only thing he told them, he said, no, my war, mi guerra no es con ustedes, es con su oficial. My war is not with you, it's with your officer. Now I tell that, that's why it should to be known. But at the beginning I said the other thing because I found hard to believe that Che would say knowing me. But that's what they said and I respected that. And it was lie. It was a lie to try to put him down. So he didn't say that.
Going back to the beginning, we glossed over it a little bit, but I wanted to talk about the mission that you went on when they shipped you over to Cuba to assassinate Castro. What was that like when they sent you over there and the mission ultimately failed?
No. That gone through the same with the following way. We were in Panama. We just moved from Guatemala to Panama for additional training. Mm-hmm. So a friend of mine, Segundo Borja, and myself, we talked to each other and said, look, why do we volunteer to kill Castro? That would shorten the war tremendously and save lives. Right, let's do it. So we went to see an American who was in charge of training in there. And we told him, said, look, we like to participate in getting rid of Castro. We like to see if it's possible we can shoot him. So he took notes. That was it.
Okay.
Never talked to us again. Then we finished the training. They flew us. Actually, the plane, we landed in Guatemala for one night. And then they took us to a home of the owner of the plantation in there for one night. Then we flew back to Miami and they put us in a motel in Homestead, which is secluded, nothing around. It's just trees all over the place. Mm-hmm. The farms all around there. one motel was a big swimming pool, huge swimming pool, where we used to practice with the RB-12, RB-10, the small plastic that we were supposed to use to land. Well, I was there, it was called a circular operation and being approved. So they brought a rifle, I believe it was a German rifle, when a telescopic sight was in a box. It was not attached to the rifle. They told me how to attach it. And they told me, once you do it, don't touch it. It's already sighted to the distance you're going to shoot Fidel. They knew that I had no idea where I was going to do it from. But apparently they knew the idea was from the Edificio Flamboyant to the Presidential Palace. They knew exactly the distance. They had zero in that sight, that thing.
So somebody went there beforehand.
And they gave me, no, they I don't know. How they got it, I have no idea. But they told me it was already pre-sighted to the distance you're going to shoot.
Okay.
The other speculation on my part. Then and then they added one more man to our team, a radio operator. It was Javier Soto. He just retired. He was a senator for the state of Florida, local state of Florida, not federal. And he also was, until a year ago, he was the commissioner of Dade County for more 15, 20 years. Okay. He was my radio operator. Segundo were myself. And then a little box of 10 or 20 bucks to a round. You only use maybe 1, 2, or 3. You're lucky 3. Okay, maybe only 1. You don't use that many when you better do on your first trip. Mm-hmm. So they gave us the rifle. Then they took up. We went to the middle of the key. A boat was waiting for us, and then they took to a bigger boat. It was the only time that boat was used for an operation. It was a luxurious yacht from a millionaire. Later on, we were told, we didn't learn that. Later on, to me, that was the boat that belonged to Sergeant Schreifer, a relative of President Kennedy.
Oh, really?
He was a Ukrainian, Romanian crew, and 1 American captain in charge of the plane. It was in late January. We went the first time. We went in. We got right to Varadero Beach. There was supposed to be a boat waiting for us to bring us in and then take us to a safe house and then take us to the area. Okay, we were in the hand of the resistance when we got in there. There was nobody waiting for us when we came back again. They waited for several, days or whatever. And then I think it was in February, we went back again. The second time, in the area where it was supposed to be because it was a huge boat, but it was a huge boat. It could not be. It was like 100 foot longer. Wood, kind of blue, painted blue. Mm-hmm. Nobody on board. I remember everybody was with the machine gun. We all have Soviet machine gun. All the crew were using brain machine. They never using American weapon. It was all Soviet weapon. And they were Ukrainian and Romanian personnel. They called it halcones. Was recruited by the agency from World War II, whatever. Mm-hmm. Put the lights around the boat, not a single soul. We came back again. We went again. Then when we tried to get again, I guess it was in the middle or later part of March, the boat dropped. The high speed of the boat went down. So we didn't even go up to here. So we went back. And then they took the rifle away and say, hey, your operation has been crashed. You are going in ahead of the infiltration team for Las Villas. So they added 2 more men to my team. There were 3 of us, there were 5 of us. Then we entered in February 28th as the was head of the infiltration team of Las Villas province. Same thing, we went by land. Then there was a guide who walked with him about 4 or 5 kilometers through farms until we got to the main highway. And then a car would pick us up 2 or 3 at a time and take us to a safe house in Havana.
And then what happened?
They never talked again about killing Castro.
They never what?
Talked again about killing Castro.
Before you guys were shipped over there, did you guys do any practice? Didn't you guys have to you guys did have to practice?
I was a good shooter. That's amazing.
Right, but I know you were a good shooter, but didn't you guys have to rehearse where he was going to be?
We were supposed to. They never did that. It's amazing.
Never rehearsed.
That's a lack of professionalism on my part. They didn't know how we shoot. Well, maybe they have the record. Yes, I am a good shooter. Uh-huh. I am an expert shooter. You was right. They had the record from the. But normally, you're going to do something like that. You familiarize. You shoot with the rifle you're going to use. That's the way it should be done. They didn't. Somebody did the shooting. They allegedly was inside. The only thing you have to do, put the round there, and it's already zeroing. That's one thing that caught my attention. They should have put me in a range and shoot.
Was it just going to be you, or was there going to be multiple angles? Like they talk about the triangular hit teams.
No. As far as I know, it's only one person.
Just one shooter.
I didn't. If there was other part, they didn't tell me. I don't think they were. They were talking only one because later on they tried to do it from that location with the bazooka.
A bazooka.
Yeah, and the battery went dead. They couldn't do it. They got the bazooka and everything to shoot us with the bazooka. And I understand that from the same location, they changed from the rifle to a bazooka, and the battery was down. But when they activated, maybe the guy was afraid of doing it, and they disconnected the battery and said they didn't work. I don't know. I just heard that they tried to do that with bazooka. It didn't work because the battery was dead.
Have you heard the story about when Kennedy got shot? Castro, there was a reporter in the room with Castro meeting with him, and he had Castro, his aide, brought him the phone. And he picked up the phone, he listened to it for a minute, put the phone down, and then he looked at the reporter and said, "They're going to blame me for this."
No.
Yeah, apparently that's a recount.
I think it was in Brazil when
that was in that. There was a documentary on Netflix, Cuba Libre. Mm-hmm. You were a part of that. They interviewed you in there, and there was one of the interviews in Cuba Libre where the guy said that. And, the speculation is that Castro, a lot of people like to blame Castro for the Kennedy murder or the Kennedy assassination.
No, Castro was involved. No question about it.
You think he was?
Oh, yeah.
That's the problem. Like, the Kennedy assassination is so convoluted. There's so many theories.
No. There was, and we know the shooter too. Fabian Escalante. He was a Cuban colonel. Well, he was a captain at the time. He was an expert shooter, spoke fluent English. He was in Dallas that day.
Really?
Fabian Escalante, he left with a private plane to Mexico, then another private plane from there to Cuba.
Really?
Oh, yes. And the United States knew that. And the United States covered up for national security considerations. Because, remember, when the October crisis exploded, Cuba already had 4 nuclear weapons inside the island. Okay? They put it in. That's why Khrushchev first so comfortable in bringing 20 of them at a time. So he said, hey, the Americans know that I bring 4 missiles inside. They have done nothing. Then I can bring 20. They're not going to mind. And that's when that's when he got to a turning point that they could not accept to bring 20 more. And that's why the Kennedy-Khrushchev treaty was never implemented.
Was the guy? What was his name again? The guy
Fabian Escalante.
Was he a part of the Bay of Pigs at all, or Operation 40?
No. He was on Castro's side. He was a captain in Castro's army, and then he became a general.
Okay, I heard.
Retired as a general.
And there's a lot of crazy theories. I heard one theory that part of the guys that were a part of the Operation 40, the anti-Castro Cubans, were a part of the assassination team for Kennedy. It was it's the 3 tramps theory.
Believe me, when you look at the history itself, first of all, you're looking at Oswald. He was one of them. Oswald went to the Cuban embassy first, Soviet Union and the Cuban embassy in Mexico. He spent 4 to 5 hours inside the Cuban embassy before he went back to Dallas. Okay. The Cuban denied he was ever in the Cuban embassy at the beginning. When it happened, they say that it was not true, that he was never the Cuban embassy. As time went by, and they learned that we had pictures and movie of him going to the embassy, they went back to us because they were questioned by the U.S. administration. And so, oh yeah, it was a mistake. We went back and we thoroughly went through the record. Yes, Oswald visited the Cuban embassy. He was requesting a visa to go to Cuba, and we denied the visa. Can you imagine going to a Cuban embassy and it will take 5 hours to deny a visa? We denied the visa to begin. Maybe they would make him wait for 1 hour.
Right.
Okay. You don't delay a visa 5 hours to tell the guy no. And one thing that is for sure, and he knew that, and we knew that, if Kennedy were not killed, Fidel would not be killed. I can guarantee you. That's why we started the operation with our teammate, that then the president was assassinated, and that I am convinced that the hand somehow, the guy who killed Bobby Kennedy was also Cuba had to do with it.
Really?
Bobby Kennedy was more obsessed with killing Castro than the president was. Both of them. Especially Bobby Kennedy was a very good friend of Harry Bruce Williams. He's one of them. That's why he got in contact so close with us. When we were running the Operation Central America, our in between with the CIA was not the CIA personnel. It was Bobby Kennedy all the time. And when Bobby Kennedy was, when John F. Kennedy was assassinated, our team went with a couple of guys from the MRR went to visit Bobby Kennedy to pay the condolence. So we were at that time Central America, an operation that the president had approved. We had boats, we had commando, we got everything in Costa Rica and Nicaragua. And what they told me, they recall the first thing that Bobby told our team and the group was, my brother had two big enemies, the mafia and Fidel Castro. And I believe it was the last one was assassinated, Fidel Castro. If Bobby Kennedy was involved in planning the assassination of Fidel Castro, we sent a silencer to Spain to be given to a Cuban mayor to assassinate Fidel. Bobby was well aware of the assassination attempt.
Do you think the U.S. was somehow behind it?
Who?
The U.S., the United States, the military?
No.
Not a chance.
No chance. They have tried to blame.
Who was the guy? Wrote it down. There was a mob guy. Santos
Traficante.
Traficante. Yeah. I heard.
Yeah, he did a lot of Miami. He was in Miami.
Santos Traficante. Was he involved at all with any of the hit squads that were being trained, the paramilitary hit squads? Because I heard that he was a part. Because there was the
bullshit.
That's all bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was another Cuban here. I forgot his name now. I know he was working with Cuban intelligence. And he used to swear he worked for the CIA. He was with Alpha Centauri. He used to claim that he had a meeting with the CIA guy and Oswald in Dallas before the assassination. And the guy that he claimed from the CIA, when I talked to my friend, was the head of operations. At that time, when Dallas happened, he was assigned in Africa. He was not even here. So this guy knew him, and he swore, he had been on television, he swore that he met Oswald with this guy in Dallas. So I remember when I was, let me see if I can remember his name, the Cuban, well known. When they did a series about 20 people called Leyendas del Exilio, the exile legend. Okay, I was the first one. I was the first legend. Then the people came behind me. They had him to make I asked him, if this guy wants to be interviewed for Legend del Exilio, he said, yes, don't call me up. Get somebody else. I'm not interested in being legend. If this guy wants to be among the group, forget it. Do him, don't they took him out of us. The son of a bitch, he was working for Cuba. Whenever you tell him that Cuba participated in the assassination of Kennedy, he will go crazy. No, Cuba had nothing to do with the assassination of Kennedy. He defended that tremendously.
What is your thought on the moral question of assassinations versus war? Because the way it's supposed to go is the first step is, when it comes to international conflicts, is the first step is diplomacy. The second step is war, and the third step is Title 50, assassinations. But there's a huge moral question with that. A lot of people argue, like, it would save a lot of lives and a lot of money if, number 3, assassination, came before war.
It all depends. All the circumstances are different. For example, people ask me questions about torture. I don't believe in torture. But there is a point in time. Put yourself, you are a professional terrorist. Okay? And you are convinced, this guy knows where there is an atomic artifact, Washington DC, going to the USA. He knows. There is no question about it. You are convinced that he knows that. What could you do or not do to make sure that that thing doesn't explode? Okay. I'll tell you what. In a situation like that, and you are convinced, to me, you can go to an extreme. Right. You can take his eyes out. You can kill his mother, his brother, his sister, a baby in your head that is an innocent guy in front of him. If you talk, you save 5 million or 4 million people. There is no limit to what you do. Only. But the thing is, the problem with that is that maybe people will use this without being really justified. You can use this, say, well, and really it's not the case. That's the problem in implementing something like that.
Right.
But if it's going to, you're talking about 5 million people, my friend.
Right.
You're talking about hundreds of babies like that little one. Hundreds, if not thousands. Or little kids, more fat. You're talking about saving. So will you sacrifice? Yes. You have to be true. You definitely have to be convinced. Sure, there is no question in your mind anyway that the guy knew exactly what that was.
And this goes back to the Billy Waugh thing when he was in Khartoum, and he had many opportunities to shoot and kill bin Laden. Instead, he was taking photos, and he could not get the authorization to kill bin Laden. When if he would have killed bin Laden, it would have saved thousands of lives.
We didn't know that, really.
Right. It's all right. It's all hindsight.
Now we know that we have the people in the tower, and we really don't know that exactly. But we are really convinced that you got to do it.
Yeah, it all comes down to intelligence.
I forget what the rules are, what the praise that you know you're doing. Even if you go to prison, you save millions of people. It's worthwhile. Yes.
There's a documentary out there. I'm sure I know you're familiar with it, but there's a documentary out there about the DEA agent in Latin America or in Mexico, and there's people that in that documentary they accuse you of being tied to the murder of the DEA agent.
Kiki Camarena.
Kiki Camarena. Yeah.
I've been aware of that. Yeah.
What is your response to those people?
I know. And absolutely like. First of all, I can prove where I was during that day, and especially now. I have, since I knew what happened, I was taking notes of the things that I do every day. Okay? And now more. In 1993, I started writing everything in detail, what I do every day. So you tell me that I do
what up,
something...
Pam? Kicking ass, taking names. Come to the Discord.
September 4, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, you got to get it, man.
What I made, what I did, what did I eat, everything. When Kiki Camarena,
okay, well, that's what I do, baby.
Supposed to be killing Kiki Camarena, I have a phone call with the White House.
Yeah, dog, I'm live streaming on YouTube right now.
To tell me that General Gorman wanted to talk to me, and they gave me a
3.5 years.
General Gorman in Panama. That day I had a meeting with very recently director.
I live stream my life. Come to the Discord. Download Discord. It's amazing.
In the city of West Miami. So we had 3 Nicaraguan Contra fighters.
Excellent. All right, we'll go to Rabbi Rothschild Eats Pussy. It's live right now.
His face here, all the thing was hanging down.
Rabbi Rothschild Eats Pussy.
And half of his tongue and everything. And the other 2 were paralyzed. And we were able to get to a friend of mine in the hospital of Recarey, Cuba, which is now, I guess, he owes a lot of IRS. He's hiding in Spain, I believe. He was going to allow his hospital to attend these people for free. Okay. Now, these people had no documentation to travel. They have no passport. So I got the lieutenant colonel from
okay.
Just
search by, just type Rabbi Rothschild and fill.
To issue a
okay, cool.
document, like identity document with your picture, height, altitude,
absolutely.
weight, all of this.
Come to the Discord, though. That's where it's at.
Shit in detail. And then I went with Pedro Reyes to see Pedro Reyes.
Tight, baby. I'll see you there.
The director of immigration to see will allow to get in that paper, which is not a passport, a humanitarian visa. So I have the record. They record with the White House, have me talking to the White House that day, and then talking to all of these people, going to immigration, and the regular immigration that I was that day.
What country were you in? What country were you in? What country were you in that day?
Miami. Yeah.
Oh, you were in Miami.
No, we're talking the federation, director of immigration here in Miami. And Pedro Reborel was the mayor of the city of West Miami. We both went to see the director of immigration here, and he agreed. He agreed to get the visa, and we brought the 3 kids here finally. We got the 3 kids to fly to the United States by Challenger. I know this, and then the second day was supposed to be in Mexico. I am at the airport picking up with Reboredo at the door of the plane, the Channel, the 3 wounded people to take it to the hospital. So I have more than a record. Now, another thing, the name, they used the name Max Gomez. In that month, 1985, I didn't know about Gomez 60. I didn't have that name at all. 3 months later, when I went to fly to El Salvador, my friend Luis Rodriguez, Lieutenant Colonel, when I got there, said, Felix, you have to use another name here, not your true name when you come to fly as a volunteer here. I am going to use the name of Maximo Gomez. Maximo Gomez was a Dominican sergeant in the army in Dominica who became not a generalissimo in the Cuban War of Independence. He was Dominican. He said Dominica flew for the freedom of Cuba. You are a Cuban flying for the freedom of El Salvador. So I'm going to give you the number of Max Gomez. So when I supposedly was in Mexico using Max Gomez, nobody knew that name. The name didn't exist at that time. Right. It came up 2 or 3 months later when we went to El Salvador.
Do you think it's possible there was a CIA agent there during torture at Kiki? No.
For sure. What the guy is saying is that what they claim this guy Berreyes. Berreyes is one of the. I have the copy of the because I called the DA people, and I contacted the guy from the DA. Said, look, let me send you what the DA put out the same day that this guy started telling that they were the one in the CIA Camarena. The name is David Wilson. David Wilson was not recent. When they came out with this thing on Amazon and Amazon Prime, they had The Last Nurse. They dedicated 4 chapters to me. When that thing happened, this guy, David Wilson, was the director of the retirees from DEA, which is not called DEA retirees. They're called Association of Federal Former Narcotics Agents. That's the secret for the retirees from the DEA. That day he put a paper, I have a copy of it, to all the DEA retirees, saying they had no idea why these 2 agents were lying about it. They didn't help her. First of all, the Berreyes claimed that he was in charge of Kiki Camarena. He was never in charge of Kiki Camarena's investigation at all. And they didn't know why they were lying, because that would hurt the real guy who did it, was Caro Quintero. And Caro Quintero did it because he confiscated a huge farm in Mexico that was producing him like $1 billion in money every year. And that he got so pissed off at Kiki Camarena, then he actually kidnapped Kiki Camarena and then tortured him. At the beginning, this asshole said that they had movie of me doing that. And
they had video of you.
Yeah, video recorded. Right. I said, show it.
They said it was classified, right?
Then we didn't talk anymore about the video. Then we talk about the recording. They couldn't present it because it's not true. I was not even in Mexico during that time. And these are all the agency. They claim that the CIA was involved because the CIA had an agreement with these people from the cartel to allow the drug to come into the United States, and they were receiving money for the contracts.
Right.
And they claim that the contracts were trained in una finca Veracruz, they call it, Yucatán, finca Veracruz, creo que se llama. That the contracts were trained there. There is not one single contract ever trained in Mexico. Ask them to produce one contract that say they were trained in Mexico. It's all lie. Not a single contract. All the contracts were ever trained was in Honduras.
How do you think your name got mixed up into all of it? Just because you were involved with the
No. Well, first of all, you got Kerry, got me involved in narco trafficking, right? Okay, which isn't true, even though he apologized afterwards. The Cuban government has been saying that for a long time, that I'm a torturer and an assassin. Now I appear in the list of the most wanted people from Cuba. Fortunately, Interpol will not take that at the value. They had 40 people, they just put it out 10 days ago. big leaf accusing all of us of being terrorists. My name is in it. Minoska Perez Castellon, the newspaper lady from here, also her name appeared there. Basulto from Poetry Rec, his name appeared there. All of us are terrorists for that. Cuba accused me of everything except one thing. They have never accused me of being a queer. Other than that, every single thing in the book they have proven it. Except that.
Well, you're doing good on that front, I guess.
Yeah.
Felix, thank you so much for doing this. It's an honor to talk to you. Your life has been a movie, to say the least. Is there anything else we can say? Do you have like a website, or do you have a book people can find that you've written, or is there anything people can do to contact you if they want to talk to you? Or
yeah, very well. Talk to you and you tell me.
Well, Felix, thanks again. I'm really grateful for your time today. And that's all, folks.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Felix.
So you'd have to be a real passionate thingy to believe that these guys were at least 10% trolling Brendan here. It's also pretty funny to me how Brendan said he'll be hanging in the green room with Mothership, because I believe that there's a high chance that all the comedians in there are clown whatever his name's pronounced. I'm just telling you right now that Brendan's never going to step foot in the Mothership. It's pretty similar to how he never attends UFC events. Deep down inside, he knows.
First time I learned about you was when I was watching a John Mack documentary.
Oh, far off.
Yeah, and you were talking about John, and you had a lot of interesting things to say, and I thought that you'd be a fascinating person to talk to, so I'm glad you're finally here.
Yeah, I've gotten only more fascinating since then. That's before when Lou Elizondo retained me, and then we get to do the help with the legislation, and I mean, things are really hot right now.
Things are very hot right now,
Yeah.
and you're being very outspoken. Why have you all of a sudden decided to start doing podcasts?
Well, because once we got the attention of Congress, you know, the Congress pays attention to people around the country when they start knowing about stuff. And so our people now, what we've put together the New Paradigm Institute to actually mobilize people, to educate people, to get them past the supposition that, well, somebody says they're there, you can't really tell, they don't ever have any real pictures of them. You know, they got buzzed over the December 2017 videos, you know, that Lou Elizondo and Chris Mellon brought to the New York Times. And they're going, whoa, okay, you know, they've seen those 100 times. You know, but the fact is, there's a lot more information. In first-hand witnesses that are extraordinarily credible. They're deep insiders that have been coming to the Senate Intelligence Committee now and testifying under oath, you know, and giving them documented proof and other references to corroborate what they're saying. I mean, you know, it's rolling right now. And so we all, the people put together, the Senate Intelligence Committee and the Senate Armed Services Committee staff, you know, Armed Services Committee under Jack Reed and the Intelligence Committee on the Senate side, you know, under Mark Warner, who's the chairman, and also Marco Rubio. You know, they've all been on board this thing, and they crafted this 64-page bill. It was just like comprehensive in how we would go about undertaking a really responsible, measured, controlled disclosure of all of this information, giving the president ultimate authority to recommend that a certain piece be, if he said one piece of information, to be postponed from immediate public release. But he has to give reasons, and he has to have a written report on why he's doing that, and there can be a classified portion of it that he can provide to the Intelligence Committee, but there also has to be a public document acknowledging that he's withheld a particular piece of information and explain why he's doing it. So it was a really comprehensive bill that was put together by people who were definitely in favor of disclosing virtually everything that's more than 25 years old, which is the kind of a standard rule for even intelligence information, as long as you don't disclose anybody's particular identity, etc. You know, but so we got into the bill that presumably everything that's 25 years old or more, going all the way back to January of 1945, has to be revealed to the public. And we set up a time schedule for it.
They got 300 days to gather everything all together and put it into digital form with an outline and have it be retrievable, computer retrievable. And then they had to turn it over to the National Archives. And then the National Archives was directed by Congress to, within 180 days, release it all to the public, unless the president personally intervened and made provision for a particular piece of information to be postponed. It was really comprehensive, and there was a 9-person board that was put together to review all this permanently with staff at a $20 million budget, to put together all the information and to comb through it. And we were one of the groups that was to nominate people to that board. That our New Paradigm Institute was the citizens group that was to be nominating people for the president to appoint to this board. And it was the majority and minority leader of the Senate, the majority and minority leader of the House of Representatives, the Secretary of Defense, the head of the National Archives, and us as the citizens group that we refer to as the UAP Disclosure Foundation. That's one of our domains, but it's the New Paradigm Institute. That's set up as a 501c3. It's a wholly integrated project of our 40-year 501c3. Did the Iran-Contra case, that did the Karen Soapwood case, I did the Pentagon Papers case for the New York Times, all that stuff.
Hey guys, I want to ask you a quick favor. Over the last few months, almost 70% of the viewers of this podcast are not subscribed to the channel. The most important common denominator that allows me to keep creating these podcasts every single week is you hitting that subscribe button below the videos. I want to thank every single one of you who watches and supports these podcasts. I would not be able to do it without you. Please hit that subscribe button if you enjoy it. Now back to the show.
We did all that through the 501c3, and so we've set up a full project under our 501c3 tax-exempt organization to act as the citizens watchdog on this process. So that we're in Washington, D.C. We're the only civilian office right within the federal enclave on Capitol Hill, with all the Senate and House buildings, the United States Supreme Court, and the Congress building. We're right there. So we can have regular meetings with the staff, or we have lunch with staff, and are going through the details of what was in the bill. And when it went over to the House side, we knew, for example, that there was a 17-0 vote in favor of the 64-page bill in the Senate Intelligence Committee. All 8 Republican senators, all 9 Democratic senators. We had all the major heads of all the committees in charge of it, and it passed overwhelmingly in the Senate. And we sent it over to the House side, and it had, of the 435 members, like 420 of them, were instantaneously supportive of the whole 64-page bill. And it was actually called the UFO Controlled Disclosure Campaign Plan. It was a full-scale mandate from Congress that there be a plan put in place to disclose all of this information and have a 7-year period that it was covered. So that we had a 7-year period in which to disclose all of it. But there was a 300-day period that they had to gather up all of the information that's 25 years old or more and get it made public. Now that's a huge thing, because actually from the date of the enactment, which was December 22nd of last year, 2023, that would have 2 months ago. Yeah, it would have fallen on October 18th of 2024, right this year, like 2 weeks before the election.
Oh, that perfect time.
Yeah, it was just that we had it all set up so that this information is coming forward so that people will have it, and helping to make their decisions as to who ought to be their senators, who ought to be the president and vice president, etc. This is an extraordinary event. When you have and everybody knows now about Colonel Grush, testifying in the House Oversight Committee under oath that we are in possession of a non-human extraterrestrial spacecraft, and the bodies, right? They're non-human. The DNA tests have shown that they're non-human. That's a big story.
The DNA tests have shown, but have we seen any DNA tests?
They've got them. The Senate Intelligence Committee's got us.
So with Grush, how many total witnesses did he bring forward?
There are 40 of them.
40. So I was just talking to my friend Jeremy Riss we do a little Patreon pre-show before this, and I was asking him because he's a historian in the UFO. You know Jeremy? Yeah. He's a great guy. I was asking him about you, and he had a great question. I'm gonna botch this, but he basically said, Danny Sheehan's a Harvard lawyer. Ask him this: if I broke into, or if anyone broke into anybody's house, if I broke into your house, right, and there were two witnesses that were neighbors, and they both said they saw me breaking into your house, you would go to jail, right?
No, I wouldn't go to jail. You'd go to jail.
I would go to jail, right?
I own the house. You'd go to jail.
Yeah, that's what I meant, right? So whoever broke in would go to jail based on those two witnesses who saw you breaking into the house.
If the jury believed the two witnesses.
So we have 40 witnesses with this whole UFO dog and pony show.
That's right.
And is the issue that the jury doesn't believe the witnesses?
No, it's that the jury has been the Senate Intelligence Committee, and they do believe them. That's the whole point. That's why they passed this law. Saying, okay, now it's time to have a full disclosure of this information to the American people so that we can formulate what to do about all this.
So why can't we get, based on those 40 whistleblowers or witnesses, why can't we get a search warrant of the Blue Room at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base or Patel Memorial Institute?
That's basically what this statute was. This statute was basically a search warrant that was issued by the Senate Intelligence Committee, ratified by the United States Senate, saying that there is subpoena power that they have, that they're commanding them to turn over the information to the Senate Intelligence Committee and specifically to the National Archives. Okay, so they're ordered to cough it up, and if they don't cough it up, there is subpoena power, and they have the power to subpoena them, to make them cough it up. Then they have the power to undertake sworn depositions, so they can subpoena people to come to depositions and interrogate them under oath, subject to perjury charges against them if they try to pretend they don't have the information, or their dog ate the homework, whatever they want to come up with for their lame excuses as to why they haven't produced it. And they, very importantly, had the power of eminent domain, which was to actually order the seizure of the cracks, to take them back into the possession of the United States government.
Or any material, right?
Or any material, any biologics or anything. They had the power of eminent domain to take them back. So this was a real search warrant, subpoena, that was issued by Congress, basically, to take this stuff into possession for the Congress. Because it's an absolute violation of the Constitution to deprive the Congress of the United States, which is actually the fundamental government, the elected government of the United States. The other people are appointed. These are employees, the people in the Defense Department. They're not elected by anybody, and so that they don't have the authority. The president has the authority, and under the statute, the president has the authority to review this, because we've discovered that a number of the presidents were not briefed in on this, even when they tried to get it. They were that's how I got started in this whole thing, back in 1977. Jimmy Carter got elected in November of 1976, November 4th. On November 19th, he sent the message to the CIA director and ordered him to come down to Plains, Georgia, to his home. That was Bush. That was George Bush Sr. And ordered him to come down and demanded that he turn over the information to him about UFOs and what connection they had to extraterrestrial life. George Bush refused to give it to him and said he didn't have a need to know. And so what President Carter did is he went through the Congress and got the House Science and Technology Committee to issue a directive to the Congressional Research Service to gather all the information together and provide it to the president. And that's when I got called. I was at the Jesuit headquarters at the time, and I got contacted by Dr. Marcia Smith, who was the head of the Science and Technology Division of the Congressional Research Service of the Library of Congress. And she called me and asked me if I would be special counsel to the investigation, the research, initially to see if we could get the Vatican, because I was at Jesuit headquarters, to see if we could get the Vatican to agree to allow us to have access to the archives of whatever information they had on UFOs and the ET phenomena. And so that's how I got involved in it back in the early spring of 1977.
What made you guys want to go to the Vatican?
Well, they wanted to go to the Vatican because they thought that, given the fact that there's 2,000 years almost of records that have been kept there, they thought that they suspected that there may be information in the Vatican archives about the issue of UFOs or extraterrestrial intelligence, mainly because the Vatican was for many centuries one of the primary sources of intelligence gathering. For the Roman pontiffs, they had intelligence services, which were primarily Jesuit, actually, since 1547.
Yeah, it's wild. The Vatican has a space observatory. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah, they do. It's a pontifical observatory at Castel Gandolfo, just outside of Rome.
So what did they say to you when you asked them for access to the archives?
They said no.
They just said no.
Yeah, they said no. So I sent them a second letter saying, let me make clear, that this is Jesuit headquarters in Washington, D.C. We're contacting you, as the largest order in the Catholic Church. We've been contacted, by a person who's been designated by the president to get this information, and we'd like to have the information. And they just said no, we couldn't have it. And so I contacted Dr. Marcia Smith and told her that they were not willing to give it to us. And then she asked me if I would go and brief the top 50 scientists at SETI out at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL, out in Pasadena, if I would go and brief them on the theological implications of contact with an extraterrestrial civilization, which I did, and I got clearance from the Jesuit order to do that. And so then we went to the National Council of Churches and met with the leaders of the 54 major religious denominations in the United States and proposed to them from Jesuit headquarters that they agreed to set up a task force to look into this, to get out ahead of the power curve, so that we wouldn't have another Copernicus and Galileo kind of effect of people freaking out and thinking that somehow science was somehow going to be contradicting basic theological tenets. So we said, we ought to get busy on this. And then the National Council of Churches didn't want to do it. So that was what we were doing there at the headquarters. And then I was contacted later after that by Dr. John Mack to represent him.
What year were you contacted by him?
1994. I was contacted in 94 by John Mack to represent him at Harvard, because I graduated from the college and the law school and had gone to do my master's and PhD work at Harvard. And so he figured that, we'd kind of wave the school tie at them and get them to lay off him. So that's the next kind of major event that I was engaged in. And John and I had gone to see Morris Rockefeller, and Rockefeller had agreed to finance an entire grand rounds at Harvard to present all of the information and evidence to them. And so I was actually in the position of interviewing virtually everybody in the field on behalf of Dr. John Mack, to prepare them as witnesses to be part of this grand rounds at Harvard in 1994.
So you interviewed the people that were in his abduction book? The people that...
Well, I met some of those people, yeah. But I also interviewed all the major researchers. I got to meet Stanton Friedman. I got to meet Bud Hopkins. I got to meet David Jacobs. I got to meet, virtually everybody. I got to meet Stephen Greer. I got to meet Linda Moulton Howe. I got to meet, all the folks that were researchers. And then I got to meet all kinds of the direct experiencers, because I also became legal counsel for the Project for Extraordinary Experience Research. That's the peer group that John Mack put together in Cambridge. So I got to meet the people in that context. And so that's why Stephen Greer ended up asking me in 2001 to be legal counsel for the Disclosure Project. And I was legal counsel for the Disclosure Project for 20 years. So I got to meet a lot more people in vetting the witnesses that we were going to present at the National Press Club in 2001.
Yeah, so going back to John Mack, when he first reached out to you, what was... He wanted you to represent him for the stuff that Harvard was coming down on him for the research that he was doing.
That's right.
what did you guys end up doing when you first met with him, and how did you approach that case with him?
Well, it was interesting. I actually got contacted initially by Ron Robertson. Ron Robertson is John Mack's best friend. He was his best man with him and Sally at their wedding and everything. And he was out in Santa Barbara, and I was teaching at the University of California in Santa Barbara. And Ron Robertson contacted me. He was the head of the art department at the Santa Barbara City College. And he had come to a number of my lectures on the Ron Contra case and the Karen Silkwood case and 3 Mile Island case and other cases that we had done. And so he was kind of a follower of the Christic Institute at the time. So he called me and asked me to come and see him, and then asked me, what I thought about the UFO issue. And I told him I thought it was extraordinarily important. It was probably one of the most important public policy issues that one could be involved in. And he said, well, look, I should tell you that my best friend, John Mack, has just been dragged up in front of this kind of tribunal at Harvard University that's completely secret right now, but that they're excoriating him for having written this book about his interviews with people who held sincere beliefs that they'd had direct contact with extraterrestrial spacecraft, etc. And I said, would you be willing to take a call from John and consider representing him? And I said, yes, absolutely. So John called me, had me fly to Cambridge, and we sat down to talk about this. And we looked into it, and this was not an AAUP panel. It was not an Association of American University Professors authorized panel of any kind. It was just this kind of rump gathering that they put together. And then I found out that what had happened is that the United States Air Force and the Defense Department and the Central Intelligence Agency had been engaged for decades in a covert program of trying to smear people inside the military or inside government offices who tried to actually do anything about the UFO issue. And what had happened is that one of the first things they would do, if a high-ranking officer insisted upon filing an official UFO report, one of the first things they would do is order him to go get a psychiatric exam, which is not a career builder, in the military. And so that a few of these guys who had actually pushed all the way through and insisted upon filing an official report. For example, Colonel Arnoldson was the commander at the Malmstrom Air Force Base in Montana back in 1968 when the UFO came up over the Minuteman site and shut off all 10 of the Minuteman missiles. And Arnie Arnoldson was the guy that called NORAD about it. Who said, that we've got this craft of some sort that's come up over our site and has closed off all of our missiles. And they said, are you trying to file a UFO report? And he said, yes, I am. And they said, well, that's interesting because both the Minuteman site to your west and to your east have both reported the same thing. They've had their missiles shut off too, which people don't know about. They'll talk about. But I talked to Colonel Arnoldson. But it was fellows like that who insisted upon going forward. They would be ordered to get a psychiatric exam. And so a number of them had been sent to Harvard Medical School to get this kind of top-level psychiatric exam. And John Mack, being the chairman of the department, was actually tasked to do that. So he did that, and as he told me later, he said, I did all the interviews with them, did all the tests.
This wasn't by choice.
No. They were ordered to do it. And so when John said,
I mean him. It wasn't his choice to interview these people.
Well, no, they were sent there to be tested. And my guess is that he, as the chairman of the department, had some discretion in who would be assigned to actually do the exams, and so he chose to do those.
Do you know if before he started interviewing these people, these military people, if he had any sort of interest in this topic?
No, he did not. He did not. He had no. He assumed it was all nutty, actually, and he actually suspected that these guys had something wrong with them. And he did the interviews, and then he said, but each one of them tested out to be within the normal parameters of normalcy, and yet they had this story that they kept insisting upon going forward with, and they felt compelled to talk about it and were ordered to be silent about it. And so he actually called his mother. John was like, I don't know, probably 60 years old at that time. He called his mother, who was like 90 years old, and tells her about this. And she said, "Oh, well, you should go see the Hopkins boy." You know, they were family friends. The Mack family were family friends with the Hopkins family. And she said the Hopkins boy has been interviewing a lot of people who believe that they've seen these UFOs or had direct contact with the pilots or the occupants. And so he ended up calling Bud Hopkins and getting to talk to Bud, and Bud sent some other people to it. You know, police officers and, you know, teachers and lawyers and librarians, people who were in kind of positions in the community that it would not have been in their interest to make up something like that. And so he started interviewing them. And as he started interviewing them, he got so fascinated by the stories that he began actually conducting like an investigation. What he would do is he never hypnotized. John never hypnotized anybody. He didn't want to do that.
He never did?
No, he did not. What he does is he did a thing called holotropic breathing. Holotropic breathing was a method that was developed by Stanislav Grof to actually get people super relaxed. And they would do it's sort of like Hindu breathing through the different nose things. And they would get into a kind of an elevated state of consciousness. And get very, very relaxed, and that was the key for them to remember that any kind of anxiety that they had that was blocking any of their memory. So he would do the holotropic breathing and interviews with people, and what he would do is he would actually start asking them kind of ancillary questions. You know, they would tell what was happening. Okay, now are you you're aware of this? Well, I'm inside some kind of a room. I'm on this table. And I'm getting examined, and he says, "Now, when you look around, tell us, what do you see?" And then he would have them describe, like, the equipment in the room. What type of equipment do you see? You know, what does it look like? And he would get, like, details of some of the stuff that they were seeing. So that when he had another person who was in a similar situation, he would ask them things that nobody would have ever asked him about, but like particular details about what was happening, and it started being correlated. And so he started to suspect that this was something that was extraordinarily strange, because it seemed like it was real, what was happening to them. And so he wrote an article. He wrote an article for the New England Journal of Medicine.
How many people had stories that were very similar, and what kind of objects did they talk about seeing?
They would talk about some of the instruments, for example, that were being used to examine them. He would ask them to describe in detail what the instruments looked like. Was there any kind of equipment in the room? You know, what kind? Did you see any kind of navigation equipment in there? Any kind of computers? What did you see? And they would describe in some detail some of the stuff that they were seeing.
I had a guy on here named Randall Nickerson.
Yes,
Randy
Nickerson.
And he explained to me something about some sort of like pole or stick.
Yeah, it was a rod.
A rod.
It's a rod. There's a rod. The number of them reported having that. It was usually these tall grays, they call them, that had this rod, and that they would it seemed to actually give them control over people. Actually, it was it seemed to like amp up kind of their telepathic capacities, which were quite considerable to begin with. But it was like that. So John ended up sending in this report that he did for an article for the New England Journal of Medicine. And after several days, it got sent back to him with a note saying they weren't going to publish this. Well, he was kind of taken aback. He's the chairman of the Department of Clinical Psychiatry at Harvard Medical School. This is a very professional piece. So he decided what he would do is he would beef it up. He would put in more footnotes and more details of the stuff to make it really full-scale professional. And then he sent it back to him. And within 2 days, the executive assistant for Arnold Relman, who was the editor-in-chief of the New England Journal of Medicine, sent his executive assistant back to Harvard to go into the office of John and hand it back to him and to tell him to note that it had not been opened. And they weren't going to open it, and they weren't going to even consider publishing it. And John got upset about it, and so John called the publisher. He'd won the Pulitzer Prize already,
Right.
for writing
Lawrence of Arabia.
Lawrence of Arabia, the T.E. Lawrence thing, psychobiography. And so he contacted the publisher, and the publisher agreed to write it, to print it, and it was published. And then, like, within a couple days of it hitting the stands, the dean of the medical school came in and said, John, I hear that you've published a new book. And he said, yes. He said, this is a very interesting topic. Why don't you come by, and let's talk about this. It's very interesting. And then he said, look, and as long as you and I are going to be talking about it, why don't we invite some of the other faculty people to come on over who might be interested in this? So John was excited about this. John thought that was a cool idea. So he was going to, he went to where the assigned place was to go and meet the dean, and he comes into the room, and here's this tribunal sitting there. There is not only the dean himself, but it turns out that Arnold Relman, the editor-in-chief of the New England Journal of Medicine, was chairing the committee. And then there was the legal counsel for Harvard University sitting there. And then there were three other professors, all of whom John thought were people who really didn't like him for some reason. In the faculty, he had some experience with them. And they were all there, and they began to excoriate it for besmirching the name of Harvard University, writing about this ridiculous thing, that it was clear that these people were mentally ill. And that if he had written an article, about this weird mental illness, then that would have been okay. But he seemed to give the impression that he was attributing some sort of dimension of reality to the whole experience. And so he was taken completely aback by what they were doing. So he called his mother again, and his mother said, well, why don't you just go to the family lawyer? They were a fairly wealthy family, and his father was a doctor, and his grandfather was a doctor. They were kind of wealthy family. So he goes to the local lawyer in Boston, the family lawyer, and the lawyer says, oh, just give them anything they want. If they want the recordings of your sessions, did you bill them? Did they get insurance? Were you doing this as a clinical treatment to them, or were you doing research? Just tell them whatever they want to know. And he was kind of surprised. He said he wasn't expecting that kind of advice. And he checked and found out that the law firm, Ropes and Gray, was the lawyer for Harvard University.
Oh, no.
And he felt betrayed by the whole thing. So he called his best friend, Ron Robertson, who ended up calling me. Say, why don't we get Danny and see if he's interested in helping you on this? And John said, oh, no, he just did like the Ron Contra case, and so he's done all those other big cases. He probably wouldn't even be interested in this subject. So that's why Ron Robinson called me, asked me to come to dinner, and asked me, what do you think about this? And so that's how I got to be on the case. So I go with John to the next session of the tribunal, and we come in, we sit down, right? And there's Relman up there with all the dean of the medical school and the lawyer and all these guys. And so Relman just starts in trying to interrogate him. And so I said, well, excuse me. And I said, excuse me here. I don't know. I didn't do the potted plant routine. I'm not just a potted plant. So, I said, look, I don't know what the nature of this tribunal is. It's certainly not an AAUP convened tribunal. I said, but whatever the nature of it is, can you tell me, are any of either one of the two following fact questions going to be at issue here? Number one, whether or not extraterrestrial life exists, and secondly, whether at least some of these sightings of the UFOs might actually be a vehicle from an extraterrestrial civilization. And Relman says, well, the two of them are absolutely going to be relevant. He said, and it's totally ridiculous to think that either one of those things could be true. That's what he says to me. 1994, Harvard University says it's completely ridiculous to think that there would be life anywhere else in the universe. I mean, that's where they were. So I said to him, well, I said, in that case, in the spirit of cooperation, let's just tell me, who is it that called the deed? And there was this big dead silence for the room. And, he looked around like this, and the lawyer for Harvard University looks at him and goes like that, shakes her head no. And he says, well, I'm sorry, we're not at liberty to discuss that. And I said, oh, okay. I said, well, look, in the spirit of cooperation here, he said they asked a bunch of questions, and he wasn't really able to answer the questions. So what were the questions? Another big long pause. He looked at the lawyer shook her head no. He said, I'm sorry, we're not at liberty to discuss that. So I said, all right, well then look, let me just tell you in the spirit of openness that John and I have just spent the weekend with Lawrence Rockefeller, and he's agreed to finance a complete grand rounds here on this subject at Harvard University. That we'll bring in the chief investigator for the Federal Aviation Agency, we'll bring in military personnel, we'll bring in police officers and things that filed these reports. And the lawyer for Harvard University just leaped to her feet and she said, absolutely not. She said, we're not going to allow this procedure to be turned into some kind of a circus, she said. And so I said, well, we've made the offer. We're perfectly willing to answer your questions and stuff, but we're going to present the witnesses to support these two fact questions that you think are at issue here. And so we're ready to proceed. And they said, no, we're not going to do any of that. So I said, John, that's it, John. We're out of here. This is not an official tribunal of intent. You didn't have him be here. So I reached out and kind of helped pick him up out of his chair. And he walked out. And so I went around doing all the interviews of all of these people that we could present. We just kept going straight forward, saying, I kept saying, this is a great opportunity, to present to Harvard University what the evidence is and the information is that we have. So I had to have a local counsel because I was admitted in the Southern District of New York and in Washington, D.C., but I wasn't admitted in Massachusetts. So I went to Dershowitz, Al Dershowitz, who was one of my professors at Harvard. He said, because I had the course with him on psychiatry and law in Stone, Professor Ellen Stone. So I'd taken a year course in that at Harvard. So I went to see him and I said, who should we have to be just local counsel? So he recommended Harvey Silverglade. Harvey was in the middle of a trial and couldn't do it. So he recommends this young guy, Eric McLeish, who had just gotten into the bar in Massachusetts, and so he could just, be there to be local counsel. So we brought him on board, and then he right away started working to try to figure out how to settle the case. Said, well, why don't we just do whatever they tell you to do? Why don't you just, and I said, no, stop it. We're not going to do that. We're not going to turn over all the tape recordings of these things to them. I said, that we're going to do the grand rounds. So he kept on figuring out trying to how to solve this thing and settle it and make him leave him alone. And John's wife was upset. Sally was really upset because he was being ostracized. At Harvard, he wasn't invited to any of the social events anymore, and she wasn't getting invited to any of the women's things. And so she was getting really upset about what was happening to him. And it was all secret, because they kept saying, we want this kept secret, that we're doing this hearing. I kept saying to myself, why the hell do we keep this secret? This is ridiculous. They don't have any right to be doing this. But so what I was doing is I was respecting John's wish to keep a secret. So what I did is I was reaching out to all these different potential witnesses to come in and start preparing. And one of the people that we reached out to that had been in the University of Colorado, because they were very, very familiar with the Condon report that came out of the University of Colorado years earlier.
Okay, yeah.
And he got terribly upset that this was going on, and he called the newspaper and told them that this was happening.
Condon?
No. It was this other guy. It was a professor there. That just knew all about the Condon report. And so I was going to have him testify all about it. And so he told somebody about it, and so they threw a big fit. The committee threw a big fit over the fact that it had been made public. And so that this fellow, Eric McLeish, kept getting in there and trying to get it settled. And it turns out this Eric McLeish is later on after they stopped and left John alone. I was the one that initiated the first litigation against the Catholic Church for the pedophile priest in Boston. And I got a hold of Eric to do the case for us, right? And he ended up starting settling all these cases. He was the guy in Spotlight, the movie Spotlight Mark Ruffalo was in, where they played told all about the Boston Globe in the investigation they conducted about all the priests, and they discovered that this guy, Eric McLeish, was the guy settling all the cases for the Catholic Church and getting a huge portion of the settlement that was given to the people by making them sign statements that they would keep completely secret any of the accusation they made against the church. Which totally pissed me off,
So was he like working as like a double agent with the church?
Yeah, he was. That's what he was doing. Yeah, he was settling all the cases, and he was basically engaging in covering for the church, but getting money for all the people that filed complaints against these pedophile priests. But he was getting a share of the money, and so I was really mortified by that. But it started with him, successfully settling the case for John Mack and making them leave John alone. But it stifled our ability to bring all the witnesses out. It's a little known fact about a well-known subject. But the bottom line is that's how I ended up. After they apologized to John and left him alone, he had me become legal counsel for his project on extraordinary experiences he had during Cambridge. And John and I started working on trying to set up what we were calling the New Paradigm Institute. That was going to be examining the worldview clash that occurred. That this is an entirely different worldview that Harvard University has. It's the scientific, logical, positivist, materialist worldview. And the assertion that it was completely impossible to believe that these spacecraft could actually come from a distant star system and come to our planet just couldn't be true. Because, they can't go faster than the speed of light, and therefore they can't get there.
What did John think about all of this? Did he really think that this was like spacecrafts coming from another star system, or did he think this was something like inside the human mind?
No, it wasn't inside the human mind. What he started thinking about was that he thought it was quite clear that there was evidence that some of these events involved a spacecraft from some other planetary system. For example, the Betty and Barney Hill case. Betty Hill actually got one of the people on the craft that she believed that they'd been abducted and brought onto to show her a map. You probably heard about that. Showed her the star map, right? And she did get hypnotized by a guy in Boston, a professional physicist, and she redrew the star map that was shown, and nobody could figure out where it was. And it turns out that it wasn't later until they had the computers that could do it, that they reversed the star chart to figure out the perspective from which the star map was drawn that came from their planets, which turned out to be Zeta Reticuli. And when that happened, that was kind of a further confirmation, because there was no way she could have drawn something like that. She didn't know anything about stuff like that, right? And so John said, okay, now there's some solid evidence that some of this is coming from an extraterrestrial civilization somewhere, but he thought that there was other stuff going on as well. That it wasn't that this was a delusion on their part, but that in fact there was something going on that had to do with what is normally considered to be religion, in apparitions of that saints see, and the apparitions of Mary, that these kind of things that are happening in the. And so he started exploring it and going to interview indigenous people around the world who believe that they have direct encounters with star people. In the Lakota tribe, for example. The Lakota people believe that they come from the Pleiades originally, and that they came down from the Pleiades in this light chamber, came down into the Black Hills, into the wind caves, and it came up through the wind fleet. It's a very specific tradition that they believe. And there are other indigenous tribes. So John started interviewing people and put together this thing called the Project on Extraordinary Experience Research. Just one of the extraordinary experiences was these encounters with what they experienced as being an extraterrestrial being, in a spacecraft. But there were other experiences that people had that made it appear that it was like interdimensional, that they thought that these beings were coming from some other dimension. In fact, John got called by Bob Bigelow out from Skinwalker Ranch. This is back in 1995 or so, right? And he got a call from Bigelow, and Bigelow asked John to come fly out and see him right away and bring your lawyer, who helped you there at Harvard. So we flew out to see Bigelow, and when we arrived, even like a day later, after this event had taken place, we arrived and met with him, and he didn't want to talk about it anymore. He decided, I don't want to talk about it. And Colin Culliver was there. And Colin took me aside and stepped into the room next door and told me all about what had happened there at the ranch. And it had to do with this kind of portal that was like at the ranch. And this portal had opened, and one of their people had seen this person, a big, tall, 7-foot tall being, that had big kind of shaggy hair. It looked almost like a Yeti kind of character. And Colin told me all about it. And so I went back out and was talking to Bigelow to see what he wanted to do. Because what happened is Bigelow brought in a scientific team right away to try to see what it is that was going on here, to measure what. And these two helicopters flew in and landed and ordered the scientific team to get away. And they couldn't come to where this event took place. And the scientists kept saying, no, we're here from Mr. Bigelow. He owns this place. And they said, they don't care. Get the hell out of here. They were American guys.
Black helicopters?
They were unmarked helicopters, but they were just regular jumpsuits, all black jumpsuits, no insignia on them, no names on them, and anything. But they were American guys talking. He knew that they could recognize they were American military guys. And when the scientists kept trying to insist upon going in and setting up their equipment, they began to get beaten up by these guys and breaking their equipment and broke their cameras and scared the crap out
on Skinwalker Ranch.
Yes, yeah. And I was right there, like within.
Yeah, then I got some sad news. I'm going to be taking a step back from being on King of the Snake. Grateful to you, Ricky Man. Appreciate it. Times we should have done this in the middle of the show, but for all times we eat. After Brendan said he had to figure some shit out, Theo went on to be by far the most successful one in the entire Roganverse, becoming friends with politicians, celebrities, athletes. He is a household name now, more than any of these other guys. His podcast numbers will dwarf everyone else we talked about here. And it's because Theo seems like a genuine guy. Now, there are a ton of other adjacent Joe Rogan members, like Eddie Bravo, who honestly is somewhat remarkable, as he was never a comedian, but despite this was funnier than most of the other comedians on the show. To this day, he still goes on about conspiracy theories that fans love him for, even if they might have gotten more insane somehow than they were whole name now, more than any of these other guys. His podcast numbers won't dwarf everyone else we talked about here. And it's because Theo seems like a genuine guy. Now, there are a ton of other adjacent Joe Rogan members, like Eddie Bravo, who honestly is somewhat remarkable, as he was never a comedian, but despite this was funnier than most of the other comedians on the show. To this day, he still goes on about conspiracy theories that fans love him for, even if they might have gotten more insane somehow than they were like 10 years ago. And he's still running 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, which is one of the most respected jiu-jitsu schools in the entire world. And while he's certainly got a boost from Rogan, he's been very successful in his lane that has nothing to do with comedy. There's also Ari Shaffir. That's why someone out of the different it's like when he's selling on the we have spoken on this. Half of the appeal is relatability. Not everyone can just quit their job and become an influencer, podcaster, comedian. Back in the day, I would consider myself a serious Joe Rogan fan, but now I can barely make it through an episode unless he has some really good guests on. Joe used to have such an appeal because he was just a curious dude who wanted to know more about the world. What you'll remember is that's what Theo Vaughn's podcast is now, and it is 10 times better than Joe Rogan's podcast. But now Joe Rogan is just a dude who wants his own political beliefs validated and will believe anything anybody ever tells him. Joe says it's stupid for Trump to beef with Canada. Oh wait, he talked to Trump, and now he says he'd rather go to Russia than Canada. The stools of Canada collectively breathe a sigh of relief. Maybe he's getting old, maybe he's just surrounded by yes men, and maybe it's because of that whole hit piece that the media did on him during COVID, which even I can say was total bullshit. Joe's podcast isn't bad now because he's an alt-right anti-vax Nazi who murders people for fun. It's bad because it's fucking boring. Joe has become a shell of his former self, and so has everybody who used to hang out with him. Maybe the golden age Rogan and podcasting is over. To some of you, that's a sad thought. To others, it's thank God we never have to deal with that again.
Two days of when this happened, of them beating up the scientists and stuff. And so originally he was so upset that Bigelow wanted to sue them and wanted John to bring his lawyer out to do something about this. But by the time we got there, just a couple of days later, he just was not going to do anything at all. And as I say, it was Colin Colliher told me all about the details of what it is that had just happened.
Who do you guys suspect these people were?
I don't get paid to guess. If people want to investigate it and want to do it, so I can retain professional investigators and the proper people to do the investigation, we do it.
Does anybody have any ideas? Does Bigelow have any clue? Does anybody speculate?
All kinds of people speculate. I mean,
what do people say?
This whole field is filled with speculation.
These private contractors? Are they
It's that
DARPA?
I'm assuming that I'll be in position, since we've set up the new institute, the new Paradigm Institute, that will be funded to investigate things like this and do it professionally, full scale, with psychological stress evaluators and professional investigators that are licensed gun toters. That's who we work with. That's what we did in the Karen Silkwood case. That's how we found out who killed Karen Silkwood. That's how we found out that they were smuggling the plutonium out of the facility to Israel. It's how we did the Iran-Contra case, how we caught them smuggling the weapons to the Contras and smuggling the cocaine. We had where they were smuggling the cocaine too. And the refrigerator, I think it was strip boats. They were bringing it into Miami. We had the house where they were bringing it. We had the unlisted private telephone number for the house. We had the code words you used to be able to call and get an order of the drugs. We knew that it was Gambino's daughter that was running the place. That's what we do. I mean, that was what the Christian Institute was for 20 years in Washington. That's what the Romero Institute has been for 20 years out in California. And that's what our new Paradigm Institute brings to us. That's what we brought to John Mack. That's what we brought to the review of the vetting the people that were going to be witnesses for this closure project.
So with John Mack, all of those people that you guys interviewed and all the people that he did this holotropic breathing with and had them kind of recount these experiences, things like what Betty and Barney Hill encountered, how many of those people were full?
A few of them.
There
were. Well, some of them were
How
full of
did they
shit.
discern?
Some of them were full of shit. Some of them were mentally ill, which is different than being full of shit. But there were others that were just fakes. They just wanted celebrity or wanted to be involved in it. And so I vetted these people out. That was what I did for the peer group. That was part of my responsibility. And that's what I did for the disclosure project. Is I said, no, these are not people that we want to vouch for. Right. And so that we could call through the people and present just the most credible people with the kind of verifiable evidence that you would conduct a Rule 11 preliminary investigation before you would be willing to file a complaint, asserting that the facts are true to the best of your belief. That's what we bring to this whole field, which is new, is a Rule 11 standard of professional investigation. And the fact of the matter is that we can in fact bring adequate numbers of witnesses who are completely credible, completely verifiable, who've got corroborating evidence and documented proof, and those are the kind of people that are being presented to the United States Senate.
Are you familiar with the guy he was a Air Force officer, I believe, at the, what was the name of that base in California? Vandenberg. There was a story of a rocket that went up with a dummy nuclear warhead on it. This guy was like arguing with Bill Nye on live TV about it.
Yeah.
Was he one of your witnesses?
No, he hasn't gone in front of the Senate yet. He came to the National Press Club though. He came with Bob Salas. Bob Salas came, and who was the captain at the Malmstrom Air Force base with the Minutemen. And there were two other guys who came with him. One of them was that guy, and he presented the entire information about and showed a mock-up of the video that he took.
A mock-up of the video?
He showed what it looked like. What it was he was actually videoing the launch and watched the launch go with a big gigantic telescope that they had. He had it mounted to be able to watch the whole ascent of the rocket. And he saw the thing. And what he did is he drew a reenactment of what it looked like. And
where was the original video?
It was top secret. It was kept by the people. He was working for Vandenberg Air Force Base. He was actually part of the team that was monitoring the flight. And so he was in an official position to be doing it. So he's the one that saw the video and turned it over to the officials in the Air Force about what it is that happened. But he waited for years. This was just, let's see, we're in February of 2024 now. This is like in, I guess, early June, probably a little earlier than that, May of 2023. he came with Bob Salas to the National Press Club and actually had a press conference and showed his recreation of what the video looked like. You know, so he did talk about that.
Yeah, there's been lots of recreations of that video.
Yeah.
Find on YouTube. Yeah. It's for people that aren't familiar with it, apparently some sort of a saucer came up around this fake nuke that was being launched into the atmosphere, and it like shot laser beams into it and it just fell into the ocean.
Yeah, and it just showed it like a beam of light coming out of it, and then it went, and the rocket was going up. I mean, it was accelerating, you know, like 1,000 miles an hour. And this craft, whatever it was just doing circles around it and zapped it with these 3 different beams of light. And then the whole thing just, you know, went all off course and the crashing.
Yeah, and we were talking a little bit earlier about like the misinformation and what the military was trying to do with some of these people at these bases by, you know, giving them these psych exams by John Mack, because obviously, like you put it well, it's not good for career building, right? Exactly.
Yeah, right.
So, are you like? I wonder how much of that is going on now with people that come out and or are publicly talking about like witnessing UFOs or having these sort of abduction experiences. How many of these people are being contacted by people in the government or people in the military and being fed disinformation so they can basically be a conduit to the media, giving them sort of like a limited hangout type thing?
Well, it's an important fact question, but it's one that we have to investigate. I mean, all kinds of people have speculated about it, and there's a mixture of people who are making stuff up. There's a mixture of people who are speculating. There are people who are getting third-hand reports and then embellishing them. But what we're doing at the New Paradigm Institute, in addition to organizing and educating people about the kind of really concrete cases that are really verifiable, that what we're going to do is investigate some of these other cases to vet them and decide which ones of those that we can vouch for. Okay, because we're in the process of presenting people to the Senate, you know, and to the House Oversight Committee. So we're trying to make sure that, you know, you could have 5 really absolutely credible witnesses, but if you let one real ringer get in there, you know, who's mentally ill or just faking it, you know, like this guy Corey Good, you know, that was going around, you know, pretending that he was on, you know, interstellar spacecraft and impact engineered and other galaxies. And who's this guy? This guy Corey Good, he was around for about 2 years, and Dave Wilcock was, you know, flogging him all around and putting him on Gaia and everything. You know, there are people that are just complete phonies.
Dave Wilcock, yeah. That guy's a wacko.
That's right. And but these 2 guys were all the rage. I mean, they were showing up, you know, going on Gaia television. They were going to the International UFO Congress. They were going to the, you know, all these different events where people are gathering together, and they were attracting big, huge crowds, you know, and it was just this totally sensationalist stuff. I mean, I ended up refusing to go to I refused to participate in anything that they were at.
That guy Wilcock was like in the beginning of the trailer of one of Stephen Greer's documentaries called Greer a Genius.
Well,
he was like, Stephen Greer is a genius.
Well, as I say, people say all kinds of things, you know. And this area has been rife with people who are hoaxing, and people do it just like the kids usually cut people's clotheslines on Halloween, you know, or poop in a bag and light it on fire and put on people's torches. I mean, there are people that are just reckless.
Well, I'm sure you're familiar with the Paul Benowitz case, right? There's an amazing documentary called Mirage Men. And it's about this guy named Paul Benowitz. I believe this was in, Steve, you could probably find this, but I think it was in the 70s, mid to late 70s. He was living in Nevada, and here's the documentary. It is one of, if not the best UFO documentary I've ever seen. Shout out Jeremy Reed told me about this. Anyways, he was living near an Air Force base right over the hill in Nevada, And this guy was a devout UFO guy, right? He was in the community, going to all the talks, and he was seeing these crafts, these UFOs flying over the mountains near where this Air Force test range was. And he was sharing them with the UFO community in the area. Anyways, the Air Force got wind of, the people at the base got wind of this, and they sent a counterintelligence guy over to his apartment to check it out and see what he knew. And the guy they sent over, his name was Rick Doty.
No, Doty.
Oh, yeah. And he went over there and he found out what he had. And
Doty was feeding him fake information.
This is right in line when they were testing the stealth bomber. And Doty saw what he knew and asked him what he thought. And he said he thought they were UFOs. And Doty said, you know what? I think you're right. And used Benowitz as a conduit into the UFO community to disseminate this misinformation because they knew there were Soviet spies embedded in the UFO community that were trying to figure out what sort of military or like blue sky research that we were testing and developing over there at the airport.
Yeah. No, I remember Doty. I met Doty before, and I always thought Doty was a phoner. People didn't like me because saying I don't attack people as a rule unless I become just completely convinced that they're lying and that they're engaged in active disinformation and trying to discredit the whole movement. Doty was one of those guys, and there've been a handful of others like Cock and Corey Good and a couple others that we've been involved in exposing. There was one guy, I can't remember his name, whatever. He had this whole documentary story where he and his dog were out walking in the woods and they came upon this craft that crashed in the woods. And it shot out a ray and froze his dog, and so he got really angry. And he picked up a big branch and clubbed this little UFO guy, then put him in his freezer and was keeping him there. And he had this big mechanism that he put on his wrist and shoot ray. It was just totally violent. And one of my professional investigators actually followed this guy around and finally caught him, reporting to some friends of his how he was bullshitting everybody. And I told John Mack about it, and John then issued a statement discrediting the guy.
Yeah, and then there's also like when on Groom Lake, when the Air Force or the CIA was testing the first jet-propelled, the first jet airplanes, they sent up the pilots with gorilla masks in the cockpit. So in the case where they flew within visual distance of a civilian airplane, they would put on gorilla masks. So that when this pilot goes to the bar to tell his buddies about this jet airplane he saw, he's going to say he saw a gorilla flying a jet airplane. So it's like purposely planting these fake seeds to cover up top secret information.
Oh yeah, they definitely would do it. And they very definitely consider the whole UFO issue a major top secret program, and that they've been actively engaged in sowing disinformation and discrediting individual people who have genuinely seen things. They've destroyed people's family lives. They've destroyed their professional careers. They've destroyed their military careers. And there's a very active, aggressive counterintelligence program that's mounted to stop people from reporting genuine UFO incidents.
And I connect all of this to Bob Lazar and the fact that in his story, specifically when he talks about walking past a window and seeing an alien body, they were going to bring him in to potentially try to back engineer some sort of technology they dug up. It really would make sense that let's walk him through a room with a little alien in it, so that way if he ever tries to blow the whistle on this program, people aren't going to believe it.
No, there's dozens of individual cases where it bears analysis, professional analysis. For example, all you have to do is get him, Bob Lazar, and put him on a psychological stress evaluation, which no one has done. They put him on lie detector tests. He's passed the lie detector test, but those are pretty crude. I mean, little things on your fingers and belt on your chest. Those are not even close to the precision of a psychological stress evaluation that measures tension, involuntary tension in your vocal cords. It's a very professional way of going about. I was in F. Lee Bailey's office.
When was this developed?
We used it in Bailey's office when I was there in 74,
By
75.
Rabbi.
But not very many people knew about it. Bailey also had a briefcase, satellite phone, etc. We discovered.
Yeah, did you feel like you were getting fucked by a rabbi named Rabbi Rothschild? Bitch. Look at this move.
For lawyers in the United States, the CIA.
Hey, this bitch grew up in a treehouse. Well, fuck you, bitch.
Engaging in domestic covert operations, which is totally forbidden by the National Security Act of 1947. So I was one of the 3 trial lawyers in his office, and we didn't know it. And as soon as we discovered it, I left and had a number of the investigators leave with me because we didn't want to be associated with that.
Can you break it down for people listening what the Pentagon Papers were and how that led into the Watergate burglary and how you got involved in it?
Well, it wasn't. Well, what happened is they were separate cases. The Pentagon Papers, I had initiated the case. I was the co-founder of the Harvard Civil Rights Law Review in 1968. I was doing constitutional law with Lawrence Tribe and others, and we set up the Harvard Civil Rights Law Review. And I wanted the law review to be something more than just writing academic thought pieces. And so I wanted to have a provision in the Harvard Civil Rights Law Review where we were helping young lawyers figure out how to become civil rights lawyers. And so we sent out letters to a lot of the major bar associations and things, letting people know that if any lawyers have really important civil rights cases, they could contact us at the Harvard Civil Rights Law Review, and we would get a bunch of little eager beavers at Harvard to work on those briefs, right? And so the bottom line is, I ended up being contacted by a guy named Pappas, John Pappas, who was an NBC television journalist in New Bedford during the riots that followed the assassination of Martin Luther King in April of '68. And the riots broke out in New Bedford after the assassination of Martin Luther King. And the white mayor issued a shoot-on-sight order to the police to shoot any looters that were engaged in looting in the context of those riots. So the Black Panthers set up the barricades around the ghetto area to keep all the police out of there. And their big standoff occurred because they built barricades, and then the police came in and they brought in the helicopters. And, they thought there was going to be gunplay that was going on because they were armed, the Panthers. Bottom line is, long story short, that the Panthers agreed to give an interview, an off-the-record interview to John Pappas, Paul Pappas would give them an interview if he would keep it off the record, and he would interview them, and then the district attorney subpoenaed him to make him cough up the confidential interviews that he had with the Panthers. And then they contacted us at the Harvard Civil Rights Law Review through a guy named John Flynn to write. So I asserted the First Amendment right of journalists to protect their confidential news sources. In the case went all the way up to the United States Supreme Court right away. And so I was only a second-year law student, so I got recruited by the Wall Street law firm that represents NBC to come down to do the briefs for the United States Supreme Court. In doing that, I also wrote the amicus briefs at the Supreme Court level for CBS and ABC and also for the Washington Post and the New York Times. They all filed amicus briefs on that important issue, right, in the Supreme Court, because no one had ever asserted the right before, and so it had never been litigated. So we were litigating it in front of the Supreme Court. In that context, I got to meet Jim Goodell, who was the general counsel and vice president of the New York Times. So when they got the Pentagon Papers brought to them, their firm, Lord Day and Lord, that represents the New York Times in this time, threatened to turn them into the FBI. They didn't give them back right away. And so Jim Goodell called me over at the Cahill firm. So I got the call, and then Jim Goodell came in to talk with me and us, and we agreed to represent them to publish the papers. So we went ahead and did the Pentagon Papers case in the New York Times and won the case in the United States Supreme Court and got to publish all 47 volumes. But what happened is I got to read. I was one of the few human beings on the planet that actually read all 47 volumes. Because we were trying to determine what we were going to publish and what we weren't. We were betting what we're going to publish.
Why would you publish all of it?
Well, because you didn't want to reveal names of people, for example. The thing Snowden got all the trouble for, right? So the bottom line is I was doing all that, and Bailey had already contacted me earlier before I went to the Cahill firm, wanting me to join his firm. But all he wanted me to do is write legal briefs on behalf of constitutional rights to protect fucking criminals.
Did Bailey have anything to do with the Pentagon Papers?
No.
I would imagine that he would not want
Nothing.
to ship
No, he did not. He did not have anything to do with it. But he knew that I was doing all that stuff, and he had asked me first to come
He's a
to
good
his
guy to
firm.
recruit.
And so the bottom line is when he got retained by McCord to defend McCord in June of 1972, June 17th, when the burglary took place, Bailey gets retained because he was on Index 4, along with William Pettit Williams and two other attorneys, that he was on Index 4.
Why did they call it Index 4?
It was just a code name they had for the list.
CIA code name?
Yeah, it's a CIA code name. There were 4 lawyers that were on retainer by the CIA, so that if they got caught engaged in domestic covert operations, which is illegal, that they would call the lawyers, right? And so Bailey was one of them. And so Bailey called me and asked me if I would come out of the Cahill firm and come to his firm to be on the case. So when we got there, I realized that these 3 of these Cubano guys from our interviews with course, that they were Traficante guys. And so I was kind of saying, look, I'm responsible for trying to monitor the hearings that are becoming at the Watergate hearings.
Who was Traficante?
Santos Traficante was the don of the mafia in Havana. And in January of '59, when Batista was overthrown by Fidel Castro and Che Guevara, etc., that Traficante fled and came to Tampa. Actually, it came to Tampa. You know, yeah, oh yeah. So that was Santos Traficante, the mob boss, for all of Havana, which was a key area because it had the gambling casinos, it had the houses of prostitution, etc.
Was it Meyer Lansky big shot down there?
Miami. The Miami National Bank was a Lansky bank. It was a mafia bank.
But he ran a bunch of the casinos and courthouses down there.
Yep, that's right. And they had the heroin. Heroin trafficking was coming in from Southeast Asia, coming in through Traficante, was also part of the Bank Pao, and over in Laos. And they were bringing in the heroin into Havana. And the 3-person partnership was Batista, Santos Traficante, and this guy, Paul Helliwell, for the CIA. They're the ones that handled all the heroin coming into Havana.
From Laos?
From Laos. That's right. Bank Pao. Yeah. And so the bottom line is I came into the office, and we ended up, participating in getting McCord to blow the whistle on them. He wrote the letter to Judge Sirica, explaining to him who the burglars were and what they were doing, because he thought that they were actually coming in to try to protect. They thought that, the story that he told was that they thought that the Democratic Party was coddling people that were illegally opposing the Vietnam War. because they thought it was undermining national security. That's what James McCord was talking about. But the bottom line is, it turns out, we found out through our interview with Traficante directly that the reason they'd gone into the Watergate Hotel was because Larry O'Brien has just been made the new head of the Democratic National Committee. And the Watergate Hotel in Washington for 25 years had been previously was the chief lobbyist in Washington for Howard Hughes. And Howard Hughes is the guy that Richard Nixon contacted to set up the assassination team to kill Castro in Che Guevara. And the bottom line is that's the group that killed the president. And that's what the Watergate burglary was all about. Because Nixon was terrified that they were going to find out that because Larry O'Brien had worked for Howard Hughes, that Larry O'Brien may have found out that Nixon is the one who created this assassination team that ended up killing the president. And that if that ever got out, that nobody would believe that he wasn't behind killing the president, which he wasn't. But he was behind trying to kill Castro. And it was that same unit that killed the president in 1963.
All right, we're gonna have to rewind a little bit. We're gonna have
This
to go
off the UFO subject.
We're gonna have to go a little slower over this for a second. So the guys you interviewed Traficante and found out that the Cuban guys were going into the hotel to find. They were hired by who?
They were. Well, let me take the top. I'll tell you. Okay. I know the details of it. What happened when I realized that there were Traficante guys that were in the hotel, and I was saying, what the hell has that got to do with anything? Why are they there? So I get a hold of Bill Taylor, who was my investigator assigned to me in the firm of Bailey. And Bailey gets hold of Bad Andy Tooney, who was the chief investigator for Moriarty and Associates, which is Bailey's investigation firm, right? And he interviews Traficante at Hank's house, Henry Gonzalez, at his house here in Tampa. He sets up an interview and interviews him at length, and he explains what's happened here. What happened is back in late May, actually, of 1960. This is the 1960 presidential campaign, and Richard Nixon is the vice president under Eisenhower, right? And he is campaigning to get the Republican Party nomination in 1960. And in late May of 1960, Nelson Rockefeller withdraws from the campaign in Michigan, and therefore Nixon knew he was going to win the nomination because Nelson Rockefeller was out of the competition, and Nixon was going to be the nominee. And they were certain they were going to win because there was this kid, Kennedy was going to be the nominee for the Democrats. So they were all convinced that he was going to win. What Richard Nixon did, he was the head of the 5412 Committee, which is the subcommittee of the National Security Council that does covert operations under Section 5412 of the National Security Act of 1947 that authorizes the CIA to engage in activities from time to time at the request of the president to protect national security. And so that Nixon he chaired the 5412 Committee of the National Security Council. So he knew that Howard Hughes was a secret consultant to the National Security Council. He was running special operations. He, for example, had designed and created the Glomar Explorer, which was the special ship that was able to pick up submarines off the bottom of the ocean. He also did the C-5A cargo plane out of the Suma Corporation, and he was also doing other stuff for the National Security Council, 5412.
We're talking about Howard Hughes, the guy
This is Howard Hughes.
DiCaprio plays an aviator, right?
This is Howard Hughes. And he's living in Las Vegas, at one of the major mob hotels, and he's living in the penthouse suites up there, right? So the bottom line is, Richard Nixon contacts him as soon as Richard Nixon knew that Nelson Rockefeller had withdrawn and he was going to be the nominee, and he contacted Howard Hughes and on the secret phone for the 5412 Committee. Talked with him by phone and asked him to set up an assassination team to kill Fidel Castro, Raul Castro, and 5 of the comandantes that they wanted assassinated. And he said, but you got to keep it completely away from the White House. So that, but if you could get that done, that I would deeply appreciate that when I become president, right?
But Howard Hughes, why would Howard Hughes set up an assassination?
Well, when you know the nature of what some of the things were that they were doing, and he was part of it. It wouldn't help for me to learn what that one was, but there was an extremely super sensitive program that Howard Hughes was working on with that, in addition to the Glomar Explorer, C5A, and all that. And because of the depth of the darkness of that relationship that he had, he knew that he could go in under that umbrella, or that super dark program, and to get Hughes to do this. Hughes doesn't agree or disagree with Nixon on the phone whether he's going to do it or not. But what he did is he got one of his lawyers, Bob Mayhew, and Bob Mayhew would be assigned to go get this done, see if they could put this team together. Bob Mayhew meets with Johnny Roselli. Johnny Roselli is the bag man at the Sands Hotel that's owned by the mob. And Johnny Roselli is in Las Vegas, where Howard Hughes is, and where Bob Mayhew was. And so Bob Mayhew gets a hold of Johnny Roselli and says, look, you guys, have every reason in the world to try to get rid of Castro. You shut down whorehouses, you shut down the gambling casinos, and very important, he's cut off the heroin supply that's coming in to the C Supply Corporation. So if you guys would do this, the president would be really grateful. And they started referring to Nixon as president because everybody assumed he was going to win, right? And so Johnny Roselli says, well, I'm going to have to go and see Giancana, who's my principal here. I can't do it. So I have to clear this through Giancana. So Johnny Roselli goes back to Chicago and meets with Giancana and says, look, here's the Nixon who's going to get to be president now, wants this assassination team put together. Can we do this? And Giancana says, well, that's Traficante's territory. He's the Don of Havana, and even though he's fled, he's up in Tampa now. He said that we're going to have to go meet with him to see whether he would okay this. And so what they do is they set up a meeting. Sam Giancana goes, and Johnny Roselli goes, and Bob Mayhew goes, and they meet down at the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami with Traficante. And they hold 2 meetings there to persuade him to do this, to set this thing up. And then Traficante says to us, he said, but I didn't fall off my melon wagon. He said, so I'm gonna check to make sure that this is coming directly from Nixon, not some brain fart, of Giancana or of Howard Hughes or anybody else. I wanted to. So that the third meeting, they send a guy using the nom de guerre of Mr. Ed, and it was Sheffield Edwards. Sheffield Edwards was the chief of security for the Central Intelligence Agency under Eisenhower and Nixon administration. And so he comes to the meeting and gives them the green light to put this assassination team together. So they put the assassination team together, and Traficante is the guy who's going to put together the team. And Traficante picks 15 guys that are former shooters for him out of Havana. But he gets guys who've been recruited by the CIA to participate in a thing called Operation 40, which is a covert operation that they were running a guerrilla raids into Cuba, burning bridges and blowing up, burning sugar fields, and doing that stuff that they were doing. That's Operation 40. And they had recruited a whole bunch of former Traficante guys to participate in that, who had fled from Havana and were up in Tampa and Miami. This was the anti-Castro Miami right-wing hardball, anti-Castro Cuban refugee from Alpha 66, the 2506 Brigade. Yeah, that crowd. Do you know Felix Rodriguez? I sure do know Felix Rodriguez. I've taken Felix Rodriguez's deposition. Yeah, took his deposition. Yeah. Can you tell me about Felix Rodriguez? Felix Rodriguez is a shooter. He's one of the guys on the team that killed the president. He and Rafael Chichi Quintero. I'm going to interview him tomorrow. Oh well, that's who he is. Felix Rodriguez. He'll know exactly who I am. he was the number one guy at Ilopango, running the Contra weapons supply operations, along with Rafael Chichi Quintero. he and Raphael Quintero were in the security division of Pemex in Mexico City, where all the assassins hung out in Operation Condor. He's a cold-blooded fucking killer. You know, that's who he is. Yeah, Luis Rodriguez.
He was on.
Yeah,
he was one of the Cuban assassins.
That's right. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And just ask him about Rafael Chichi Quintero. Tell him we've interviewed Rafael Chichi Quintero, so we know exactly what we're talking about. You know? So ask him who Carl Jenkins is. You know? Say, tell me about Carl Jenkins. Tell me about how you got trained down in down in Oaxaca, Mexico, at Clint Murchison Jr.'s ranch as part of the Triangular Fire Team to kill Castro. Tell us about that, Felix.
It's incredible how the universe fucking just like
see what he
falls
says.
into place.
See what he says about that. Yeah. Right.
So, a lady we just had in here by the name of Annie Jacobson is how I learned about Felix. She wrote a book called Surprise, Kill, Vanish, all about the creation of the Title 51 CIA assassination teams. She followed a guy named Billy Waugh around different countries who's started out in Vietnam. Really, the guy just passed away. But he was a CIA paramilitary guy who was doing some brutal stuff in multiple different countries. He was the guy who captured Carlos the Jackal. And one of the guys that she interviewed in that book was Rodriguez. And she talks about how like some of the things he did. Didn't say anything you said, just said none of the stuff you just said, but she talks about some of the operations he did during the Bay of Pigs. Yeah. And how he captured Che Guevara.
Yeah. Ask him about his wristwatch. When he's sitting there.
He took Che's wristwatch.
He got Che's wristwatch. He wears it. Yeah. He wears it to this day.
1 in 5. So, okay. How did you learn about Felix? So, like in this, how did you find out who he was?
Here's what happened. Here's Traficante telling us, explaining how they did this, right? So what they did is Traficante takes 15 of his guys, all of whom have been shooters for him down in Atlanta, right? Gun guys. And they are all, he takes guys that have all been recruited by the Central Intelligence Agency to work in Operation 40, which is running the raids down into Cuba, right? And they've got 5 paramilitary bases. They've got one out on Swan Island, one at No Name Key, one of them in the Everglades, and 2 of them at Lake Pontchartrain, one on the southern border and one on the northern border. The northern base at Lake Pontchartrain is where Harvey Oswald was, working, with the guys in New Orleans. And so the bottom line is they put 15 guys on this assassination team. And the way they do it is they're all spread out in these 5 paramilitary operations, right? And what they do is they send private planes around and pick them up individually, and they fly them to Fort Huachuca in Arizona. And they sign them in, and then they all disappear. And they take them down to Oaxaca, Mexico, at Clint Murchison Jr.'s ranch. Then they have a triangular fire team based down. And a guy named Carl Jenkins is training them.
What is triangular fire?
They're high-powered rifles. You set up a triangular crossfire to get 3 different angles coming in to shoot and kill a target, a moving target. Okay. And they were trained down there, and they were tasked to kill Castro. And and they were called the S-Force. Was their code name. Say that to Felix and watch how he responds to that one.
The S-Force.
The S-Force. That's who they were. And so they were tasked to try to kill Castro. And what happened is that they were put together, they were assembled. He picked the guys who were also in Operation 40 working with the CIA, so that if any of them got caught, the agency would have to move in to protect them, because people would think they're the ones that did it. But they weren't. But they did. I mean, it was Nixon that was asking to have it set up. It was set up by Howard Hughes, and then Traficante set it up. But he got the go-ahead from Sheffield Edwards, who was chief of security for the CIA under Nixon, right? And so that's how the thing was set up. And but lo and behold, it turns out Nixon didn't get elected, and Kennedy got elected. But Kennedy was not briefed on the existence of this group. Okay, and what they did is they set up. I love this part. They set up a mechanism for funding them. And what they were doing is they were to fund the Triangular Fire Team base down in Oaxaca at the ranch, at Pet Murchison's ranch. What they did is they skimmed cash off the casinos in Vegas. They would put them into these brand new suitcases. They put them in the trunks of brand new Cadillac automobiles, and they would drive them from Las Vegas through New Orleans, where all the money would be audited, by Marcello's people, right? And then they'd drive the money all the way to Miami and deposit it into Meyer Lansky's National Bank in Miami. And then what they would do, what they would do is they would wire some of that money down to the Banco Internacional down in Mexico City. And there was a lawyer there by the name of Ogario. And then they put it into his account, and that's where they wrote the checks from to pay for all the costs for the Triangular Fire Team base. And that was the bank on which the money that was found in Bernard Barker's pocket in the Watergate burglary came directly from that account. And that's where Mark Felt was headed for. Mark Felt was getting set to go down to the bank to find out what the hell the story is with that account. When Pat Gray, who had become the new head of the FBI, instead of Mark Felt, freaked out about the fact that he was getting set to go down the next day on the 23rd of June, following the 17th of June break-in, right? So he goes on the 21st of June. Pat Gray goes to the White House to meet with John Dean. And says to Dean, we got a problem here. Mark Felt is getting set to go down to Mexico to this bank down there to track the sequentially numbered bills that were in Bernard Barker's pocket, one of the Watergate burglars. And so John Dean goes and tells what's his name, the chief of staff, what was his name? Anyway, tells him about the fact that Felt's getting set to go down to the bank, and he needs to find out whether that's going to be a problem. And so the what's the guy's name?
How about the Mexico City Bank, right?
Yeah, the Mexico Banco Internacional, right? And so the bottom line is the chief of staff comes in to talk with Richard Nixon in the Oval Office. And he says, Mr. President, says, I think we've got a problem here. And Nixon says, well, what is it, John? Right? And he says, Pat Gray has just come in and was talking with John Dean. He said that this guy Mark Felt is getting set to go down to this bank down in Mexico City to track this money that was in Bernard Barker's pocket. Says, and he wants to know if that's going to cause any trouble. There's a big long delay on the tape. And Nixon says, look, you got to go and get a hold of Erickman right away, and you got to go on over to the agency, and you got to sit down, you got to talk to Dick Helms and to Vernon Walters. Both make sure they're in the meeting and tell them both that they've got to contact the FBI. The agency's got to contact the FBI. Dick Helms is the head of the right. You got to contact the FBI and tell them to get the hell out of that part of the investigation. And so the chief of staff, I'm trying to remember his name still, says to him, well, what am I going to tell him? What am I going to tell him to say to make him get out of it? He says, just tell him, if you can't tear off that scab, if you tear off that scab, it's going to reveal an awful lot of things that can't get revealed. So you just tell Dick Helms and Vernon Walters that if they don't get out of that right away, all the Mexico stuff is going to come out like a big pigsty. That's what he said. That's the smoking gun conversation that nobody can figure out what it means. Nobody can figure out what it means, but that's exactly what he said. Because as it turns out, the guys in the Watergate Hotel, in addition to the Cubans, were Howard Hughes and Frank Sturgis, as you may recall, along with G. Gordon Liddy. Okay, but it turns out that Frank Sturgis was in control of one of the 5 paramilitary bases on No Name Key, right? No, on Swan Island. He was on Swan Island. And the other one in the Everglades was the Howard Hunt. these were the CIA liaisons to those Cubano groups that were doing the assaults into Cuba. And they were the liaison to the team of people that were put together to be the assassination team. Right? And so these
for Castro.
Right. That's right. And so what happened is that it wasn't the Bay of Pigs. So people could think, oh, the CIA must have killed them because the Bay of Pigs, they were so upset. That wasn't it. It was the Cuban Missile Crisis. The Cuban Missile Crisis in October of '62. That what had happened is the Khrushchev and Kennedy had become so totally traumatized by the fact that they'd come within minutes of a complete total nuclear annihilation of the planet. That the two of them started having these secret communications, and they were actually they exchanged 18 letters that people don't know about through cousins. His name was that was delivering the letters back and forth between Khrushchev and Kennedy. And what they were doing is the two of them were discussing disassembling the nuclear warheads of the entire nuclear arsenal of the United States and Russia. And they just freaked out when they found out about this. They said, this guy's got to go. Kennedy's got to go. Yeah. We can't wait for the election. This is November of '62 or '63 rather. It's a whole year before the election. He's going to exercise his executive authority as commander-in-chief, order the disassembling of the nuclear warheads, and Khrushchev is going to do the same to the Soviet Union, and it's going to be brokered by John the 23rd. Pope John the 23rd is going to be the broker of making sure they both complied with this, because Khrushchev liked him and trusted him, and of course Kennedy did too. And that's the process that was underway. And so what happened is the Cuban guys wanted to kill Kennedy because when the Cuban Missile Crisis had happened, that he was so freaked out that he ordered the shutting down of all 5 of the bases. And that Kennedy was so freaked out about how close they had come to having a nuclear war that he promised Khrushchev that he was, because what happened is after the Bay of Pigs, Kennedy apologized, right, for having authorized the attempted invasion at the Bay of Pigs.
Yeah, and there was declassified. There was 2 operations. I think one was called Northwoods, and there was another one. Maybe it was just Northwoods, but they were going to fly a plane, a remote-controlled plane, and blow it up, and say the Cubans did it. And they were also going to have some attacking Cubans killing people in Miami. And
3 things. They were going to blow up an airplane and say that it had been done by Castro. They were going to attack Guantanamo base. They were actually going to dress up a number of Cuban refugees in Cuban military uniforms and attack and kill personnel at the Guantanamo military base. And they were going to blow up shopping malls in Miami, specifically targeting members of the Cuban anti-Castro Cuban refugee community to blow them up, to totally make them hysterical, so that they would then be able to blame it on Castro, right? So all that stuff was going on, but after the Bay of Pigs fiasco, Kennedy apologized and took responsibility for it, right? And then what he did is he promised Khrushchev that he would stand down Operation 40 that was running the attacks under Nixon, that had been running the attacks on the island, right, and against Cuba. And so Kennedy said he was going to stand them down, and then he went down to Miami, and in the Orange Bowl did a big presentation to the Cuban community that he gave them his solemn word that the flag of a free Cuba would fly over the island by the end of his second term. He gave them that promise, that solemn promise, right? And the problem is he didn't order them shut down. He had lied to Khrushchev, and they just transformed Operation 40 into a thing called JM Wave, and they ran it off the Miami base. Got a great big base called JM Wave, and they changed it from Operation 40 to Operation Mongoose was the code name for it, right? Okay, but he continued to run it. And so what happened is when Khrushchev realized that Kennedy had lied to him after the Bay of Pigs, and he was not standing down the operation, that's when he started sending the missiles in. Okay, so he put all those missiles in. And when Kennedy later in October of '62 found out about it, that's from April of 1960 when they actually had the Bay of Pigs thing. Then almost 2 years later in October when they discovered that the missiles were there. But in the interim, what had happened is when the missile crisis came down in October of '62, Kennedy and Khrushchev, I said, were so freaked out by it that they started exchanging these letters, and that they were trying to have a détente, and they were going to be not only was Kennedy going to agree to shut down the bases, but he ordered shutting down the bases. He said, "This is for real this time." You know, he had lied before saying they were going to close them down, and they didn't. But now he ordered them to close down. And Frank Sturgis from Swan Island, after receiving the order from the president to shut down all those bases, Frank Sturgis launched another attack against Cuba. He sank a Russian ship in the harbor of Havana that could have caused a total shitstorm, you know, and would have caused Khrushchev to think that Kennedy was lying to him. So Bobby and John sent in 6 helicopter gunships filled with U.S. Marshals and burnt out Swan Island, the base, and arrested the people there, including Frank Sturgis, the guys, and they arrested them and charged them with violation of neutrality law. And the guys were furious at him, right? And then he released them after 3 days, saying that's a shot across the bow, knock it off, right? But then E. Howard Hunt, over in the Everglades, started planning a second attack against Cuba in complete defiance of the orders of the president to shut down those bases and cease and desist from that program. And Howard Hughes was getting set to do it again, and Kennedy and Bobby and John sent in the helicopter gunships and burnt out the base in the Everglades and arrested them all and charged them. And these guys were dedicated to going to kill us, right? And so that was all in October, November, December of 1962. All that happened, right? And when Kennedy was then mounted, he was exchanging these letters with Khrushchev, right? These 18 letters with Norman Cousins. He was delivering the letters back and forth, and he was planning to do this thing. And one of the things that Kennedy was going to do as a show of good faith is on June 5th of 1963, same day that Walter Sullivan ended up reporting to Bobby that there was an assassination team that had been fielded to kill Castro, which they didn't even know about. It's all total bullshit. People trying to lie and say that the Kennedys put together the assassination team to kill Castro. Totally untrue. It was Richard Nixon. And we got it directly from Santos Traficante that gave us all the details of how it was done and when it was done and who was it and everything, right? And so what Kennedy did on June 5th of 1963, Walter Sullivan tells Bobby Kennedy about the assassination team, and Kennedy orders them to stand that operation down. And what they do is, in defiance of the order, they put together one last attempt to go into the island of Cuba and assassinate Castro. That took place between June 13th and 19th in 1963. You know, and it was guys from the assassination team, guys from the S-Force. And they were under the leadership. We know exactly who ran them all. One of my investigators was on the boat with them. Actually,
when they went down there,
when they went down to the assassination, because he at the time was the head of the Miami office of Life magazine, and what's his head? The guy, Henry Luce, who's the head of the Time magazine and Life magazine, wanted to have a person on board when they got it so they could get the pictures of the people that went and assassinated Castro, right? And so Dick Billings is on the boat, assigned to go on the boat with them. And so we know perfectly well that they tried another assassination attempt against Castro on the 5th of, from the order to stand down on June 5th of 1963. And on the same day, Kennedy, demanded from the CIA all of her UFO information. Wanted to have all the UFO information because he was going to give that to Khrushchev. because they wanted to show good faith, and they wanted to join together in a space program. Kennedy offered Khrushchev partnership in a joint U.S. Soviet space program, and was going to send to him the information about the UFO stuff, which has caused all kinds of people in the UFO community to go, "Oh,
That's why they killed him.
the reason they killed him is because he was going to give up the UFO." That wasn't it.
You know John Newman?
Yes, I know John.
He was just in here a couple days ago.
Yeah,
He is. He's got. He's written like
he's written the
book.
book. He's written the books.
He's written all the books
Sure
up on JFK.
sure
He's read all the documents, all the
That's right.
classified documents.
I know.
He hates when people talk about Daily Plaza. He's like, it's the Daily Plaza water cooler. It's all a distraction from what really happened. He talks about the Colonel Lemitzer and Maxwell Taylor, who was the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Yeah,
the Scion,
and Curtis LeMay.
Curtis LeMay, yeah.
Big
Right.
Curtis LeMay, absolutely.
Right, and they had a big plan for a total nuclear annihilation of Soviet
Oh, yes.
China.
Oh yes. Oh, absolutely.
And all this
Oh,
stuff.
absolutely. No, that whole operation is going down, and they were almost completely out from under control of Kennedy. You know, and so the bottom line is that what happened is that when they learned of the exchange of these letters and what Kennedy was getting ready to do, the team was all ready to want to kill him. In fact, on the boat, on the Flying Tiger, which was William D. Pauley, big honcho, owned the big sugar mills down in Cuba and owned the private bus transportation lines in Cuba. You know, William D. Pauley, it was on his boat that they went down to try to do that assassination in the middle of June of 1963. And Dick Billings is standing on the deck of the boat, Flying Tiger 2, along with William D. Pauley, and Johnny Marino, Johnny Martini is standing on the boat with him, and what's the guy's name? Rip Robertson was the guy's name. Rip Robertson was the actual field commander for the S Force. It wasn't Carl Jenkins wasn't the field commander. He was the trainer for them. But Rip Robertson was the field director for these guys, right? And so he's Rip Robertson is standing on the boat. William D. Pauley is standing there, and Johnny Martino, his name was, and Dick Billings are all standing there. And Johnny Martino is just raging about the Kennedys, about what rotten bastards they are, and how they lied, and they gave their word that they were going to have a free flag of Cuba flying over there, and he was just raging like this. And William D. Pauley turned to Johnny Martino, in the presence of all those guys, and said, "Don't worry, Johnny, we're going to kill that motherfucker." And that was on that weekend of June 13th, 14th, 15th of 1963, on board the Flying Tiger 2 with Dick Billings standing right there next to him, and Dick has told me the entire story in detail, in the first person proof of it being there, you know. And so as soon as he heard that the president had been killed, he said, "I knew exactly who was done it." And he became the chief of staff for the House Select Committee on Assassination.
So do you think that these Cubans really wanted, I mean, do you think that had anything to do with the actual assassination of Kennedy, or do you think it was the military just using these guys?
No, I mean, they're the ones that did it. I mean,
They're the ones that pulled the trigger.
But it was Allen Dulles.
Right.
It was Allen Dulles. Not because he was disgruntled because he'd been fired as the head of the CIA. The reason he was the head of the CIA is because he was general counsel for Brown Brothers Harriman. Brown Brothers Harriman is the key to this thing. Brown Brothers Harriman is the key to this thing. Because Brown Brothers Harriman was the group of like 20 of the richest families in the country. The robber barons all came together and formed this group called the Brown Brothers Harriman. They were based in New York City, and the heads of all of the Carnegies and the Rockefellers and the Harriman, they owned the rail lines and they owned the steel mills. They owned the agribusiness corporations. They owned the cattle associations. They owned these key elements of the major economy of the entire United States during the robber baron era. Openly. I mean, that's who they were. and they sat and they made policy together. And the bottom line is the chief, the CEO for Brown Brothers Harriman was George Herbert Walker. That's who he is. That's the maternal grandfather of George Herbert Walker Bush, and the great grandfather of George W. Walker Bush. Okay, he's the guy. And Alan Dulles was the legal counsel for Brown Brothers Harriman. That's why he was appointed to be the first civilian head of the CIA. And the guy who wrote the original memo to Truman recommending the creation of the CIA was Robert Lovett, who was the senior partner of Brown Brothers Harriman. This was the crowd, and just so you know, that George Herbert Walker in 1924 stepped down as the CEO at the end of World War I. He stepped down in 1924 and handed over the CEO position to his son-in-law, Prescott Bush. Right? And then he went and set up the Union Bank of New York, which was capitalized by the major corporate guys that were the funders and the supporters of Brown Brothers Harriman, right? They were the members in the investment group. They capitalized the Union Bank of New York. They set up a foreign subsidiary of the Union Bank of New York in the Netherlands called the Bank of Shipping and Commerce, headed up by Fritz Thyssen. They completely financed the construction of the international headquarters of the Third Reich. Right. Absolutely stone cold verified, right? Because it was their intention to have Germany rise to power again after the end of World War I. And then they would become the bulwark against Bolshevism in Europe, because the Bolsheviks had taken over and ousted Tsar Nicholas II at the end of World War I and withdrawn Russia from World War I. And the Secretary of State under Wilson, his name was Robert Lansing. Robert Lansing was married to the oldest daughter of John W. Foster, who was the grandfather of John Foster Dulles and Allen Dulles. That he was the Secretary of State in 1893. That overthrew the Hawaiian Islands, overthrew Guam. Their whole plan was to have Germany stand astride all of Europe as the bulwark against Bolshevism, and they would go westward, out into the Pacific. And they would develop the entire Asian market. That was what Brown Brothers Harriman was all up to. That's what they were going to be doing. They were funding the rise of the Third Reich to control Germany. And what they did, you're going to love this one, what they did is Robert Lansing, who was his son-in-law, right, of John W. Foster, he is Secretary of State under Wilson, is the one that dispatched the foreign expeditionary force into Russia to try to crush the Bolsheviks. It was a straight-up military operation run by the United States to send a foreign military expeditionary force into Russia to try to crush the Bolshevik Revolution in the cradle, which you almost never hear about. The reason I know about it, because I had Gov 122 from Henry Kissinger at Harvard College. He was my professor for United States American foreign policy. So we know about this, right? And so John W. Foster, his son-in-law, Robert Lansing, is the one that ordered them in to try to crush the Bolshevik Revolution. And he is the guy that supervised the Treaty of Versailles in 1918, right? And he took his two nephews, who were John Foster Dulles and Allen Dulles, who were the grandsons of John W. Foster. He was their maternal grandfather, right? And he put them they were on the staff of the Versailles Treaty negotiations. They're the ones that drafted into the Versailles Treaty the reparations demands against Germany. Okay, and so they imposed the reparations demands on Germany that had lost World War I. And then what they did is they turned around and negotiated loans from the people that were in Brown Brothers Harriman, the investors, to give loans to the German government to pay the reparations, which were being paid to corporations who had lost property in the war. Okay, and then what they did is, in exchange for the loans, they took stock in their major war industry, the prep ball bearing factories and IG Farben chemical products.
Right.
So these guys ended up owning major shares of the war industry in Germany. And what they were doing was financing the rebuilding of the entire military machine of Germany. At the same time, they were actually funding through the Union Bank of New York and the Bank of Shipping and Commerce in the Netherlands, building and financing the entire rise of the Third Reich to establish them as the bulwark against Bolshevism in Europe. When they turned their attention westward to go out into the Pacific and take over the Hawaiian Islands and Guam and the Marshall Islands, etc., marching their way onto Asia so they could develop the Asian markets there. That's what they call the China Lobby. That's the group that was at Brown Brothers Harriman. And the reason it's so important is because when Kennedy was talking about disassembling the warheads of the nuclear arsenal of the United States along with Russia's, it totally freaked them out because they knew that they needed to have the nuclear weapons not against Russia, against China. Because China could put 1 billion men in uniform in the field against them, as they showed them at Incheon. In Korea, they had already showed them. And so that's what they were worried about. Okay,
but also this was the time. This was a specific time when we had the most nuclear weapons.
Oh, absolutely.
Russia had the least.
That's right. And Russia was willing to disband all the Russian missiles, and China was agreeing to never build any missiles if the United States would just stop building them and would disarm. And it's just like with poison gas at the end of World War I, the mustard gas. Don't do this anymore. It's completely, a violation of all the rules of war. It's a complete violation of just war. Nuclear weapons are inherently designed to destroy civilian populations by the millions. It's a complete and total violation of the just war theory. And we wrote about this at Jesuit headquarters when I was there as general counsel in their social ministry office. Brian Hare wrote a major piece about the just war theory. And we got the Jesuit order to agree to condemn the mere possession of nuclear missiles as a mortal sin, because it's inherently designed to violate the premises of the just war theory. Oh, this is a little more complex than we need, but the bottom line is that we've been on top of this for years of monitoring what these people have been doing, okay? And that's what they did. So that whole operation, when Kennedy, being so traumatized with coming right to the brink of thermonuclear holocaust, started exchanging letters with Khrushchev to disassemble the nuclear warheads of the United States nuclear arsenal and all of Russia's. These guys said, that's it. This guy's got to go. We can't keep him in place because he's going to have another whole year to do this, and that's why they ordered to kill him. And the fact is, the team was there, was fully prepared, fully trained. They had maintained an arm's length relationship from them that wasn't tracked directly to the White House unless somebody ratted out Richard Nixon, right? And so what happened is when Kennedy ends up getting killed, and people said, holy shit, it's the S-Force that killed him. The agency rolled right into place and started covering up everything, started destroying evidence, started lying, started doing everything because they were terrified that they'd be blamed for killing the president. And Richard Nixon did the same thing. He was terrified that he was going to get blamed for killing the president. And so what happened is Lyndon Johnson reached out to Earl Warren, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and said, we need to have you head up the Warren Commission to investigate the assassination. But the one thing you can't do not reveal the fact that there was an assassination team that was in the field to kill Fidel Castro. Because if that ever leaks out, people are going to think that Castro found out about the assassination team that the Kennedys put together to kill him, and probably killed him. And if they do that, we're going to be into World War III. And that's how he got Earl Warren to agree to chair the Warren Commission. And we put on it to run the commission is Alan Dulles.
Yeah, why did they get Alan Dulles to run the commission?
Because
he would be able to keep it in
totally keep it locked down. Absolutely. And that's what they did. You know?
Felix Rodriguez wasn't a part of that team that killed him, though, right?
Yes, he was.
Stop.
No, that's what I just got to telling you. He was on the S Force. It was the S
He was
Force.
there in Dealey Plaza.
Yeah, yes, he was. Yeah, as was Ed Lansdale, as was Rip Robertson. There are photographs of Rip Robertson standing right there.
Are there photographs of Felix there?
No,
Then how do we know for sure he was there?
because he was a major part of the S Force.
Yeah, but we have no proof he was actually there. No photos.
No, if you don't have photos, doesn't mean you don't have the proof. I mean, the fact is,
Does?
no.
Oh wait, no, you need other kind of evidence.
You need other evidence.
You
You
need
got
paper trail.
all
you need-
kinds of evidence of who the S Force was. You know, and there's one guy remaining living who could tell everybody about it. You know, but he hasn't done it yet.
What evidence do we have that Felix was actually there?
Because Rafael Chichi Quintero told us so.
Rafael Quintero.
Because Quintero was there too. And the Morales, the Indian, was the guy that pulled the trigger, that killed him from the north. That was Roger Morales. He was the ace shooter for the S Force. You know?
What did Felix say when you deposed him?
Well, he wouldn't talk about it. All they ever said is, I think it's a number.
Has he ever acknowledged anything about the team that was sent to Cuba to kill Castro, or
He's never even admitted that he was in charge of the Lepanto operation, providing weapons to the Bucks.
really?
Yeah.
Are you aware of the Kiki Camarena case?
Oh, sure I am. Sure I am.
Do you think Felix was part of that? Was there?
Well, it was Operation Condor that killed him. And Condor was based out of Pemex, out of the Mexican National Oil Corporation. That Jose Diaz Serrano, Jose Diaz Serrano, who's the head of Pemex, was the former business partner with George Bush Sr. in the Zapata Oil Corporation. And they hid out the assassination team in Pemex's security department. That's where Rafael Chichi Quintero and Felix Rodriguez. Ask Felix about that. Ask him, what were you doing in the Pemex security department in Mexico City? And that's Condor. That's that whole operation. The assassination teams that were deployed in South America were all run out of Pemex.
And the reason they wanted to get a Kiki Camarena is because he was like being really loud about what was
DA.
going on Iran Contra.
Oh no, the drug smuggling stuff. I mean, Camarena was a major DA guy. He was a close friend of Michael Levine. Michael Levine was one of the top undercover guys in the DA. And Kiki Camarena was killed for that reason. But there's a guy
Because he was stopping the drug.
Yes,
right? And
that's right.
We didn't want that to be stopped.
Not that we didn't want them to stop. They were running them.
Right.
I interviewed face to face the deputy CIA station chief, Joseph Burkholder Smith, who sat right there and told me all about the details. He had been actually brought to a meeting, in Mexico City by what's his name? The guy that was head of the DFS in Mexico. Nasser Haro.
Oh, put your mic closer.
Yeah, he was Joseph Burkholder Smith.
Like this too.
Joseph Burkholder Smith was brought to a meeting actually by Nasser Haro, who was the head of the DFS in Mexico. He sat down right in a place called Salta, in the northern tip of Argentina. Sat in the meeting with these guys sitting right at the table, this big oaken table with a big stone fireplace behind them with a swastika on the mantle, in there, and said, look at, he said, there's been some discussion that Tom Polgar has just been made the new head of the station here in Mexico City. And it's not clear whether you're going to be left on, Joseph Burkholder Smith. It's not clear you're going to be left on as his deputy. So what we wanted to do is have a talk with you. We have spent a lot of time and energy creating a major cocaine cartel down in Colombia. And we're going to be moving the cocaine into the United States. And a portion of those funds are going to be used to help finance our war without boundaries against your enemies and ours. And we want to make sure that if you're going to be left in place, that you aren't going to do anything to interfere with that. And Joseph Burkholder Smith said to me, look, Danny, he said, I don't know what I'd ever done in my life that would have led them to believe that I would have gone along with that. And I said, how about being the deputy CIA station chief in Mexico City for a start? And he turned to Dick Billings, who was sitting there with me, who was the chief of staff of the House Select Committee on Assassinations by that time. And he said, hey, I thought this guy was going to cooperate with us. And Dick said, look, I just met the guy. So those are all detailed stories of people with firsthand knowledge of what it is that they've been doing. Now they feel perfectly righteous about it. I don't doubt that Rafael Chichi Quintero and Felix Rodriguez and Morales and Rolando Martinez and Ricardo Chavez and all the guys that were on the shooter team thought that they were totally righteous, in doing what they were doing. They ended up stopping the guy who was in their mind a total whoremonger, and a lying sack of shit who was president, who basically father bought him the offices that he got. That's how they viewed Kennedy. Yeah, that's how they viewed Kennedy. He was getting set to use his power to disassemble the nuclear warheads of our entire nuclear arsenal. And so that they said, put the button on this guy.
You're like a walking historical information machine.
Well, I was at Jesuit headquarters for 10 years. They didn't get their reputation for nothing.
The amount of knowledge you have is incredible, man. It is amazing to sit here and listen to you talk about some of this stuff.
There are very few people who have got direct first-hand information directly from Santos Trafficante, about the details of putting together the entire assassination team, what his direct relationship is to the Watergate burglary. Nobody knows about the sequentially numbered bills in Bernard Barker's pocket coming from the Banco International, except for Mark Flint. That he knew it. And he's Deep Throat. That's who he is. Mark Felt. That's the guy.
Why do they call him Deep Throat?
That was the nickname that Bob Woodward gave him, because he was the source of Deep Throat in the Watergate burglary. He's the one that kept meeting with Bob Woodward in the garage and pointing and told him to follow the money. He said, follow the money. And as soon as they got to the money and they discovered that money that had been deposited into the committee to re-elect the president had been deposited down in the Ogario account in Mexico City, the Banco International, they said, "Oh, bingo! We've got Richard Nixon's president, the committee to re-elect the president, funding the people in the Watergate Hotel. That's it, bingo! And we're stopping right there." And they never went in deeper and discovered what the hell is the story on that particular fund that's down there. It would lead right back to the assassination team. They killed the president, and they settled for it. Bob Woodward and Bernstein settled for the half a story. It was a big story that they got funds that had been given in a check from what's his name? They wrote the check that went into the bank, into the Banco International down in Mexico City. From the committee to re-elect the president.
Now, McCone had the CIA.
Yeah, he didn't know shit. They wouldn't tell him anything.
But was Helms before Cone? Richard Helms?
No, Helms got indicted, for lying to the Congress. He was lying and saying that one of the things he lied about is that the Phoenix program only killed 20,000 people, whereas they killed vastly more.
Remind me of the Phoenix program.
Phoenix program was the political assassination program that was run by Theodore Shackley, who was the CIA station chief in Saigon. That they were using money from Vang Pao, the drug money from Vang Pao, to finance the Phoenix program. And Helms, the man who guards the secrets, he's the one that committed perjury to Congress to hide the family jewels. Ended up getting ousted.
He was also the guy who burned all the MK Ultra documents, right?
Well, it was under him. It was him personally, yes. Just like the CIA burned all the videos of the Abu Ghraib torture sessions. They were ordered by Congress to cough them up, and they burned them all. You know, I mean, so that what we're dealing with is a national security state that's out of control here. You know, and they're completely self-righteous about what it is they think they're doing. You know, and anybody who grew up in the same way that Felix Rodriguez did, and Rafael Chichi Quintero, and those guys, you know, their whole world is, you know, they're knowledgeable about what they view as the corrupt nature of Kennedy. You know, I mean, and they were all sharing the stories about, you know, him fucking anybody who'd been over, and, you know, and he was on drugs, and he was, you know, his back was out, and he was half on drugs. You know, that's the kind of stories that are going around inside all about him. You know, and Chichi Quintero and these guys were sitting at the kitchen table with my guy, G. Wheaton, who was the chief of security for the U.S. military mission in Tehran, who was supplying airplanes to the Congress to fly the drugs and guns around. You know, sitting right at the table, listening to them talk about the plans that they had to kill the president.
That is nuts, man.
Yeah, but it's not. That's the problem.
It really is. Like, how do you... What is your worldview of the United States of America and the security state, like the whole military-industrial complex of where we're headed? Are you at all optimistic with all this information that you know and the people that you talk to and the cases that you've been involved with, like, and even going back to like the Pentagon Papers, like look at where we're at now in the media. Like, I'm sure you're familiar with the Twitter files, right?
Oh yes.
Where do you think all this is heading?
Well, that I think, to be pointed, I think that the UFO issue presents the greatest possible opportunity for unveiling the lengths to which the national security state has gone in taking over the control of the government of the United States, and that they're fascists. You know, that the people who created the Central Intelligence Agency, you know, that they're fascists, and they believe that the most effective way of running the government is to deploy the instrumentalities of the state on behalf of the interests of the major corporations. They believe that what's good for General Motors is good for the country, and that if you can, and they've got you ought to get a copy of the 1992 United States Defense Department Policy Planning Guidance document. It was put out directly after Gorbachev stood back. You know, Gorbachev disassembled the Soviet Union on December 31st of 1991. He released all of them. The following Monday, you know, Paul Wolfowitz, you know, under Dick Cheney, who's the Secretary of Defense for George Bush Sr., you know, convenes his group of people in the West Wing of the White House, and you got Paul Wolfowitz and it's under Dick Cheney. You got Scooter Libby. You got Doug Feith. You got Richard Pearl. You know, they're all there. You know, they're all the special group inside the Defense Department, right, under Dick Cheney, under Bush, and they draft up the 1992 United States Defense Department Policy Planning Guidance document. And they're saying, oh, good, the Soviet Union has stood back out of the Cold War. They've stood down. And now we're going to have all kinds of pressure put on us to try to cut the military budget. Because for the last 50 years, you know, we've been justifying spending now up to $700 billion a year on the military because we have to stop the Soviet Union from taking over the world, right? And that's the rationale that's been put forth for all this time for this massive military program. You know, the United States spends more money on the military every year than the next 10 countries in the world, right? We got 800 military bases all around the world, you know, and we're invading places all over the place.
Most people don't even know about, like, everyone focuses on Ukraine and what's going on in Palestine, but there's so many other wars there.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that this operation has this from the age of the robber barons, in the age of the robber barons that began in 1868 after the American Civil War, right? By 1872, they had actually come up with this concept of creating this new private shareholder-owned corporations, and that this business entity actually immunizes the owners of the company from any personal liability whatsoever for whatever the corporation does. That's an essential element of the creation of the new business vehicle of the private shareholder-owned corporation, so that the corporation itself is the only thing that's liable for anything the corporation does. Is the shareholders are completely immunized, and the board of directors are personally immunized, okay? And even the management people are personally immunized. You can only sue the company itself, because the company itself is a person, you see. It wasn't the Citizens United. It was the first time that they came up with that idea. That was what the whole fight was about back in 1934, when the whole court packing issue with Franklin Roosevelt, when he was threatening to appoint more people to the Supreme Court. It was because the United States Supreme Court kept ruling consistently that corporations were persons who were entitled to fundamental rights under the Constitution, and therefore you couldn't interfere with, you couldn't regulate their advertising, because it's free speech. And you couldn't interfere with their right to contract, which is a constitutional right that people have. The freedom of the contract is right in the Constitution, and so therefore you can't support labor unions, because it's interfering with the right of the corporation to negotiate one-on-one with people for a contract for their employment. And they were ruling this over and over again, all right after the 1929 crash. By 1932, when Franklin Roosevelt was elected, Franklin Roosevelt started issuing all of these executive orders trying to get control over the excesses of the corporate investors and the corporations that had run roughshod over things, right? And so what he was doing is issuing all kinds of federal executive orders. And this group of people, Brown Brothers Harriman people, the DuPonts particularly, were engaged in planning a military overthrow of Franklin Roosevelt in 1934. And that whole thing with General Butler, they tried to recruit him to mount a major military coup against the United States government. So, this thing comes right out of the robber barons who had created this particular device, this business vehicle of a private shareholder-owned corporation that was deemed to be its own independent person, and liability ran just to the corporation, and all the rest of the people were immunized against any personal liability. And their mandate was to maximize the short-term profits for the purposes of giving shareholders, income from the income that they made. And that vehicle is a sinful structure. That's what we designate it as at Jesuit Equity. It's an inherently sinful structure, because it's driven by greed and self-interest and avarice. And in fact, you can be dismissed as a member of the board of a corporation if you take into account the public interest. It's called the doctrine of ultra vires. It's called, and it's a specific doctrine. It's in the books of the law of the corporations. And so what happened is those corporations between 1872, when they first established that as a new business vehicle, between 1872 and 1898, when McKinley came to power in 1898, and his Mark Hanna was his kind of major advisor, and Mark Hanna said that the greatest ambition that any human being could possibly have is earn as much money as he possibly can before he dies. That's the quote from Mark Hanna, and that's McKinley, right? And they had risen to the power in 1898, where it became the age of the robber barons, right? And it was also, not coincidentally, the age of American imperialism. And it's called that in history books. It's the age of American imperialism. And it was the person who sort of supervised that whole age of American imperialism was John W. Foster, who was the Secretary of State. And he's the one that as I said, overthrew the Hawaiian Islands, Guam, the Marshall Islands, all moving out across the Pacific. That was what their whole objective was. And they were operating right out of Brown Brothers Harriman, who were in charge of organizing the Versailles Treaty, under Robert Lansing, who was the son-in-law of John W. Foster, who was the grandfather of John Foster Dulles and Allen Dulles. And Allen Dulles was the legal counsel for Brown Brothers Harriman, where these families were all together cooperating in planning how to take over the American government and how to put the instrumentalities of the government at the behest of the interests of the private corporations. That's why they sent the United States Military Expeditionary Force in 1903 into Nicaragua to overthrow the government now on behalf of the United Fruit, who was a client of Sullivan and Cromwell. Sullivan and Cromwell was the law firm that Allen Dulles and John Foster Dulles were partners in, being legal counsel for Brown Brothers Harriman. That's who these people are. I mean, these people get up and put their pants on one leg at a time, just like anything else. If you investigate them closely enough, you'll find it. If you can remember the names of everybody, if you can remember the pattern of where they are, you go, oh yeah, there they are again. Oh, here they are again. Here's the bank. They're the ones doing it. And so we know who they are. We know what their lineage is. And we know that these are the people, for example, that in 1945, December, after the dropping of the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, remember the Nazis in Germany had surrendered in May of 1945, but the Japanese had not. And so the Japanese knew that the entire Allied forces were going to turn their attention to Japan, right? And so they started removing all the gold and silver and platinum and jewels and stuff that had been garnered over a 30-year period by the Japanese Empire, had been sweeping all through South Asia, in taking all the gold and silver and platinum and everything and bringing it into Japan as their war chest for the major imperial war that Japan was getting ready to mount, okay? And they had all of those riches that were there, so what they did is they smuggled them out and they moved them into the Philippines, and they buried them in 176 separate tranches in the Philippines, like 700 feet deep. The huge mine shafts that they built, and they did it with slave labor, and the people who dug the mine shafts, and they buried 100.
The Japanese were doing this.
100 billion dollars each trove, 176 troves of $100 billion each, and gold. I mean, the photographs you see, they're shoulder-high stacks of gold bullion as big as football fields. You can see them, and they buried them in the Philippines, right? And the G2 for the United States Army in Manila was Ed Lansdale. Edward Lansdale had been an OSS guy, and Truman disbanded the OSS as soon as the Nazis surrendered in May of 1945. So he distributed everybody from the OSS out around the world, right? And Ed Lansdale ended up being the G2 in Manila, and he knew that the guy who was in charge of gathering all of that gold and silver together was a guy named General Yakushima. General Yakushima was the guy who ran a thing called the Golden Lily, was the Chinese code name for the unit. It was into pilfering all the gold and silver and platinum all through Asia and bringing it into Japan. And he supervised the burying of these 176 troves in the Philippines. And what happened is Ed Lansdale, when General Yakushima turned himself in and surrendered, after the Japanese surrendered, he kidnapped the driver for Yakushima and had him tortured to find out where some of these treasures were. And they actually found 12 of these out of the 176, $1.2 trillion at $32 an ounce of gold, which is now like $1,400 an ounce, right? And what they did is they punched one of those, and he, there they are. This is people don't understand. General Yamashita is the guy that stored all this gold there. And Ed Lansdale got his hands on 12 of these troves, $1.2 trillion. And he had Truman, General MacArthur, set up a private trust under Truman that was run by Brown Brothers Harriman. for $1.2 trillion.
They just took all of it.
They took the 12 of them, $1.2 trillion, and they shipped it all out, and they put it in the International Credit Bank in Geneva, Switzerland, and issued gold certificates on it to pay for covert operations. Completely independent from Congress. Never told Congress about it at all. To this day, they've never told Congress about it. And they've been using it as covert operations.
Still got some?
They got all of it still. No, because what they did is they issued gold certificates. They didn't have to do anything with the gold. They left it there. And what they did is they issued gold certificates. They're just like bearer bonds, and they use them for cash. It's a major source of funds for the covert operations. That's what we've been dealing with all this time. That's how people kept saying, how in the world do these people know all this stuff? They were going crazy. We set up the Christic Institute out of Washington, D.C., out of the Jesuit headquarters. We set up the Christic Institute as a 501c3 public interest law firm. And I had access to all these investigators out of Bailey's office. We had like 30 Class A licensed gun toters that were investigators for us, and we're in the public interest domain. Because most all of these guys want to be good guys, and they've gotten perverted. They come in to try to do right, and they discover that the people they work for, major corporations, CIA or government agencies, that they're corrupted. And so we set up the Christic Institute, which gave everybody a chance to be good guys. And try to just find out what's going on and what they're doing. And if you disagree with what they're doing, then tell us. So that so the bottom line is we've been in this business now for like 50 years. And we ran the Christic Institute for 20 years in Washington, D.C. We've run the Romero Institute, for 20 years in California, because George H.W. Bush ordered the revocation of our 501c3 tax-exempt charter for the Christic Institute because of our bringing the Iran-Contra federal criminal racketeering charge against the off-the-shelf enterprise. And we just exposed everything about it, the drug smuggling, the assassination programs, and everything. And when the judge in Miami dismissed our case, because he excluded 4 eyewitnesses who, in the case, who could verify this case we brought under the Federal Criminal Racketeering Act. He dismissed the case, and George Bush contacted his politically appointed head of the Internal Revenue Service and directed him to yank our 501c3 tax-exempt charter on the grounds that nobody had been ultimately criminally convicted of the charges that we made against them, even though 6 of them had already been indicted by the special prosecutor, Lawrence Walsh, right, for exactly what we charged them with. And then he pardoned them after he was beaten in the 1992 election in November by Bill Clinton, but more importantly, by Ross Perot, who took 19% of the vote away from George Bush. Because Ross Perot was the guy, I was flying around in his Learjet with him, telling him all about this. And Ross Perot was the guy that brought the complaint to the FBI, to Bill Webster. And that's why they initiated the investigation of the Iran-Contra people. And so Ed Meese caught his hair on fire and freaked out and ran in and held an immediate press conference going, "Oh, what do you know, Faith and Pagoda? We've discovered that there's this young renegade Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North who's run off and basically gone recruiting old retired military people, on the golf courses around Virginia and set up this kind of off-the-shelf enterprise. We better have a special prosecutor appointed, and I, Ed Meese, will draft up the charter to limit their investigation to whether the president directly authorized the transfer of the profits that were generated by the sale of tow missiles to the Hezbollah to the Contras, under Adolfo Calero, whether he did that, and whether the president authorized that in writing. And if he did, then he could get in trouble, but if he didn't, then we're all okay. And so he crafted the charter for the special prosecutor in the Iran-Contra case so narrowly that he thought he was going to get away with it. And not only that, but the person they selected to be the special prosecutor to investigate it was Lawrence Walsh. You know, a noted Republican. And it turns out Lawrence Walsh was the senior partner in Crow Dunlevy, which is the law firm we kicked the absolute shit out of in the Karen Silver case for $10.5 million. And they thought that he was just furious with us because we destroyed his reputation as a law firm, and we just mopped the floor with them in that case because we had everything on it, you know. And they picked him to be the special prosecutor, and it backfired because he knew we were right. I mean, he'd already paid the price for not understanding that we knew what we were doing, and so we were the very first ones contacted by Lawrence Walsh to fill him in on what was going on. And he indicted the shit out of these people. He was going after all of them, and he was going after George Bush Sr., who was totally involved in it. You know, George Bush, who was the vice president under Reagan, is the one who coordinated the whole off-the-shelf enterprise as head of the 5412 committee, just like Nixon had done under Eisenhower. He was the head of the 5412 committee as the vice president, and Nixon's national security Bush's national security advisor, Donald P. Gregg, was having direct face-to-face meetings with Felix Rodriguez, who was running the Ilopango air operation, delivering the weapons and smuggling the cocaine right on the same airplane. In fact, the head of the DEA took photographs of them loading the cocaine onto the planes and gave them to us, you know, so that we had them.
Another guy I've had on here, nervous, you might know who he is Rick Prado.
I've heard of Rick Prado, but I've not interviewed him.
Yeah, okay. He was not working directly with he was working with students.
Yeah.
And Rick was sent down to Honduras to train the Sandinistas for the Contras.
No, the Contras.
Yeah, he was sent down
under Jack Singleton.
Right. Yeah, he was sent down there to train the Contras.
Yeah.
And
that's Prado. Yeah.
And he was, you know, part of that whole paramilitary operation. And after that, he was actually sent back to CIA and put through the whole spy school. And then he went down to Costa Rica.
Yeah,
on the southern border of Nicaragua, and doing all kinds of.
That's where Hull's Ranch was. That's John Hull's Ranch in Costa Rica, where they flew the stuff in and out of Hull. That was the guy.
Yeah, he was there doing all kinds of crazy shit.
Yeah. No, he was. I've done his deposition too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You've been everywhere.
Not everywhere, but just enough to be able to tell what's going on. Yeah.
One of the things I think about a lot is if the military or some of these military contractors had information or had technology that would render them useless, or render that would render any sort of nuclear weapon or any sort of war machine completely useless, right? Like if there was some sort of technology they had that they didn't fully understand how to use, that we knew was real, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not even talking about where it was from. Like, say, who knows where it was from?
Yeah, let's not pretend it's from the UFO.
Right. Let's pretend. Let's just say they found it washed up on a beach somewhere, mm-hmm. and we had multiple of these things, and we knew other countries had these things too.
Yep.
What would they do if they had the technology and they knew if whatever is behind the technology would completely change the world, and it would completely change the dynamic of nation states, right? Like mm-hmm. if war was no longer a driving factor, and it would destroy their business model, because that's how they survive is from developing weapons and doing all this blue sky research on how to do all this sci-fi shit that DARPA's doing. It makes sense that they would want to keep it a secret. And I don't know what it would take to make that stuff come to light, and I don't see them letting go of it.
Well, the problem is, it's even worse than that. It's one step worse than that. In the 1992 United States Defense Department Policy Plan Guidance document that I told you about, that they drafted up, starting on the Monday morning after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, what they did is they put this document together, and they said that the reason that we don't want to step back and reduce our military budget just because the Soviet Union has been disbanded now, and that we've been rationalizing the $700 billion a year on the grounds that we had to protect ourselves against them. The reason that we want to increase the military budget, because now we have the chance to establish full spectrum dominance over the planet. And the purpose of this will be to maintain, quote, to maintain our continued privileged access to the strategic raw materials needed by our major corporations. Okay? That's what they do. And they do that as they are Rome. They are the aggressor. You asked me what my idea about the national security is. They are the aggressors on the planet. Okay? And what they're doing is they're working at the behest of the major corporations and the wealthiest families that own the shares of stock. It's just as bad as you think it is. They view their job as securing their continued privileged access to the strategic raw materials. I've sat and had direct conversations with people that tell you that if there's some third world country that is sitting on some sort of major resource that turns out to be of real value economically or militarily for us, if we don't go get it first, China or Russia will go get it. So we'll go get it first. And that's aggressive war. That is a violation of every single premise of a just war theory. You are the aggressor. You are the bad guy. I had the experience when I got ready to leave to go to college. I grew up with my aunt and uncle, and my uncle was the head of the Republican County Committee up in Warren County, up in northern New York, right? And I'm getting set to leave to go down to Boston to go to college. He brings me out. He's the head of the civil defense director for the whole county. And he goes out and we stand in our front yard. And from our front yard, you look north into Canada, and for 100 miles, all there are is forests, the Adirondack Forest Reserve, right? And Uncle Jim says to me, Danny, as you're going down to college now, I don't want you to become a communist, going down there. He said, I want you to look out here now. There's going to be a day will come when the Russians are parachuting into our hometown. And I want you to commit to me right now that when the Russians parachute into our town, that you will fight against them. And I said, look, Jim, Uncle, the Russians are going to be parachuting into our hometown. I said, but I'll tell you what I will do. I will take the oath to protect the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Right. And then I left. Okay. I go back down to go to college. Right. I'm in before I get to college. I'm in Special Forces right for 2 years. Right. In the 5th Special Forces, and I'm out at Fort Devens. We're getting set to do the Halo jump. The high altitude. We set to do the Halo jump. We bring the Spec 4 from 5th Army Special Forces, and he's sitting there telling us, "Look, okay, now you gotta remember now. When you jump into the night, you're up at like 38,000 feet. You jump out, and the time you drop. And he said, when you drop in, he said, you got to make sure anybody who sees you come in, you got to kill them immediately and bury them with your chute." Because they were trained us to drop in behind the lines in Vietnam, right? And he said, and I said to him, I'm standing there with our unit, and I say, well, wait a second, what if it's women or children? Kill them. He said, and bury them with your chute. We're the Russians, I said. That's exactly what Uncle Jim was hypothesizing, of them jumping into our neighborhood, right? And here we are, going 8,000 miles away, jumping into the neighborhood of people who have been there for 5,000 years. And we're jumping into their neighborhood, and I'm sitting here being told at Fort Devens, in Special Forces, that you jump in and you kill the women and children if you have to, and bury them with your chute. And I turned around right then, and I walked right out of the place. turned around, walked away, and Captain Campbell, my commander, said, "Sheehan, where the f do you think you're going?" I turned around, I said, "No, look at somebody around here is being nuts," I said, "and it ain't me." And I turned around and walked out and never went back. They freaked out and drafted me and all that shit. And I ended up going to Harvard College. Fuck you, I said. I go to Harvard College and I studied American foreign policy under Henry Kissinger. I studied all about the Vietnam War. I got to be one of the point briefers from Harvard Law School to the United States Senate, briefing them on the Cooper Church Amendment as to how they could constitutionally cut off all the funds for the Vietnam War. Right? And I ended up being a lawyer for the Pentagon Papers case to reveal all of this so we could stop the fucking war. Right? And so I took this personally. This is a violation of everything that we've been taught. What these people are doing is a violation of everything that we've been taught. They are the bad guys. They are the bad guys. And they're decent guys that go into the military because, they need a job or they need training, and they get tasked to do all this stuff. And by the time they get buried into this military culture, all they're doing is blindly doing whatever it is they're told. And they invade places and kill people, and then they end up justifying killing somebody because they killed my buddy. And here you are, 8,000 miles away. What are we doing invading the Middle Eastern oil fields? It's just completely obvious. We invaded the Middle Eastern oil fields based on a complete, absolute fabricated lie that Saddam Hussein was in possession of nuclear weapons, and we go ho-hum. Oh, well, okay, I guess that was a big fat lie. We've been in and killed tens of thousands of people, spent hundreds and hundreds of lives of American men and women. For what? To occupy the Middle Eastern oil fields. Why? So that we could control the Middle Eastern oil for our country and keep China from getting it. Okay? So, that's what's happening here. So that's the answer to your question. What do you think about all this national security state?
Right.
I think the national security state is fascist. I think that they are devoted to the proposition that the entire instrumentalities of the state should be put at the disposal of the private interests of corporations. And that is fascism. That's exactly what Mussolini wrote his major essay about on fascism. That is exactly what the idea of fascism is. Okay, and that's what they're doing. And they're justifying aggressive wars, to go get the resources because somebody else will do it. And they keep on buffaloing everybody that the Soviet Union was planning on taking over the world. That's our job, as George Carl used to say. That's our job. And that's what they're doing. They're attempting to establish full spectrum dominance over the planet through 800 military bases, through over $1 trillion a year. Now, $1 trillion a year in major military operations. With young men and women of complete good faith that are Americans have been raised believing in the fundamental rights of the Constitution and liberty and democracy and all that stuff, and they're being deployed to go kill people, over oil. So that Donald Trump, the guys, we are the #1 producers of energy now in the world. We are producing more oil than Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
And they're our allies, Saudi Arabia. So it's that's what I think. And that's why I went to the Jesuits to be legal counsel for them, because they're the ones that are devoted to trying to instill the fundamental Judeo-Christian social ethics that we've all been taught as young men and women, in our high school civics courses and everything else. Our job is to make that stuff real. And you can hold them up to it. You can confront them with it. To say, look, here's the promises that we've been made. Here's the promises we've been made all through our being raised in high school and college and everything else, and we intend to do that. And that's why we're still alive. Is because the guys say, wait a second, these kids actually believe this stuff. That's who we are. And they say, who the hell are these people? They're getting all this information. They're Felix Rodriguez. They said, how
I hate that we keep bringing him up.
No, they said, catch this. Oliver North believed, and I know this because he told Ross Perot that they believed that the source of our information in the Iran-Contra case was Felix Rodriguez.
Really?
That's what they thought. And they were going to have to try to get rid of him as the head of the Pongo air operation because we had such good information about we knew the flight numbers, we knew the tail numbers, we had the shipping invoices with the serial numbers on the weapons. Those people, man. I mean, we had these guys dead to rights. And they said it has to be Felix. Okay? It wasn't. It was Chi-Chi, who was his number two, who was just giving us the
Pantera.
Yeah, because he was talking all the time to Gene Wheaton. And Gene Wheaton was working with us. Because he got really pissed off. He'd given him his airplanes. He gave him like a dozen of his airplanes to fly weapons down to the Contras. He said, fuck the Contras. They're fucking, they're fuck the Sandinistas. They're all communists. So he let them use his airplanes until he found out that they were flying cocaine back into the United States on his airplanes. And one of them crashed on the way back. And he got ready to file an insurance claim. He said, no, nurses, don't do that. Don't do that, because if they send investigators to try to find the plane, they'll find it, and it's filled with cocaine. And so Gene got really pissed off and came to us. Paul Hogan brought him to meet with me. Paul Hogan was a copter jock in Vietnam, and he ran the project on military procurement, which I chaired the Fund for Constitutional Government in Washington, D.C. And we instituted the Fund for military spending, right? And we were overseeing the whole project on military spending to go after the $500 coffee pots, the $300 hammers, the $800 screwdrivers that they have, all that shit. And so we put together that project on military procurement. And Paul Hogan was one of the consultants we had, because he was an expert on military hardware, right? And so he would tell us exactly what the Bradley fighting machine, if it took a direct hit amidships, it would totally blow up and kill everybody all around it, because it could be defeated with an armor-piercing shell. And it was loaded with military, provisions. They kept the ship shells inside the tank, and so you hit the Bradley fighting machine. It could go 60 miles an hour on the open highway, but the fact is, it could be penetrated by one armor-piercing shell. It would blow up and kill everybody, all within 150 yards of it, which all the guys who were around it, would get killed. And so they just kept pushing it forward because it was a multi-million-dollar project. So I was there as the head of that program. We put that together. We put together the Institute for Corporate Responsibility, which was the original whistleblower protection group for the Fund for Constitutional Government. We did all that out of the Fund for Constitutional Government when I was at the General Headquarters. I got recruited by the people Stuart Mock helped fund that thing. So they asked me to become the chair of it because they knew I was a serious person when it comes to the Constitution.
Right.
And so we set up all those different programs then. That's how I got to meet Paul Hogan. And Paul Hogan was at a meeting of the Heritage Foundation. If you know what that is, the Heritage Foundation is somewhere to the right of Attila, and they've got this foundation in Washington, D.C., where they're all, they're the ones that built the entire, Mandate for Leadership, that great big 500-page book that they gave to Ronald Reagan when he became president. And he instituted all those beliefs and stuff. And Hogan was at one of these soirees they were having there, and there was Gene Wheaton standing there at the bar drinking, and they got talking back and forth. And Wheaton started crying in his beer over the fact that his airplane had been shot down and filled with cocaine.
Oh no!
And so Paul Hogan knew me because he was our consultant at the project on military procurement. And so he came to me. He said, "Danny," he said, "I know that you guys have been looking into this weapons smuggling operation going on down to the Contras, which everybody's denying is happening. And you're sure it is happening. But I've got a guy who I think may know something about it." So he sets up the meeting in Safe House out in Virginia, and I go out and sit down with Gene Wheaton. And after probably half an hour, 45 minutes, he realized that
Welcome.
I knew a lot.
How are you?
I knew lot.
Fuck you, dude.
And he became convinced that I was serious about this. And I was no spy for Cuba or,
Welcome.
Soviets or anybody. I was just an
How are you?
American who believed in the Constitution and had been given the privilege of getting to go to Harvard College and Harvard Law School, Harvard Divinity School. And I had all kinds of contacts because I'd been in Bailey's office and I knew all kinds of stuff from being on the Pentagon Papers. And so he agreed to work with us because he was pissed off about what they were doing. And that's how we learned that Theodore Shackley, who was the CIA station chief in Saigon, was also the guy who put together the off-the-shelf enterprise. It wasn't Oliver North at all. It was Theodore Shackley, who was the hand-picked head of covert operations for the CIA worldwide by George H.W. Bush when he was the director of the Central Intelligence Agency. And this guy was the fucking protege of Reinhard Gehlen, who was the head of the Waffen-SS Third Reich, anti-Soviet and anti-Eastern Bloc intelligence, the Third Reich. And this guy, Theodore Shackley, was his protege in Europe, in the 101st Counterintelligence Corps, when Gehlen turned himself in at the end of World War II, and Shackley was his translator. And he went with him and translated something, brought him to Fort Hunt at the end of World War II, and helped persuade everybody to let him become the head of West German intelligence. And so Reinhard Gehlen, who was the head of the Waffen-SS Third Reich, anti-Soviet and anti-Eastern Bloc intelligence, was the head of West German intelligence for 26 years and was the primary source on intelligence against the Soviet Union to our United States Central Intelligence Agency. And Theodore Shackley was his protege. It was in the original class of the Central Intelligence Agency, along with Michael Harari, who was chief of security for Noriega and his drug smuggling. These are the guys that we're talking about here. And what I'm saying is that I think that the UFO issue it's got the widest constituency of any issue of public policy. Everybody wants to find out about the UFOs. Everybody wants to find out about the fact that there's extraterrestrial intelligence and they're coming and going from the planet. All the Republican senators are in support of our bill. All the Democratic senators are in support of our bill, except for McConnell, Mitch McConnell, and one guy from Alabama. One of the senators from Alabama. All the other senators, all 98 other senators are supportive of our 60-page bill. And virtually all the members of the House. I've got meetings with AOC sitting there with Gates, with Matt Gates, sitting having cordial conversations about how they agree that the Congress has the right to have all this information because it's rotten and unconstitutional for the unelected people in the military and in the intelligence community to be secreting this information.
What do you think about the story? I don't know if I'm sure you've heard it. Amy Jacobson talks about it in the book Area 51. She has a major source.
Yeah.
Was a UGG engineer.
Mm-hmm. UGG.
Yeah, he told her he was like towards the very end of his life when he was giving her information for her book. But he said that the Roswell crash was a drone piloted by Stalin, containing a humanoid. There was a Nazi guy that Stalin got. That was like I always forget his name, but he was like the surgery. He was in charge of like doing all this crazy like surgical experiments, manipulating people, and he did this surgical manipulation on like kids with Down syndrome and made them look like aliens and crashed them in there to sow panic and chaos in the U.S.
What do I think about that?
And then hold on,
yeah,
and then she went back towards the end of her research years later, and she goes. Why wouldn't you say something about this? She's like, this makes them look terrible. If you guys found out the truth and could find evidence proving that Stalin was behind this, why wouldn't you do that? And the EG&G engineer said, because we started doing the same thing. He literally said that they started doing the surgical stuff, experimenting on kids.
It's all a total brain fart. Total. I mean, you can get extraordinarily intricate stories by people who are total psychopaths, and they're completely convincing because they even some of them believe it themselves. It's not true. I'm the guy that helped expand the telegram in the hand of General Rainey. The famous picture of him kneeling down next to the weather balloon, kneeling down there, and he's got a telegram, a cable in his hand. You can see it. I always saw it as that guy's got a cable of some sort in his hand there. I just can't read it from the photograph.
Right.
And so, like, in 1995, I'm doing a talk, giving everybody a briefing on the John Mack case, that was still underway at that time. I'm out at the International UFO Congress out in Laughlin, Nevada, and a guy comes up to me after I do my briefing on the Mack case. He says, Mr. Sheehan, he said, I've got something really important I need to talk to you about. Could you come up and meet me up in my room? And I went, I think I better bring somebody with me. So I get into a friend of mine. We go up. And he says, I think I found the photographer from the Roswell newspaper, who the editor called him at 2 o'clock in the morning after the July 8th banner headline in the Roswell paper that everybody's seen about the flying saucer, that they found a flying saucer and went out over the AP wires and everybody was going ballistic, right? And he gets a call at 2 o'clock in the morning from the editor of the paper that says that General Rainey has flown in from Texas, and he's demanding that we send a photographer out right now because they want to get the photographs and put them on the front page of the paper for the morning. And he goes out, and here's Rainey, with Marcel and the rest of the guys, and they're all still up, and they've got a weather balloon kind of spread out on the floor. And he's kneeling down next to the weather balloon, and he's got this cable in his hand. You can see the telegram. And so this guy says, I think I may have found the photographer that took the picture. And I said, great. I said, if you can find out he's the right guy, see if he's got the negatives. If he's got the negatives, we might be able to digitize them and blow these things up, and we can read the telegram, right? So he does. He goes and finds the guy. Sure enough, that's the guy. Sure enough, he's got the negatives. Sure enough, we get them blown up and digitized, right? And it says right in them, we had to do some computer stuff with, where the consonants and vowels were to be able to fill in where some of the wrinkles were that were in the thing. But it says, bring the disc to right field and bring the bodies. Okay? Now, and so that we know that it was real. It wasn't any weather balloon. And all the guys that are there, I mean, they know what a weather balloon looks like.
Well, that story would fit in with the EGG story.
It's not even close to a weather balloon. I mean, this was
a
huge crap.
He said it was a drone. He said it was like a flying saucer that they literally piloted bodies.
Anybody can make anything up. Anybody can make anything up. And we've seen them. I mean, look at Corey Good. The guy what I told you about. Corey Good went on and on for dozens of appearances. He went into great detail about how we had interstellar craft.
Yeah, but this source, he was a confidential source. He was completely remained anonymous. She never named the guy or anything. She says that why would he admit the fact that he went and did it too?
Do you realize how many people that have come to me tell me that they
blowing up the
burglars is about, and what the Kennedys, who killed Kennedy, and all that, and the people hype in the drain and all that shit. I mean, they go on and on and on, and it's just that's what I'm saying. Why you have to have the ability to. I mean, we could slap this guy on a psychological stress evaluator, and it's just that they know is we've got like a dozen witnesses who have participated in that, who saw the crash debris, and it's not a weather balloon at all, and that they've got multiple bodies. They've got multiple bodies, and they didn't find a bunch of people that were kind of human mutants, and they kind of operated on them and put them in a weather balloon and flew, or a drone and flew. They didn't even have drones then.
Well, they had the stuff the Horton brothers were working on. The Horton. Have you seen the flying saucer type object the Horton brothers developed?
Well, there were a number of them that were trying to be developed. The Russians, the Nazis were working on.
Right, exactly.
Which may well have been a result of the craft in 1933 that was recovered in Italy. So, but they weren't able to figure out the technology of this thing. You know, but, yeah, that's it there.
So this, what are we looking at right here?
That's the telegram right there.
This is the telegram that was in the guy's hand in the photograph.
That's in Rainey's right there.
Which is similar to a Bantu word, banza,
Yeah.
for an instrument with strings that are plucked. But even a few words is enough to transport so much more.
See it? But that's not a weather balloon. That's not a conversation about a weather balloon.
Right, no.
It's not about the tip.
Where does it say Wright Patterson?
It says right field.
Oh, right field.
As Africans were enslaved and forced to move, they brought that knowledge
Oh,
with them
wow.
and found ways to make similar instruments and similar sounds to the ones they had in their homelands. People across North and South America heard that music, and slowly
Right
the
field.
music of the banjo transferred and spread to those outside of the African cultural groups. We
Huh.
call this contagion diffusion.
Right.
Which is
Yeah.
when innovation
No. Yeah.
spread just by
It was
itself.
definitely a cover up.
Yeah. So it's one of those kind of things where not in 1,000 years would they think that you could see this. Would you would ever be able to see the telegram that he had in his hand?
Right.
You know, so I say that nobody's going to be smart enough to do that, to have a fake telegram in his hand, and think that 30 years later somebody's going to find the technology to read it. You know, it's just like eventually we'll be able to get the Zapruder film, and we'll be able to have a technology that can track the heat signatures of the bullets and the emotion on the negatives. We're going to be able to do that, and we'll be able to find the actual heat signatures of the bullets, and so you'll know exactly where the bullets came from. And by that time they'll all be dead.
What did that say, Steve? However, this book this is talking about the EG&G engineer, right?
Yeah.
In this book written by Andy Jacobson, a respected investigator reporter offers such a contrasting explanation for the Roswell mystery that I suggest you clutch something solid right now. Yeah, this is what I just explained to you. According to the Telegraph, Jacobson suggests that the flying object crashed into was an earthly machine. She also reported to see that she was sent by Stalin.
Down here is where it gets interesting.
Children. Stalin apparently believed that it could have been said they sent a plane full of these children created with the already exiled Mengele. That was the guy's name, the Nazi. Mengele's help over to the U.S. in order to create mass hysteria. However, the remote piloted plane, which wasn't a flying saucer, crashed. But yeah, so the Horton brothers and a bunch of these guys that were working with the Nazis, they had all kinds of crazy sci-fi looking shit they were working on that looked like flying saucers.
I mean, what I'm saying is that we've got 40, above top secret witnesses testifying to the recovery of the UFOs, and that these are not crafts made by the Soviets or.
So it goes back to my original question. If we have 40 of these people, do you really think we're going to get these people to let the cat out of the bag?
They've already given sworn testimony to the Senate Intelligence Committee under oath.
I'm talking about the private contractors, the TEL. I'm talking about these companies.
Well, once we get subpoena power to go after them, and I can tell you, the people all the time don't want to talk. They have, in any case you're going to do, are going to lie, are going to cheat and hide the stuff. They're going to do all that. You have to have professionals that know how to get that stuff, And as long as the Congress has made the decision that they're going to get it, they'll get it. Now they'll do everything in their power to try to stop it because it's worth trillions of dollars. If they can get the patents on anti-gravity technology, if they can get a patent on superluminal speeds of a vehicle, if they can get a patent on the metals that can withstand that kind of G-forces and stuff, if they can do that, it'll be worth trillions of dollars, right? So they'll go to almost any length to refuse to do this. So that's why we have to have the power of the institution of Congress to be able to get behind this, and that's why it's a slow process of being able to bring these people on. But we've now gotten the virtually unanimous support from the Democratic and Republican senators, and almost unanimous support from the members of the House. But for these few guys, Mike Turner, who is the head of the Republican head of the Intelligence Committee, who comes from the 10th Congressional District in Ohio, Wright Patterson, and that is the chief field office for radiant technology. You know, that's where they are. And the other guy that he brought on is Mike Rogers, who's the head of the Armed Services Committee in the House, who comes from the 2nd District in Alabama, right next door to the Redstone Rocket Range. Okay, and that's the home office of Radiant Technology. And they've got the program, which is called Prompt Global Strike. They're the ones that are trying to use the technology of the craft to propel American nuclear missiles that can be launched stateside and hit into the center of China or Russia within 2 minutes. You know, I mean, and sure they'll do that. I mean, that's perfectly logical. That they will. They're you know, the old Sufi sayings: when a pickpocket meets a saint, all he sees are his pockets. And so these guys live in the world of as soon as they see, a crashed UFO, man, we can make a weapon out of that. Exactly. You know, because that's their life, that's their job, that's the prism through which they see everything. So you can't really hold it against them that they want to do that. That's their mission.
What sort of terms do you think they'd be willing to negotiate with to let the cat out of the bag, or to disclose all this stuff? Like, would you have to tell them, look, you can still control it, you guys?
Well, if you give them the patents, on it, and you let them own it in perpetuity, so they can make trillions of dollars, they could be making billions of dollars on every single craft that the United States built, you know, that use that technology, and they could give the money to their shareholders so that they could have more yachts, you know, or more country houses, or give their great grandchildren and nephews, you know, a Mercedes for their 16th birthday. I mean, these people are completely insatiable because they've got a hole in their soul. You know, I mean, that they do not experience any kind of unitive experience. I mean, experientially, that somehow that the universe is some kind of harmonic, unified whole, that they don't have any sense of that at all. Everything is dialectical, everything's confrontational, that there's bad guys all around all the time. You know, that they develop an entire worldview. And that
what does that do to your mind and to your psyche when you have these secrets and you know about these secrets and nobody else does? You and very few people on Earth know that this should exist. I wonder, like, what that does to your worldview.
Well, the people who are into power, you know, it's a chakra. It's the third chakra. The third chakra of the human body is rooted in power, the lust for power and control, and it satisfies that. You know, people feel privileged, and people all. I mean, if you have a Super Bowl ticket and get to sit in the box, the head of the NFL with them to watch the Super Bowl game, you know, why are people getting off on that? Why is that exciting some people so much? You know, and other people are ho-hum, they don't care about that at all. You know, but a worldview is an extraordinarily important thing. That's how I ended up eventually in Harvard Divinity School. Is that, I'm in F. Lee Bailey's office. You know, I'll tell you a story. I'm sitting in F. Lee Bailey's office, right? And it turns out that what had happened is this little old man who owned a little mom-and-pop grocery store in Boston, in the north end of Boston. You know, a Friday afternoon, two big no-neck guys come into his store and say they want to sell him Angulo fire insurance company. You know, he said, I don't need fire insurance. I've already got fire insurance. And they said, well, you don't have kind of fire insurance to keep your place from being burnt down next Friday night. And he looked at them like that, and he just rolled up his sleeve and he said, look at, you see these numbers right here tattooed on my arm? I got those at Auschwitz. You people don't fucking scare me at all, because I've been through the worst. Big mistake on his part. Because what they did is they found out that he had a daughter, single child, who was like 9 months, 8 months pregnant with her first baby, and they tracked her down on the Mass Pike. They chased her down on the pike, and she pulled off the road and went into a phone booth to try to call an emergency call to get help. And they got out of the car and shotgunned her right through the glass and killed her and the baby, and she was dead. And the shit hit the fan. It was on all the newspapers, the Boston Globe, all over the place, right? It was the Angiulo brothers, Mikey Angiulo, gave the order to kill her, and I'm sitting in the office, with Lee Bailey, right? And I get a call from Lee, and he says, Danny, he said, have you seen the stuff in the papers there about the killing out on the pike? I said, yeah. He says, come on in here. Come on down. So I go down the hall to his office. I sit down, and here's Al Johnson, who's the managing partner of the firm, and Bad Andy Tooney, who's Andy Tooney, who was the head of the Strangler Bureau. They caught the DeSalvo, the Boston Strangler, right? Bailey got appointed by the court to defend him, and Bailey stole Andy. He was the head of the Strangler Bureau for the Massachusetts State Police. So they're sitting in the office, right? And they're saying, "Oh yeah, you see this thing? I'm anticipating getting a call from Mikey Angiulo to ask us to defend him on this thing. Because what's happened here is like 3 to 4 days after the killing, with all this roaring going on in all the news media, somebody drives past the place where she was killed like 100 miles an hour and tosses this guy out of the car and bounces down the highway, and he's laying there dying beside the highway. The Massachusetts State Patrol, Highway Patrol, find him, pull up and find him laying by the road, and they recognize him as one of Mikey Angiulo's people. He said, Joey, you're dying. He said, tell me who did this. What's this about? He says, are you the guy that pulled the trigger on this lady? He said, yes, I am. He said, well, who told you to do it? Who gave you the order? And he said, Mikey Angiulo. And then they bring the ambulance, they bring him to the Mass General, and he survives. He lives. And so now they're getting set to prosecute him. They're going to turn him on Mikey Angiulo, right? And so Lee calls me into his office. I'm sitting there with Lee and Al Johnson and Pat Andy. I'm sitting there, and he said, I'm anticipating he's probably going to call us to try to retain us to represent him. He said, Danny, you wrote your honors thesis at Harvard College, right, on the Fifth Amendment and the right against self-determination. So I said, yeah, I did. I was predicting the Miranda decision in my thesis at college, and he says, so he says, that I want you to stay here because I'm expecting a call from him. And the door opens and his secretary says, Lee, she said, it's Mikey Angiulo. So I'm sitting there in the office, and he goes over and he picks up the telephone, and you hear him say, yeah, Mikey, yeah, I saw that. Oh, shit, yeah, that's really terrible. Yeah, no, I hear you, yeah. No, we'll do that. We'll represent you. That'll be $1 million cash. Anyways, and that's for us. But for the investigation thing, the Moriarty and Associates, that's another $1 million. Whoa, no, Mikey. Mikey, you too. He said, look if you are out, and he slams the phone down on like that. And so he's sitting there, and he's laughing, and he's saying, he says, look and he reaches in his pocket, he takes out his wallet, he takes out $100 bill, and he lays it on the table, he says, $100. He calls back in 15 minutes. And Al Johnson reaches in his wallet, takes out like $50 bills, and he says, okay, 10. I got 100 on 10. He'll call within 10 minutes. And Bad Andy says, I take a piece of that. He says, look, I'll take the 5 minutes. I'll take 5 minutes. So Bailey turns to me and he says, Danny, you want a piece of this? That's literally, you want a piece of this?
Yeah.
I said to myself, what the heck am I doing in this room with these people? I said, I do not want to be here. And we'd already found out that he was on index 4 anyway. I already told you. So I get up and leave the office, right? And so a day later, I'm sitting in my office, and it must be 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And in walks Lee with Mikey Angiulo. He comes walking in, and Mikey and he says, Danny, this is Mikey and Jewel. And Jewel walks over and sticks his hand out at me like that. And I sit there and I just look at him. And I say, yeah, I know who you are. I know who you are. And Jewel says, oh, Lee says that you don't want to help me. You don't want to do anything on this case. He says everybody's got a right to have a defense. And I said, not from me. And he says, well, look, I want to have you kind of help me. I said, look, let me be really clear, Mr. Angelo. I wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. Right? You understand? And he just looked at me and Leo almost cried his face. And I said, because look, I said, I know who you are. And I know what you do. And I think that you kill people, who you think betray you. So I don't ever want to be in a position where you're ever going to think that I'm going to betray you. Because I won't put a pencil to paper to help you. So I'll never have to worry about betraying you. And he just looked at me and he just burst out laughing like that. And I just would not have anything to do with these people, and so I realized that this is a completely different worldview. And so I would talk with Lee about why you've got this whole practice. You're a great criminal defense attorney. You've got this entire private investigation firm, with Moriarty and Associates, just to figure out all the facts on everything, right? And I said, why don't you do something good? About this. You've got a whole lot of you. You've got a lot of notoriety. You do really good things. It was like talking to a wall. It was like, he said, everybody's got a right to a defense, And I said, but these are professional criminals. I mean, they're total gangsters, these people. She said, well, everybody's entitled to a defense, And so I got into this kind of row with him. So I leave that Friday afternoon. I'm staying in his place over on Beacon Hill, right? And he's living out in Walpole. So he's now married to his third wife, and so I'm staying at the place. So I go to church on Sunday morning over at St. Cecilia's. So I go over to St. Cecilia's, and I come out of church, and I'm kind of wandering back over to Beacon Hill, and I stop into the bookstore, and I'm kind of looking around at the books. I found John Rawls' Theory of Justice. John Rawls is the head of the Department of Philosophy at Harvard University, and he's written this major treatise on justice. Long story short, I read through the thing, and he says that there's this whole group of people, which he calls the intuitionists, who are the ones who make these kind of statements like all men are created equal, endowed by they're created with certain inalienable rights and their life, liberty, and they've got all these rights and stuff, and they are a counterforce in our country to what they call the majoritarian utilitarians, who if our people are faced with a choice between one policy or another, they will pick the one theoretically that generates the greatest good for the greatest number, right? John Stuart Mill, utilitarianism. But he says it doesn't happen that way. He says if that were true, what Rawls says in his Theory of Justice, but then the 90% of us that are white, we still own the 10% of the people that are black. He said, but we don't. Because there's this other group called the intuitionists who keep making these kind of proclamations about natural law and the natural rights and all that. And so I saw it. So I bring it home, I buy a copy, and I go home and I read it. And I call up John Rawls, and I talk to his secretary, and I say, I graduated from Harvard College and Harvard Law School, and I did this and did that, and I'm waving the school tie through the phone at her. And so I'd like to get a chance to talk to Professor Rawls, about this, about his new book. And so she calls me back a little late. She says, okay, you have 30 minutes, Wednesday afternoon. So I go over and sit down with John Rawls, the head of the Department of Philosophy at Harvard University, and I start talking to him about what's caused me to come and talk with him about this. Because, I've got this thing with B. Bailey, I've been at the Cahill firm. The Cahill firm was trying to get me to represent the Arkansas, Missouri Power Company that was trying to buy an all-black company and raise the rates, and I wouldn't do it, And so the bottom line is I was explaining this all to him, and he ended up talking me into coming back to Harvard, coming back and doing a master's and PhD in comparative social ethics, comparing and contrasting different worldviews. And it was there that I began to really study and find out that people have completely different worldviews about things. And we got to understand what the underlying premise was of different people's worldviews that are even unconscious. They don't even know sometimes what they believe. And so I ended up doing the work there, and that's why I got recruited by Jesuit National Headquarters, because I've been writing some papers and stuff from my master's work, and Father Roger Couture, who teaches the course at Harvard Harvard Divinity School on the theological underpinnings of human rights, called me in and said, look, I'm astonished here at these papers you've been writing and the work that you've been doing on this. Are you aware of the fact, I can tell that you're Catholic, he said, from what you're writing. He said, but, and I checked out, you're not married or anything. He said, are you aware of the fact that the Jesuits, that the Father General of the Jesuits, Pedro Lupe, has called all 100 provincials of the Jesuit order into Rome to do some major treatise on social justice. And they're going to create a new national headquarters in Washington, D.C., and they're looking for a general counsel. And I've recommended you. Would you be willing to do an interview with them? And so I said, sure, and so I did. And they asked me to become general counsel at the Jesuit headquarters. So we had 10,000 Jesuits all around the world. We got doing social justice documents. And it turns out that the Jesuit order has become a huge source of all the social justice documents that are being published by the Catholic Church. And Pope Francis was the first Jesuit in history to ever become Pope. And so that I was right there at the international headquarters where we were dealing with liberation theology, all the stuff in South America. And I knew all the people. I knew Gutierrez. I knew everybody who writes these things. I got to go to Rome and meet with the Superior General, Pedro Rupe, and so that I was right in the catbird seat. So what I brought in the professional investigators from Lee Bailey's office, the people that were in Moriarty and Associates, because they all knew me. And they knew that I had thrown this big shit fit and that I wouldn't work for the organized crime people. I wouldn't do any of that stuff. So these guys were all calling me up saying, oh, have you got anything I can do to help you? Can I help you with some stuff? You're doing the kind of things that I always hoped that I could really do. And so we became this source of them getting to do good things together, right? And so here I was at Jesuit headquarters, so I had access to all the Jesuit guys around the world. I had the investigators from Bailey's office, and we started putting together a group, and I had access. The secret that I had, is that William Johnstone Taylor, who was appointed to me to be my chief investigator, 3-tour Vietnam Marine Corps CID, criminal investigation division, liaison to the CIA in Saigon. Was my investigator. And he'd been there 3 tours in Vietnam, so he knew all the guys coming through Army, CID, Office of Special Investigations for the Air Force, the Naval Intelligence guys. He knew everybody. And these guys, after they would do like a 2-year tour in Vietnam, they would leave the military and they'd go to the Secret Service and the FBI and the CIA, U.S. Marshal's offices, district attorneys, investigators, all over the country. And so I had all these guys who, when Taylor would call them up and say, look, I got a job for you. I want you to help us. And on board they were like that. And we had guys, I had the commander for the United States Army, CID, working with us, telling us everything. I had Gene Wheaton, head of the U.S. military mission in Tehran, who had been the chief of security of the United States Marine Corps at Quezon. These are the guys, and some of it had to do with the fact that I was from Harvard Law School and Lee Bailey's office, and they all said, whoa, shit, this would be cool. And so I got all these people that come in to work with us, and this was the best thing they'd ever done in their whole life. Everything we did, they were just totally delighted that they finally got to do something good, and so that's what we are. That's what the Christic Institute was, until Bush ordered them to yank our 501c3, saying that we were engaged in political activity because nobody had been ultimately criminally convicted of the charges we made against them because he pardoned them. And so I don't mind if people go, oh, he yanked your 501c3. So what? We'll get another 501c3 and we'll become the Romero Institute, which we do. And so we just keep going. And so that's why Lou Elizondo called me when he brought the videos and stuff. He and Chris Mellon brought the videos to the New York Times and showed them all to them, and the Pentagon started shitting at them. You know, say we don't know who Elizondo is. There's never been any such thing. There's no such project at the Pentagon. We're not investigating UFOs. He called me up and asked me to represent him. And so we put together the complaint with the Inspector General's office of the Defense Department. You know, it wasn't just a whistleblower defense. You know, it was challenging them for lying to the American people and lying to Congress. That this is unconstitutional for you guys to be lying to Congress and concealing this information from them. So we brought in this huge complaint into the United States Inspector General for the Defense Department, and he basically sat there briefing the Inspector General, and he started briefing him on what was really going on with the UFO issue. He was just flabbergasted, you know, and instead of being mad at Lou for having blown the whistle on these people, he started bringing in officers in full uniform sitting around the desk, and we would sit there briefing them what was going on. Their eyes were like being soft, and holy shit, you mean this is really true? I mean, the J2, the guy that was the head of intelligence of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, was briefed out of this thing. He wasn't allowed to ask any questions about it at all. He was the chief of intelligence for the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and he wasn't even allowed to ask any questions about it. You know, these guys were furious. So we've got guys all through the military that are pissed off at these guys. We've got all the people in Congress and the House and Senate that are pissed off at these guys for lying to them and saying there's no such program going on at all. And they're embezzling billions of dollars out of the defense budget, saying that they've appropriated the money for some particular project, and they're really putting it over into trying to back engineer the technology so they can build a weapons system, you know, to be able to strike into the heart of Russia, you know, in 2 minutes, you know, which is going to totally destabilize the entire geopolitical structures that have been put together to stop nuclear war. You know, nobody. They've signed an agreement that they won't have first strike weapons. You know, and this is an attempt to get around, you know, the whole treaty, because they consider the people in the State Department fucking commies. You know, I mean, that's what they do. They think that they're not really solely in defense of our national interests. You know, that they're trying to make treaties with people and negotiate. They hate the United Nations. You know, they hate treaties with other countries, NATO. You know, that they're into, they're fucking fascists. That's what they are. You know, and that's what they're into. And they think that it's perfectly appropriate. That they think it's perfectly appropriate to engage in utilizing their military and intelligence resources to garner privileged access to the strategic raw materials of the planet. What else is there? I mean, that's what they think is okay. And that's their job. And unfortunately, the way the institutions are set up that is in fact what they've been tasked to do. And so they're totally loyal to that, and they're totally devoted to doing it. And they view the elected representatives as temporary employees, you know, who come and go. They're the DMOC types, you know, the big men on campus that used to be the president of their fraternities, and they're a bunch of phonies, you know, and all they want to do is you know, parade around and be celebrities. You know, and they hold them basically in disdain, you know, including presidents. You know, and you say, now, what does that mean from a constitutional point of view? You know, I don't believe that I'm naive about it. I don't believe that I'm you know, fell off some melon wagon, like I'm some country bumpkin or something. You know, I happen to believe this stuff, and I believe that we can make it true.
Thank you so much for coming all the way down here and doing this. We just did almost 4 hours. That was incredible. The amount, like I said before, the amount of knowledge and history that you have in your mind and is absolutely astonishing. And I'm really grateful for you coming down.
No, I'm delighted to come. I want to talk to the people about these things.
Yes.
You know, that I haven't been talking about these things to people for years. But I said, you know, this is the issue. It's going to bring all of that to bear, because the misdeeds of the national security state, which I've talked about in a number of different areas, all come to roost on this thing. You know, that they believe that they actually are entitled to keep secret from the people the fact that there's an extraterrestrial civilization of people coming and going from our planet. you know, and that our people are engaged in trying to back engineer their craft to develop weapons systems. You know, I'll do one story in closing on this. Is that Hal Puthoff? I don't know Hal.
Yeah,
But Hal Puthoff told us that he was meeting with Bill Clinton back during 1992 in the Clinton administration when Lawrence Rockefeller and the people were talking about trying to consider putting this information out. Right? He's in a meeting, and the science advisor for Bill Clinton is there. And so Hal says to him, he says, what do you think is really the source of all the pushback that we're getting on trying to get this information out? And the science advisor says, well, let's go outside where I can talk to you. It tells you something of what they're worried about, what kind of surveillance and stuff is going down against the political people. He said, so he goes outside and he said, here, let me give you an analysis, he said, of what I think the problem is here. Why they're pushing back so hard. He said, there's a story about this little old man who's on his way back from someplace, coming home at night, early in the evening. He's walking through this field and he looks down and he sees this light, like in the grass. And he leans down and it's a frog. And the frog has this little light, like on top of his head. And he reaches down and picks, this is how it put up. And the story said, he said, this is the answer, this is what the science advisor told him, is the answer for why they're pushing back like this. He said, and the little man, he recognizes that it's a crown. The little light is a crown on the head of the frog. And the frog looks up at him and says, I'm not a frog, I'm a princess. I'm a beautiful princess. And I've been turned into a frog by this evil sorcerer. And all you have to do is kiss me. You kiss me and I'll turn back into this beautiful princess. And you and I will be married and we'll have many great children. We'll be able to rule our place with peace and justice. And the little man looks at her and he says, at my age, I think I'll settle for having a talking frog.
That's good.
Okay? That's what we've got happening here. These people are willing to settle for a talking frog. Now, just like Woodward and Bernstein were willing to settle for just that they caught creep money going to the people that burglarized the Watergate, and let the whole other thing go. They're missing out on this astonishing opportunity for our entire human family to enter into an entire new era, of safe energy and plenty for everybody and a positive relationship with an entire extraterrestrial civilization. And all they can think of to do is how to make weapons so that they can shoot a missile into Russia. That's a serious problem. And I don't think the American people are going to support that. I think the American people want to know the information about this. I think that they want to, and I want to have the people understand that the national security state has to be disassembled because the United States has become the Russians, has become the bad guys that are applying their trade all on behalf of establishing full spectrum military dominance over the planet. We're living at the heart of Rome. People all like to believe that, if I were in Rome, I would have opposed slavery. Or if I'd been in the South in the 1800s, I would have opposed slavery. No, you couldn't. They would be just as passive as a lot of the people are now because they don't think they're involved. They don't think they can have any effect upon anything. That's what the New Paradigm Institute is going to be saying. You have to be citizens. You have to step forward. You have to pay some attention to what's going on here. You got jobs, you got everything else. We're not asking you for an awful lot of time. What we're saying is all you have to do is go to newparadigminstitute.org and get as much information as you want or as little as you want. It's going to be very informative, very entertaining. And you can be actively participating in helping to get the Congress to do the right thing about all this. And you can tell your great grandchildren that you were there. I mean, we're at the time where the protocols are going to be established to control our relationship with an extraterrestrial civilization for 10,000 years in the future.
I'm ready for it. This next year is going to be quite a whirlwind. I have a feeling.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially with the presidential elections coming up and everything that's going on in Congress with this Grush guy.
Yep.
I can't wait. And thanks again for enlightening me on all this amazing information.
You're more than welcome.
NewParadigmInstitute.org. I'll link all your stuff below.
Please.
And also, I want to ask you a couple more quick questions, but I'm going to do it after we wrap up this podcast.
Okay.
I don't want to get this video nuked by YouTube for asking you these questions.
Oh, okay.
So it's going to be on our Patreon.
Okay.
So that's also linked below. All right, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
And countries have found that if they want to encourage a decrease in birth rate, one of the fastest ways to help that happen is to empower women. Many different studies show each year of education a woman has decreases the birth rate by 5 to 10%. And education combined with access to good-paying jobs is a major factor in the total fertility rate, where the average number of children a person is expected to give birth to over the course of their reproductive years. A population geographer uses all of these tools to assemble the population trends into a picture that helps us understand the role they play in economic and environmental issues. Societies can then use this picture for decision making, like to understand the current population trends and predict the future trajectory to better plan for workforce and resource needs, or to implement policies to educate women and encourage them to participate in the workforce.
What was the story that you got your phone pickpocketed somewhere after a conference?
Yes, it was.
Was that in Dallas?
It was in Dallas. It was a big event, probably in the 90s. And I was uncovering a huge misdirection that nobody knew about. It was a guy named Antonio Veciana. And he was, allegedly, they say he was working for the CIA the whole time. He was in Cuba first. He was a banker, and then joined a CIA managed thing, MRP. Doesn't matter what that stands for. But and they didn't like it. The MRP, including him, didn't like it because once they took the money from the CIA, they had to do whatever the CIA said. They didn't like that. So he came to the United States, and he started telling the CIA lies, and he stole their money and did stuff like that. He wasn't working for the CIA anymore, but everybody thought he did. And what he was working for was the military. And what he was doing right during the Cuban Missile Crisis was sinking Russian ships to start World War III. Because the military wanted him to do that. And I figured that out, and I had tons of evidence that was released. All of his friends, his best friends, all said the same thing about, they put him in jail for a long while. Because a lot of those CIA guys were running dope in South America and stuff. So they had it on everybody. And so what they do sometimes, if they want to use somebody, say, okay, here's what you're going to do for us. And he says, no, okay, put him in jail. And so he ended up in jail. And lately,
and we can't be immune to everything, whether it's spread person to person or because of an environmental factor or something else entirely. The presence of disease creates patterns in the landscape.
No, it was 1976.
Why were there so many CIA guys running dope?
Because it's fungible money. It doesn't exist, and they do lots of operations that way. It's a really screwed up system. But look, we're not going to talk about that. What I want to tell you is that when they put him in jail, and they let him out really early. They busted him for 25 kilos of cocaine. 25 kilos is what he had that particular day. And that gets you about 2 non-consecutive 12-year terms instantly. So he was going to be locked up for at least 12 years, if not more than that. And they let him out in about less than 2 years. And there was no reason why. And so that was missing. Somebody walked into it was a penitentiary, and walked in there and said something. And next thing you know, he's out. And what they did was they said, here's what you've got to say. You've got to say that you're working for the CIA the whole time. And he said, fine. The problem with that was there was so much evidence to the contrary. So he struggled for years to make that work because that's what they forced him to do. And but while he was still alive, he wrote a book about it too. He read a book.
How do you say his last name?
Veciana.
Veciana.
So Antonio Veciana they went ahead and arrested him, and they let him out when he did what they wanted to do. But the problem with that was me.
because I was sitting there looking at all of his friends said that he made that story up to get out of jail. All of them. And his friends were working for the FBI, and you can't lie to the FBI. And so that was the time that this happened, this event where they took my phone out of my possession and put it back in. Beautiful pickpocket. I didn't even know what happened. Okay, but what I was able to do was to get a hold of.
In the 90s, what would your
Apple.
phone look like? Oh, this was after the iPhone was out.
Yeah, I think probably 2008, 2009 in there.
Okay.
It was just cut and dry. And the problem was, so many people, what they did to get people to believe it.
Hey guys, I want to ask you a quick favor. Over the last few months, almost 70% of the viewers of this podcast are not subscribed to the channel. The most important common denominator that allows me to keep creating these podcasts every single week is you hitting that subscribe button below the videos. I want to thank every single one of you who watches and supports these podcasts. I would not be able to do it without you. Please hit that subscribe button if you enjoy it. Now back to the show.
So they say that David Atlee Phillips, who everybody thought was a big guy in the CIA that was lying or involved in the Kennedy assassination.
David Atlee Phillips. I don't think I've ever even heard that.
Yeah, but if you're a JFK nut, you would know all about it, because he meets Vesiana in a hotel in Dallas, Texas, and that is where Oswald is there for the meeting. And this is only months before the Kennedy assassination, so it looks like they're plotting that this guy is plotting Kennedy's murder. So they put Vesiana and Phillips in the same office area of the big bank in Dallas together, the three of them. So that's proof. That's proof that Phillips was in on it, and he's a big CIA guy. So, you know, everybody after that said the CIA killed Kennedy, and they wouldn't give it up no matter what. And so I came along and showed that Vesiana was working for the military, and shit hit the fan. And so, and I was there. That was the first. Now I've been talking about it in a couple of small, but this was a great big convention that particular year, and everybody knew that I was going to discuss Antonio Vesiana's story. This was one of the biggest misdirections ever, because you can't figure out the Armageddon that was underway at the time. That's what it was. That's what they were trying to do. Was to blow the planet up, not to blow the planet up, but to blow all the the Russia, China, all those countries. And so Vesiana was a way to pin this on the CIA, so you don't know who's actually behind all this Armageddon stuff going on. It's the military. And he was working for the military the whole time.
They wanted people to think it was the CIA.
Yes. Yes. Just before I went in to do my presentation, I went into the book room, and I didn't know when I came out that I no longer had my phone. I found that out after the presentation was over, and they put it back in
your pocket.
In the carry bag.
Oh, okay,
in the carry bag. And so when it was over, everybody lines up to talk to me, right? I'm still sitting on the dais, and there's this guy, and looks like he's late 50s, wearing a jacket and slacks, no tie or anything, and he's mostly gray hair. This regular looking guy, and he says, "You're okay. You're okay. It's okay. They just want to know what you know. You're good. Don't worry." And I didn't know that I had my phone back. And I found out later. So I put two things together. There were actually a couple of events in between. And Apple actually located my phone was somewhere in the building, like straight up. So we knew it was in the building. Yeah. Anyway, they put it back in.
What did you do after he told you that?
I didn't know what to make of it. I thought this guy was a crazy guy. But it took me about a year or so to really figure out what that means. Yeah, because yeah, I didn't get it that they were that interested in me, right? I hadn't gotten that far in terms of any notoriety or anything like that. So, yeah, but that's what happened. That's what they wanted. And then I had other things happen to me later on when people, ex-CIA people would say something to me that was good. You know, there were times when they actually applauded what I was doing and give me some information. And I did that with another researcher whose name I forget right now. But anyway, I've gone through a lot of things in a lot of years, and it was apparent to me that the old guard was not involved. And there were involvements of the CIA, but very, very seldom did it ever was it ever an assassination, because they don't do that. They don't kill people very well.
Who doesn't?
The CIA. They don't shoot people. But they tried to get
paramilitary branch does.
Yeah, you can say that if you want, but the thing is,
I mean, they conducted a lot of assassinations over the years.
Yeah, but it's not the same thing that we're talking about here. Okay, so there are all kinds of things in some of the small countries in the Caribbean and elsewhere down there where, but they're not CIA people. They're agents working for the CIA, and so they never they can't be prosecuted for it because they didn't do any shooting. But there was one time when they tried to use the CIA in a shooting, which was, who was it? This guy was a mobster, and I'm forgetting his name right now. Okay. But they decided, was it Giancana? It was either Giancana. One of the big mobsters. They wanted. It wasn't Giancana, but they wanted to kill him. And
wanted to kill him.
The mobster.
The CIA. Wait. Who wanted to kill the mobster?
The CIA.
The CIA wanted to kill the mobster.
Got it. That's right. And so they hired some people to do it. And what happened was the people that were in on that were a bunch of mobsters, and they didn't do the killing because they realized that since the CIA had hired them to do murder, they could do anything they wanted for the rest of their lives. It was the goose that laid the golden egg, and the CIA was so stupid to hire a bunch of those people because they didn't do the killing. No, it was to kill Castro. It was to kill Castro, to use the mob to kill Castro, and they hired him. They hired these people to do it. And they said to themselves, this is great. And so they started doing stuff, and they got busted and arrested. And then Bobby Kennedy had to step in and say, you can't prosecute. You can't prosecute. Why not? Well, because it's gonna unravel, what we're doing with the CIA. Now, that is the one time that I know that there was a deliberate plan at the highest levels in the CIA, not just some freaks, running around paying some guys down in Guatemala like that. That was, and they learned their lesson because they were never able to prosecute them for anything. And they had all kinds of stuff going on because of it. And eventually they realized that was the absolute wrong thing to do, because you don't hire a mob to do assassinations. You can hire somebody else that you can actually push around, but you can't push around. Look, the mobsters are big guys who are connected to all kinds of power. Right? And that was a stupid move that they made. So, you want to hire, if you want somebody to die, you have plenty of people over there in the Pentagon that will take care of that for you. Yeah. But they do it and get away with it because they're that good.
Right.
They have, they have sniper teams.
Right. So the reason I wanted to bring you back, John, is because we got a lot to cover. We covered a lot of Pop Knoll last time we were here, Scott, and I wanted to cover more of what was going on behind the scenes leading up to the assassination of JFK. And like we were talking about yesterday, one of the frustrating things is all you see in the media or on the internet when you search for the JFK assassination is people talking about what happened on November 22nd, 1963 at Dealey Plaza. And you don't talk about that day very much.
Yeah, I will be talking more about it, but it's you have to understand that what happens there is the cover-up. It's not the real story is who decided that Kennedy was going to be cashiered and how they got away with it. So if all you do is start talking about, the bullet went here and the head was this way, and you argue about that incessantly.
People love that though because it's so much more attractive to talk about that stuff.
Except they argue with each other and get their venal. I mean, it's crazy. People start arguing about the brains and body parts and everything else. And tons of arguments about exactly the head was this way and the throat wound and the one in the back. They moved it. Somebody moved it up. It was Gerald Ford, who became the president. That guy moves the back wound up so it could fit with somebody's single bullet theory. So then you get all kinds of things. And then what this causes is people to keep talking about that stuff and arguing about that stuff. Now, some people are smarter than others, but there are only a handful that can actually deal with forensics because they're trained in forensics. We have hundreds of people who have no training in forensics arguing about it all the time on the internet. Okay, so understand that this is what is so frustrating. And nobody is paying attention to who was behind it and how they got away with it. That's what the CIA did most of was the cover-up. To put it in place beforehand. And not tell the head of the CIA, who was at that time McComb. Had no idea what they were doing. So this is not the whole CIA. It's a rogue element that is actually just operating with how to get away with the plan. In other words, how you're going to shoot the president. And once that happens, nothing's going to happen. In fact, the FBI and the CIA are going to be scared to do anything at all. There was no investigation except for the Warren report.
Right.
And Earl Warren went along with a top secret deal that they made, which was he was told that it was the hit was done by Castro and the KGB, and Oswald was the shooter. And so if the truth got out, the American people would instantly demand war. 40 million Americans were going to die. That story was actually put before Earl Warren, and he eventually caved in and said, okay, now that you put it that way, I guess I'll have to take the job. So you see, he's a Chief Justice, and this is an executive commission. We're supposed to have a separation between those two parts of our government. So what if something happens and the Chief Justice has to recuse himself because there's litigation? He didn't want to do it for obvious reasons. But they told him, and LBJ just said, I just told him a little story about Mexico City. And he cried. And then he said, okay, I'll have to take the story. And believe it or not,
who cried?
Warren. Yeah. When he was being bamboozled and pushed around, to go along with the story. And so he actually vouched for the story himself. Earl Warren did on TV, where I lived, WETA in Washington. The only thing he left out was he cried. The rest of it was, they said, Mr. President, it's going to be 40 million dead Americans if you don't do this. And he said on TV, I guess I better take the job if that's the case. Now, therefore, there was a non-investigation. That was the whole point, is to kill the president, and there's no investigation. It's just some stuff that the FBI makes. And of course, guess who is going to say all kinds of stuff to make sure that the FBI has nothing to do with anything, and they did. As you will know, as you've seen some of the slides that I will deal with today, show how the FBI lowered Oswald's threat profile so that he could be on the parade route. Okay, and when Hoover found out about that, he went sky high. And so, but Hoover was the one who got to put the report together, and you can believe that the FBI didn't have anything to do with it because Hoover doesn't want that, right? So it scared the CIA, a lot of people in the CIA that had been watching Oswald, and the public thing was, oh, he was a lone nut, and we never touched the CIA. The CIA never had anything to do with him. We weren't even interested in him. And when in fact there were tons of people who were in the CIA and the FBI and elsewhere in the government that were keeping files on Oswald the entire time, all the way back to 1959 and all the way up to 1963.
And all this information has been declassified?
Yes, we know a lot about that now. We know a lot about that now. And so, yes. But so now with the official position of the CIA, as far as I can understand it, is no comment. They used to deny everything.
It has been declassified, but no comment. If you want to go dig,
they were the ones that not declassifying. It was taken away from them by the JFK Records Act.
Right.
There were a group of people that couldn't ever worked in Washington and were put in charge, the Assassination Records Review Board, and those are the people who decided what would be declassified and what wouldn't be. And of course, the CIA would be begging, to not do this or not do that, but they couldn't. They didn't have the power. So there was a lot of declassification going on, and so that's why I'm telling you that there are current people in the CIA that don't want me saying what's been declassified, because they don't want anybody to know about that. You realize the people that I'm teaching in school now were born in the 21st century. They have no recollection of any of this stuff that we're talking about. So if I talk about it now, I'm informing a new generation of people about what happened back then.
What do you think is the most damning evidence against the government or against the military in general or against the CIA in general that you found through all of your research? Like, what is the most
the last 6 weeks of Kennedy? The last 6 weeks of Kennedy's life.
The last 6 weeks. All the suppression of the 201 files.
There are at least 4, if not 5, different sets of activities that took place at the same time. All at the same time that ended up in Kennedy's murder. And had to. Otherwise, Oswald wouldn't have been on the parade route for one thing, and there are many other reasons why. We're getting ahead of this.
Let's get into it.
Okay.
So, in your view, what is the most important pieces of evidence that you have revealed in regards to the assassination of President Kennedy?
It was a very large operation. It took a long time to prepare. I've been working on it probably for 12 years, planning to publish, and it keeps moving downstream because I keep finding other things, especially about spy services, that make it better. And so, but making it better could go on forever. So, November of last year, I started, went to Duquesne University and gave a 40-minute presentation for the first time on what I think happened in the assassination of President Kennedy and how they got away with it. And so today, we're going to get deeper into that. And hopefully I can use you as well as what I have here to have a conversation where we don't go too deep. Because each one of these slides has a ton of material that goes behind it. And we could be here for a week talking about it. So I'm going to start by saying that there are a confluence of events that took place in the last 6 weeks of Kennedy's life. So we're talking about September, about the time that Taylor and McNamara come back from a Vietnam tour. And but some of the antecedents were taking place earlier. some very much earlier, but I'm going to mention one of them now because it's about Armageddon. It's Op Plan 34A, which is on our screen here. Now, Op Plan 34A has a history here, and it starts out with the Joint Chiefs of Staff ordering the Commander-in-Chief Pacific, he's right there on your screen, Admiral Felt, to prepare plans for South Vietnamese operations against North Vietnam. And so that was started to take place in May of 1963 at a Secretary of Defense conference. At the beginning, when SINCPAC, the Commander-in-Chief Pacific, put this together, it was a SINCPAC operational plan. 3463 to 63 is for 1963. Over time, it changes. And so what happens is at that particular SecDef conference, this guy here, who's Lieutenant General Krulak, who is a SACSA guy. It's for a different kind of warfare. And he was at a very high level in the Pentagon, but he came to that Secretary of Defense conference, which is very interesting why he would even be there participating. But he's the one who put forward the proposal to do this for SINCPAC. And so it's reported at that conference separately by this man, General Krulak. Now, the problem with it, SACSA stands for Special Assistance for Counterinsurgency Activities. That was his job, high up in the Pentagon. But what happened was it disappeared. This piece, the rest of that conference you can look at it. But the problem with the Op Plan, it went away, and the State Department heard about it and said, "We can't find it. It's gone. There's no such thing. No such report has been found." Well, of course, it couldn't be found because as soon as Krulak briefed it, it was made secret and taken out of so nobody could see it.
How did you find it?
Well, because we have it now. But that's what happened at the time. That's what happened at the time. We have
this was declassified.
Yes, we have the Op Plan, etc. But anyway, at the time, they didn't want anybody to know about it.
Right.
And you know how long it took before people knew about this particular plan?
How long?
2 days before Kennedy was murdered at another SecDef conference on 20 November 1963 in Honolulu. Yes, that's how long they kept this secret. But that's when it really started, in May. Okay? And so, in the end, this guy here, General Maxwell Taylor, is going to be the one who puts it into play after Kennedy is dead. And he was the one who went with McNamara to Vietnam in September and came back. And on the way back, they had the plan, which said that what Kennedy wanted, which was to start the withdrawal of American advisors from Vietnam that year. He comes back, and they're at Honolulu on the way back home. Right? They went to Vietnam, stopped over for Honolulu, and on the way there's this guy from the State Department who says he was actually working in the embassy in Vietnam, and he said, "Look, we're not taking people out. We're going to put more people in. If you guys are going to do this, I'm going to do a dissenting opinion." And so they said, Taylor said, "Fine, we'll take it out." And they did. And so you have a copy of the report as it stood at Honolulu, and there's no withdrawal of advisors. It's gone.
The stopover in Honolulu is on the 20th?
No.
Okay, it's way before.
No, it's not way before. It's just very soon before. It's just a stopover. It's a couple of days. But they take it out. And we have a copy of the way that it looked in because we know it was out. But when they get back, and it's end of September, it's late September, they get back, they go into the Oval Office, And there's a lot of people there for the briefing.
Okay.
And they get up, the two of them, Kennedy and Taylor get up, and McNamara get up and walk to the next room, and they put the withdrawal plan back in, and they come back out and brief everybody.
They took it. Okay, let me recap. So in Honolulu, the guy who was at the embassy in Saigon basically said, if you guys say you want to take people out of Saigon, I'm going to write a dissenting opinion and cause a shit show. And they said, okay, fine.
We're going to take it out.
We'll take it out of the plan. And then when they go back to the Oval Office to meet Kennedy and McNamara, they slide Kennedy's plan back in.
McNamara's there, right? So McNamara was there, and so was Taylor.
Oh, so McNamara knew about this.
Yes, but what he didn't know is that these guys wanted not to do it. But if Taylor starts saying, I disagree with what you're doing, then he's going to get himself away. He knows that he's going to be the one doing it.
Right.
And everybody is completely flummoxed by it. And there's a lot of dissension going on in the room. And the rest of the day, down in the basement of the White House, it's the same thing. People are saying, this is crazy. We can't take people out.
of Vietnam.
That's right. So that's what's going on. Now, Taylor doesn't raise his voice about anything. He's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He's the one who gets to make decisions about these types of things. And so what he does for the next 6 weeks of Kennedy's life is to gut the withdrawal plan and at the same time stand up on Plan 34A. Secretly, both of those things he did behind McNamara's and Kennedy's back for those last 6 weeks of his life.
Oh, McNamara didn't even know.
No. They didn't tell McNamara. McNamara was on Kennedy's side.
Okay, got it. I didn't know.
Taylor was supposed to be, but he wasn't. He was waiting for his moment. And that's what they did. And it's terrible. The date that I can show you that what was left out of the plan is like 78% of it was gone. And we can get into the details of it. Anyway, that is one thing that was going on in those 6 weeks. We got 3 or 4 more that lay right beside it. So all these things had to happen at the same time in order for this to work. So we'll go ahead and move to the next piece of evidence, which is what are we going to do with Oswald?
Number 3, lowering Oswald's threat level. At Vanderbilt University on May 18th, 1963. This was very sinister.
Well, because if Oswald, who was a communist defector, right, back in 1959, and at this time, what is he doing? He's down in Mexico City trying to defect a second time.
Right.
All right.
To the Soviet Union through Cuba.
Yeah, and it says in his passport that that's illegal. That you can go back if you want to the Soviet Union, but you can't go through Cuba. So what does he do? He goes down and says, "I want to go through Cuba." But the problem with this is that a 2-time communist defector in an overview position of the parade route, you can't imagine that happening because the Secret Service removes anybody who's on the list of people that are a threat. They have to take them off. The security list, the security index, it's called. Okay, and so to get to now, the FBI is the one who does that, not the CIA. But the CIA is taking care of business here by lowering his threat profile. And
so it was October when he was in Mexico City trying to defect.
Yes,
and what happened was the person in the embassy in Mexico City called up CIA, right? And they said, there's this guy down here, he's trying to defect.
His name is Win Scott.
Win Scott.
He's in charge down there in Mexico City, and he doesn't know who this guy Oswald is, and he's going all around to these communist consulates. And he asks, who is this guy? Right? And so a lot of people knew what Oswald was doing in New Orleans. He was on the news, he was in a courtroom, and he was put in a jail, and Hoover wrote letterhead memoranda that summer to the CIA. But guess what happened to him? it got filed in places where nobody could find it at the CIA, except for a couple of people. And here's my evidence right here. What we're looking at here is a combination of things.
Where did you find this?
These are declassified documents, and these are the pieces of them. These are the routing and record sheets that shows everybody in the CIA who actually saw these things that Hoover sent, and they had to initial with their initials and date. So we know who actually had access to it. It's only a few people. It's only 34 people in the whole CIA. And one of them was Jane Roman. She was the liaison for counterintelligence in the CIA. And so she had access to it. You can see counterintelligence liaison right here. And there's Jane Roman. There's her little initials.
Okay.
And that was on this report here. This report was about everything Oswald was doing in Dallas and so on. And this is the next one that came in. And this is in October, okay? September and October. This stuff is coming. It's dated here, but you can see the people are signing off on it in October over here. It's going and making the rounds. And these are the people that know. And
these are just reports on his activities in Dallas and in New Orleans.
That's right.
Okay.
So
and Mexico City.
That's right. We're trying to figure out what's happening down there in Mexico City. Now, what ends up happening is that when who's going to answer the call or the cable at CIA and at FBI? Let's do the CIA first. And so it's a guy by the name of John Whitten. He's the guy who has the desk at CIA headquarters to communicate with Win Scott. That's his job. He's got the Mexico City desk. So he's the one who has to tell Win Scott who this guy is. Okay. And he says, he looks at the 201 file for the guy and says, yeah, well, our latest headquarters information is May 62. Oswald is still in the Soviet Union in May 62. It's all gone. He's the guy who's supposed to know what's happening and who can answer the question. But it's all gone. So nobody in the CIA except for these few people know about it. So that's when I decided to go see Jane Roman. Jeff Morley and I went over, got her address on Rock Creek Park, and I showed her these documents, what were behind the routing sheets, the actual documents that Hoover sent. And I said, do you remember reading this? And she said, yeah, sure. I remember reading it, and we talked about that. I got her to remember everything that she read on these things, and you signed off on them. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I said, well, why did you sign off on this one down here? Latest headquarters information is May 62, when you were signing off on these things in October of 63. And then her mouth smiled, and the sides went up towards the ears, and she said, okay, this is what she said. Yes, I'm signing off on something I know isn't true. Wow. She took a lot of heat for that, too.
Really?
Yes, she did. They really made her life difficult. Anyway, so I asked her, I said, well, why would you do this? Why? And what do you think about this false cable that wouldn't? And she says to me, well, to me, it's indicative of a keen interest in Oswald, held very closely on a need-to-know basis. What that does, it blows through countless years of denial that they had any interest in Oswald at all. I mean, look at it.
Yeah.
This is the liaison person at the highest levels who's saying...
She's admitting she lied.
She's admitting that the United States Central Intelligence Agency had a keen interest in Oswald, held very closely on a need-to-know basis.
Right.
That's why they were mad at her, because she let she let it out. Okay, so it's important to understand this is going on. So, and that's why I like to show you this picture here. That's the book depository. And so if Oswald's up here, and this guy is a two-time commie defector, and a Castro guy, what's he doing up there? He should be on the security index. And, here he is with the rifle that was supposedly used up there in his backyard, being a so-called picture taken by Marina, his wife.
Yeah.
But the shadows are all wrong and everything's wrong. Anyway, I like to just put this down here at the bottom of that picture, a flea at a Lysol party.
A flea at a Lysol party.
Yeah. In other words, the odds of this being true, that this guy's supposed to be up there, is about like what happened to a flea at a Lysol convention. It doesn't happen. It's crazy. It's stupid. So I thought I'd make a little joke of that, okay, just for some humor. But it's not humorous, actually, because Kennedy's going to die. Anyway, so...
But they completely removed any sort of threat level off on the FBI and the CIA, so he could have been there.
We've done the CIA. Now comes the next one, comes the FBI. We have independent attestation of the same hoax going on at CIA and FBI. So veteran FBI supervisor, his name is Marvin Giesling, was assigned to handle the same unexpected cable from Mexico City as Whitten did. He worked for the FBI's espionage division for a long time, and he had been put in charge of Oswald's FBI espionage file when he defected to the Soviet Union back in 1959. Okay? At that time, Giesling immediately put Oswald on what they called a flash stop on anything in that file. You couldn't read it, and you couldn't put anything in there without his permission, because he was the one who owned that, and it was very, very sensitive for lots of reasons. That all these United States, and the State Department, and the Navy, and everybody else had gone crazy. This is October 1959, okay? But the problem is, now we go forward to 1963. Exactly 4 years after Oswald's defection, Giesling, too, had to reply to the request from Scott. Incredibly,
Scott from Mexico City.
Yeah, that's right, Win Scott. And incredibly, after all those years, including all of Oswald's lures in Mexico, and his Castro capers in New Orleans, Giesling swallows hard because he knows. And see, Whitten didn't know, right? Because Whitten had the 201 file. He didn't lie. The 201 file lied to him because everything was taken out of it.
Right.
Okay, over here, this guy knows because he's got the file. He's got the whole file on Oswald, going all the way back to 59. He was the one in charge of it. So he does the same thing. But he has to swallow hard when he does it, because he knows what he's doing. Right?
He straight up lies.
He takes this shocking act of avoiding Oswald's flash status by removing the flash stop. So now the red light stops spinning in the FBI about Oswald. There's no, so he's okay. So he's not on the security index. Therefore, he's not removed from the parade route. The FBI is the one charged with doing this.
So what happens when Mexico City's desk calls Giesling?
He tells them that there's nothing to worry about, and he knows there is.
What was their question? They say, this guy's trying to defect. Who is he?
Well, he doesn't say very much. He just says, here, he removes the flash stop on Oswald. Anyway, the point is that what we do know about this is when Hoover found out what he did. Hoover punished him for his perfidy and disciplined many more agents because they didn't react to Scott's memo. So essentially, they're not doing the same. They're not saying very much, right? Marvin Giesling is not saying very much.
Right.
He has the memo from Win Scott asking the question, what does he do? He doesn't say very much to Win Scott, but he takes Oswald, and removes the flash, so Oswald is now no longer going to be on the security index. Now you have the flashing red lights turned off in the CIA and the FBI. Look, and this is October.
And why did Giesling do this? Why do you suspect Giesling?
Okay, here's my answer. Now, by the way, here's the proof right here. This is you can see this is a document that was declassified. You can see that The
How are
flash
you,
was put on-
Isbrew?
The stop was
Lisa
put on
Brew,
back in
go fuck
1959 when
yourself.
Oswald was in
He was in the Soviet Union.
yeah,
Right.
he's done that, and now here we are in October 9th, 1963, when Flash is canceled.
So that's when he's in Mexico City in
Now, to
63,
answer your
October 9th.
Yes, and now to answer your question, why Giesling was never deposed and asked directly why he removed Oswald from
Yes.
the FBI's espionage list, or who told him to do it,
Right.
is one of the crucial lingering questions unsolved in the assassination of President Kennedy. Nobody knows.
Never deposed. Nobody ever asked.
He was disciplined. But
By Hoover.
yes, and a lot of other people were too. But that was the end of it. Hoover doesn't want any of this stuff to come out. So this is work with what we have, and that's what we're seeing here. Now, these are two things that I've already described. We know what Taylor's up to. Look, they got back. It was the end of September, so it was in early October that NSAM 263, Kennedy put there secretly at first.
What was NSAM 263?
The withdrawing of 1,000 U.S. Advisors from Vietnam by the end of 1963 and all out by 65.
And that was what was taken out of the plan in Honolulu and then put back into the plan when they showed it to the president.
Yeah, and it had everybody very upset.
Because nobody wanted to withdraw from Vietnam except for Kennedy. He was the only one.
Well, McNamara was going to help.
Right. And at the simultaneously, the FBI and the CIA are lowering Oswald's threat on their espionage list. Did you ask Jane Roman what her opinion was on this whole thing?
I did. And she told me the answer. This is indicative of a very high level keen interest in Oswald on a need-to-know basis. Nobody. That's what she said.
She's essentially like the closest living person to this whole cover-up.
Well, and Giesling is too.
Is he still alive?
Oh, I don't know if he's alive or not right now. Probably not. She might be probably dead too.
Oh, you think?
Well, chances are.
Yeah. How long ago? How long ago was that when you talked to her?
Maybe 2000. So let's go to some of the other things that were happening at the same time. The Buddhist crisis is one of the things that started Kennedy on changing his mind about a lot of things. He hadn't done much for Martin Luther King, even though he helped get him in office, and he was MLK was angry over that. Kennedy didn't do anything about civil rights. He didn't do anything about détente for the Soviet Union. And he didn't do anything about getting out of Vietnam. He wanted to get out of Vietnam, but he thought he could wait till he got reelected. But the problem was this thing right here.
Yeah, where the Buddhist lit himself on fire.
Yeah, the political bottom dropped out in Vietnam.
Right.
So what he was faced with was he had to accelerate the withdrawal plan. Instead of it starting in after the election in late 64, it was now going to have to start right away to get it passed in concrete, as he said. And so he went to American University and gave this speech nobody knew was coming about détente with the Soviet Union. And then the very next night he goes on TV and says how terrible it's been. He hasn't done anything on civil rights and he wants to do that now. And it was a long speech and it's an amazing speech. And so the only thing he didn't say publicly was the withdrawal stuff, because that was secret. And he didn't put it into an NSAM until they got back. He sent McNamara and Taylor over there to look around, come back and recommend that it was time to get out. And they did. And Taylor did. He participated in that, even though he knew what he was going to do the opposite. He is, as I say, he's a Trojan horse inside the house. Okay.
Now, there's an important element to Taylor. He was one of the only generals who cozied up to, Bobby Kennedy? So he became very close family friends with Bobby Kennedy. And that's why you say he was a Trojan horse, because he wanted to be the one that was liked by them and trusted by them, and became. I think Bobby Kennedy named one of his children after Maxwell Taylor, right?
Exactly. Kennedy brought Taylor into the fold to lead, along with Robert Kennedy, his father, who was the Attorney General, a review of the fiasco of the Bay of Pigs. And why did Kennedy bring Taylor in? Because he thought that Taylor was better than the other generals, because he advocated less reliance on the old doctrine of massive nuclear retaliation in response to any Soviet attack. He thought Taylor favored what he called flexible response in war.
Flexible response.
Yeah, so you didn't have to use nuclear weapons every time you got into a firefight.
Right.
Well, but like other Joint Chiefs of Staff, he was a hawk who favored intervention in Vietnam. He didn't say much about it because he was kissing Bobby's ass most of the time and getting into the family, not just working as a aide, a military aide to Kennedy. It was much more than that. And so that's where the Trojan horse starts. And he does something he's not supposed to do at the end of 61. Kennedy sends him to Vietnam to recommend no combat troops. Kennedy sent him there, wrote him a letter and everything, and ordered him to go over there and come back and say, we don't need combat troops.
Right.
And guess what he did? He comes back and says, we do need combat troops under the flood release task force cover. He lost his duties. Kennedy fired him from doing anything on Vietnam at the time, but still let him do his other jobs. So Kennedy got really, really mad, but he didn't completely get rid of him because he was friends of the family. Okay, so he got to stay in. Well, what happens is in 62 is McVie replaces the advisory effort, and guess who Harkins gets made the McVie chief, and he is a protege of Taylor. So Taylor gets his hands on Vietnam anyway in 62. And then when Lemaitre goes away, he becomes the Joint Chief of Staff. He was helping with the investigation of the Bay of Pigs. Now, when they got through with that investigation, Kennedy asked him to take over the CIA. He asked Taylor to take over the CIA. He said, no, my wife and I are tired of having to travel all the time. I don't think I'm going to do that. If you have anything for me that's military, I'd be happy to do it. And so that's when he becomes the military guy, and that's why Kennedy sends him to say to Vietnam, come back and say we don't need combat troops. So even though he gets fired from that particular duty, he ends up getting his fingers into the Vietnam thing because his protege is put in charge. And then when Lemaitre leaves in the middle of 62, again, they try something else. They want to give him SAC-URT. They want to give Taylor to go over to NATO and become the head of all the Supreme Allied Commander Europe. And he says, no, I don't want to do that either. So he got what he wanted. The whole time he wanted is Vietnam. And he got it finally. And his man is there. So he's just waiting for all these things to happen. And then guess what happens in the last 6 weeks? He guts the withdrawal plan and supplants it with Plan 34A, which is going to start in Vietnam. But look, they're talking about, and we haven't talked about all these other places that Lemaitre and these guys want to fight. It's in Laos, it's in Cuba, it's in Vietnam. And they want to do all these things together at the same time. So how in the hell are you going to fight with all these places? We don't have enough troops to actually fight more than one battle, and even that is going to have to call up the reserves. And the answer is simple. We're not going to fight with ground forces. We're going to use nuclear weapons everywhere. It's Armageddon time. That's what they wanted. And we know because they briefed Kennedy on that back in July 1961. That's what we needed to do, was a massive surprise attack on the Soviet Union. But don't do it till the fall of 63, because at that time we'll have the most ICBMs and they'll have nothing. It's when the very moment that we have the mostest and they have the leastest that we want to do this
Can you walk us through this meeting? This was the PSYOP.
Yes, we can go back and look at that meeting.
Walk the audience, the people that are listening. Walk us through that
Yeah.
meeting. You said it was in '61 in July. Where was it? Who was there? And what was the objective of that meeting?
Okay. The objective was to bring Kennedy on board for basically what I would call an Armageddon strike. They didn't think of it that way because they didn't realize it was going to blow the earth up. I mean, they did not understand what was going on with it. So I will take you back to that. This is the briefing given to him in July 1961.
The briefing. He wasn't there?
He was there.
He was there.
It was the time for a PSYOP brief, okay, that started in the Eisenhower administration. Eisenhower said, "Oh my God, this is terrible," but that's a different story. He was able to get through without having his generals push him around because he was a 5-star general, but not Kennedy.
Eisenhower.
Yeah, that's right. So they were started at late in the second Eisenhower administration.
And what does PSYOP stand for? SIOP, not psychological.
Strategic Integrated Operational Plan for Nuclear Warfare. Okay, that's what it is.
Started during Eisenhower.
And here comes the first one for Kennedy in July 1961, July 20th to be precise. And so they tell him, and in fact, they should be briefing the 1962 PSYOP, but they're not. This is a special one because Kennedy's he's on his nadir. Right, the Bay of Pigs has happened. Khrushchev is pushing him around at Vienna for to take Berlin back, and things like that. And so they decide that he's at his weakest point, and so they thought now was the time to strike. And so they briefed him on this thing, on this massive PSYOP to take place in the fall of 1963. Fall of 1963. How many times do I have to say that? Right, the fall of 1963. And so Kennedy just gets up and walks out and says, and we call ourselves the human race. So that's a no-go, right? It's not going to happen. But guess what? In the fall of 1963, that idea is still alive.
And can you expand on the idea exactly? We wanted to send ICBMs to what countries?
The two main countries were the Soviet Union and China, which is a large part of the world. And there were other countries like Albania, simply because it had, Albania was in the Soviet orbit, and they had big radars that the Soviets wanted to use for things. And so, and he was asked, Lemonster was asked about Albania, and he just said, because they're in the plan. And then Kennedy asked him about, why about China? I don't see that China did attack us. And Lemonster was impudent, and he said, it's in the plan, sir. That's all he would say. He didn't answer the question. It's in the plan. That's how Lemonster was with him. He talked down to Kennedy all the time. Yeah, he did. He hated Kennedy. You want to see the evidence of that? This is a picture that tells 1,000 words. This is when he did not keep him on. This is a dagger stare at Kennedy, and what is he doing? He's wincing. His eyes are almost shut. And look who's smirking in the background. That's it. He knows he's up next. He's on deck right now. And
what is going on in that photo?
He's being given his medal. Kennedy's giving him a medal and sending him over to Europe as the Supreme Commander of Europe. And he's mad. Yeah, he wanted to stay on because that's what he wanted to be around for the fireworks.
Was Johnson in that PSYOP meeting?
Yes, he was, actually. It was difficult for me to find. There are things by good people who've written books about Burris, who was Johnson's, LBJ's, supposedly his aide. He wasn't, he was his case officer. That's a whole other story. But anyway, so, yeah.
Johnson's case officer.
Yeah. But it was thought for a while that Johnson did not attend because he was drunk that morning, but he did. because I have the records that show he did attend that PSYOP briefing that morning. He did.
Do we know what his reaction to it was?
No.
How many people did they estimate would be killed by that nuclear attack? Did they have exact casualty, or did they have rough casualty estimations?
Yes, they did.
Did they estimate whether or not a potential ICBM could be sent back?
Well, they had but their figures were not very good.
Right.
If you let Oppenheimer and Einstein tell you the figures, they would tell you it's not just what happens when the stuff blows up, which they were saying was about 60% of the Soviet population. But very quickly, the rest of everybody dies because of the radiation. It's fallout around the entire Earth.
Right.
And plants won't grow. Nothing will grow unless it's underground far enough not to be, the DNA to be killed. That's what LeMay wanted to drop 3 warheads on every target, just to be sure. 3 warheads on one target. Can you imagine that? These are hydrogen bombs, too. These are not
hydrogen bombs.
Yes.
This episode of the podcast is brought to you by Mudwater. Mudwater is a coffee alternative containing 4 adaptogenic mushrooms. With only a fraction of the caffeine as a cup of coffee, you get energy without the jitters or the crash of coffee. And each ingredient was added for a purpose. Cacao and chai for a hint of caffeine and hot chocolate-like flavor, lion's mane to support focus, cordyceps to help support physical performance, and both chaga and reishi to support your immune system. What I really love about Mudwater is that it tastes great, and they took their time to find all the perfect ingredients to develop a product that helps you feel better every single day. Mudwater donates monthly to psychedelic research and treatments as they believe the country is in a mental health epidemic and sees psychedelics as useful tools for individuals with depression, PTSD, anxiety, and other mental health experiences. So get 15% off and a free frother by using my link below, mudwater.com/Danny, and use the code Danny at checkout to get 15% off. That's mudwtr.com/Danny, and use the promo code Danny at checkout to get 15% off. It's linked below. Now back to the show. These for content, like the hydrogen bombs, are over 100 times more powerful than both of the bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
And so here you go. You got 1,000 targets in the Soviet Union, 1,000 more than that in China, and you're going to drop three warheads on every one of those targets.
No, it would completely destroy the atmosphere and it would kill millions and millions of people. But here's the did they anticipate any retaliation? Like, because they have a system in place where
they did not expect it because there were no ICBMs. So the only retaliation that they had would be to send their big airplanes that could drop nuclear weapons on us.
Did they have submarines with nukes?
No, not at the time. They were working on it. We were the first, I think, with the Polaris missiles. And so we actually had those in a particular missile crisis and then beyond. So what we're looking at here is a coup d'etat. This is, by the way, this is a nice slide here.
When Robert De Niro.
This is before he was moved out during the missile crisis that summer, '62.
Okay.
But when he goes, and they're still arguing over whether or not we should send combat troops or whatever. And Lemaitre is recommending action in Vietnam and Cuba at the same time, and knows full well that we don't have the forces to do that, ground forces and all the other things like that. So it was clear that there was only one thing in his mind, which is going to be nuclear weapons. Now, so what he does. And it's very interesting. In January '62, they were still lying about how little forces that the Viet Cong had, and we didn't need to do anything. It was easy to defeat that. But it wasn't true. It was a lie, and they had a huge amount of forces.
They were lying to Kennedy.
Yeah, they were, but not Johnson. The vice president knew what was going on. And then all this came out in the spring of 1962. But anyway, in January, Lemaitre decides to make one of his most audacious statements to Kennedy. He sends it through McNamara, who basically doesn't touch it except with his thumb and his index finger, like, and he says, I don't endorse this, but you got to read this. Wow. And so this is a paraphrasing of what it was in a smaller place. Basically,
this is a not verbatim.
Correct. But it says this.
Okay.
Trust me, it takes a couple of pages. We told you a year ago to send combat troops to Vietnam, but you didn't listen. We've done everything you've asked us to do in the program, and if it falls apart, we still want to send combat troops. And if you fail to do it then, it will only make our job more difficult when we have to do it anyway. And that's the gist of what he said.
Now, what is Lemaitre's motivation for all this?
He believes.
He believes. That's it. It's just a ideology deep within his soul that he believes that we have.
A lot of people don't understand today because it doesn't make any sense. It just seems crazy today. The only way you can understand the Cold War is to have lived through it and understand that back then they thought that the Soviet Union was going to go to war with us. They thought the next step after World War II was going to be to take all of Europe. That didn't happen. That was stupid. That's not what his plans were. But anyway, they believed, and there was a lot of talk about this. They call it the scare of 1948. They were going to take all of Europe. So they believed that it was a them or us.
Communists were going to take over the world.
That's right. And we couldn't live together. It was one side was going to win, one side was going to lose.
Now, did people like Lemaitre get any sort of kickbacks from the military-industrial complex, from any sort of military contractors or anything like that, from sending all these tanks and bombs and planes?
Didn't have to at the time because we had a lot of that stuff from World War II. Later on, as technology progresses, that's different when we get to Vietnam. And we have better ships and better ground.
After the Gulf of Tonkin.
All the way through Vietnam, we were spending a lot of money on new stuff.
Yeah,
including, Agent Orange, stuff like that.
DARPA was spending tons of money developing new technology.
So this is the July 1961 Net Evaluation Subcommittee that does the PSYOPs. The Net Evaluation Subcommittee is a subcommittee of the National Security Council. This is underneath the White House. So that's why they briefed the president. It's a subcommittee of the National Security Council called the NES, Net Evaluation Subcommittee, that does the PSYOPs. And so they briefed this, that what they thought we should do is a massive surprise nuclear attack on the USSR and China during the fall of '63. Yep. I'm saying that plan was still in play in 1963, and here's what I wanted to know to try and figure out who was present in the meeting that was in power in 1961 at that meeting, and who was in power in the fall of 1963. Got it. And it was one guy who hits the spikes both places. 61 in the meeting, and in the fall of 1963, he's the one in power, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and he's doing all this stuff behind everybody's back. Thank you.
What was Dulles doing in '63?
He was fired at the end of '61. And in 1963, there was a lot of people going to his house, in and out the door in '63 most of the year. So people think that he was being briefed on things by people who were on the wrong side of really wanted to do this thing.
Did he have any sort of job in intelligence at all? Was he downgraded? He was completely unemployed.
Well, I don't know. He was unemployed. He had a lot of money.
Right, of course.
But no, he was no longer working for the government. Okay.
For what reason would they want to be briefing him this stuff?
Well, because they wanted his views on what to do. He was still part of that clan,
Right.
And you have to understand, he has other things that are terrible, that we don't even talk about very much. And when you go back and take a look at what he was doing in Switzerland, and his brother in the State Department, they were funding Nazi forces. They were funding Hitler.
Dulles and his brother?
Yes,
How were they doing that?
all the Wall Street firms were sending them money, and we provided about 60, a little close to 60% of all the pig iron for all their tanks and artillery pieces. And this information is not. It's just that it's boring to people who don't care about going back and finding all these things. But yeah,
Why was Dulles and his brother doing that?
Well, because they wanted to make a lot of money. That's what they were making. How they were making tons of money. You know, there's no other. What else? Why are they going to do it? You know, because and they know that they're going to lose anyway. I guess that's the way they figure it. And then the enemy's going to be USSR. So, but there's no question about it. We know that this happened, and there's books been written on it, and it's all documented. It's this is not something that is new if you study your history. But most people don't pay attention to these kinds of things. They just don't. So the Dulleses have a very dark background.
Right.
Okay. And never forget that.
Dulles was around during MK Ultra, right? And Dulles. So why did they choose to bring him back in for the Warren Commission?
Oh, because he was the caretaker to make sure that nothing got in there that didn't want in there.
And who was the one who picked him to be in charge of that?
I guess he picked himself. I don't know.
But he was unemployed.
Look,
he wasn't part of the government then, right?
No, he was just on the Warren Commission. That's all. He was part of the Warren Commission. And they got, I'll tell you who participated in it, which is terrible, which is Bobby Jr., Bobby, because he didn't understand. Bobby was the Attorney General at the time.
Right.
And so when his brother got killed, he was destroyed. And so he wanted to do something about the Warren Commission. He didn't really like it, but he didn't mind. He didn't really understand what the Dulles brothers had done all those years. That stuff wasn't let go for decades. This was not what I just told you about what they did. Was not information that was available right then. But we need to know that because we know who they really are. People their stripes don't change over time. They were that way back then, and so they didn't turn into Cinderellas and princes a few years later.
Right. So what was Bobby's involvement in one commission?
Well, he just helped to get a couple of people on the commission. That's to get it over with. He was doing his own separate investigation. Don't forget that. He was investigating his brother. Well, I don't know. He went all the way to Cuba for one thing. One time, he showed up there, and I wrote about that in my first book, Where Angels Tread Lightly. And so he talked to a lot of people down there and asked questions, but we don't have a briefing book on exactly who he talked to and everything they said to him. Right. Obviously, he talked to Castro.
Yeah, there's that famous story of the journalist who was talking to Castro right when Kennedy got shot. And
that's later.
Castro got literally somebody brought Castro the phone while they were in the middle of their meeting. And he put down the phone. And the first thing he said was, "They're going to blame me."
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what they said in Moscow too. Yeah, and Kennedy sent a special delegation over there to tell them, "We don't think you did it." Right away, they did. Stop any worry because they thought it was coming. They thought the war was coming, and so did Castro, because they knew that they were part of this plot. this top secret stuff, they knew about it. There was supposed to be Oswald worked for the KGB and Castro. That's why they thought it was going to be curtains.
Do you think that there's any possibility that Johnson was aware of what was going on with Lemonster and Taylor and their plan to kill Kennedy?
Well, I don't know about the precise details, but he knew it was coming. And they had to do that much, because otherwise he wouldn't obey all the things that Burris was trying to teach him. Burris had a huge...
Who's Burris?
Howard Burris is a guy who worked in the Pentagon under Birkenau, General Birkenau, the highest Air Force guy, except for the chief of staff. And so Birkenau gave him the orders to be basically to mind Johnson. And that's not to do what Johnson says, it's the other way around. So he tells Johnson very early what he's going to do, and how many times they're going to meet, what days, and all these details that you would expect it would be the other way around. And Johnson said famously, when he got the big list of things that he was going to have to, all the meetings he was going to do, he said, well, I just thought we'd do it in the elevator one morning when I was coming down, but if you say so, all right. So he was told he was going to have to meet constantly, and so this Burris put together a huge. There was a number of people that worked for him that were working in the White House staff that prepares everything for the president. And so they and other people in the Pentagon were brought in as well to do research every day on what was going on in the world in numerous countries. And so on a daily basis, he would send these reports to LBJ around the world, and they were accurate. All of them were very accurate. But the same person who's in, I forget his name right now, who is in charge of putting everything together for the president, he also was involved, and he was the person who prepared exactly what Kennedy was going to be told, and that was completely different. So what Kennedy was actually told were things that were said to him in order to get him to do things that people wanted him to do. So it wasn't a good situation at all, where it was his own people who were briefing him at the National Security Council on a daily basis. But at the same time, that same apparatus is being used for Burris to put together very accurate details of things that are happening around the world. So when the time comes, he'll be able to understand what to do. And this goes on for most of the administration, and Burris actually leaves town in those last 6 weeks. Kind of knows what's coming. He's out of there. But Johnson, they don't tell him, we're going to kill the president. But he knows. Somehow, I don't know whether it's a wink wink and a nod or something like that. We don't have a document where it says this is what we're going to do. Johnson knows, and here's how we know he knows. So he's on Air Force One on the way home after the assassination, and he's looking out the window, and he's just staring out the window while they're airborne. And one of his aides, his top aides, noticed and said, what's the matter, Mr. President? And without even turning around and looking, he just said, are the missiles flying yet? Now we know that. It's in two or three books, including mine. I got it. Courses, but he knew that he thought that this was it. He thought this would be, a big war. And it didn't happen. It's not what happened that day.
This is the same day.
Yeah, on the way back.
Wow. And this is the plane ride with
on Air Force
Jackie
One.
Kennedy was on the plane with him.
Yeah, Air Force One. So he knew something was going to happen, and he thought it was going to be war. So what it tells you is he wasn't totally clear on exactly what was happening, but he knew he was going to be president one day, and this is what he worried about, and which is why he tried to stop it when in '64, because he felt like Jamie Galbraith said, he felt intimidated the way they killed Kennedy. He was afraid. But he said, no, just get me elected and then you can have your war.
Right.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, but Johnson knew something was up. Okay? And otherwise, why all the preparation? Because the Kennedys thought that in the second term they were going to get rid of Johnson. And he knew that. That got back to him. And we're going to drop LBJ.
How'd that get back to him? Why did they want to drop him?
Because he was a drunk. He wasn't. They used him initially because he's Texas folks, but he had they tried to send him on trips to go here and there and represent the president and stuff, and he was constantly stepping on everything and drunk out of his mind and refusing to do it. By the time he sent this delegation to Vietnam, he said, I'm not going. I refuse. And Burris would say, yeah, now get your clothes on. We're going to go. I can tell you lots of stories about LBJ and Burris in 61 and 62, which we don't need to do that right now, because you were asking questions, and I think I told you what you need to know, which is that Burris was the handler, and because he was, Johnson knew exactly that he was going to be president. And how does he know that? And the only way that's going to happen is if Kennedy's not president.
And now, what essentially was the reason the nukes were never dropped? Is it because Russia was able to build up their nuclear arsenal by the time Kennedy was shot?
There's two things. There's first that Johnson doesn't want to do it. He keeps the nukes in place, right? Doesn't want to do that. But as you move downstream, it gets to be more complex. By the time the Marines wade ashore at Da Nang, that's when that's our real true entrance to Vietnam is in May. Oh yeah, Tonkin Gulf is in '64. But he gets reelected, and then he's got to be sworn in and all that. So that goes into February, and then you got to start sending people over there and getting votes together and all that.
Right.
And so it's in May '65 before we actually start sending these troops in there. And by that time, the Soviet Union has a lot of ICBMs. The whole briefing that took place back in '61 is over.
Right. Wow.
Now, but the funny thing is, when the war went bad, which it did, and it wasn't because people at home didn't like it, it was because we couldn't win. And Westmoreland didn't like that. And he lied about a lot of stuff. And they got caught. And there's excellent information on that that you could look into, that CBS reports did on this. But he so I guess I've answered your question.
I guess, yeah. Can we talk about the Tonkin Gulf for a second?
Sure.
Now, allegedly, there were Vietnamese ships sending torpedo boats towards a U.S. vessel. Now, was that actually real? Wasn't that confirmed that never happened, and there was actually no torpedoes that were fired at the U.S. boat?
Well, when you say that, it's like we have a movie there. We're right there watching. No, the preponderance of the evidence is no. They were fake. McNamara actually got incontrovertible evidence of one of the two attacks, which never happened, and we don't think that the second one did either. But it doesn't matter. It was being used in order to start the war, and Johnson would go along with it. Now, Johnson did us another favor a little bit later, though. Okay, so we're talking about he's towards the end of his. You can't say his first term, because the first part doesn't count, because he was the vice president who is the president. His full term, as he gets close to the end of the war, is going sideways. Westmoreland secretly asked him, and this is in a book by, I forget who it is now, is Specialis, American Presidents. But he has the documents. Westmoreland actually asked if we could use tactical nuclear weapons to save the situation in Vietnam, and LBJ said no. So they still wanted to, to do stuff. I don't think that I don't think that Westmoreland was thinking about Armageddon. In other words, attacking the USSR. But Westmoreland was the chief of what was happening in Vietnam, and it was on his watch that they were losing the war. And that's why he lied over and over again. Lies just as bad as they did to Kennedy in the spring of '62. It happened all over again, although instead of talking about 100,000, instead of what they said, it was like 35,000. Now we're talking about millions. How many millions we have? And they cut that in half. So it was all same thing all over again, and it was no use. And they told Johnson, all the wise men had a meeting with him just not too long before he quit and died soon after. He made it technically to the end of his first term, but anyway, right before then they told him the news. They said, we can't win this war. We can't win it.
Now, was there, when it comes to the war in Vietnam and what's going on in Laos, and Kennedy is still alive, there were a lot of CIA paramilitary operations going on in Vietnam and Laos, right? Mm-hmm. So is this a competition between the Pentagon and the CIA?
Well, it depends on what year you want to talk about. Okay, so Laos was an operation that was begun instantly for Kennedy because it was already moving under Eisenhower, and it was a big operation.
But it was all CIA.
No. We're talking 3 aircraft carriers and thousands of Marines.
I thought it was all CIA paramilitary operations first.
No, there's some other paramilitary operations, but much later. But no. The Big Laos, the Great Big Laos thing in '61 was not a paramilitary operation. Okay, this was ground forces and Navy. And even Air Forces too, dropping the 82nd Airborne was in on it. It was a great big deal, and the way they got it, Kennedy to go for it was this. So when he comes in as president, it's already the Laos thing is going sideways, and so Eisenhower recommends that he go into Laos and take care of the enemy. And so Kennedy starts looking into this, and he doesn't like it. He wants to do neutralization of Laos. And while he's doing neutralization, they're grabbing territory. And so that gets in the press and so on. And so it's making his life difficult because his neutralization is actually giving more and more ground to the Pathet Lao, coming further and further south. That's what's going on there. So we do have some bright stars, not bright star, it's, I forget, star something is in the, we have forces in there that are reconnoitering and telling us what's in Laos, but they're not fighting. They're basically telling us what's happening. They're hiding and giving us the intelligence information that the army and the army knows about it because they report their army units, but they're special forces that are in there, small units. But anyway, what happens is that they decide to pull a fast one on Kennedy and Laos, just like they did in Cuba, making up a false story that we're going to win, it's okay, don't worry about it. And Kennedy warns them, we're not going in no matter what, no problem. Well, it's the same thing was going on in Laos, and the way they handled it was by saying we have a very strong military force of Laotians. They're called, they were under, they called it Fumi's forces. He was a big leader in Laos, and so they said that Fumi's forces would defeat these Laotians. They called it the Pathet Lao, that were coming down and taking over territory, almost adjacent to well, certainly by Cambodia and getting closer to Vietnam by the month. And so that's what they said, that it would just take a day, maybe 2 days, and Fumi's forces would completely eradicate the problem and it'd be over. So no need for a big war or anything like that. We can just win the war. And this is you should just if you were in the army knew that wasn't going to happen. But in the meetings that were held at the CIA headquarters, which is all the Air Force, Army, everybody meets for these. What they do every once in a while, they have national security investigations and reports. Constantly, they're either they happen either regularly or sometimes irregularly. And it was clear to the army at the human level, the human intelligence, that this was not going to happen. So when they were put together the report for Kennedy, the briefing, the Army representatives tried to bring their information to bear on it's called a national intelligence estimate, right, or a special national intelligence estimate. They tried to get their information in the report. And the guy who was sitting there, Abbott was his name, who was the CIA guy in charge of doing the briefings, refused to let them speak. He said, no, we're not going to do that because, the Air Force guys don't have the clearances. So you can't tell us that stuff. So what it ends up saying is the crazy thing, that they're going to win. And the Army human people said, ain't going to happen. It just isn't. And they didn't. So that never went to Kennedy. He only heard the part about that we're going to win. And they knew it was going to lose. They wanted to put him in that situation, just like they wanted to put him in the situation in 1962, right, when they could have told, Lemons from those guys knew that those nukes were coming, and they didn't tell the president because they didn't want him to know until it was too late, till everything was there and they were ready to fire. They wanted to back him up against the wall. And that's what they were doing here in Laos. It was a trick, and it worked. Kennedy said yes. And then when it failed, it was all over the news. It was everywhere. And so that's the first. I have a picture in there somewhere of Kennedy is trying to. He's
called it the first stain on his reputation.
It was, and he was at a pointer, and they were talking about these horses here and there, and it was very embarrassing for him. So at that point, he gives a conditional okay for the Laos invasion. And so 3 aircraft carriers are sent to the South China Sea. And tons of Marines besides that are on those carriers, and you got all kinds of aircraft. You have a huge amount of Marines ready on Okinawa. It was and they were going to just go right across the DMZ into Laos, that way. And already. Well, a lot of time had passed, and both of these ideas, again, we got Laos and Cuba, are taking place at the same time, which is what Joint Chief. And so Kennedy was angry about what had happened with the Laos thing, and so he said, okay, time out. We're just a few days away from the exile invasion in Cuba. Let's see what happens there first. And of course, it fails. And at that point, they have the meetings in the White House about Laos. And Kennedy starts asking questions, and nobody can answer them. And they know it's over. And they know it's over. And Kennedy says, no, he doesn't really want to. He doesn't have to. And the chairman of the think fact committee, Admiral Felt, calls up Lemnitzer, and he says, well, maybe we could use the forces. That was the first psyop. Armageddon was going to take place. They intended to use nuclear weapons to take care of all these North Vietnamese troops which were coming down. It wasn't just Laotian forces. Tons of North Vietnamese were coming down the trail. Right. At the time, yes.
What was going on here on your slideshow in Berlin?
Well, we'll go back just to where it started, which was in the summer, Vienna, and it was a meeting between Khrushchev and Kennedy, and Khrushchev had been nice to Kennedy originally until he figured out that he was a weakling, and then all of a sudden he decided he wanted Berlin, and so that's what was on the table in Vienna, and Khrushchev was terrible. He just threatened him again and again, and Kennedy would shoot back, but it basically just said it's going to be a cold winter, and so things started escalating from there. Eventually, we had a wall was set up. Kennedy liked that. He thought that was a victory because he said a wall is better than a war. The Joint Chiefs decided that they had some leverage this time because of all the places on the earth that Kennedy would have gone in to defend. And we didn't have the ground forces to do it. So he was interested in having a nuclear option that was not one of these massive things, that would just shoot a few of them and to let them know that we're serious about this. So he asked for briefings on it, and they actually came up with a plan, if necessary, of how to defend this
Kennedy.
Yes, because it might have happened. And then what are you going to do? And so he didn't want one of these crazy psyops. He wanted something to show determination, if necessary. And the Joint Chiefs knew that. So they wanted to, maybe we have a chance here to get this thing done. And so then they did a top secret psyop the whole time and waited for the last minute until this thing you see on the slides here, which is this confrontation. They put their recommendation on the table about a day or two before this when for the first time ever, American and Russian tanks faced each other, right in front of each other with the turrets pointing to each other and the engines running. And so what Kennedy did just before this, the day of it, is his own thing. He put something in their punch bowl, which was a declassification of all the nuclear options that we had, everything. And so that was done by the number 3 guy in the Pentagon. His name was Gilpatrick, and he was sent to West Virginia to make a speech. It was just basically some businessmen that were there. It wasn't really relevant to that, but he made the speech there, and also the Pentagon put it out so that everybody would see it. And it's a nuclear laydown of everything we have. And just reading this is just a small excerpt from the very middle of the speech that Gilpatrick made. He said the United States has hundreds of ICBMs, including 600 heavy bombers and any more medium bombers capable of reaching the USSR due to the highly developed in-flight refueling techniques at worldwide bases. He said the United States has 6 Polaris submarines carrying a total of 96 missiles, dozens, and those were burned, dozens of intercontinental ballistic missiles, carrier strike forces, land-based theater forces that can deliver additional hundreds of megatons. The total number of our tactical and strategic nuclear delivery vehicles is in the tens of thousands, with more than one warhead on each vehicle.
More than tens of thousands of missiles with more than one warhead on each of those missiles.
And so the Khrushchev had been bluffing the whole time. He didn't have any ICBMs. He certainly didn't have the rest of these kind of forces. And besides this, that was put out publicly in front of the world, which really embarrassed Khrushchev, right? And his military, because they knew he was bluffing. But actually, it wasn't secret, but it wasn't publicized. We told the Russian military, oh, by the way, we got 4 Polaris submarines up there in the North Sea, each one of which has carrying 4 of them, 96 would have been something like 72 missiles. So we told them we had 4 Polaris submarines right up there, in the North Sea, getting ready for it. And so they knew it was over. And the Joint Chiefs did too. And so they lost another one. Because Kennedy decided, I'm gonna put it on the table. So we have.
Did the Soviet Union have intelligence to confirm that this was true?
Sure, they did.
Yeah.
They had their own submarines, and there was no question that they had all this stuff. The main thing about it was that the question was who knew how much, and this made it clear to Khrushchev and all of his military that we knew exactly what they had, and they had nothing.
That's amazing that we were so far ahead of them.
That's what they were talking about back in '61, and we're going to be even farther ahead in the fall of '63. It will be the maximum best moment to do it.
Right.
But they were willing to do it right here. They were willing to do it in '61. They were willing to do it here at the end of '61, and they were willing to do it in the Cuban Missile Crisis. None of those things worked, and so when we get to the end of the line, and in the fall of '63, they tried again, and there's only one way.
So when they declassified this at the Pentagon, what year was that?
That's in '61.
That's in '61.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
The day before the standoff at Checkpoint Charlie.
At what point did the Soviet Union start building up their ICBM?
What he was boasting about was a non-existent ICBM force that he started to build called the SS-6. And we had overhead reconnaissance, and before that, U-2s that told us basically they couldn't hit their targets in the Far East. They were terrible missiles. And so Khrushchev said, okay,